Mediterranean Hegemon of Ancient Greece Chapter 147 to Chapter 208. Dever stood up and looked around at everyone. His voice was low and powerful. The battle in the early hours of tomorrow will decide the ownership of the Zubari Plain. It will decide the future of our citizens. When the battle begins, there will be no horns and no shouting. We must be ruthless. We must be fierce. We must be fast. We must destroy the enemy in their sleep as fast as we can. We must advance to the center as fast as we can. The faster we advance, the tighter and thicker our formation will be. The enemy will panic, and we will be able to surround them in the center and force them to surrender. Brothers, the Crotone people are like a pot of delicious barley porridge. I want to see which company eats it the fastest and best. The crowd did not speak, but their widened eyes were burning with a burning desire to fight. It was an early summer night in southern Apennine, and the weather was relatively cool. Unfortunately, there was no moon or stars in the dark sky. Amandolara's troops began to depart. Led by the 1st Unit of the 1st Regiment of the 1st Brigade, the 1st Battalion, the leader of each company held a lit torch to illuminate the way ahead. The 5,000 troops marched quietly and orderly. The sound of the rushing river, the croaking of insects and frogs, and even the howling of beasts in the distance covered up the sound of the troops' footsteps and armor clashing. From afar, they could only see the faint flashes of light every few hundred meters. Crossing the pontoon bridge at night was the biggest problem of this march. The troops marched in 2 columns to ensure that there was enough space on the bridge and that both sides could take care of each other. Fortunately, most of the soldiers of the 1st Brigade had participated in the Persia expedition and were very experienced in traveling at night. They successfully crossed the first pontoon bridge and then the second. Their good performance gave the following troops confidence. The 2nd Brigade also successfully reached the other side. When it came to the 3rd Brigade, the speed of crossing the bridge began to slow down. Arsene stepped on the undulating wooden planks and looked at the dark river flowing under the pontoon bridge. He imagined its depth, and his body involuntarily swayed with the bridge planks. Just as his body was about to lean outwards, a hand grabbed his arm forcefully. "Don't panic. Look up ahead, don't look down." It was the voice of the squad leader, Septimus, who was walking beside him. He calmed himself down and followed the squad leader's instructions. Sure enough, he felt much better. He had only taken a few steps when he heard a thud behind him, followed by a cry for help. Someone fell into the water. He was shocked. "Don't look back, just walk forward." The usually naggy Septimus' voice was now abnormally calm. Arsenes finally set foot on the triangular area in the middle of the confluence of the 2 rivers. With experience, crossing the 2nd pontoon bridge was much easier. In order to help the Lucarians cross the river, Epiphanes devised a plan. He had a Greek and a Lucarian walk side by side on the pontoon, and with the help of these veterans, the greater part of the Lucanians were able to cross. When they reached the south bank of the Crete River and set foot on solid ground, Arsenes finally relaxed. Only then did he ask the squad leader, "What about our comrades who fell into the river?" "The head of the legion has asked Felicius to arrange some rescuers on both sides of the river. As long as they throw away their shields, spears, and helmets, they should be able to swim to the shore without any problems. Of course, that depends on whether they've been training seriously. Now you understand the importance of training. Every task should be completed seriously, because you might need it someday in the future." Septimus seized every opportunity to educate the new recruits. Arsenes nodded seriously. 2 hours later, the troops approached the city of Castellan and extinguished all their torches. Under the lead of Wyzam's squad, they reached the middle of the Trionta River. Castellan was at the mouth of the Trionta River, and formed 8 columns. The soldiers held each other's spears, because the shields were slung over their shoulders and the helmets were hung around their necks. Although this section of the river was the widest, the water was less than waist deep, and the current was not rapid. Other than the pebbles on the riverbank, the soldiers did not have any trouble crossing the Trionta River. The Crotones' camp was not far away. It was still very late at night, and the sun had not risen yet. Under the lead of the mountain team, the teams quietly and unhurriedly entered their predetermined positions and began to lie down to rest to recover their strength. The officers sneaked closer and observed the Crotones' camp. Based on the map, they began to adjust and arrange the attack positions of their subordinates. As soon as a ray of light appeared in the eastern sky, the officers began to wake up the soldiers who were taking a nap. While the soldiers were arranging their weapons and equipment, the platoon leaders quietly mobilized them before the battle. For the veterans, they only needed to say, "These arrogant Crotone people dare to insult our Lord Devers and burn our houses. Now, we will use our shields and spears to make them pay the price in blood." That would be enough to ignite their anger. For the new recruits, other than encouragement, they also needed to remind them of some details that they needed to pay attention to in battle. For example, don't just charge by yourself. Advance with the whole team. When your spear is stuck in the enemy's body and you can't pull it out, don't waste time to pull it out. Pull out your saber and keep hacking. Arsenies began to line up with his comrades and put on the heavy Corinth helmet. However, he did not feel lonely like he was isolated from the rest of the world. Although he could not feel the force of his teammates pushing him, he could still see the tents that the Crotone people had set up hundreds of meters away through the eye holes of the helmet. He could also see the thin line of Amendeler's comrades, which stretched infinitely along the terrain and surrounded the camp in an arc until it was out of sight. Arsenies moved forward lightly. When he was less than 40 meters away from the tent closest to the Crotone, it was still deathly silent. Arsenies was excited and a little regretful. He wanted to fight the Crotone people who were awake to show off his growing skills. At that moment, a loud scream came from the right ahead. It was especially piercing in the silent camp. That was the 1st Brigade's attack. "Forward," Septimus said in a low voice. Everyone began to take big strides. The round shields that were close to each other rubbed against each other, producing muffled clanging sounds. Their feet wearing leather sandals stepped on the muddy ground that was soaked with morning dew, leaving rows of clear footprints. Arsenies had already seen a few enemies sleeping outside the tents in front of him, but when he stood in front of them, he became hesitant. "Do it," his teammate next to him urged. At the same time, he plunged his spear into the throat of an enemy. The enemy's eyes suddenly widened, his hands grabbing at his throat. He wanted to scream but could not make a sound. His expression was extremely painful, and his whole face was distorted. His teammate pulled out his spear. Blood gushed out of the wound like a fountain. The wounded enemy began to pant, which caused another enemy to wake up from his sleep. "What are you waiting for?" his teammate shouted again. Arsenies finally no longer hesitated. He quickly thrust his spear and pierced the enemy's chest. His teammate turned his head and nodded at Arsenies. Although he could not see the expression on his face because of the helmet, Arsenies could guess that it must be a satisfied smile. Encouraged, he endured the discomfort in his stomach and continued to move forward while clearing the enemies sleeping outside the tents. There was a tent in front of them, blocking the path of Septimus' squad. Septimus made a hand signal, and 10 soldiers surrounded the tent. 10 spears pierced into the tent, and after a series of random stabs, there were miserable screams, and blood splattered onto the curtain. "Arsenies!" Septimus shouted. Arsenies immediately raised his round shield, bent over, and went into the tent. Soon, he came out and said, "4 people. 2 are seriously injured. The others, are all dead. Ignore them. Continue forward." Septimus waved his hand, then looked at Arsenies and said in a deep voice, "Even if you vomit, don't stop moving forward." Arsenies and the others moved forward for a long time before they saw enemies coming out of the tents in 2s and 3s. They were wearing short-sleeved linen clothes, some were even naked, and most of them had no weapons in their hands. It seemed that they had not completely woken up from their drunkenness and sleepiness. They stared blankly at Arsenies and the others, not understanding what was going on. When they saw Arsenies and the others stab some of them to the ground, the screams woke them up. However, they did not rush forward to fight. Instead, they shouted in panic, "Enemies! Enemies!" Under the pressure of Arsenies and the others, they fled in all directions. Their panicked and embarrassed looks reminded Arsenies of when he was a child and saw a flock of sheep being chased by hungry wolves in the mountains with his father. Column's ancestors were the earliest settlers of Crotone, so they were given a large and fertile piece of land. The whole family lived a relatively prosperous farming and herding life. However, with the passage of time and the rise of trade, many citizens who did business gained amazing wealth. They used the wealth they earned to gain a lot of power in the political arena of Crotone. They became the new nobles of Crotone. Column's grandfather was an ambitious man. He envied these merchants and was no longer satisfied with farming. He decided to join the business tide and win a brighter future for his family. He mortgaged his land and borrowed a large sum of money. He bought a few ships and began to do port transshipment trade. He sailed between the Greek city-state of Sagunta on the Iberian Peninsula, Massilia in Gaul, Napoli on the west coast of Italy, and Crotone. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly this time when he followed Melanchus to battle. They easily conquered the city of Turin, and Columns also got a lot of loot. It was no wonder that many people said that Melanchus was the favorite of the goddess of luck. Moreover, he heard that the Crotone city hall was preparing to migrate to the Zubari plain. Hence, he planned that after returning to Crotone, he would first cash his loot, save money to marry a wife, and then join the Crotone immigration team. The land of the Zubari plain was flatter and wider than the Croton plain of Crotone. He should be able to get a sizable piece of land. That night, Columns had a sweet dream, but he was woken up by pain. He opened his eyes and saw that his comrades in the tent were like hornets whose nest had exploded. They were running out crazily, and he, who was sleeping by the door of the tent, had already been stepped on several times. "Watch out," he roared angrily. "Enemy attack! Come out and fight," his teammates shouted as they rushed out of the tent. Enemy attack? Where did the enemy come from? Columns was still a little confused. At that moment, he heard a series of screams. He quivered, pushed his hands against the ground, and forced himself to stand up. He drank a lot of wine last night, and he didn't mix it with water, so the after effects were strong. His head was dizzy, and his body was a little out of control. He almost fell, and he didn't have time to put on his armor. He grabbed a spear from the ground and staggered out of the tent. In his sleepy eyes, he saw the neatly dressed heavy infantry in a tight formation quickly approaching them. Two of his companions rushed forward with spears in their hands, but they were quickly stabbed down by the enemy. The tacit cooperation and the concise and skillful fighting style completely woke Columns up. Fear instantly took over his whole body. He threw away the spear, turned around, and ran. "Run! Get out of here!" Columns had a strong desire to survive. He ran while looking at the position of the sun in the sky. He decided to escape to the east, because the east was the city of Castellan. After running for a while, he saw some people running toward him. They shouted in horror, "There's an enemy, run!" There are enemies in the east? Columns panicked when he heard that, and he could only run after them. Following that, he ran around like a headless fly. More and more people surrounded him, and there were even quite a few pack animals running around. Many people were injured, but they couldn't escape. At this time, no matter how panicked Columns was, he understood that they were surrounded, and the encirclement was constantly shrinking. The Devers' headquarters was located behind the 2nd Brigade, between Camp Christina and Castellan. The 30 guards were on standby. Their attention was mainly on the east. Captain Maltius raised the flag of the Legion. The Devers, on the other hand, were listening attentively to Led's report on the latest battle situation from his subordinate cavalry. "First team, attack. Second team, attack. 3rd Battalion, begin the attack. 7th Brigade and Lucania Brigade, attack." The advance of the 1st Battalion is a success, the enemy did not resist. 2nd Battalion's advance is progressing smoothly. 1st Main Company, pass the supply area and continue to advance. So fast? The Devers were a little surprised and asked, "How did they do it?" Leds answered, "The people around the supply area are all Turii freedmen and slaves who have defected to Crotone. When they saw us attacking, they all ran away. Capus and the rest went around this area and left a team to slowly clear the area. The rest of the troops will continue to advance." Yes, Capus made the right choice. The Devers nodded in approval. At this time, another cavalry came to report, "Second team has become 2 horizontal lines. First team has become 2 horizontal lines. Commander, our attack is very successful. The encirclement is shrinking rapidly." Assists was excited. Yes, it's going well beyond my expectations. The Devers exhaled to ease the tension in their hearts. They then asked Leds, is there still no movement in Castellan? No. It seems that the enemy's alertness and reaction to danger are very slow. Alpines won't be able to fight this time. The Devers now had the mood to joke. When the sports champion wakes up from his sleep, he must be wondering, where did his troops go? The people around them burst into laughter. In fact, the Devers' judgment was still wrong. It was not that the sentries of Castellan did not notice the abnormality in Crotone's camp. Although Crotone's camp was about 3 miles away from Castellan due to the forest and the river, they could not see the outline of the camp even if they stood on the city wall. However, the loud noise of tens of thousands of soldiers mixed together into a mixture of screams and exclamations could be vaguely heard by the sentries. Therefore, the sentries reported this abnormal situation to the captain. The captain thought to himself, Crotone's camp should be very safe. The Briti people in the west were blocked by the mountains and could not come at all. The Turii in the north had been burned, and they had the protection of the Triontu River. The Cremissa in the south had also defected to Crotone. The northeast was blocked by our Castellan. At this moment, Crotone had no enemies at all. Could it be that these arrogant Crotone people woke up early in the morning and were having a party again? Out of professional habit, he still sent a few cavalrymen to see what was going on. However, when the cavalrymen passed through the forest, they were ambushed by Alpine's archers and were all annihilated. As the encirclement continued to shrink, some companies even had to split into 3 lines because the line of attack was too tight. The surrounded Crotone army became more and more crowded due to the shrinking space. Melanchus and the other high-ranking officers were invited to the city for a party and could not return. However, the captain of the 100 men was still there, especially the officers who were sleeping in the middle of the camp. As soon as they sensed that something was wrong, they laboriously ordered their men to put on their armor, pick up their weapons, because most of them were drunk, and prepare for battle. It was just that the Amandorians' attack was too fast. There were deserters everywhere, messing up the hastily organized troops. But now that the shrinking space prevented the deserters from running around, the captain of the 100 men in brightly colored helmets became their backbone. We've been surrounded. We can only survive if we rush to the east. Charge east. The captain of the 100 men shouted in unison to attract the attention of the people around them. Under their leadership, they began to charge towards the direction of the sun. The Amandorians were facing their toughest test since the raid. Dracos did not panic at all when he saw the black mass of enemies swarming towards him. It was not the first time 2nd Brigade had encountered such a situation. Last time, they had blocked the ferocious Lucanian food attack. After a few months of training, they were more confident that they could fend off these unarmored, unarmed, and even naked enemies. Pass on the order, defend where you are. Dracos ordered the drummers. Each brigade was equipped with 5 drummers. In addition to conveying orders, they could also use the drumming to adjust the pace of the soldiers during the march, to keep the formation in line, and to boost morale. The rhythmic drumming sounded, and the flag-bearers of each company waved their flags. In fact, according to their judgment, the platoon leaders had already begun to order the soldiers to stop advancing and prepare for defense. The Crotone's charge was like a row of huge waves. Although majestic, its power was scattered. The defense of 2nd Brigade was like an iron wall. Although thin, it was very strong. The two armies collided. One had been maintaining an offensive posture and had expended a lot of energy, the other had been running since the beginning and was exhausted. One was fully armed, and the other was not. One had fewer people, and the other had more. The two sides engaged in close combat, and the outcome was obvious. However, the Crotone finally showed their courage in this critical moment. If they had no weapons, they would use their bodies to ram and their feet. If they were stabbed by spears, they would hold on tightly with both hands. For a moment, 2nd Brigade was in a tough battle. When the Devers received the news, he immediately ordered the rest of the brigade, increase the speed of attack and try to get the enemy to surrender. At the same time, he asked Leds to quickly call Alpines to lead the light infantry back to assist 2nd Brigade in attacking, while he led the guards to the front. When the Legion's flag appeared behind 2nd Brigade's defense line, the high and mighty bronze statue of Pluto shone golden under the light of dawn, the morale of the soldiers of 2nd Brigade who were struggling to hold on was immediately boosted. "Dracos, can you still hold on?" the Devers deliberately asked the platoon leader who was commanding from the rear. "Commander, we will soon be able to beat the enemy back." Dracos gritted his teeth, turned around and shouted to the drummers, "Beat the drums to attack. We must attack." Under the gaze of the commander-in-chief, under the sound of the drums to attack, the soldiers perked up. Although the formation of only 3 rows was relatively weak compared to the enemy, they began to counterattack. They swung their shields forward with all their might, and thrust their spears into the gaps that were exposed. If the enemy grabbed their spears, they would pull out their sabers and slash. Originally, the battle between the Greek infantrymen was frustrating. The muffled sound of metal colliding with shields, the crisp sound of spears piercing armor, and the ear-piercing sound of sabers slashing at each other. No matter how long they fought, they might not be able to defeat their opponent. But now, every swing, every thrust, every slash could be heard from the enemy, the sound of metal piercing into flesh, and the string of blood droplets from the sabers. The 2nd Brigade's swift counterattack stopped the enemy's charge, and the courage of the Crotone soldiers, who were mostly unarmored and unarmed, quickly diminished in front of an impregnable wall. The light infantrymen who soon arrived fired arrows and stones at the back of the Crotone's charge line, preventing their reinforcements from catching up and forming a combined force. The last thing that tipped the balance of the battle was the fierce attack of the other 3 brigades. The encirclement was shrinking rapidly. The Crotone soldiers in the center were almost squeezed together, and it was difficult for them to even turn around, let alone break out. Nearly 10,000 people were tightly surrounded in this circle with a circumference of less than 1 mile. Arrows and stones kept raining down from the sky, and cries of surrender kept ringing out from all directions. People kept screaming and falling down, and fear quickly spread among the enemies. The freedmen and slaves were the first to kneel and surrender. They were followed by the soldiers of Silatina, Cremissa, and Castellan. Castellan's city defense team waited for a long time, but the cavalry did not return. The noise in Crotone's camp seemed to have disappeared. Out of curiosity, he personally led 10 cavalrymen out of the city through the south gate, crossed the pontoon bridge, and went west through the forest that was not too big. Nothing seemed out of place. Alpine's light infantry had already hidden the corpses of the cavalrymen and erased the traces, until they rounded the bend of the Trianta River and climbed up the slope with difficulty. The scene that appeared in front of them was shocking. The wide flat land where the Crotone's camp was in a mess. Collapsed tents, scattered weapons, running horses, and pack animals were in a mess. What was even more frightening were the densely packed corpses, the heavily injured soldiers who were struggling in pain, and the bright red soil that was soaked in blood. There were many fully armed soldiers in the center of the camp, surrounding even more disheveled people, and from the encirclement, they were escorting out rows of captives with their hands tied behind their backs. Great fear gripped the heart of the patrol leader. The Crotone were defeated? While these terrifying and unfamiliar enemies had yet to discover them, the patrol leader hurriedly turned his horse around and galloped towards Castellan city. "Commander, Castellan's cavalry has returned to the city," Leds rushed over to report. "Assists, inform the 7th Brigade and the Lucania Brigade to set up an ambush in the forest. It's very likely that Castellan city. No, it should be Melancius, will give us a big gift. Leds, continue to closely monitor Castellan city's movements." The Devers ordered. Yes. Leds received the order and left. The assists ordered the orderly to rush to the north. After a while, the Devers asked the assists again, "Inform Melancius cavalry, how long has it been since they left?" "About half an hour. Commander, there are too many things in the supply area. Due to the attack, some of the pack beasts were injured and some ran away, so we don't have enough animals to carry the supplies," assists said with some concern. Devers smiled faintly and pointed at the captives who were squatting on the ground under the threat of weapons. "Those are not ready-made beasts of burden. Let them carry the supplies back to Turii. It doesn't matter if they walk slowly, it will exhaust their strength anyway. These Crotone players, who have been through years of competitive training, can still be of some use." "Aya, why didn't I think of that?" "Commander, you always come up with good ideas." Assists praised loudly with exaggerated movements. "Yasi, it would be great if your ability to do things could become as good as your ability to say nice things." After the victory, the Devers were also in a good mood. He joked with the assists for a while, then said, "Let's go and see the soldiers. They are the true heroes of this victory." Thus, in the horrified and sorrowful vision of the captives, in the distance, a shining golden flag was slowly moving closer. Under the flag, a general wearing a distinctive purple, white, and red crown helmet appeared on the battlefield. The cruel, merciless, and ferocious-looking enemies immediately let out thunderous cheers. "Devers! Devers! Victory! Victory!" The smarter ones among the Crotone captives immediately thought that this general was probably the Archon Devers of Amendolara that they had insulted before. These enemies were the owners of the buildings under Amendolara that they had burned. At that time, they had laughed at the cowardice of the Amendolara citizens. Now, they were trembling under the spears of these cowardly enemies. The chief general of Castellan, Amicals, was shocked when he received an urgent report from the city defense captain. He immediately sent someone to inform Melanchus and his subordinates. Melanchus was sleeping soundly in the hotel with a high-class prostitute in his arms. He was extremely displeased when he was forcibly woken up. When he heard the anxious report from his subordinate, he was immediately startled awake. He said with hope in his heart, "Maybe the enemy broke into our camp and was captured by the soldiers." Timorous shook his head worriedly. The people of Castellan said, "The flag of those heavily armed soldiers looks blurry from afar, but its shape is strange. It is definitely not the flag of the Crotone. Melanchus, we must go and rescue them." You're right, you're right." Melanchus never thought that when he was returning triumphantly, he would encounter a sudden blow. He could not suppress his panic. "Quick! Come with me to find Amicals and ask him to send all the citizens of Castellan to rescue them immediately." Of course, Amicals could not promise Melanchus everything. He had to ensure the safety of Castellan first, but he did not dare to reject Melanchus' request and offend the Crotone. Moreover, there were also soldiers of Castellan trapped in the camp. Therefore, he hurriedly gathered 700 public militiamen, led by Melanchus and his subordinates, and went to rescue them. Melanchus marched quickly towards the camp. Timorous advised him to be more cautious, but Melanchus said, "According to the intelligence of the people of Castellan, the enemy has fewer people than us. The reason why they won is probably because of a sneak attack. Now they are still in place and want to turn our soldiers into prisoners. Our sudden attack will definitely surprise them, and at the same time, it will also arouse the resistance of the surrendered soldiers. We will attack them from both inside and outside, and the enemy will be defeated by us. I want these thugs who dare to violate the Crotone to pay a heavy price." Melanchus was like a red-eyed gambler, looking forward to the last big bet to win back all the money he had lost before. When his troops marched through the forest, they were attacked by the Amendolan light infantry who had been lying in ambush. The light infantry led by Epithenus rained arrows, flying stones, and throwing javelins at them, causing a large number of casualties. While the morale of the Castellan soldiers was low and in a panic, the Lucarians, armed with Greek sabers, rushed into the enemy's formation like tigers pouncing on sheep. "Commander, the reinforcements of the Crotone have been defeated. Other than a few who escaped back to Castellan, the others were either killed or captured," Leds reported excitedly. Devers nodded, but he was not very happy. This was a well-prepared ambush, and victory was easy. Seeing his calm expression, Led said, "Those Lucanians also captured 2 of the generals of the Crotone, Melanchus and Timorous." "Oh." The Devers smiled, not because they had captured the enemy's commander. "The Lucanians have made a great contribution again. They can reduce their sentence by another half a year." When the Lucarians cut the column of Castellan's people into several pieces, Melanchus' years of experience in the army told him that failure was inevitable. He immediately turned to run, but the Lucanians seemed to have locked onto him. After paying the price of a few casualties, they pinned him down and dragged him to the Devers. "Melanchus, we finally meet." A young voice with a gentle tone rang beside his ear. Melanchus struggled to raise his head. His handsome face was scratched by the sand and stones that were dragged along the way, and blood blurred his vision. He blinked hard, an unfamiliar young face appeared in front of him. "Who are you?" "The Consul Devers of Amendolara." "Amendolara? Devers?" Melanchus, who had been hit in the head, was a little slow to react. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Amendolara? Amendolara. You are too despicable. Without declaring war, you sneak attacked us. You have violated the tradition of the Greek city-states and tarnished the honor of the Greeks. The Greek city-states will punish Amendolara. Champion of the Olympia, you are too egotistical. Dave sneered. When your army stepped into Amendolara's territory without permission and burned our buildings, the war had already started. As for sneak attacks, I vaguely remember an athlete's maxim: the winner proves his strength with action, the loser can only cover up his weakness with excuses. Am I right? Melanchus lowered his head and pleaded in a low voice. I hope you can treat me and the soldiers well. The Crotone will pay Amendolara a sufficient ransom. It is not up to me to decide how to treat you well. Then, who is it up to? The survivors of Thurii. When Melanchus arrived at the Crotone camp and saw the mountains of supplies, he immediately smiled. But he soon became distressed because these carts could not cross the river. Devers said confidently, that's easy. We will cross the river from the ferry. So, the soldiers of Amendolara and the people who rushed over packed up all the valuable things in the Crotone camp, including the weapons, armor, and linen shirts of the dead enemies, formed a long line, and marched east. Through the forest, they could see the city of Castellan on the north bank of the Trionto River. Devers could even hear the panicked cries of the enemies on the city wall. He jokingly said to Melanchus, didn't you say that there were not enough pack animals? We can borrow them from Castellan. Melanchus really did ask someone to borrow the pack animals. The chief general of Castellan, Amicles, and the others saw from the top of the city wall that the heavily armed Greek infantry marched proudly on the south bank. Under the escort of their shields and spears were dispirited, blood-stained captives carrying heavy loads. There were also excited civilians in civilian clothes and a pack full of supplies. This long line of troops went around the city and went straight to the ferry. Every Castellan citizen looked nervous and confused, but there was no anger or greed. That was because Castellan had lost more than half of its soldiers. Now that the city was not defended, no one dared to provoke this terrifying army. Where did they come from? A member of the council asked nervously. Amicles looked at the direction of the troops and said uncertainly, they are going north. It is very likely that they are Amendolara. Could it be the mercenaries who defeated the Lucanians? General Gorky's eyes widened. Very likely. Amicles was even more certain of his guess after hearing Gorky's words. Perhaps only they would dare to defeat the powerful Crotone. They have sent people, someone shouted with a trembling voice. The people on the city wall, from the soldiers to the general, became nervous. We are the citizens of Amendolara. The consul Devers has asked us to borrow 100 pack animals from you. We will send them back to you after we are done with the transport. The voice of the person could be heard clearly on the city wall. Everyone looked at each other. The Devers. The rumored hero who saved the tourists. The consul of Amendolara. Amicles smiled bitterly. This was the second time he had saved the tourists, but the people of Castellan had also suffered. On the city wall of Castellan, the general and the council members agreed after a short discussion. It was not because of Diver's good reputation of keeping his promises, but rather, according to Amicles' words, if Amendolas annihilates and captures Crotone's large army, the situation in northern Magna Graecia will definitely change. We need to be careful. Moreover, many of Castron's citizens may become Amendolas' captives. We need to leave a good impression on Amendolas so that we can negotiate with them in the future. In the morning, the few tourists who had woken up saw the people of Amendolara who had rescued them gathering and crossing the pontoon bridge towards the south. They were shocked and uneasy. Are the Amendolarans going to abandon us? By noon, the tourists, some freedmen, and slaves who had woken up looked at the empty camp. Helplessness and despair in their hearts reached the extreme. They knelt on the ground and wailed. As for Cornelis, Strompoli, and a few others who told them that Amendola was fighting against Crotone's army and had already won, they couldn't believe it at all, with some of them even cursing out loud in anger. At this moment, someone shouted in horror, "Look! Quick, look! The army is coming!" The Tulii people hurriedly looked back, only to see a mighty and majestic army, led by a strange military flag they had never seen before, striding vigorously across the pontoon bridge, marching in their direction. "That's our army. It's the army of Amendalara. They've returned victorious." Cornelis, the governor of Amendalara, did not agree to fight with the Crotone in the previous Senate meeting. Although the decision was passed, he had been hiding his uneasiness. At this moment, he was cheering like a child. Cunegurata stared blankly at the approaching Amendalara army. There was only one voice echoing in his mind, the Amendalarans won. They actually won. They defeated the powerful Crotone army. The tourists were skeptical. Soon, as the vanguard of the army reached the north bank of the Kratai, and drew near them, they saw under that strange banner, at the head of the procession, Devers, the young and gentle consul of Amendalara. At this moment, he was fully armed, but not wearing a helmet. He was waving at them with a smile on his face. The scorching sun shone on his shiny armor, emitting the most dazzling light. He looked like a god from the heavens. At this moment, some sharp-eyed people noticed that there was a person walking behind the Devers horse. His hands were tied behind his back, and he was naked. He was being dragged forward by the horse. If he slowed down, the guard's spears would leave a wound on his body. Why did this person look so much like Melanchus, the demon who ordered the burning of Turris? Could it be that Crotone's army was really defeated by Amendola? There was no doubt about it. Behind the vanguard, they saw Amendolan soldiers holding spears, escorting young men who were also naked and carrying heavy loads on their backs. The procession stretched to the south, and they could not see the end of it at first glance. The tourists looked at the unbelievable scene in front of them. Tears flowed from their eyes. They cried, laughed, screamed, and threw things at the Crotone soldiers. Some even went up to fight them like madmen. The Devers stood on a makeshift wooden platform. His eyes were fixed on the tourists who quickly gathered with the elderly and the young. He spoke with a solemn but emotional voice, "People of Turris, the Crotone have invaded your homeland in the past few days. You have lost your loved ones, lost your homes, and cried helplessly on the ruins. But the gods did not abandon you. They allowed your neighbors, the brave Amendaras, to not fear their enemies and defeat the demons who destroyed Tilii. They allowed the kind Amendalara to help you, who lacked food and clothing. The night will pass, and the light is right in front of us. Without homes, we can build more comfortable houses. Without cities, we can build stronger ones. Without the temple, we can build an even more magnificent one. Turi people, wipe away your tears, straighten your chests, and join hands with the people of Amandara. Together, we will build a better home that will not be invaded by foreign enemies." Again the tears of the Turi people burst into tears, and they rejoiced and worshipped Davos, the hero who had twice saved Turi, as if he were a god. The Devers ordered the captured high-ranking Crotone officers, led by Melanchus and Timoras, to be brought to the wooden platform and handed over to the tourists to decide whether they should live or die. The tourist cheers reached a climax. They swarmed the Crotone officers, using rocks, wooden sticks, fists, and teeth to vent their anger. Soon, the Crotone officers were badly mutilated, but the tourists did not stop, even when their enemies were lying on the ground, dying. Ansitanos, who was watching the bloody scene, sighed, "I'm afraid Turris will be different from now on." Cunegurata pointed at Divers, who was standing at the side of the wooden platform and watching the execution of the Tilii people, and said with a serious expression, "It's not that I'm afraid, but Tilii will definitely be different." Ansitanos was silent. In the afternoon, the Devers convened an emergency meeting of the Senate of Turin and invited Cunegurata, Ansitanos, Buccos, and a dozen other prominent and influential citizens to attend. The list even included Plesinas and Polixus. The assists were puzzled and asked, "Sir, why did you invite Plesinas, a shameless and untrustworthy villain, to attend the meeting?" The Devers said seriously, "To us, Plesinas is an untrustworthy villain. To the Turin, he is a patriot who does not hesitate to destroy his own honor for the benefit of the city. We should respect such a person." "What about Polixus?" "He is a deserter." The Devers did not answer. He had asked Cunegurata. Although Cunegurata was betrayed by Neonesis and Polixus, he still suggested that the Devers invite Polixus to attend the meeting, because the Polixus family had always been very influential among the Turin Piotia immigrants. Plesinas had been restless ever since the people of Turin came to rescue the people of Turin. He even wanted to leave Turin and emigrate to other cities. When Amandalara's messengers found him and sent him an invitation, he was still skeptical. The messenger told him what the Devers had said, and Plesinas actually shed tears. The Turin, who had been taken care of by the people of Amandalara for the past 2 days, felt guilty and blamed Plesinas for destroying the friendship between Turin and Amandalara. Even his relatives were distancing themselves from him. He was very grateful for the Devers' affirmation. At the same time, the invitation to Plesinas also showed the Turin that Amandalara was willing to let bygones be bygones, and many Turin who had worked against Amandalara were relieved. At that time, because the conditions were simple and crude, the meeting was held on the grass. Everyone sat cross-legged on the ground in a circle, surrounded by guards. At the meeting, the Devers proposed that the Turi-Amendola Union be established. The citizens of the 2 cities would share a consul and a senate. They also invited the Turis present, including Cunagurata, to join the senate and become a member of the senate of the new union. This was a suggestion that the Devers had discussed with the senators of Amandara beforehand. The Turis were weak, and they relied heavily on Amandara's help and protection. Moreover, they could become senators of the Senate, so why not? The news quickly spread to the Turis, and most of them cheered. The main reason was that if the alliance was established, they would be able to accept the aid and protection of the powerful Amendalar soldiers without any qualms. They would not have to worry about betrayal or abandonment because they would become a family. When the cheers reached the ears of the new Turis who were in the meeting, their last concerns disappeared. Then, the Devers said that since the Turis and Amandara had become a family, the laws of Amandara would also apply to the Turis. The rights and obligations of the Amandarans would also apply to the citizens of Turis. Except for a few Turis senators who slightly disagreed with the bill that citizens who owned land would have to pay an annual land tax of 1%, the Devers' proposal passed by a large margin. Then, the Devers proposed that the slaves who participated in the battle against the Lucanian army would be granted freedom. The freedmen who participated in the battle against the Lucanian army and did not betray the Turis and join the Crotone army would become citizens of the new union. The leaders of the freedmen who caused the rebellion and caused the fall of the Turis would be sentenced to death by the Turis. This proposal was passed without any controversy. Because through the burning of the city of Turis, the Turis also had a deep reflection. They realized that it was precisely because the Turis broke their promise and mishandled the freedmen and slaves that it was one of the main reasons for the disaster. After listening to the Devers' proposal, Plesinas was slightly embarrassed. Unexpectedly, the Devers proposed that Plesinas be responsible for the execution. This was a good opportunity for Plesinas to wash away the stain on his name. Once again, he was grateful to the Devers. In fact, most of the freedmen who participated in the Battle of Lucania participated in the rebellion and followed the Crotone army to transport the spoils of war to the Crotone army, but they were captured by the Amandaran army. The slaves, on the other hand, lost control because of the fall of Turis. Most of the miners and slaves fled deep into the mountains, while most of the slaves in the city chose to stay. Because instead of fleeing elsewhere, most of them would still become slaves. If they were captured by the indigenous people, their situation would be even worse. It was better to follow a familiar master. Other than the lack of freedom, their lives were still passable. There were very few freedmen and slaves who truly met the conditions of the proposal, but for the freedmen and slaves who still lingered around the ruins of Turis and had yet to leave, it was undoubtedly great news. Because they believed that the rumored consul did indeed have a good impression of the freedmen and slaves, and he was also a consul for life, which meant that in the future, they would have more opportunities to gain freedom and become official citizens. Stabilizing the freedmen and slaves' emotions and arousing their enthusiasm for the new alliance, the safety of the Turis was guaranteed, because they far outnumbered the Turis. The first Senate meeting of the Turis-Amandaran alliance was highly efficient. Proposals to help the reconstruction of Turis were passed, and Cunagurata was proposed by the Devers and elected as the Turis city governor with a large number of votes, including the votes of the Turis senators. The main reason was that Cunagurata disregarded the past and did his best to help the Turis, causing the Turis to feel guilty. In addition, the shrewd Turis senators knew that the political situation would be dominated by the Amandarans for a long time in the future, so in order to gain the favor of Cunagurata, they had to work hard to make Cunagurata speak up for the Turis. Since the 2 cities were not far from each other, apart from the official position of the chief executive of each city, the rest of the official positions were shared. According to the needs, there would be deputy positions or assistants assigned to each city to perform their duties. At the same time, the Tourist Reconstruction Committee was established, headed by the Devers and assisted by the two city governors, Cornelos and Cunagurata. They would lead the reconstruction of the entire Turris. In the end, Buckos asked the question that the tourists were worried about: what if the Crotone attack again? The Devers' expression did not change. He smiled and said, I think we can let the military officer answer this question. Felicia stood up and said, Senators, let me give a brief account of the results of this battle. We sent out a total of 4,895 soldiers, killed more than 6,000 people, and captured 9,000. This is a very high casualty rate. On average, an Amendaran soldier killed more than one enemy. According to normal battles, no matter how powerful the Amendolan soldiers are, such a situation shouldn't have happened. It's only because it was a sneak attack, and the Crotone soldiers were drunk, asleep, unarmed that they suffered such a high casualty rate. On the other hand, we only suffered 72 deaths and 200 injuries. As soon as he said this, the Talii elders were dumbfounded. Felicius continued, among the 9,000 prisoners, there are about 5,000 Crotone soldiers. This is mainly because when the Crotone set up their camp, they arranged for the soldiers of the other cities to be on the periphery. Felicius glanced at the Devers. We can use these prisoners to force the Crotone to negotiate with us. If the negotiation fails, I see that although Turris was destroyed by fire, the walls are mostly intact since they are made of stone. We can organize a large number of people to quickly repair the walls and defend against the Crotone's attack. At the same time, we can ask for help from Tarentum. Will Tarentum help us? Buckos was doubtful. After all, the Turris had tried the same thing before. Tarentum had sent messengers as a token, but after the persuasion failed, there was no more movement. With the Crotone greatly weakened, not only will Tarentum help us, but Rockley will also take action. Cunagurata, who was familiar with the situation in Greece, said, Lord Consul, we should organize the manpower now and first build the walls. Also, we must immediately try to form an alliance with Tarentum. We have always been allies with Tarentum. Aminta said abruptly. That's not the same. Back then, it was Amendola that signed a contract with Tarentum. Now, Amendola has become the Turris, the Amendola alliance, Antonios explained to him in a low voice. Aminta scratched his head in embarrassment. Lord Cunagurata, you have reminded me that we really need Tarentum's help now. Although the Devers said this, he did not think that Tarentum's help was necessary, but it was important to understand Tarentum's attitude. Originally, Amendola was just an inconspicuous ally of Tarentum. Suddenly, it became an alliance of two cities, and its strength soared. What would Tarentum think? Cunagurata was reminding him. Therefore, the Devers gave him a look of gratitude. Marigi and Ansitanos were ordered to go to the Senate of Tarentum. It seems like the Devers, who are blessed by the gods, have created another miracle. Artuta sighed from the bottom of his heart. There was no jealousy in his eyes, but more curiosity. I want to know how the Devers defeated the Turris. Marigi briefly told them about the battle with Amendolara, emphasizing that Amendolara attacked at night and the Crotone were too proud and unprepared. Not only did they not build their camp seriously, but they were also drunk and other reasons to reduce the degree of surprise. However, the senators of Tarentum were still shocked by the Devers' military prowess. It was obvious that the young consul's last victory over the Lucanians was not by luck, nor was it mainly due to Tarentum's reinforcements. The senators of Tarentum became cautious in their treatment of the emissaries from Amendolara. Omarkas, one of the consul, said, People of Amendolara, since you've won, why are you still in Tarentum? Are you here to show off your achievements? The people of Amendolara have always respected Tarentum, who once saved us. We never dared to have such thoughts. Marigi bowed respectfully and said, I'm here this time because the Turris, who lost their homeland, have formed an alliance with Amendolara, so we must revise the alliance with Tarentum. What did you say? The Senate was in an uproar. The Turris have formed an alliance with you? What alliance? Could it be that Amendolara used force to occupy the land of the Turris? Just like how the mercenary leader occupied Amendolara. A senator of the Senate said loudly. I object to this sir's statement. Marigi said angrily. What you said is not only an insult to our consul. It's also an insult to Amendolara. I find it hard to believe that this came from the closest ally of Amendolara. Sir Diomyres, you're wrong. I was there on the day of the Citizens' Assembly and saw with my own eyes how the Amendolan people warmly invited the mercenaries to become Amendolan citizens. Akita took the initiative to stand up for Amendolan. Even though Archita was endorsing Amendolara, Diomyres still retorted, if it wasn't for Amendolara's coercion, why would the tourists choose to form an alliance with the weak and poor Amendolara instead of the rich and powerful Tarantum? Diomyres is right. If it wasn't for Amendolara's military threat, the tourists would definitely have chosen Tarantum. Many senators immediately echoed. The people of Tarantum were too proud of themselves. Marigi sneered in his heart and immediately wanted to refute, but he was stopped by Ansitanos. He stood up and said gently, respected elders of Tarantum, my name is Ansitanos. I was originally a general of Talii and have visited Talii many times. Some of you should know me, such as Lord Marcus and Lord Decidimus. The elders who were called out by him could only nod. As a Turii, I swear to Apollo that Amendola did not threaten the Turii with force. On the contrary, when the city of Turin was conquered by the Crotone and the Turin thought that they had been abandoned by the gods, only the weak Amendola refused to submit to the mighty Crotone. Even when the enemy's army was pressing down on their borders, they still maintained their alliance with the Turin. When the city of Turin was burned down and the tourists lost their homes, it was the Amendola who came in time and helped us selflessly. When the ruthless Crotone burned down the city, a crime unheard of in the history of Greece, robbing all the resources that the tourists relied on for survival and leaving unpunished, not a single city-state in Greece stood up to uphold justice. Only the weak Amendola dared to fight against the mighty Crotone, the enemy of our tourists, and even avenge the tourists. Which city-state could have done what Amendola did to the tourists? The tourists regarded Amendola as a hero who saved them and regarded Amendola as their own family. Therefore, they were willing to share a consul, a senate, and the rights and obligations of citizens with Amendola from the bottom of their hearts. They were like brothers in a family, without any distinction between you and me. This was the natural choice of the tourists. After listening to Ansitanos's affectionate words, the Senate of Tarantum fell silent. Some even felt ashamed. After a while, Consul Marcus said coldly, Amendola and the tourists have become allies, and their strength is much stronger than before. The prestige of Amendola alone is enough to deter other city-states from invading. It seems meaningless to talk about an alliance with Tarantum. Marigi put on a sincere face and said, before I came, Sir Divers had repeatedly told me, Tarantum lent a helping hand during Amendolar's most difficult time, and he is Amendolar's great benefactor. No matter what happens to Amendolara in the future, my gratitude to Tarantum will never change. I hope to be a long-term ally of Tarantum and be on good terms forever. I hope to repay this kindness in the future when I have the chance. The Senate of Tarantum fell silent again. Another consul, Decidimus, stood up and said, now, the two emissaries from Amendola and Turris, please leave for the time being. We will discuss the alliance. Everyone, it is said that Consul Devers of Amendola is a very young man. Young people are often full of energy and ambition. More than half a year ago, he was a mercenary leader. Now, he is a lifelong consul of two cities. Such a fast promotion and expansion speed is very similar to that of the man in Syracuse of Sicily. That's why I don't trust him very much. Diomyres expressed his concern, I'm afraid that if Tarantum forms an alliance with them today, one day they will turn the spearhead against us. Diomyres' words caused the senators to laugh. Diomyres, you are too timid. The 3,000 to 4,000 citizens of Amendola and the remaining few thousand of Turris add up to less than 10,000 people. Why would Tarantum be afraid? Are you really from Tarantum? Whether Amendola and Turris can survive the anger of Tarantum is a problem. Do they still have time to think about other things? Amidst the mockery of the elders, Diomilus sneered and said, everyone, when Talii was first established, our ancestors in the Senate of Tarantum also mocked us like you are today. What happened in the end? We were defeated by the tourists twice in a row. But it seems that we haven't learned our lesson. After listening to Diomyres' words, some of the senators seemed to be in deep thought, while some looked unhappy and scolded. The original tourists had the strong support of Athens. Otherwise, the final winner would have been us. The current Amendola and Turris are far from being comparable to the former Turris. Diamyras, if Tarantum has to worry about this, then what are we still doing here? We might as well emigrate as soon as possible. I'm reminding everyone that Tarantum needs to be vigilant against Amendola. Amendola has such a terrifying archon with military talent. Now that it has merged with Turris, it is likely to develop into a powerful state in the northern part of Greater Greece in the future, causing trouble for Tarantum. In order to prevent such a situation from happening, we don't need to support it. Instead, we need to deliberately limit its development. Diamyras persuaded patiently. Archita immediately stood up and said loudly, since Lord Diamyras is afraid of Amendola, then we should ally with them because the Devers have always kept their promises. Whether it was previously hired by the Turris, when the Turris suffered a crushing defeat and faced the danger of being surrounded by the Lucanian army, he still led the mercenaries to stay and turned defeat into victory, or when the army of Tarantum was forced to the gates, he still did not give up on the alliance with the Turris. This means that once the new alliance with Amendola is formed, not only will Divers, the life consul, not harm Tarantum, but they will also lend a helping hand when Tarantum is in trouble one day. At this time, Desidemus said in a deep voice, Archita is right. Senators, don't forget what the biggest threat to Tarantum is. It's not Amendola, nor is it Turris, but the Messapi who have surrounded Tarantum. The Messapi are already difficult to deal with, and the damn people of Athens have taught them heavy infantry tactics and armor making. Now, they are getting more and more difficult to deal with year after year. Look at how many people they kill and how much farmland they destroy every year. Our roots and temples are here, not in Amendola, not in Turris. Tarantum only has one city, but the Messapi occupy most of Apulia. If they are allowed to develop like this, I'm afraid that in the future, the people of Tarantum will lose all the land outside the city and be trapped in the city. This is the real reason why we have advocated the establishment of the Great Hellenic Defense Alliance in recent years. It's a good thing that Amendola and Turris have formed an alliance. When we encounter difficulties in the future, they can give us more help. So, why can't we form an alliance with them? There was a long silence among the senators, and most of them looked solemn. Therefore, in the end, the proposal to form an alliance between Tarantum and the Amendola-Turris alliance was passed. When the two sides concluded the alliance, although Tarantum promoted the new alliance to a relatively equal ally, it still proposed that Tarantum would be the leader in future joint military operations. When the news of the Crotone army's defeat reached Ciudad Crotone, the whole city was shocked. There was a heated debate in an emergency meeting in the city hall. Chief General Myron cursed Amendola as despicable, referring to the sneak attack, and Melanchus as incompetence. He proposed to organize another army to fight against Amendola and restore Crotone's reputation. Lysias attacked Myron, arguing that it was his order to burn the city that caused the surrounding city-states to feel uneasy and turn against Crotone. Now that Crotone had suffered a great defeat, they should not use their weapons to avoid being besieged by Rockley, Tarantum, Amendola, and other city-states. Both sides had their own supporters, and there was no compromise. Half a day later, news deliberately spread by the Amendola-Turii alliance, hereafter referred to as the Tua alliance. The Tua alliance had captured more than 5,000 Crotone people, about 1,000 Isprostum and Syrians, 1,200 Kermissa and Castellan, and more than 1,000 freedmen and slaves. The sad people of Crotone heard the news and saw hope. They gathered and went to the city hall to pressure the council to ransom their loved ones. At this time, another news came: the Tua alliance and Tarantum had formed an offensive and defensive alliance. Myron finally stopped insisting. After discussion, the council finally decided to send Lysias as an emissary to Turii to ransom the Crotone captives in the hands of the Tua alliance. If necessary, they could sign a truce. Lysias led the emissary group to the north by boat. They caught the wind and arrived at the mouth of the Crati River in less than half a day. Here, he saw a surprising scene: countless merchant ships were densely lined up at the mouth of the river like wooden walls. Ships sailed out from between the wooden walls from time to time, and ships continued to converge from all directions. Wasn't the city of Turii burned to the ground? Why were there still so many merchant ships trading here? Lysias was puzzled. Soon, his doubts were answered. A simple fishing boat came to greet them. "Hi, are you here to trade or to discuss business?" a man at the bow said loudly. After receiving Lucius's instructions, the attendant asked, "What do you do? Do you see the pattern on the sail?" The man pointed his finger upwards with a proud look on his face. The black hair on the sail was like a flame wrapped around the weapon in the middle of the sail. It was the symbol of Hades, the double-pronged fork. Do you know that our consul Davus is the descendant of Hades? My name is Sequirian, and I'm now the navigator appointed by the commercial officer, Lord Marigi. I'm in charge of maintaining the smooth navigation. You have to tell me what you're here for, or I'll have to ask you to leave so that you don't block the navigation of the ships behind you. Lysias hesitated for a moment before making a firm decision. We're envoys from the Crotone, here to negotiate with the Tua alliance. There was no anger, no insults, or any other abnormal emotions. Instead, Sebastian's expression was calm. He nodded and said, "You people of Crotone sure are patient to only arrive now. The envoys from Castellan, Cremissa, and Silatina have arrived long ago." Lysias' heart skipped a beat. The attendant asked curiously, "Why aren't you angry?" "Why should I be angry?" "It's because you're people of Crotone." Sebastian shrugged. "You burn Turii, but I'm not a citizen of Turii. I'm just a free man. On the contrary, I'm quite grateful to the Crotone." Sebastian smiled mysteriously and said, "Let's not talk too much. Quickly follow my boat and don't block the navigation." Sebastian's fishing boat led Lysias' boat into the Creti River and sailed upstream. Lysias looked at the northern estuary. He could vaguely see a few simple wooden docks on the shore. Goods were constantly being unloaded from merchant ships and transported by carts to an earthen enclosure not far from the docks. It seemed to be located in the old city of Barris. Lysias furrowed his brows. When the Crotone had sent envoys to question the Turii on why they had violated the agreement, everyone in the council had agreed. However, Lysias had objected to the idea of sending troops to attack Turii to avenge the envoys. He believed that accepting the Turii's apology and receiving more compensation had already achieved the Crotone's goal. There was no need to send more troops to battle. It would be a waste of manpower and resources, and he was afraid that accidents would happen. In the end, after the Crotone's crushing defeat, the Turii no longer cared about the Crotone's attitude and began to make use of the old city of Barris again. "You haven't said why you're thanking the Crotone?" one of the envoys asked loudly at the bow of the boat. Sebastian replied loudly from the fishing boat, "Isn't it obvious? If the Crotone hadn't burned Turii, there wouldn't have been an alliance between Amendola and the Turii, and there wouldn't have been a Devers as our Archon. He's the descendant of the Hades and has such a noble status, but he cares about the people very much. Not only does he not discriminate against us freemen and slaves, he's very friendly, just like he treats his own citizens. Have you heard of the Amendola Immigration Act proposed by the Devers?" "Oh, no, it should be called the Immigration Act of the Tua Alliance now." The Crotone man shook his head. Sebastian gave him a look that said, "You're ignorant," and explained the general content of the Immigration Act loudly. He then said excitedly, "The Devers said that after the initial construction of Turii is completed, the act will be implemented. Anyone who wants to become a Turii citizen and behaves well can apply for registration with the census officer. I heard that once you become a probationary citizen, you can join the army and fight for a piece of land. My comrades are working hard now, wishing that Turii can be built by tomorrow. Who knows, I might be an official citizen by the next time you come." Seeing Sebastian's intoxicated expression, someone couldn't help but refute, "I've never heard of a city that would allow outsiders to become citizens so easily. Maybe this Immigration Act is a lie, made up to make you work hard for them." "Shut your mouth, don't spout nonsense." Sebastian was furious. The Devers announced this act in front of all the freemen and slaves. How can it be fake? Do you know who the Devers are? When faced with the threat of the Turii, he would rather cut ties with them and pay for the freedom of the escaped slaves. When faced with the Crotone army, he would rather fight you than cut ties with the occupied Turii. Lord Devers has proven that he is a man of his word. So, I believe what he says, all of us believe him. If you weren't an envoy here to negotiate, I'd feed you to the fishes in the river right now." The Crotone people blushed and wanted to curse loudly, but Lysias stopped his followers' impulse. Sebastian stared coldly at the movements of the ship behind him. Seeing that the situation had quietened down quickly, he was a little disappointed. He purposely spat at the river behind him and ignored them. Lucius fell into deep thought. Based on what he knew, Tural's current population was probably no more than 3,000, while Amendola's population was estimated to be at most 4,000. Crotone's population alone was more than 30,000, and there were also the affiliated cities of Espuzdum, Silatina, Corunna, and so on. The difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, if the Tua alliance could make use of the tens of thousands of freemen and slaves here, it would definitely be worth paying attention. However, how could their loyalty to the city compare to that of the natives who had been citizens of the city for generations, who had come from all over the world in such a hurry to become citizens of the city? Lysias deeply doubted it. He stared at the river and saw many fishing boats with double-pronged patterns on their sails coming and going, unusually busy. When the towering city wall appeared in front of them, Lysias knew that they were almost at the city of Turii. He looked at the towers on the city wall. In the past, the two towers were connected by an iron chain, which was quite spectacular. When the enemy ships attacked, the iron chain would be lowered to prevent the enemy from entering Turii through the water. However, this time, Melanchus had used a spy to directly attack the south of the city, rendering the iron chain useless. Now, it had disappeared. Melanchus must have cut it off. Thinking of Melanchus, although Lysias did not have a good relationship with Melanchus, and their governing philosophy was completely opposite, he could not help but feel sad when he heard about his tragic fate. He was beaten to death by the Turii people. His body was so bloody that it was impossible to tell that he was human. Sebastian's fishing boat docked at the port of Turii. He got off the boat first and ran to report the situation to a group of soldiers stationed at the dock. The group of soldiers quickly came over under the leadership of the captain. The Crotone people noticed that even in the city, the group of soldiers still maintained a complete formation. "General, we should disembark," the attendant reminded Lysias, who was thinking. Lysias, who came back to his senses, looked around. He had been to Turii several times. At that time, the port of Turii had more than a dozen docks, some made of stone, some made of wood, and there were hundreds of ships docked there. The port area had warehouses, hotels, and residences, and it was bustling and messy. Now, there were only a few lonely stone docks here, and everywhere was scorched black. Of course, this was the masterpiece of the Crotone people. Lysias calmly disembarked from the boat. The group of soldiers also calmly checked them. After confirming that they were the emissaries of the Crotone, a soldier immediately rode to report to the Senate, while the emissaries continued to wait in place. "I will be like that in the future," Syrian shouted confidently, full of hope for the future. "Untie the ropes, let's go to the estuary." Lysias was also sizing up the patrol captain in front of him. "Are you citizens of Amendolan?" The captain glanced at him and said, "No, we are citizens of the Tua alliance." "Oh, I'm sorry." Lysias asked politely, "I would like to ask how the Crotone soldiers are doing now." "I can't tell you where they are being held, because that is a military secret." The captain said seriously, "But I can tell you that they are doing well now, and the Devers have even asked the hospital to treat the injured soldiers. But if your negotiation fails, their situation may not be so good. I heard that the Turii senators in the Senate strongly suggested sending them to mining." Lysias was shocked. Sending captives to mining was definitely a death sentence. He remembered that when the Athens army attacked Syracuse in Sicily and failed, about 5,000 to 6,000 people were captured and sent to mining. After a few years, almost all of them died. This made him a little nervous. After a while, the soldier rode back and whispered in the captain's ear, "Take the furthest road." The captain immediately understood and said to the Crotone emissaries, "The Senate has agreed to meet with you. Let's go." The group passed through the ruined port and entered the city. The Crotone emissaries could not believe their eyes. Compared to the deserted port just now, there were people everywhere. It was extremely noisy. Men, women, old and young were all busy. Some were clearing away the ashes, carrying stones and rubble. Some had already started to consolidate the ground according to the instructions of the craftsmen, and started to lay down stakes on the ground. More people were building wooden frames, laying stones, and piling up bricks by the side of the city wall. Some were making mortar, carrying bricks and wood, and pushing drinking water. The entire main city of Turiai had become a large construction site. People were sweating profusely and passionately rebuilding their homes. They were so focused that when the Crotone emissaries passed by, no one looked up. Although thousands of men were working at the same time, it was noisy but not chaotic, and they were organized in perfect order. Lucius noticed that some people with red ribbons on their heads played an important role. They directed and coordinated the operation of the construction site, and the real person in charge was a skinny old man. He constantly patrolled the surroundings, stopping to refer to the drawings when he found any problems. Then, he would talk to the people around him, and soon, someone would rush over to correct it. "Who is he?" Someone in the Crotone envoy group asked curiously. "Heraclid, a disciple of the Greek master architect Hippodamus," the captain replied. Heraclid had originally planned to direct the construction of the road from Amendolara to Turiai after the warehouses and hotels were completed. However, when he heard that the Senate was preparing to rebuild Turin, he volunteered to design and preside over the rebuilding of Turin. The Devers readily agreed, and put forward some of their own requirements for the construction of New Turin. Heraclid had mixed feelings about this city that recorded the glory of Heraclid and where he lived for 20 years. He was too familiar with it. He could walk around the whole city with his eyes closed, and he could count the height of every place, the curvature of the river. He poured all his emotions into the tip of his pen, and finished the blueprint of New Turin in one night. The Devers were impressed when they saw it. After that, Heraclid spent every day at the construction site. He was full of energy, and he meticulously supervised the operation of the reconstruction. His passion for work also infected the people who were already rebuilding their homes, and the progress of the reconstruction was constantly accelerated. The Crotone envoys, of course, did not know how respected the skinny old man was in Turin, and they certainly did not remember who Hippodamus was. They responded politely and turned their attention to other places. Lucius asked casually, "I'm afraid there are more than 40,000 people working here, right? There shouldn't be so many people in Turin. Could it be that the Amandorians are among them?" "We Amandorians do have some, but most of them are freedmen and slaves." The captain looked at Lucius, as if he knew what he was thinking, and said without hiding it, "You must be wondering why these freedmen and slaves are working so hard. It's not only because they may become residents of this city in the future, but also because the consul Devers passed a temporary decree in the Senate. Widowed Turin women are allowed to marry freedmen, but only if the woman is willing." "What?" Lucius was shocked. "People of Crotone, you should know that not counting the citizens of Turin who were massacred after the Crotone took over, more than 10,000 citizens died in the war with Lucania. Almost all of the people in Turin are widows, and I heard that the Turin were going to issue a decree to allow citizens to marry more than one wife. You can see how much men Turin is lacking." The captain revealed a faintly discernible smile. "It's great now. In order to gain the favor of the Tulii women who are busy rebuilding their homes, these freedmen are naturally working hard. You should know that once a Turin woman takes a fancy to them, not only can they marry a wife, but they can also immediately become a citizen of Turin and get a house. Although they can't get any land, as long as they join the army in the future, it won't be a problem. Come to think of it, these fellows are really lucky to have so many cultured and beautiful Turin women to choose from. Back when we were in Amendola, captain, stop complaining. Your wife is a famous beauty in Amendoland, Persia. Don't you know how much the other citizens envy you?" A soldier could not help but say. "Ha! Ha! Ha!" The captain laughed shamelessly. "Of course. Of course. My wife is the most beautiful woman in all of Amendoland other than the consul's wife. Beautiful and cultured. I'm just complaining on your behalf. You didn't come at the right time. My Lucanian women are good. Not only are they passionate, they're also tall, and this place is huge." A soldier patted his chest and said in an intoxicated manner, "The Greek women can't even compare." A group of soldiers began to argue about which family's women were more beautiful. The more they talked, the more vulgar they became. Lucius was no longer interested in listening. The laws issued by the Tua alliance were completely rebellious to the orthodox Greek nobles like Lucius. In Crotone, a city-state that had been built for hundreds of years, and the clans and phratries were extremely stable, it was impossible to implement them. But he had to admit that for the Turin who had lost their homes and a large number of strong citizens, It was a good way to quickly boost the power of the city-state. But a Turan that could quickly recover its strength and prosper, and a Turan that was a sworn enemy of Crotone, was not what Lucius wanted to see. Thinking of this, Lucius followed the team out of the city worriedly. On the way to the camp, he happened to see a dozen groups of soldiers training. They seemed to be playing a game. There were about 50 people on each side. In fact, it was a squad. They used long wooden sticks wrapped in coarse cloth as spears, and crude wooden boards as round shields. Both sides charged and stabbed like they were in a real battle, until one side was forced to retreat behind a white line drawn with lime powder, and the game ended. The soldiers of the losing side had to crouch down with their hands behind their back and jump around the field, known as frog jumping, as punishment. The scene was quite fiery and intense, and it was obvious that this game was a simulation of actual combat. Lucius saw with his own eyes that several soldiers were stabbed and were immediately bandaged and treated, but the enthusiasm of the soldiers did not diminish at all. They kept clapping and cheering, fighting to enter the field. The soldiers' blood and desire to fight were evident. Someone in the emissary group asked curiously, "Is this how you usually train?" The patrol leader chuckled and said, "We train once every 5 days, and each training session lasts from morning to evening. There are many training programs, and this is just one of the less intense ones." The Crotone people of the emissary group looked at each other. It was obvious that the military training of the Tua Alliance was much more intense than that of the Crotone militia, who spent most of their time in the arena. Lucius did not completely believe the captain's words, but he could tell that Amendola's troops were strictly trained and experienced, or else they would not have been able to defeat the Crotone army so easily, even if it was just a sneak attack. Entering the camp, they came to the big tent in the center. The patrol leader went in to report while Lucius and the rest waited outside. At this moment, a person came out of the big tent. Lucius glanced at him and felt that he was familiar, but he could not remember who it was. The person did not expect to meet Lucius at this time either. He was stunned for a moment before regaining his composure. He smiled at Lucius and immediately turned to leave. Lucius stared at his back, trying to remember who he was. "Sir Consul, you are invited in." The patrol leader's voice came from behind. Lucius composed himself, opened the tent flap, and walked in. The patrol leader led the soldiers out of the camp, and his serious expression immediately turned into a smile. "Brothers, how was my performance just now?" "Captain Olivers, you performed too well. Very serious and serious, completely different from your usual self." A soldier praised. "I think it was a little lacking. There was a part in the middle where you made jokes about women. It's too unbecoming of you." Another soldier raised his objection. "No way, Captain, you're taking this opportunity to retaliate." Xenotimus cried out. Olivers laughed and said, "Let's go, brothers. We'll continue to patrol the city and teach those free people who fight over women a lesson." "Yes, Captain." A group of soldiers laughed and walked towards Turii city. There was a long wooden table in the tent, and a few people were sitting opposite it. In the middle was a young man. Lucius had heard that Amendola's Archon Devers was very young, so it was obviously him. Beside him was a man with a thick beard. He happened to recognize him as the former chief general of Turii, Cunigurata. The other person didn't look like a Greek. Cunigurata also recognized Lucius, and whispered to the Devers to introduce him. The Devers listened while sizing up Lucius. This middle-aged man from Crotone was slender, handsome, and had a well-trimmed beard. He looked very elegant, but according to Cunigurata, as the leader of Crotone's conservative faction, he was able to be elected as a general for 10 years in a time when Crotone's conservative faction was declining. He was definitely not an easy person to deal with. "I'm Lucius, representing Crotone to negotiate with the Turi Tua Alliance." Lucius stepped forward and said, "Welcome, General Lucius." The Devers stretched out their right hand and gestured for him to sit on the opposite side of the wooden table. Then they looked at him calmly and said, "We've been busy rebuilding Turii city recently, and we also have to meet with the emissaries from various cities. Time is very tight, so just tell us what you want." Lucius didn't expect the Devers to be so direct. He coughed a few times to hide the surprise on his face. Then he said loudly, "If that's the case, I'll tell you what Crotone wants. We hope that the Tua alliance will release all the captives of Crotone and its allies. Then Crotone will stop fighting with the Tua alliance and achieve peace. Ha ha ha. Daphus raised his head and laughed sarcastically. The Croton people killed my citizens, destroyed my city, and stole my resources. Just because they agreed to a ceasefire, they want to pretend that nothing happened. They even want us to unconditionally release the culprit who caused this disaster. I wonder if the Croton people are too naive or too shameless? Lucius said with a sullen face, Sir Devers, don't forget that this war was not started by Crotone. Alright, I don't want to argue with you about who's right and who's wrong, please go back. The Devers waved his hand. Lucius was stunned. He didn't want to talk any more after a few words. The Devers' way of not playing by the rules made him angry. Sir Consul, aren't you afraid of fighting with Crotone again? We can organize another 20 to 30,000 soldiers at any time, and we won't make the same mistake again. The Devers heard Lucius' threatening words and raised his eyebrows. He said resolutely, when it comes to war, I'm not afraid. The alliance will never make the same mistake that Turii made before. We will first kill all the captives and use their blood as a sacrifice to the gods. Then we will use the strong defense of the city walls to make every step you Crotone take. You will have to pay with human lives. The people of the Tua alliance will not fear death and will never surrender. If the young die, the old die, the women will. If Turii falls, we will retreat to Amendolara. If Amendolara falls, we will go to Heraclea. As long as the enemy is still trampling on our territory, we will fight to the death with the enemy. The Devers' words made Cunagurata, who originally hated war, feel his blood boil. He blurted out, that's right, this is the Tua alliance's code of conduct in the face of invasion. Lucius was shocked by the other side's fighting spirit. He clearly felt that this newly formed alliance was not as weak as the Turii before, but more belligerent. Falling out with the Tua alliance and starting a war was not a good choice. He wanted to say a few words to ease the atmosphere, but he heard the Devers say loudly, Cunagurata, go and call back the emissary of Locke who just left. We need to have a good discussion with him about the terms of the alliance he just proposed. Emissary of Locke. Lucius' heart beat wildly. He suddenly remembered that the familiar person just now was Metatrophinus of Locke. He had negotiated with Crotone twice before, but he didn't remember him. Lord Consul, state your demands. Lucius had to be the first to give in. The Devers stopped Cunagurata, who had just stood up, and said, wait a moment. Mariki straightened his body and said loudly, the Tua alliance's demands are, first, because Crotone burned down the Turii city, causing the Turii people to lose their homes. In order to compensate for their loss and also rebuild the Turii city, Crotone needs to compensate the Tua alliance with 2,000 talent. Second, Crotone can ransom your soldiers. The ransom for each captive is 500 drachmas. At the same time as the culprit behind the burning of the city, these captive soldiers must serve in Turii for a year to redeem their sins. Third, Crotone must allow the Cremissa and Castellan to become allies with the Tua alliance. Fourth, the Tua alliance and Crotone's peace treaty will last for 5 years. During this period, both sides will not invade each other. After hearing this, Lucius shook his head, your demands are too high. Crotone can't agree. Thus, a long and drawn-out negotiation began. The Devers gave this difficult task to Marigi and then went to another tent not far away. Here, the Devers met with Armicles from Castellan. As the chief general of Castellan, the fact that Armicles came to Turii in person showed his attitude. As soon as he saw the Devers, he said flatteringly, I have long heard that the consul of Amendola is a hero favored by the god of hell. Seeing you today, you are indeed very different from ordinary people. The Devers smiled and said, General Armicles, why have you come to Turii? Armicles didn't answer directly. He said with emotion, Sir Devers, Turii, Amendola, and Castellan have a very deep history. We are all children of Sybaris. When Turii was founded, there were also some people who were descendants of Sybaris. We all come from the same place. In the past, when Sybaris was strong, Castellan and Amendola had a lot of relations. How peaceful it was at that time. Unfortunately, after the fall of Sybaris, Castellan was forced to join Crotone's alliance and was bullied. Fortunately, the establishment of Turiai allowed Castellan to become independent and enjoy a peaceful life for almost 40 years. When Crotone's army attacked Turiai, Castellan was small and weak and had no choice but to join Crotone's army. Castellan is sandwiched between the Crotone and the Tua alliance. It is very difficult for them to remain neutral. The Devers interrupted him and said seriously, since Castellan has a very deep relationship with Turiai and Amendola, why don't they rejoin our side? Crotone and we are currently negotiating. If an agreement is reached, Crotone will not interfere with Castellan's voluntary choice. As long as Castellan and the Tua alliance become allies, we will unconditionally release the captives of Castellan. As an ally of the Tua alliance, we will not interfere with Castellan's internal affairs. We don't need you to pay tribute. We only need you to agree to 2 conditions. What 2 conditions? Armicles asked eagerly. It was obvious that he was a little moved. The Devers smiled and said, first, after forming an alliance, Castellan will not sign any kind of agreement or covenant with other cities and forces. Second, when the Tua alliance goes out to war, Castellan must send troops to participate. The generals of the Tua alliance will have the right to command the entire army. After the battle, the spoils obtained will be distributed according to the ratio of troops sent by both sides. Armicles carefully thought about the 2 conditions and the benefits of joining the alliance. His eyes gradually lit up. After more than a day of negotiations, the ceasefire agreement between Crotone and the Tua alliance was finally settled. First, Crotone would compensate the Tua alliance with 30 talent in one go. It was very different from Marigi's initial asking price, but there was no other way. Crotone had only suffered a small setback. In addition to this war and the previous war with the Briti, the 2 consecutive wars had greatly depleted Crotone's treasury. If the asking price was too high, the agreement would not be reached. Second, the ransom of each captive was 200 drachmas, and they would have to serve in the Tua alliance for half a year. The Tua alliance had to ensure the safety and health of each captive, and allow family visits. Including the captives of Asprostum and Ziliton, the Tua alliance had more than 6,000 captives from Crotone and its allies. The price of each captive was equivalent to 4 cows. The price was not too high, but it was not too low either. If all the captives were ransomed, the Tua alliance would earn 200 talent. Furthermore, the Tua alliance only provided the captives with basic food and lodging. If they wanted to feed and clothe the captives, they would have to rely on Crotone and its allies. In fact, in the end, the captives' food was all provided by their families. The Tua alliance used the free labor of 6,000 captives for half a year. The families of the captives also brought in extra food and lodging for Turiai. Thirdly, Crotone would not interfere with Castellan's alliance with the Tua alliance, but Crimea must remain neutral. After all, Crimea was very close to Crotone. Joining the Tua alliance was like a sharp knife pressed against Crotone's abdomen. Of course, Lysias could not agree. Marigi did not insist either because the Tua alliance did not have enough power to help Crimea defend against enemy attacks. However, the Devers still decided to release the Crimissa captives in half a year according to the terms of the ransom with Crotone. The Crimissa emissary thanked them profusely and promised, "We will no longer be enemies with the Tua alliance." Fourthly, the Tua alliance could not form an alliance with Rockley or sign any agreement against Crotone. This was strongly requested by Lysias. Marigi pretended to be troubled. In fact, the Devers told him in private, "We have no plans to form an alliance with Rockley at the moment to avoid angering Crotone and causing the negotiations to fail." Marigi used this as a bargaining chip to force Lysias to make concessions in other aspects. Fifthly, from the date the agreement was signed, Crotone and the Tua alliance would maintain peace for 3 years. After that, the agreement could be renewed depending on the situation. The Crotone emissaries returned to their motherland with the preliminary agreement. After the council's confirmation, they entered the city of Turiai again. The attentive Lysias noticed that the walls of Turiai no longer had any traces of smoke and fire. The collapsed areas had been patched with newly built bricks and mortar. From a distance, it looked brand new. He was shocked by the efficiency and enthusiasm of the Turiai. In fact, he did not want to have any more conflict with the Tua alliance. However, before he left, Myron reminded him repeatedly that even if they wanted to sign a truce, it could not be for more than 2 years. Lysias understood that most of the generals and council members of Crotone, led by Myron, were not willing to accept this defeat. They were still planning to take revenge in the future. Crotone was famous in Greece for its athletic competition. The people's personalities were also branded with the qualities of athletes who did not want to admit defeat. This was somewhat similar to the Amendorans of the Tua alliance that he had been in contact with for more than 2 days. Lucius sighed softly and led the group into the tourist camp again. Apart from changing the time limit to 2 years, the other contents of the armistice agreement did not change much. Both sides sacrificed livestock to Apollo, chanted the name of the god aloud, and swore that the Crotone and Tua alliance would never violate the armistice agreement. Finally, they signed their names and the names of their respective city-states. Why sacrifice to Apollo? Because Crotone and the former tourists both worshipped Apollo as the patron saint of the city, it was easier for both sides to abide by the agreement. With the agreement reached, Lucius was in a hurry to return. The Devers and the others would not hold him back. Before sending Lucius onto the ship, the Devers said sincerely, "I hope the Crotone and the Tua alliance will never fight again." The Devers' sharp gaze made Lucius feel that the young consul had already seen through Myron and the others' tricks. He immediately said, "Apollo above, this is also my sincere wish." Standing at the bow of the ship and looking at the construction site of Tulii city that was still bustling with noise, looking at the merchant ships that were shuttling back and forth at the estuary, Lucius left Tulii with a heart full of worries. The Devers and the others watched Crotone's ship leave from the dock. Cornelius let out a long sigh. "We're safe now." "Yes, we're safe for now. I'm afraid Crotone will attack us in 2 years. Xianxia said calmly. "That's right. Otherwise, they wouldn't have specifically asked for a shorter armistice. Therefore, we must make full use of these 2 years to strengthen the Tua alliance as soon as possible, so that no faction that covets us will dare to invade us." The Devers encouraged the group. "That's right." The group spirits were roused. Consul, look at the compensation money in this armistice." Marigi immediately wanted to make a request. The Devers interrupted him and said, "All the compensation money will go to the national treasury, and Mercies will be in charge of safekeeping." Mercies instantly beamed with joy. "The reconstruction committee will be in charge of planning, managing, and spending the money. Just like the supplies we seized previously, it will all be used for the daily expenses of the people, the reconstruction of the city, and public works. Any department that needs to spend money will have to apply to the committee, and only after obtaining approval can they receive the funds. The treasurer will also be in charge of supervision." After the Devers finished speaking, Mercies winked at Marigi. Marigi was so angry that he turned around, not wanting to see him. "Also, on the first day of every month, Mercies, you must give a detailed report on the receipt and spending of the national treasury to the Senate meeting. If anything goes wrong, you will take full responsibility," the Devers said sternly. "Yes," Mercies replied weakly. "Alexis, go and tell the captives the contents of the agreement. Since the Crotone won't let them mine, we'll let them build roads. Build a road that connects Heraclea, Amendolara, Thurii, and Castellan. Let Heraclide's son, that young Heraclide. Yes, that's him. Let him be the commander of the entire road project. He'll bring a group of craftsmen to supervise and manage according to the blueprints." "Yes, Consul, Supervisor Alexis replied. "I can understand building a road that connects Heraclea, Amendolara, and Thurii. Why do we need to connect it to Castellan? Since the Crotone might launch an attack in 2 years, Castellan won't be able to stop them. Won't it make it easier for the enemy to advance if we build a road?" Ansitanos asked doubtfully. The other Thurii elders were all concerned. The Devers explained seriously, "If we build a road that connects to Castellan, our personnel and trade with Castellan will be more frequent, and our relationship will be closer. Castellan will be more dependent on us. With a road, our army and supplies will be able to reach Castellan faster. Castellan is also our ally now. We have the responsibility to maintain its safety. In the future, Castellan will be our front line to defend against the enemies in the south. Of course, building a road will make it easier for the enemy to attack us, so we'll try our best to keep the enemy out of our territory so that they can't use our road." Ansitanos and Xianxia were deep in thought. Some of the others were encouraged, while others were doubtful. After a busy day, the Devers returned to his tent late at night. He found someone waiting for him in the tent. "Andrea, why are you here?" "Did something happen to Kristoya?" the Devers asked hurriedly. Andrea bowed respectfully. "Honorable Consul, Madam didn't want to disturb your work because she saw that you were busy rebuilding Turii, but I think I should still tell you about it." "What is it?" the Devers asked eagerly. "A few days ago, Madam kept vomiting and couldn't eat. I suspected that she was pregnant, so I asked Sir Herpes to examine her, and it turned out to be the case." As soon as Andrea finished speaking, the Devers was pleasantly surprised. He asked again, "Is Kristoya really pregnant?" "It's true, sir." "That's great. That's great." The Devers hugged Andrea excitedly and spun a few rounds on the spot, completely ignoring Andrea's shyness. "Marcius," he cried, shouting towards the outside. "Marcius!" "What's the matter, sir?" Marcius walked in. "Hurry and get the horses." "I want to go back to Amendola," the Devers said eagerly. "Sir, it's too late now. It's not safe on the road." "Let's go back tomorrow," Marcius advised. "I can't wait. Kristoya is pregnant. I'm going to be a father. I want to go back and see her immediately." "Immediately," the Devers said with determination and excitement. "Congratulations, sir. This is a gift from Hera." "If that's the case, we'll escort you back," Marcius said happily. "Okay." The group of people rode out of the camp. The hurried sound of hooves woke up many people in the camp. "Who's riding in the camp this late? It's against the rules. I heard that the consul's wife is pregnant. He's rushing home." "Really? That's great news." Late at night, the quiet camp was filled with cheers. The Devers hurried home and went upstairs. He saw a little head poking out of the door and looking outside vigilantly. "Cynthia." He picked up his little daughter and kissed her hard. "It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? I need to spank you. You woke me up." Cynthia wiped the saliva off her face with her little hand and pouted. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize." The Devers smiled and patted her head. "Where's my brother?" "He's sleeping in there." "Where's Mom?" Cynthia hesitated and pointed to the master bedroom. The Devers put her down and patted her butt. "Go to sleep." Then, he strode to the master bedroom. Kristoya was reading an account book under the oil lamp. Hearing the footsteps, she turned around and was surprised. "Why are you back? If I didn't come back, you would have kept it from me, right?" The Devers pretended to be angry. He sat next to Kristoya and hugged her with one hand and patted her plump butt with the other. "How dare you not tell me that we have a child? Do you think you deserve to be punished? You know everything." Kristoya put her arms around the Devers' neck. "Did Andrea tell you?" Devers gently stroked Kristoya's smooth belly and said, "Until our child is born, do you hear me?" Despite Devers' domineering tone, Kristoya enjoyed his strict attitude. She rested her head on Devers' chest and replied softly, "Got it." Devers gently moved the sleeping Kristoya away and carefully got out of bed. He tiptoed to the side room and lit the oil lamp in the alcove beside the window. The flickering light illuminated a smiling bronze statue of Hera. Devers knelt down and prayed sincerely for the first time. His eyes were filled with tears of excitement, but what came out of his mouth was not Hera's hymn. "Dear Father and Mother, do you know? Your son has a child in this world. I hope you can bless him to come to this world smoothly, grow up healthily, continue my bloodline, and pass on my career." In the palace on Ortygia, Dionysius was discussing important matters with Philistos and Leptines. At this time, his chief of intelligence, Hipporinus, walked up to him and handed him a piece of information. Dionysius read it and could not believe it. "Is this true? I've confirmed it before. When has there ever been a mistake?" Hipporinus said coldly. Dionysius did not care about Hipporinus' attitude. After all, Hipporinus was his father-in-law and was one of his colleagues who firmly supported him in the process of obtaining power in Syracuse. Dionysius exclaimed loudly, "Unbelievable, that young leader of the mercenaries won again. And this time, he even defeated Crotone, the troublemaker of Rockley. It was just a sneak attack. After reading the information from his brother, Leptines clearly did not appreciate the way Devers won. My brother, you must understand, whether it's a sneak attack or a head-on battle, as long as he can win, it's praiseworthy. And he was able to win twice in a row despite being outnumbered. It seems that this person is indeed a powerful general, Dionysius said seriously. He suddenly sighed. Devers. Devers. What a pity. What a pity, my lord, do you still want to recruit him? Philistos asked. Dionysius shook his head. He's obviously not satisfied with being a mercenary leader. He succeeded in becoming Amyndolere's life consul. Now that he's defeated Crotone, I'm afraid he's thinking about how to bring Turin under his rule. This young man is not simple. I've underestimated him. Looks like I'll have to pay more attention to him in the future. Got it, Hipporinus replied. Dionysius sighed to himself when he saw Leptinius's nonchalant look. This brother of his was loyal and diligent, but he was a little lacking in scheming. But it was precisely because of this that Dionysius had entrusted the heavy responsibility to him, and not to those with ulterior motives. The lesson of his father-in-law, Hermocrates, must be kept in mind. Hermocrates was Dionysius's former father-in-law, the leader of Syracuse, and the hero who defeated the invasion of Athens. The Democrats of Syracuse were worried that he would be a dictator, so they instigated the people to expel him. He even led the people of Sicily to resist Carthage's attack. In the end, the Democrats of Syracuse were so terrified by his brilliance that they tricked him back to Syracuse and killed him. By the way, how's Herolas now? Dionysius remembered the man he had neglected. He's been quiet for the past few months, Hipporinus said. So, Dionysius said to Philistos, Herolas has rested long enough. Philly, call him back to help you prepare for the war this time. Yes. Philistos's face was full of joy. Dionysius looked at Philistos, then at Hipporinus, and thought of Herolas far away in Egypt. It was these people who firmly supported him in his most difficult times that he was where he was today. Herolas should still be loyal to him. This time, it was just a small warning to him, so that he would not speak carelessly in the future. After instructing Philistos to do this, Dionysius felt a lot more relaxed. He turned his attention to the matter he was most concerned about. How's the migration of the Leontini to Syracuse going? It's all settled. They're busy adapting to the new environment, so their performance is considered stable, Philistos replied. That's good. Dionysius turned to look at Leptinus. How's the progress of the craftsman making that thing? It's a success. Leptinus was waiting for his brother to ask about it. He said excitedly, it's too powerful. It's a weapon of the god of war. It can shoot a stone weighing 10 pounds 100 meters away. A normal city wall would definitely collapse if it was hit by a dozen stones. Very good. Reward the craftsmen for me and get them to make more of these things, but keep it a secret. If anyone leaks it, I'll kill their entire family. Dionysius said viciously, next year, I'll give the Carthage a shock. Why don't we attack now? Leptinus asked, puzzled. We've already conquered the Greek city-states in eastern Sicily, outside of Messina. We have a large army and powerful siege weapons. The cities of Carthage and western Sicily cannot withstand our attack. We have to be careful when dealing with Carthage, because they can transport thousands of soldiers from Africa at any time. We have to be 100% confident before we go to war. Dionysius said in an unquestionable tone. During this period, Cunegurata had been busy with the reconstruction of Turiae. He stayed at the camp every night, and it was rare for him to find the time to go back to Amyndolera. After dinner, his eldest son, Sostatus, rushed back when he heard the news. He shouted with a smile on his face, Father, you're finally back. Yeah. Cunegurata snorted. I heard that you've been wandering around and didn't participate in the reconstruction of Turiae. Are you still a citizen of the Tua Alliance? I should be thankful that I didn't applaud when the city of Turiae was destroyed. It's impossible for me to work with those murderers who killed my brother and bullied my sister. Sostatus looked indignant. At the same time, he explained, but I haven't been wandering around either. I participated in the military training organized by Amyndolera 4 times. To be honest, the military training in Amandalara is quite complicated and arduous. I almost died of exhaustion after each training session. No wonder, amen. No, our public militia is so strong. Also, the football game invented by the consul is quite interesting. When Sostatus mentioned his dead brother and sister, it was as if the scar in Kunigarada's heart had been reopened, causing him to look dejected. When Sostatus noticed this, he immediately changed the topic. He pretended to be excited and said, "Other than military training, I've been helping the commercial officer, Sir Marigi, the rest of the time." Father, you don't know this, but ever since we spread the news that Turai needs a large amount of resources for reconstruction, a large number of merchant ships have come from all directions. Our market tax rate is low, our service is good, and our management is strict. The merchants from all the cities are full of praises for us. Now, the merchants who have settled in have filled up our port. The market that was just built isn't enough anymore. We have to expand it, but all the manpower is with you now. I think Sir Marigi will come to you the day after tomorrow at the latest. Is that true? Kunigarada had been staying in Turai all this time, so he had no time to inspect the port. He did not expect that Marigi and his men had roughly built a port and market at the estuary and Sabaris 2 months ago. It had become so prosperous in such a short time. Of course it's true. I helped Sir Marigi keep the books, so I remember it very clearly. We spend about 10 talent every day to buy the materials we need for reconstruction. At the same time, we earn 8 talent from the taxes we collect and the goods we sell. Where else do you think you get the resources other than wood and stone to build the city? Sostatus said confidently. Devers are good at using people. I didn't expect Marigi, a Persia, to be so good at business. Kunigarada exclaimed. He glanced at his son and said calmly, "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Kunigarada knew his son very well. The warehouses and hotels at the foot of Mount Amandallara were burned down by the Crotone people. Now, the Crotone captives are about to rebuild them. I heard from Sir Marigi that he wants to auction off these new warehouses and hotels and rent them to the people of the Tua Alliance to earn money. I want to join, but I don't have enough money. I want to borrow some from you, father. How much do you want? 5 talent, Sostatus said after mustering his courage. That was almost half of Kunigarada's wealth. Are you going to rent them all? Yes, father. The merchant ships of Turai are gathering, but our port hasn't been built yet. A lot of merchants and sailors can't find a place to stay or store their goods. On the other hand, there are warehouses and hotels in Amandallara. Moreover, the road between the two cities is under construction. I think we can earn a lot of money by taking these warehouses and hotels. Sostatus said confidently. Kunigarada sighed with a pained expression and said, the Devers built these warehouses and hotels in Amandara in hopes of increasing revenue for the treasury and benefiting the people at the same time. You're monopolizing all the warehouses and hotels, and we're outsiders. What do you think the people of Amandara will think? I think doing business is the same as managing a city. It's not just about making money, it's also about winning the people's hearts. Kunigarada warned his son earnestly. In fact, he really wanted to say that Devers was the role model for Sostatus to learn from. After observing him for a while, he realized that the young leader was not only talented in military affairs, but he was also a genius in politics. Just look at every proposal he put forward. He always considered the problem from the perspective of the city-state and the people. He rarely took care of his personal interests. Therefore, people seem to have forgotten that he was actually the only lifelong consul. As long as the Devers were like this, Kunigarada was willing to work for him. Father. I understand, Sostatus answered reluctantly after some thought. It's good that you understand. Kunigarada smiled in relief. He thought of something and asked, Sostatus, it seems like you're preparing to go into business instead of public service? Can't I be a public servant and a businessman in the Tua Alliance at the same time? Sostatus asked doubtfully. Of course you can. Since you like to stay in the market, why don't you become a tax collector under Marigi? But you have to pass a test. Test? How can I be a tax collector if I can't count? That's too easy for me. In a few days, the Tua Alliance public service law proposed by the Consul Devers will be promulgated. All Tua Alliance citizens will have the right to hold public service and receive a salary. Hunagorata decided to give his son a hint. Isn't that the same as the Athens Games? So Status exclaimed. It's not quite the same as the Athens Games. You'll understand when the time comes. Hunagorata said calmly, but he was sighing in his heart. The promulgation of this law will probably make the people who already support the Devers love him even more. What an amazing young man who dared to think and act. 3 months after the peace treaty between the Tua Union and the Crotone was signed, the road from the ferry of the Cini River to Thurii was completed. On the same day, the Lucanians who had participated in the construction of the road were rewarded by the Tua Union Senate. Half a year of labor was reduced. Thus the Lucanians were reduced to 1.5 years' labor. 2.5 years' labor had been reduced for the war with Crotone. And because we captured Melantius and other high-ranking officers, another half a year was reduced. Of course, they and the Crotone captives had to continue repairing the road to Castellan. After the road between Heraclea and Thurii was built, the wide, flat, and solid road sped up the movement of pedestrians and carts. The journey time was reduced by at least 2/5, and it was especially convenient for vehicles. In fact, when the slaves and captives were familiar with the process of building the road, the progress was very fast. The main difficulty was the bridge. This section of the road had to cross 4 rivers. Apart from the Cini River, which was on the border between Amendolara and Heraclea, there was already a pontoon bridge. It was impossible to enter Heraclea to build a bridge, so 3 more bridges had to be built. Moreover, the Devers demanded that the bridge must be flat, not pontoon or arch bridges, so that it would be easier to transport goods. Little Heraclides spent most of his time thinking about how to build the bridge. He consulted not only his father, but also experienced carpenters, and even 2 Pythagorean apprentices on what geometrical supports would make the bridge more stable. After thinking it through, he presented his bridge plan to the Devers, which was approved by the Devers. However, the consul made a request that the captives should not be allowed to build the bridge, but the citizen soldiers should be allowed to participate. At the same time, the Devers also ordered that on the military training day, the soldiers must participate in the construction of the road in the morning. The Devers wanted the soldiers to master the skills of building roads and bridges, so that they could be prepared for future battles. Heraclid, Jr., directed the soldiers to first tie the logs in pairs, sharpen one end, and drive it into the riverbed at an angle. Then, 10 meters parallel to the tree stump, another set of logs was driven into the riverbed, symmetrically and obliquely. Then, between the 2 sets of logs, a stout log was placed in the gap at the top of the logs, for the 2 logs were fixed together. Then, after fastening and tying the logs together, row after row of piers was completed. Then, they laid planks on the piers to make the bridge deck, and the main body of the bridge was completed. The subsequent work was much easier. They made guardrails, added supports to the piers to prevent long-term water impacts, and so on. After 7 days, the first 15-meter-long, 9-meter-wide flat bridge was built across the Burano River. With the experience of the first bridge, the construction of the subsequent bridges was even faster. When it came to the construction of the 3rd bridge, it only took 2 days to complete. The Devers were full of praise and asked little Heraclid to write the steps of building the wooden bridge into the military law of the Union of Tua to guide the army in battle. Young Heraclid was greatly encouraged, but then he was troubled, for the bridge over the Crati was even more difficult. Though it was to be built west of the city of Thurii, where the pontoon bridge had once stood, and with the delta as a buffer, the Cassini was still more than 20 yards wide, and the water was too deep to cross. Little Heraclid had to first figure out how to drive the bridge piles into the riverbed more easily and steadily. Just as he was thinking hard, the Devers, in order to encourage and stimulate him, said, "Now the Union of Tua is only building wooden bridges. In the future, we will build stone bridges, and 3-layer galley warships can pass under the bridges. If you can do all these, then you will become a master bridge builder and be remembered by future generations." The Devers' words made little Heraclid feel pressured, but at the same time, it ignited his fighting spirit. A few days later, the reconstruction of Thurii came to an end for the time being. Countless free people flocked to the registration office. Raphias, the registrar, received tens of thousands of applications to become Turii citizens in a single day. He was so busy that he had to ask the Senate to send more people. The Senate was also holding a meeting to discuss the construction of a large square to accommodate tens of thousands of citizens to hold meetings and gather troops when the Union went to war. I have no objection to the construction of a large square. From Raphia's letter for help, we can see that our official citizens will easily exceed 10,000 in a few years. After nearly half a year of training as the chief executive of the city of Amendola, especially the work of rebuilding Tulii in the past 3 months, Cornelis had gained a lot of experience and confidence. He talked and laughed calmly in front of dozens of elders, even eliciting a knowing laugh from the group of elders. Then, Cornelis raised another question, but I doubt that the Senate needs to build a meeting hall for 600 people. Right now, the Senate has less than 50 people. Building such a large meeting hall will not only waste the manpower and resources for the reconstruction of Turii, but also make us sit in such a large meeting hall to discuss issues. It won't be nice either. Some of the senators agreed with Cornelis' words. At this moment, the Devers stood up from the grass. The senators of the Tui Union were holding a meeting in the open space of the camp because the hall had not been built yet. He immediately attracted everyone's attention. Not only was it his proposal to build a large meeting hall, but to the Turii senators who had just survived a disaster, the Devers, who had saved Turii twice and was the highest authority in the new union, was in awe of him. The reconstruction of Turii is not only to rebuild our people's homes, but also to consider and plan for the future development of the union. Therefore, we have built better roads, better bridges, better ports, bigger squares, more orderly streets, and an elevated water bridge that has never been seen before. In the future, the new city of Turii will be one of the most beautiful cities in Greece and even the whole Greek world. Then, the Senate, as the center of power of the Union, the place where the elites of the Union have to discuss and decide the life and death of the Union, the place where the people pay attention to and the neighbors often visit, will remain the same as before. We can be frugal, but the people will not agree. They will say, look, that little Senate doesn't match our beautiful city at all. It makes our beautiful Turii look ugly. The senators chuckled, and many nodded in agreement with the Devers. At this moment, someone said, Lord Consul, we can make the meeting hall more beautiful, but we don't have to make it so big. The Devers found the voice a little strange. He looked at it and saw that it was Polixus, whom he had met once before. He nodded and said, I propose to build a meeting hall that can hold 600 people. I'm thinking about the future. The elders of Amendarara know that there were only about 20 people in the Senate half a year ago. Now, there are close to 50. Perhaps in the future, we will have to invite other city-states or tribes to join our alliance. Shouldn't we bring the elites and tribal leaders of their city-states into the Senate, just like what we are doing now? Let the new city-states and the alliance become one, stabilize the hearts of the new citizens, and ensure their interests. That's right. For example, 1 year later, the Vespa tribe will ask to join us and become citizens of the Union. Or Castellan, maybe one day it will also ask to join the Union. It was the first time that the tourists had heard of the Devers' ambition, and they were all very surprised. Bucco's eyes widened as he looked at the Devers, who was standing in the circle and talking freely. He remembered that he had gone to great lengths to invite him to Greece because he was a capable mercenary leader. He did not expect this young man to have such great ambitions. Not only did he want to save tourists, but he also wanted to change the political situation of Greece. According to the Devers, a council of 600 people meant that the alliance would have to merge many city-states. The other Tulii people were also whispering to each other. Some of them even asked the people around them, who was Vespa? They were either doubtful or excited, but most of them did not raise any objections. After all, it was with the help of Amendolara, led by the Devers, that the tourists and them were lucky enough to be reborn. Before they were familiar with the young senator's style, they did not dare to raise any objections. Only Polixus asked, there has to be a limit to the number of people in the Senate, right? It can't be expanded indefinitely. 600 people. This new hall can only accommodate 600 people. When this number is full, I believe that the situation of our alliance will be very different. At that time, there might be new laws and a new council, the Devers said without hesitation. The confidence of the Devers made Polixus jealous. When they first met, the young man had to look at him when he wanted to talk to him, so he could not help but say, "Unfortunately, I'm afraid I won't be able to see that day while I'm still alive." As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. The Devers stared at him and said calmly, "Sir Polixus, I believe that you will see it." In an instant, Polixus felt the back of his shirt soaked in cold sweat. Although the Devers did not reprimand him, he felt an invisible pressure. He quickly lowered his head and did not say another word. Kunigarata quickly changed the topic. "Mr. Consul, senators in the Senate are lifelong. These outsiders have become senators through this method. How can Alliance citizens become senators? Although your question has nothing to do with whether to build the Senate chamber or not, I'm still willing to tell you my thoughts." Devers retracted his gaze, organized his words, and slowly said, "Our current public officials are elected once a year. I don't think this practice is very appropriate. For example, if Amintas was elected as the supervisor, Amintas immediately shouted, 'Sir, I'm not interested in architecture at all.'" Everyone burst into laughter. "I know, it's just a metaphor." Devers also laughed. "Amintas doesn't know anything about architecture, but in this position, he has to serve the people, so he has to devote his energy to understanding and learning. By the time he grasps the basics of construction and understands the needs of the various parts of the alliance, his term will be up. In this year, he will have done almost no effective work. If he is given another year, his work as a supervisor will definitely be much better than the first year, because he will have a basic understanding of the entire construction aspect of the alliance and the needs of every city for public buildings. So in the third year, his work efficiency will be even higher, because he is already completely familiar with it. He can apply for funds from the Senate and instruct architects, craftsmen, laborers, and slaves to build large buildings and maintain public facilities, and he has already achieved some results. Don't you all agree?" Everyone nodded thoughtfully. Amintas shouted, "Yes." Everyone laughed again. "So, the selection of public officials in the alliance is both a waste of time and inefficient, so we should break it. But as for the specific number of years for each public official, we will discuss it in the future. Now, back to the problem of Kunigarata." Devers faced everyone and said seriously, "According to the bill we are about to promulgate, every citizen has the right to hold public office. In my opinion, a citizen who has just reached adulthood at the age of 18 and wants to become a senator of the Senate, first he must hold 3 or more of the lowest public office for 5 years, such as being a patrolman, firefighter, household register scribe, and so on. At the same time, he must also join the army and participate in at least 2 major battles, and so on. Only then is he qualified to apply to the Senate for a higher level of public office. At this time, he has rich work experience at the bottom level, a strong body, and is familiar with war. Based on his performance, ability, and specialty, the Senate can decide whether to appoint him as a city defense captain, fire captain, household register, supervisor, commercial officer, financial officer, inspector, and other mid-level positions. This is when he is about 30 years old. Next, he must hold 2 or more mid-level public offices, and be a company captain or even a brigade captain in the army for 3 years. At this time, he should be 40 years old. At this time, he will become mature, familiar with politics, able to handle complicated situations, and able to lead troops to war. At this time, he can apply to join the Senate, and the Senate will decide whether he can become a senator based on his performance. And the chief executive of a city can only be a senator in the Senate. I don't know if you accept my idea? Yes. Yes. Young people should exercise more. The senators shouted in unison. We don't have to worry about it for at least 20 years. This was the idea of a few mediocre people. The senators selected in this way would definitely be the best of the best. An idiot like Xianxia would never become the chief general in the alliance again. Kunigarata completely agreed with this idea in his heart. It seemed that he had to hold more public office and accumulate administrative experience, so that he wouldn't be looked down by young people in the future. Only a hard-working person like Helos had this idea. Most of the senators agreed with the Devers' idea, because whether it was the extension of the term of public office or the restriction of being a city's chief executive, it was more to protect the interests of the current Senate senators. However, some people raised objections. There are only so many public offices in the alliance, Xianxia said with concern. If the term of office is extended, I'm afraid many people won't be able to get it. There are only so many positions now, Xianxia said with concern. But in the future, there might be people who will rush to a city hundreds of miles away to take up the position. By that time, every city will probably need low-level officials such as low-level census officers and low-level financial officers. Then, they will be managed by high-level officials such as census officers and high-level financial officers under the Senate. We, the Senate, need to establish a committee to supervise, manage, and evaluate the performance of these public officials. The ambition contained in the Devers' words made some people excited, and some doubtful. But overall, everyone was very happy, because the establishment of a new committee would give many idle senators something to do, and they would have a lot of power too. Only Merces was anxious. There will be so many public offices in the future, how much will their salaries be? Everyone laughed again. The Devers had no choice but to say, we'll discuss the salary later. The resolution to build a 600-person Senate meeting hall was passed, and the next step was to discuss the construction of the temple. Logically speaking, there was no need to discuss the construction of the temple. They could just rebuild the temple on the original site. The senators didn't have much objection to this, and the resolution was about to be passed. At this moment, Plisinus stood up and loudly expressed his opinion. I oppose the reconstruction of the Temple of Apollo. Everyone was stunned. Plisinus was very satisfied with the effect of his words. He glanced at the Devers, completely ignoring the surprised expressions of the crowd, and continued loudly, because our devotion to Apollo did not exchange for the protection of the sun god. The betrayal of the freedmen, the occupation of Turin, the entire city was crying, but Apollo turned a blind eye to it. Even the gods couldn't stand his inaction, so his temple was also spurned and burned to ashes in the flames. Plisinus blamed the destruction of Turin on Apollo, which seemed to be blasphemy. But Apollo, as the guardian of Turin, couldn't even protect his temple in the end. This indeed made the senators who believed in divine omens feel a little strange after Plisinus' reminder. Did Apollo give up on Turin? The Devers looked at Plisinus with interest. Then, who saved the Turin citizens and avenged the Turin? Without a doubt, it was the citizens of Amandara. But which god was supporting the army of Amandara? Look at the flag held high by the heroic militia. Isn't that Hades waving his trident and bringing death to the Crotone? It was also Hades who protected the mercenaries in the hot spring swamp, allowing the grim reaper to raise the winds of the underworld, easily taking away the lives of 8,000 Lucanians. Now that Turin has been reborn from the ruins, Amandara and Turin have become one. As the guardian of Amandara's army, Hades is also the Hades who saved Turin twice. This is the reason why Apollo backed down, and we can't forget his gift and protection. Therefore, the new temple of Turin should be built in Hades's temple, to protect the eternal peace and tranquility of Turin. When Plisinus finished speaking, the senators were in an uproar. Cunigurata turned his head and peeked at the Devers, only to find that he was equally surprised. Did Plisinus make this decision on his own? Plisinus, you should know that Apollo is the main god that the Greek city-states worship, the other one is Hera. It's because of his protection that our ancestors were able to reach Greece and build their own city-states. Apollo is very important to the Turians. Xianxia reminded him. That's right, Plisinus. Of course I know that. The citizens can still build the altar of Apollo and continue to worship him, but as the guardian of the city-states, his inaction has ended his mission. We need a new, stronger god who is more willing to protect us and give peace to the Turin in this chaotic world. Therefore, we should build a temple of Hades in our citadel. Plisinus said proudly. Plisinus was obviously well prepared. He said calmly, don't forget, Hades is still in charge of the Elysium. That is a happy place where you don't have to worry about death, not having to worry about clothes, not having to worry about anything, not having to worry about anything, and not having to worry about anything. It is the place where all Greeks yearn to go after they die. What's more, as the Lord of Hell, Hades controls the wealth of the underground. He can bless our alliance's territory with more minerals. As for saying that it's gloomy and scary, that's only for our enemies, because it brings death to our enemies, but it brings us victory. That's right, I love Hades. Amyntas cheered. I agree to build the Temple of Hades. He has already brought us victory, and he will bring us more. Our Lord Consul is a descendant of Hades. With Hades as a protector, the alliance will receive even more protection. The former mercenary elders expressed their approval one after another, creating a lot of noise. Polixus sat down resentfully, and the others couldn't stand up to object at this moment. Devers patted his thigh with his left hand and watched this scene calmly. He really didn't communicate with Plesinas beforehand, and because he was busy during this period of time, he didn't think about this at all. However, he didn't expect Plesinas to give him a huge surprise, making him realize that there were indeed many things that could be done. His brain worked quickly as he thought about the pros and cons of this. He then stood up, and everyone's eyes focused on him again. Everyone, when we are helpless, we pray to the gods. When we are lost, we pray to the gods. The gods not only have great divine power, but they can also give us enlightenment in terms of wisdom and heart. Hades is a god who can give a lot of help to the people. Not only can he bring victory to our army and protect the peace of the city, but he can also enlighten the people at the same time. You see, good people can go to Elysium after death and live a happy life, but evil people can't escape the judgment of the three judges, Milos, Rhadamantos, and Iago, and finally go to hell to suffer. Hades is a just and selfless god-king. Once his temple is built in the city, it will always remind the people that even if the wicked are temporarily not bound by the law, they will not be able to escape the punishment of the nether purgatory after death. This will force them to repent and do good as much as possible while they are still alive. As for the people who do good, worshipping the Temple of Hades will also encourage them not to give up their good hearts because of temporary grievances, because the beautiful Elysium will call to them. In this way, the morals of the people of the Alliance will become better, the order of the city will be more orderly, and the people will get along better. Am I right? I agree. With the Temple of Hades, my work will be much easier. Inspector Antonios immediately echoed loudly. Just when some people were still hesitating, the Devers continued, I have a suggestion for the construction of the Temple of Hades. We can have two temples, one main and one auxiliary. The main temple should be in bright and cheerful colors, with a happy picture of Elysium painted around it. Hades should be gentle and kind. The auxiliary temple should be dark and terrifying, with a tragic scene of hell around it. Hades should be dignified and selfless. In addition, we can also build a temple of heroes in the main temple. All the people who died for the Alliance and the city should have their names engraved on it, so that they can enjoy the people's reverence and worship. I think their heroic souls must also be accompanying Hades in Elysium. Daves talked about his idea with some emotion, especially the last sentence that moved the elders. In the end, they decided to build the Temple of Hades. Then, the Devers proposed that the construction of the temple should be handed over to Plesinas, which was approved. Putting Plesinas in charge of the Alliance's most important public construction project was not only because Devers wanted to repay Plesinas' good intentions, but also because it was his proposal to build the Temple of Hades. Since he was in charge of it, he would naturally redouble his efforts to build it. When the meeting ended, Plesinas came to thank them in private, and the Devers also reminded him to communicate with Heraclid. The next topic of discussion was the issue of distribution of Turin land. Originally, Melanchus had massacred the nobles and rich merchants in Turin. Among the remaining citizens, except for Bucos, Polixus, Oriphis, Enanilus, Massasakus, and a few others, there were almost no big landowners left. Because the original city of Turin had been destroyed, everyone had lost the proof of their land. In order to avoid disputes and ensure fairness, the newly established Alliance Senate redistributed the land of the original Turin citizens. Basically, each household was guaranteed 5 acres of land, and most people had no objections. After all, it was already a blessing from the gods for those who had lost their homes to regain land. Moreover, most of the Turin citizens did not have so much land in the past. Only a few people expressed objections, and Polixus was the one who objected the most. His reason was simple: everyone knew that his family used to have more than 500 acres of land, but now they were only given 5 acres, not even a fraction of that. This was too unfair for the Senate to do, when he made a fuss, people like Orifice, Masasaku's, and the others watched with cold eyes. The Devers quietly asked Buckos to stand up and take the lead in expressing that he was willing to give up his original land and accept the new distribution. At the same time, he secretly asked Amyntas and the others to stand up and criticize Polixus. He even warned him that the original Turin had been destroyed, and although the new city was being rebuilt, it had nothing to do with the former Turin. If anyone insisted on associating the original city with the new one, then they should properly account for the crimes that some people had committed in the destruction of Turin. He believed that the people would not just expel these accomplices who had destroyed their families. Polixus was scared out of his wits and no longer dared to oppose. Naturally, the others could only agree. In fact, it was the greed in their hearts that was causing trouble. They did not consider that in this war, they had not only lost land and money, but also a large number of people and slaves. Even if they were given more land, they would not have enough people to work in a short period of time, and they would not even be able to support such a large population. After this bill was passed, the land that was previously allocated to some of the citizens of Amendola was also made up for. The Zubari plain was vast and fertile. After distributing the land to the citizens of the alliance, the Senate discovered that less than a tenth of the Zubari plain had been allocated, and there was still a large amount of land left uncultivated. For the Tua alliance that was in dire need of money and food, how could they just watch it go to waste? After a discussion with the elders, the Devers enacted the land lease law, which stated that all probationary citizens of the city-states of the alliance could rent the public land of the city-states, with the land area not exceeding 5 acres, and would pay a tenth of the income from the land as a tax every year. Merces had proposed a tax of 1/5, but was rejected by the Devers. He believed that since they had already become probationary citizens, they should naturally enjoy the benefits of the alliance in advance. Only then would other free citizens be eager to join the alliance. At the same time, the Senate also announced that all probationary citizens who actively worked in agriculture and paid taxes would be able to smoothly become full citizens after completing their preparatory period. This was a suggestion from Cunagurata. He believed that farming could show whether a person was hardworking, patient, and strong. A good farmer was a good citizen of the city-state, so this was a form of assessment. The elders all agreed with his opinion. In the end, it became a custom for all probationary citizens to rent land for 2 to 3 years to observe. The more land there was, the more people there were renting it. The Devers proposed to establish an agricultural officer to centralize the distribution, leasing, farming, and other matters of the alliance's land. The proposal was passed, and Buckos, who was nominated by the Devers, was appointed. At the same time, the military officer, Felicius, had a rather heavy responsibility. There were still 3 months before the release of the Crotone captives. To prevent the Crotone from suddenly breaking the contract after the captives returned home, the Tua alliance had to organize the many probationary citizens, train them, and give them a certain level of combat ability after 3 months. Thus, Felicius had no choice but to order more veterans to enter the boot camp as instructors on the training day. The next topic of discussion was still the Devers' proposal. They would give the low-ranking public servants of the Tua alliance a salary of 2 to 3 opals a day to supplement their needs. As soon as the proposal was made, Merces stood up in agitation. Lord Devers, since every citizen owns land and pays no more than 1% in taxes every year, their income is more than enough to support their daily lives. Holding public office is the duty of the city-state citizens, and it's also an honor. Why should they be paid? According to your proposal, a low-ranking public servant's salary is around 3 opals a day, and the treasury will pay him around 16.7 drachmas a month. Right now, the Tua alliance probably needs around 200 of the lowest-ranking public servants. That's 1 talent a month. That's not a small amount. We can't be like Athens. Athens has the Laurion silver mine that can produce 3 talents a day. Right now, our expenses are only greater than our profits. Don't be anxious, Merces. Let's talk slowly. The Devers gestured for Merces to calm down and asked softly, how many bookkeepers do you have under you? 5, but they're all probationary citizens. Do they work in the treasury every day? No. In the past, our treasury didn't have much income. We only let them do the bookkeeping when we need them. The rest of the time, they rent land from the citizens. What about now? Now. Now that we have Turiai, the market, and the port, the income from customs alone is quite a lot. Of course, they have to follow me back and forth between the treasury, the market, and the port. Every day. Do they still have time to farm? No. Mercedes glanced at the Devers timidly, but still said honestly, I gave them a portion of the rations and supplies we distribute to the citizens of the Tua Alliance every day, he quickly explained, but it's all recorded in the accounts. You can check. The Devers calmly asked, do these rations and supplies count? Of course, the Devers smiled. Look, you've already realized the difficulties of the lowest civil servants. You've already given them their salaries before our bill has even been passed. The elders burst into laughter. Mercedes was speechless. The Devers struck while the iron was hot. These bookkeepers of yours were freed slaves who followed us in Persia back then. Now that the land lease law is about to be passed, a large number of probationary citizens will come to Bucos to apply for land leases, but your bookkeepers can only silently contribute to the city. A year later, when the other probationary citizens have food and clothing and are relatively wealthy, but they can only rely on your charity to survive, what will they think? What will their families think? Will they still feel that holding public office is an honor? In the future, we can use official citizens, Mercy said softly. Using citizens as the lowest civil servants of the Alliance? You're saying that the citizens' land will be taken care of by slaves, so they can work without worry, right? Mercedes nodded. Do ordinary citizens in the Alliance only have one slave in their family? Do citizens also need to lead their slaves to work? The Devers asked Cornelis. It's like this, Your Excellency. Some families don't even have slaves, Cornelis replied. If citizens work for the Alliance, the labor at home will be reduced by half. Won't the family's income be reduced as well? In the long run, public office will become a burden to him. For our Alliance to function normally, we can't do without the hard work of the scribes under Raphael, the firemen, sentries, jailers, and jurors under Cornelis, the navigators and market managers under Marigi. These are the lowest level public servants. We can't just let the horses run and not let them eat grass. Not only do we have to let them feel that serving the city is a kind of honor, but it is also a kind of welfare. Let them bring money home every day and let their families feel happy. Only then will more and more outstanding citizens be willing to contribute to the city. Of course, there's no salary for everyone here. We can't let money corrupt the dignity of the Senate. The Devers' words resonated with everyone. You're right. Well said. The elders puffed out their chests and expressed their agreement. Devers patted Mercedes on the shoulder and comforted him, also, paying public officials will help you collect more taxes. Really? Mercedes suddenly raised her head. Devers looked around. Seeing that Cunigarata was also surprised, he said loudly, when the citizens have money in their hands, they will have the desire to buy things. A copper pot, a clay pot, a jar of olive oil, a set of tables and chairs. Even more extravagant, wine, spices. When the citizens have money to buy things, the market will prosper, and you will collect more taxes, Mercedes perked up. But most of the money has been earned by the foreigners. That's the case for now. But very soon, our products will be produced. Let Marigi explain the situation in this regard. Marigi stood up and said excitedly, as of yesterday, there is already a pottery workshop, an olive oil workshop, a masonry workshop, a mill, 2 carpentry shops, a paint shop, and a stone carving shop in the Turiai market. At the same time, there is also a large wine workshop in the planning stage, and it will start soon. That's the wine workshop of Orifice. The wine produced by his family has been famous throughout Greece for decades. Cunigarata pointed at one of the elders and interrupted. It's all thanks to the loan from the Kristoia Bank. My family and I can rebuild the vineyard and the wine workshop. Orifice nodded to the Devers to express his gratitude. The people of the Alliance now knew who the real owner of the bank that had contributed greatly to the reconstruction of Turiai was. We should impose high taxes on the same type of foreign goods to protect our own business that has just started, Cunigarata suggested. You're right. The Devers nodded and said, now, our commercial officer, Marigi, is preparing to implement some new measures in the Turiai market. The time for the foreigners to earn our money is almost over. We need to vigorously support our own businesses. If the same goods are sold in the Turiai market, we will impose low taxes on our merchants and high taxes on the foreign merchants. For the goods that we urgently need but can't produce ourselves, we will use low taxes to encourage them to transport these goods to Turiai and sell them. For the goods that we can produce, but we can't compete with the foreign countries for the time being, the alliance will provide subsidies. For the foreign luxury goods, since the money in the pockets of the citizens is limited, we will impose high taxes for the time being, so that the citizens will be easily tempted to use their money where it is needed. In this way, we will guide them to buy our own goods. Only in this way can our own business flourish. The crowd nodded in agreement. Divers shouted again, "My lords, we need to understand that silver coins are not used in the treasury. They are not money, but just a pile of metal. Only when they are used will they be able to generate huge profits. Only then will we be able to make the lives of our citizens better, make our trade more prosperous, and at the same time, make our treasury more abundant." Agreed. Agreed. The elders, led by Cunigarata and Cornelis, all expressed their agreement. Some even applauded. Dios, a Corinth merchant, wandered through the crowded and noisy Turiai market. He saw the excited Turiai chatting with each other. The Tua Alliance has promulgated the public service law. Any citizen of the Tua Alliance can apply for public service. They can start from the bottom, and if they perform well, they can even be promoted to higher positions. The Alliance is even prepared to pay these public servants 1 to 4 opera a day. Zeus above, is the Tua Alliance trying to copy the Athens Games? Are they as rich as the Athens Games? Dios was no longer in the mood to listen to the citizens of the Tua Alliance. Although he did not think that the Tua Alliance could do what the Athens Games did, deep in his heart, he felt jealous. As an ordinary citizen of Corinth, even though Dios was rich, he could only serve as a low-level official in the city. This was because only nobles could serve as members of the city council. Corinth was an aristocratic system, so he chose to devote himself to business. He came to Turiai this time because of the tense relationship between Corinth and Sparta. There was a risk of war breaking out at any time, so he needed to stock up on food in case of an emergency. 200 years ago, Corinth's trade was flourishing. Weapons, pottery, and other goods were sold to all the cities along the Mediterranean Sea. Later, the Athens Games caught up and started to compete with Corinth in all aspects of business, especially in the pottery industry that Corinth was proud of. It dealt a heavy blow to Corinth, and it never recovered. Now, Corinth's business was not as good as it used to be, but it was still a large city on the Peloponnesus Peninsula, and it was still rich. As a city that was not rich in food, Corinth had always bought food from other states. Their food was usually imported from the Yoke Galaxy, but now that Sparta's fleet was rampaging through the Aegean Sea, Dios chose to come to the western Mediterranean Sea to prevent any accidents. Sicily was his first choice, but unfortunately, the Greek city-states in Sicily, which was famous for their wheat production, had recently seen an increase in food prices. It was said that Syracuse was buying food in large quantities. It seemed that something big was about to happen in Sicily. When Dios felt this, he hesitated to go to Carthage. Just then, he heard that Turiai was rebuilding and was in urgent need of a lot of supplies, and the tariff was very low. Dios was very tempted and quickly asked an insider about the food situation in Turiai. He knew that the Sabari plain was famous for its wine, wheat, livestock, and beeswax during the Turiai period. When he got the answer that there was a good harvest of food, he decided to change his route to Turiai. By the end of summer, the wheat in Amendola had a good harvest, and the wheat in Turiai had been forcibly harvested by the Crotone in advance. In the end, all of it fell into the hands of the Devers, so the Tua Alliance had an abundance of food. In addition to satisfying the rations of the people, they still had enough surplus to sell. When his merchant ship finally squeezed into the port, he went to the rumored market management office. The first thing he said when he saw the manager was to complain, "Your port needs to be expanded. It's too small. It's a waste of time." The manager replied politely, "Yes, you are right. We are also expanding the port. I apologize for the difficulties this temporary port has caused you. Is there anything I can help you with?" The manager's apology dispelled most of Dios' resentment. He originally wanted to go to the market first, but the manager's attitude won him over, so he directly stated his request. The manager immediately checked the day's trading log and introduced him to a seller. In fact, the seller, Nicoblos, was a subordinate of the agricultural officer, Buckos, who was in charge of the sales of Amendola's agricultural products. After looking at the samples and negotiating to determine the price, Dios decided to buy 5 ships of wheat. However, Nicoblos told him that 5 ships of wheat was a lot, and there was not enough stock in the market. He needed to move it to Amendola and could only deliver the next day. Dios expressed his understanding. Through the management office, Dios contacted 4 Turii shipowners. He only had 1 ship with him. With the manager's guarantee, the manager assured him that the shipowners would do their best to help him transport the goods, because they were all probationary citizens of the TUI union. If they didn't fulfill the agreement, the union would consider them dishonest and immediately revoke their citizenship. Dios negotiated the price of the ship with the shipowners and signed the contract. Only then did he relax and go to the market. Although the Turii market was simple, it was strictly managed and orderly. The environment was relatively clean, and at least there was no smell, which was very rare. There was a dazzling array of goods in the market. In the crowded market, Dios was surprised to find a large empty space with only a relatively large house. From time to time, market patrols could be seen patrolling the streets around the house. Out of curiosity, Dios walked over and saw the sign outside. It read, Christoia Bank. It was nothing new that there were banks in the many Greek city-states, but it was rare to see such a long queue in front of the bank, and everyone looked excited. Apart from currency exchange, banks also provided loans, and the interest rate was usually 20 to 30%. Under normal circumstances, merchants would only borrow money from banks if they were in urgent need, or if they had no other choice. Otherwise, they wouldn't even go near a bank. Moreover, when the borrower thought of having to pay back so much interest, their mood inevitably became heavy. It was rare to see the people here so happy. Thus, Dios went up to ask politely, and found out that the bank's interest rate was only 5%. Dios thought he had heard wrong. After all, the trade in the Mediterranean was very developed, and one could easily earn a profit of more than 10% from a single trip. Of course, that was if there were no accidents, such as pirates or storms, so a loan of 5% was equivalent to the bank borrowing money for free. No wonder there was a long queue in front of the bank. Dios was also very tempted. He wondered if he should also take a large loan and buy a few more ships of wheat. But when he asked at the counter, he found out that the bank only provided loans to citizens of the TUI union. This made him very depressed. On the way out of the market, he silently calculated in his heart. Due to the low tariff and relatively low price of wheat, when he arrived at Corinth, he could sell the 5 ships of wheat back to the city-state and earn at least 1 talent. Therefore, even though he was a little depressed by the news of the TUI union's Public Service Act and the benefits that Christoia's bank offered to the citizens of the new union, he quickly cheered up. Tired and hungry for most of the day, he decided to follow Nicoblos' suggestion and go to Amendola to stay. As soon as he left the market, he was stopped and asked, "Are you going to Amendola? Do you want to take a carriage?" Carriages? Dios saw 5 or 6 2-horse carriages parked on the grass not far from the market. The roads in most parts of Greece were rugged and uneven, not suitable for driving carriages. Raising horses and maintaining carriages was extremely costly, so it was only a tool of entertainment for a few wealthy merchants and nobles. Just like the racing events in the Olympia, ordinary spectators could only watch. Although Dios had some wealth, he had never taken a carriage in his life, so he asked curiously, "Can I take a carriage to Amendola?" "Of course. You'll know once you try it. It's fast and comfortable. You'll reach Amendola in an hour," the older coachman strongly recommended. "How much?" Dios was a little tempted. "Just 2 opers." The coachman smiled when he saw that there was hope for business. 2 opers was not expensive, so Dios decided to experience the feeling of riding in a carriage. He sat on a seat that was made of straw and covered with fur. It was very soft. The coachman, Sirikos, waved the reins and steered the carriage forward slowly. The coachman beside him cried out in envy, "Sirikos, you have customers again." Sirikos laughed, "Haha, wait patiently. It'll be your turn soon." As he spoke, the carriage had already reached the main road. Sarikos lightly waved the whip, and the two horses began to jog. The wheels also began to turn faster. Soon, the carriage began to move. "How does it feel?" Sarikos shouted as he controlled the reins. "Very good. Very good." As soon as Dios opened his mouth, a strong gust of wind rushed into his throat. An invisible force pushed him tightly against the back of the seat. The scenery on both sides of the carriage flew past him quickly. He liked this feeling of high-speed excitement. It was not that Dios had never ridden a horse before, but it was too bumpy. After a long time, his buttocks and inner thighs would not be able to bear it. Of course, he knew that this was mainly due to the road under his feet. It was so flat and solid, and it was wide enough for at least 6 horses to travel side by side. At the same time, he also noticed that there were ditches and trees on both sides of the road. He thought about it carefully and understood the intention of the builders. He could not help but exclaim, "Your road is really good. Of course, this is the best road in all of Greece." Dios did not refute Sarikos' words. Indeed, he had never seen such a good road in all the city-states he had traveled to. "I heard that this road was designed by our Archon Devers himself. As expected of the descendants of Hades, there is nothing they can't do," Sarikos said proudly. Dios had only heard the name of the Devers when he arrived in Turii. But after only half a day, his ears were filled with stories about this person, how the Devers led the mercenaries to repel the Persia army many times, how the Devers defeated the Lucanian army and captured the Crotone army, how the Devers drafted and proposed the Immigration Act, and so on. Dios disagreed with the rumor that the Devers were the descendants of Hades. Sparta claimed that they were the descendants of Hercules, and Athens claimed that the city-states had always been under the protection of Athena. Even Corinth himself said that he had a close relationship with Poseidon and even founded the Isthmian Games for him. Many Greek city-states and rulers claimed to have some kind of intimate relationship with the gods, but these things that the Devers had done surprised Dios. If these things were indeed done by the Archon, then it could be said that the Tua League could become what it was today almost because of his strength. No wonder the people of the Tua League were full of reverence when they mentioned him. He was said to be very young. What an amazing man. Could he be Periander or Phedon of the Tua League? Periander, one of the 7 sages of ancient Greece, was the ruler of Corinth in the 7th century AD. He made Corinth the richest city-state in all of Greece. Phedon, on the other hand, was the king of the Argos, the mortal enemy of Sparta in the 7th century BC. He once ruled the Peloponnesus Peninsula, and the Sparta people trembled in fear under his name. Not only does the Devers often care about ordinary people like us, but his wife is also a very good person. Sarikos continued to speak loudly. It was she who proposed to let citizens who could drive carriages carry people on this road and provided us with loans. Otherwise, people like me would have been burned down in the fire of the Crotone. How could I afford such an expensive carriage? What's her name? Dios asked loudly against the wind. He thought of a possibility. How can you ask the name of a consul's wife so casually? Sarikos pretended to be angry, but then he laughed. But our Lord doesn't care about these conservative city-state traditions. He even let his wife show her face in public and opened a bank that provides low-interest loans to the citizens. Her name is the name of the bank, Christoia's Bank. Dios blurted out. Yes, anyone who goes to the bank can see it. She's the most beautiful woman in the Tua League. Sarikos praised sincerely. I heard she's pregnant recently, which is why she hasn't appeared in the market for a while. Both of them are good people. I hope they can have a healthy boy who will become an excellent consul in the future. You mean to let their son inherit the title? Doesn't that mean the Tua League will become a monarchy? Sarikos was taken aback by Dios's question, but then he laughed. I'm just saying. Why are you so serious? He raised his hand and cracked a whip in the air. The horses that were about to run into the middle of the road were frightened and obediently returned to their original path. Sarikos rode for a while, then said seriously, you know, the generals and council members in the Turii City Hall only know how to argue and quarrel every day, not doing anything serious. The road to transport the ore is so bad, and after many days of arguing, the City Hall didn't do anything to change it. It's unlike Life Consul Daves, who built such a good road in just 3 months. More importantly, once war breaks out, it's not just the generals and council, but also as citizens who only know how to vent our hatred for our own interests and deny all proposals that are unfavorable to us. In the end, nothing is done, and the enemy's army has already reached the city. At this point, Sarikos raised his voice. Just like now, with the Archon Devers as the leader and the other Senate elders as assistants, the League will be much more efficient. Moreover, the citizens all have their own land, so they don't have to worry about being invaded by enemies. They can also freely take up office and get paid. Isn't that better than before? So, even if the Tua League really changes to a monarchy, there's nothing bad about it. As long as the future kings can be like Lord Devers, I think the people of the League will support them. Hearing this, Dios fell into deep thought. The Greeks were born to love politics. From the ancient times to the present, the citizens of every city had been looking for a perfect system to make the city more prosperous and its citizens more free. A few decades ago, Athens became the model that all the cities fought to emulate, but the defeat of the Peloponnesus War made many knowledgeable people see the shortcomings of Athens' democratic system. Some nobles and philosophers began to praise Sparta, which still followed the ancient Greek style of half monarchy and half democracy. However, the overbearing behavior of the Sparta people was especially hated by the neighboring cities of the Peloponnesus Peninsula. The system of the Tua League seems interesting, Dios thought to himself. The carriage continued to gallop, and when it passed the wooden bridge, he turned back to observe for a while. There were many pedestrians and carriages on the road, but they were all very orderly and did not interfere with each other. As Dios looked, he found some clues. On this road, you all seem to be walking on the right, he said loudly with uncertainty. Yes, you're very observant. Sarikos shouted happily. That was after the road was built. Lord Devers put up a road sign at the Amendalara, Turii, and Heraclea crossings, advising pedestrians to walk on the right. In the first few days, many people didn't listen and often crossed the road. Because this road was good, the carriages and carts moved faster, so there were several accidents and traffic jams. Only then did everyone realize that Lady Devers' suggestion was right. Even though he has great power, he doesn't use coercion to make the people obey him. Instead, he tries his best to persuade them. This is one of the reasons why we don't have to worry about him even though he is the only life consul. The Tua Alliance does have a good consul. Dios sighed. I also noticed that there's a stone tablet on the side of the road at regular intervals, with the distance from Amendalara and Heraclea engraved on it. If they're so meticulous in managing a road, I'm sure they're even more considerate of the people's feelings when governing a city. That's right. Yes. Sarikos raised his whip and puffed out his chest proudly. How much do you earn driving a carriage and pulling passengers every day? Dios asked. Sarikos, who was in a good mood, said frankly, in the beginning, it was only 10 opals a day, and most of them were given by the people of the Tua Alliance who wanted something fresh. Now, I work from morning to night with almost no time to rest, and the most I can earn is 46 opals. At this rate, after deducting the cost of fodder and care for the horses, I can earn about 600 opals a month, which is close to 100 drachmas. In another 3 or 4 months, I'll be able to pay off the loan and the interest. The two chatted happily. Since there weren't many carts on the road was very clear. In less than 2 hours, they arrived at the warehouse and hotel area under the city of Amendalara. In fact, it wasn't as quiet as the market manager said. There were still people coming and going, but it wasn't as noisy. Sarikos waited for Dios to get out of the carriage, then said to him, I suggest you go to Christo's restaurant for dinner. Her haggis soup and tripe are very delicious, and they're not expensive. I go there every few days. I didn't expect them to make such delicious animal organs that people usually don't want. I spend almost half of the money I earn on them. Is it really that delicious? Dios was doubtful. You'll know when you try it, Sarikos said. Another customer got on the carriage, and he waved goodbye. May Hermes bless you and grant your wish soon. Dios also gave his blessing. Watching Sarikos ride away, Dios's already hungry stomach began to growl. He decided to go to the restaurant Sarikos recommended for dinner first. Compared to Amendalara, Turii far surpassed Amendalara in terms of land, population, and affairs. Therefore, the Senate's office was moved to Turii, although the Senate Hall had yet to be repaired. Since most of the senators' homes were in Amendalara, the Reconstruction Committee of Turiai allocated houses to the senators in Turiai for the convenience and speed of future meetings. Because Devers was busy and often had to discuss political affairs with the senators and public officials who constantly visited him, he was allocated a new house that was twice the size of his home in Amendalara. Devers wanted to refuse, but Christos liked the house very much, so he had to accept. The house was located on a higher hillside beside the river in the city of Turiai. Standing at the gate of the house, one could have a panoramic view of the Krati River and the Kasegni River. Not far to the north, on another hillside was the original Temple of Apollo. Now the Temple of Hades was being built on the site, and the Acropolis. The location was very good. It was already the end of September and early autumn, but the weather in the southern part of the Apennine Peninsula was still hot. Fortunately, the river breeze blew from time to time, cooling Christos, who was resting at home. The atrium of the new house was large and rectangular. Some time ago, Christos hired a mason to build a wall in the middle, leaving a door, so that the atrium was divided into a front and a backyard. The front yard had a side room for the slaves and a living room, while the backyard was the bedroom of the Devers' wife and children, as well as the living quarters of the personal servants. During this time, Christos had been staying in the backyard, where the environment was quiet and privacy was guaranteed. At this time, she was wearing light linen clothes, and with the female slave, Asuna, she was planting flowers and plants that she liked in the backyard. As she moved, her clothes fluttered, and her snow-white chest was faintly discernible, causing people to have wild thoughts. Andrea got the permission of the female slave guarding the door and entered the backyard. She saw Christos put down the pickaxe, took the sweat towel from Asuna, and wiped her sweat. Andrea hurried over and reminded her, "Madam, didn't the doctor say that you should rest quietly during this period of pregnancy to ensure the smooth growth of the fetus? You shouldn't do strenuous exercise." "I don't vomit much now," Devers said. "Proper exercise is good for the health of me and the child," Christos said, stroking her belly, her face full of tenderness. "Lord Devers is so busy, but he still cares about you and the child." "Madam, Hera has found you a good husband." Andrea's timely compliment caused Christoia to smile even more blissfully. "Andrea, don't just envy me. In another year, you'll be able to be with Bugala. You didn't expect it to be so soon, did you? It's all thanks to the consul's full help. Bugul and his people are very grateful to you," Andrea said sincerely. "When Bugul and the others finish their labor, are they willing to stay and become citizens of the Tua Alliance?" Christos handed the sweat towel to Asuna and asked in a seemingly unintentional manner. "Bugul told me, most of his young people are willing to stay. Although it's tiring here, they're happy and safe. They don't want to go back to the mountains and live in fear. Only a few of the elders are hesitant, including his father." Andrea was a little worried at this point. Of course, she wanted the Lucanians to stay. That way, her marriage would be much smoother. "Don't worry, Devers will find a way to make them all stay," Christos comforted her. She picked up a clay jar from the table next to her, poured a cup of water, and handed it to Andrea. "You must be thirsty after rushing over from the market. Drink some of this." Andrea took the cup and glanced at it. She saw a golden liquid with some debris floating in it. With a little shake, white foam appeared. She didn't dare to ask immediately. She took a small sip first. There was a hint of sweetness in the bitterness, and it was also a little cold. She couldn't help but take another big gulp. The large amount of foam mixed with the liquid flowed smoothly into her stomach, forcing her to burp a few times. She immediately felt her hot body become much more refreshed. "What kind of liquid is this?" she asked in surprise. "It tastes good, doesn't it? I soaked it in the well for a long time." Christos smiled and said, "As for what it is, I'll let Asuna tell you." The slightly tanned, pretty Asuna hurriedly said, "It's called beer. It's a kind of liquid that we Egyptians like to drink." A few months ago, Lord Devers was chatting with his wife and said, he's considering making the game of rugby an official competition for the people to watch. It will definitely be very popular. But there's still a lack of a good liquid to let people sit in the arena and watch the game under the hot sun. It can not only quench their thirst, but it can also liven things up. I heard it from the side and couldn't help but say, you can try the beer that the Egyptians drink. Hearing this, Christos giggled and said, "You didn't see the expression on Devers's face at that time." He looked at Asuna in shock and asked her several times, "What is the liquid she's talking about?" Then he went to ask about the color, taste, and production process of the liquid. Later, he even cursed something like "I've been cheated by the Germans." It turns out that beer was invented by the Egyptians. Then he urged me to find someone to make beer. I had to send someone to the slave market in Tarentum and buy Egyptian slaves who could make beer at a high price to try to make it. Beer is made from barley, and the one you're drinking is the result of many experiments. It tastes very good, but there's a lot of wine in it. But Davos said, "Don't worry, it's good for your body." But Davos said, "Don't worry, it's good for your health. Now I drink a little every day. It quenches my thirst and doesn't get drunk as easily as wine. This beer tastes a little special, but it makes me want to drink more after drinking it. Please give me another glass," Andrea said as she handed the wooden glass to Asuna. Asuna filled her glass again. Andrea quickly took another sip and said, "Madam, I'm here to tell you good news. The money we loaned to the citizens of Amendola in April has mostly been repaid." "So fast?" Christoia was slightly surprised. "There's a good harvest of wheat this year. It's said that there's a war in Sicily and the Peloponnesus Peninsula, so the price has increased. Plus, our restaurant has been actively purchasing cattle and sheep, including their organs, so they've made a lot of money," Andrea explained. Andrea explained, "That's why they can repay the loan and interest. Some of them even hope to borrow more money to buy more cattle and sheep to satisfy our restaurant's needs." "Very good. They can make money, and we can collect the loan and make more money. Both sides benefit. According to the Devers, this is a win-win situation. Plus, we can lend the money to the Turii citizens who need it more. Madam, we've earned 400 drachmas from the interest on the loan this time. The restaurant in Amendola has only been open for a little more than a month, and it's already earned about 500 drachmas. So far, we've earned nearly 1,000 drachmas," Andrea said excitedly. Yes, who would have thought that the organs of livestock that the people despised could be made into such delicious food? And it's also good for the body. If the Devers hadn't focused on governing the city, he would have become a famous businessman in all of Greece. Christoia said happily, "This time, I'm also very optimistic about the beer industry. I'm afraid it will become our new money-making industry. Now we just have to wait for the arena to be built. Lord Devers is a descendant of Hades. What else can't he do? Bugul is very respectful to Lord Devers." Andrea echoed her praise. She thought of something and said, "Madam, there have been a few groups of prospective citizens coming to the bank to ask if they can get a loan. They want to engage in maritime trade." "Sea trade?" Christoia frowned and thought for a while. Then, she said, "Sea trade is quite risky. If we're not careful, the ship will be destroyed, and we won't be able to collect the loan. Moreover, they are still probationary citizens. Once the foreign trade fails and they run away, where are we going to find people to pay us back?" But the Devers said that the biggest role of our bank is to support the business of the state and promote the development of trade. Christoia thought seriously, forgetting that she was holding a rose that she was about to plant. The sharp thorns on the stem had pricked her finger. Asuna and Andrea immediately came over to help her suck her finger and bandage the wound with a thin piece of cloth. Christoia, on the other hand, did not think much of it. She continued to say seriously, "We have to be careful when applying for loans from prospective citizens. First, we have to find out their character, whether they are honest, and how good they are at sailing. We also have to see if they have equivalent collateral and trustworthy guarantors. If all the above conditions are met, it's best to state in the agreement that they are prohibited from engaging in long-distance sea trade between the East and the West Mediterranean at the beginning." "Madam, I understand." Andrea nodded. While Christoia and Andrea were talking in the backyard, the Devers were receiving two guests in the living room in the front yard. "Hieronymus, Agathia, please take a seat. This is the first time you two have come to my place." The Devers happily welcomed them into the living room and immediately asked the slaves to serve them dried figs, dates, and wine. Hieronymus was a little nervous, but Agathia smiled and said, "Sir, we have something to ask for your permission." "Oh, what is it?" Sir, when we were all in Persia, in order to return to Greece, our comrades helped each other, fought together against the enemy, and established a deep friendship and relationship. In Byzantium, I, Hieronymus, and a few companions followed you to Greece. Most of the other comrades chose to go home because they were confused and tired. I had thought they had all returned to their homes and were leading peaceful, war-free lives. But some time ago, someone in the light infantry recruited by Epiphanes from the eastern Mediterranean said, the mercenaries who went to Persia didn't go home. They were forced by Sparta to continue fighting the Persia in Asia Minor with little pay. When we heard this, we didn't feel good. We are enjoying a rich life here, while our former comrades are still suffering in a faraway place. At any time, they could be killed by a spear, a sword, or a spear. Since we have so much land left, and so many enemies like Lucania and Crotone are waiting for us to defeat, why don't we invite them here? They are not only experienced on the battlefield, but also from the eastern Mediterranean like us. We have the same habits and are very familiar with each other. Unlike the citizens here, Agathia saw Daves's face change, and he hurriedly stopped talking. What's wrong with the citizens here? The Devers asked in a low voice. Before Agathia could speak, Hieronymus said, some tourists say, we are lowly people from Greece. We only know how to kill, and we have no knowledge. We don't know how to run a city, and we only know how to make a mess in tourists. The Devers' face darkened, but he immediately comforted them, that's only a minority. Most of the tourists are very grateful to us. Besides, the power is in our hands. Let them talk and vent their frustrations. They can't hurt us. Don't you think so? The Devers comforted them. As for inviting Timocin to the Tua alliance, it's not that I haven't considered it. But now they are Sparta's mercenaries. With our current strength, we dare not provoke the Sparta. Sir, Agathia said sincerely, you and I both know that being a mercenary is a free profession. If the conditions are not good, they can leave their employer at any time. Now, Timocin and the others have left Sparta and have nowhere to go, so they have no choice but to stay. We can provide them with a new option. As long as we send someone to quietly spread the news in Asia Minor, I believe they will find all kinds of ways to come here once they know about our situation. Agathia's words moved the Devers. After all, he could achieve his current career mainly because of military victories, and the foundation of his victories were these Greek expeditionary soldiers. There would only be more and bigger wars in the future, and he needed more excellent soldiers. He patted the back of the chair with his fingers. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to give it a try. All right, then send someone. It's best not to contact them directly. Just spread the news. Have you decided who to send? Seeing that the Devers had agreed, Hieronymus and Agathia were happy. Sir, Hieronymus still needs to train the soldiers. Let me go, Agathia said. Sure, but be careful. Go early and come back early. The Devers nodded in agreement. He then asked Hieronymus, how's the citizens' training recently? The new soldiers are training very seriously, especially the original tourists. They have mastered all kinds of skills, but they lack real combat experience, Hieronymus replied. Soon, there will be more new soldiers joining the various squads. Our army will obviously expand. I hope you will strengthen your training and not let your combat power decline. Next year, you will have a chance to let them participate in real battles, the Devers requested. Hieronymus's eyes lit up. Lucania? After Hieronymus and Agathia left happily, the Devers' expression became serious. He called assistants over. Recently, there are people in Turis who are dissatisfied with the Amandorians. Go and find out why. Who are they? Yes, sir. October, the season of leisure, was supposed to be the month when the Greek city-states held their assemblies and elected their generals and archons. However, in the Tua Union, the archons were the only ones who held their positions for life and did not need to be elected. The senators were either specially appointed by the archons or elected according to their qualifications and had nothing to do with the citizens. According to the newly passed law, all high-ranking civil servants served for 2 years. They were elected by the Senate and appointed by the archons, so they had nothing to do with the citizens. However, the prosperity of the port had the elders of the Senate extremely busy. The governor of Turin, Cunagurata, was busy all day dealing with all sorts of disputes and lawsuits. He also had to choose patrols and firefighters to maintain order in the bustling port area, prevent fires, and pay attention to the new management problems brought about by the increasing number of probationary citizens in Turin. The governor of Amendola, Cornelos, was also facing the same problem due to the influx of outsiders into the warehouse area and the newly built market. The inspector, Antonios, paid close attention to the changes in the morals of the people in the two cities, whether the people were friendly with each other, whether there were cases of abuse of the elderly, women, and children, and whether there were abuses against freedmen and slaves. The military officer, Felicius, was having a headache over how to properly integrate the large number of probationary citizens into the army and train them into qualified soldiers in the shortest time possible. The census officer, Raphias, was very busy. He had already proposed to the Senate more than once to increase the number of scribes and archivists. The treasurer, Merces, was busy collecting the citizens' land tax and business tax. Although he had lost a lot of weight because of this, the more busy he was, the happier he was. The commercial officer, Marigi, was under a lot of pressure. He had to ensure the quality of service in the market and port, and also maintain order in these two areas with the most human traffic, especially in the port area where there were many outsiders. At the same time, he had to consider the continued development of the two alliances' trade. As the reconstruction of Turin was gradually completed, the demand for certain goods would naturally decrease. How could he prevent the rapid decline of foreign trade? He had been thinking of ways. The Devers' suggestion was that before the Tua alliance developed new, unique, and high-quality goods, they could rely on novel competitions and entertainment to attract foreign wealthy people to spend their money in the city. Although the agriculture officer, Bucos, was a businessman, he was actually a large landowner who grew grapes, olives, and wheat. He was also familiar with agriculture. Not only did he have to survey, distribute, and rent land, he also had to resolve disputes between neighboring landowners. He also had to provide good advice to the people based on the actual situation of the land, so that they could obtain a higher harvest and income. The supervisor, Alexis, was undoubtedly one of the busiest high-ranking officials. Although the reconstruction of Turiai was the overall responsibility of the Reconstruction Committee and presided over by Heraclid, the specific implementation was his job. He was not only responsible for the timely purchase of building materials, but also for the organization of manpower and the maintenance of order. At the same time, he had to oversee the construction of the roads and bridges that Heraclid Jr. was responsible for, as well as the construction of the new market under the city of Amendola. Therefore, he was busy from morning to night, tired like a dog. Whenever he saw the Devers, he would shout that he would quit his job, but the next morning, he would be back to work energetically. Other than the Devers who were extremely busy, the other Devers were not idle either. Under the Devers' suggestion, they set up many committees to assist the alliance in managing affairs. The most important thing was that the Alliance Mediation Committee was made up of 3 people. Once there was a major dispute in the city that couldn't be resolved by the law, they would be handed over to them to mediate. The Public Officials Investigation Committee was made up of 5 people. They were responsible for monitoring the positions of middle and lower-level public officials and establishing files for future promotions. At the same time, if a citizen reported a public official, they would need to investigate whether it was true and give a response. There was also the Coinage Committee, which was made up of 3 people. Most of the Greek city-states minted their own coins for the convenience of trade and profit, as well as to commemorate major events and offer sacrifices to the gods, and to advertise their existence to other city-states. The Tua alliance was no exception. They were waiting for the reconstruction of Turiai to be completed so that they could introduce their first batch of coins. There were also some temporary committees, such as the Temple Building Committee, which was led by Plasinas. The Devers of these committees served the same as public officials. Most of them served for 2 years, and they would be rotated at the end of the term. Although October wasn't the election day of the Tua alliance, it was a good day for the various departments to recruit public officials after the promulgation of the Alliance Public Officials Law. There were many applicants, and the person in charge had to test the applicants and screen them according to the citizens' conditions. Those who had served in the army many times, paid taxes on time, obeyed the law, and had performed meritorious deeds in battle or had paid the wounded with bravery. The first two were mandatory. Those who didn't serve in the army and didn't pay taxes were not qualified to be a public official. As for disabled citizens, it depended on whether it would affect their work. While the devers of the Senate were busy, and the citizens were busy preparing for their jobs, the devers received a special guest in the mansion of Turii. It was a strong middle-aged man. Although he was wearing Greek clothes, it couldn't hide the wild nature of the mountains. As expected, under the watchful eyes of the guards, he spoke in strange Greek. "Honorable Consul of the Tua Alliance, Avenogis of Laos asked me to greet you on his behalf. I'm his brother, Arabuma." The Devers' heart skipped a beat, but his expression didn't change. He said slowly, "Laos? Laos of Lucania?" "Yes." Arabuma stared at the Devers and said straightforwardly, "Although Laos belongs to Lucania now, my brother and I are Greeks." The Devers obviously knew this, but his expression didn't change. He turned to look at the assists beside him. The assists understood and immediately asked, "As far as we know, Avenogis is an important leader of Laos." Before the war between Lucania and Turii, he strongly supported the Lucania alliance in the war against the Turii. He's one of the main enemies of the Tua alliance. It doesn't matter whether he's Greek or not. Arabuma didn't expect the other party to know him so well. Trying to play the family card didn't work, so he panicked a little. "We really are Greeks. Laos is a colonial city built by Sybaris. 100 years ago, the Lucarians invaded south, and Sybaris was destroyed by the Crotone. Now city-state sent troops to rescue Laos. We, the Laos, had no choice but to turn to Lucania to protect our people. However, we didn't forget that the blood of the noble Greeks flows in our veins. We speak Greek at home, worship the great Apollo and Hera, and look forward to the day we can return to Greece. Because of this, the Lucanians are very wary of us. They suppress us, bully us, and treat us as aliens. In order not to be suspected and destroyed, we have to do things that go against our own wishes," Arabuma said excitedly. He looked at Devers with a respectful gaze. "Ever since we heard that you defeated the Lucanian alliance with fewer people, my brother and I were very excited. We didn't expect that not long after, you would lead an army to defeat the powerful Crotone again, and become the master of Amendalara and Turii, which is why your territory is adjacent to the Lucanians. My brother admires your great military achievements, and sincerely hopes that you can help us, the suffering descendants of Sybaris and Laos, to return to the embrace of the Greeks." Devers wasn't moved by Arabuma's praise. He nodded calmly. "What help do you need from the Tua alliance?" "My brother hopes to ally with the Tua alliance and plan to fight the Lucanians together after we take back Laos," Arabuma said excitedly. As expected. Devers thought to himself, but his expression remained calm. "What kind of alliance?" "Just like what the Tua alliance and Castellan signed." Arabuma recalled what Avenogis taught him, forming an alliance. "The Tua alliance will not interfere with the alliance's internal affairs, but will control, diplomatic, and war, leadership." Obviously, Avenogis had done a detailed investigation on the Tua alliance, and they came prepared. This meant that they valued this visit very much. After understanding the situation, Devers said calmly, "I understand. Go back to the hotel and rest first. I'll give you an answer after I discuss with the elders of the Senate. I hope you can give me an answer as soon as possible, Mr. Consul," Arabuma said anxiously. "Why?" Devers pretended to be confused. Arabuma was speechless for a moment. Assist smiled and said, "It's because Nidam has chosen a new leader, and is urging Avenogis to lead his people to move to Nidam, right?" Arabuma was dumbfounded. The people of the Tua alliance knew everything. "All right, I will give you an answer as soon as possible," Devers said with certainty. After Arabuma left uneasily, the Devers asked, "Yasi, what do you think of Laos' request?" "Sir, as we analyzed before, Avenogis was forced to resist, but according to his current situation, he will definitely agree to our further requests. Giving him a covenant like the one with Castellan is too easy for him," Assist said unwillingly. The Devers shook his head and said, "Although Avenogis can only rely on us after he rebelled against Lucania, the Avenogis can only rely on us. But if our request is too harsh, Avenogis will be dissatisfied, and if something unexpected happens, it will likely cause him to rebel again. We don't have any foundation to the west of the mountains, so we have to rely on Lao's full help. If Laos joins our alliance, we will have a foothold on the west coast of the Apennine Peninsula, which will greatly promote the development of our alliance's trade. Therefore, we need to look further ahead and not haggle over those little benefits. The Devers urgently summoned Felicius, Capus, Dracos, Hieronymus, Epiphanes, and the other senior officers to discuss the strategy to form an alliance with Laos. After that, he asked for an emergency meeting in the Senate. After some discussion, the Devers' proposal was passed. That night, Arabuma was brought to the Devers' mansion again. "How was the guest from Laos resting?" the Devers asked jokingly. Arabuma looked around and saw a few more people around the Devers. He asked eagerly, "Mr. Consul, have you made a decision?" "Yes, the Senate has decided to accept Laos as an ally of the Tua alliance," the Devers said with a smile. "That's great." Arabuma could not hide the excitement on his face. Before he came, he had listened to Avenojus explaining in detail how to negotiate with the Greeks and the process of signing an alliance. The Greeks would definitely hold a meeting for something as important as this, and it would take at least 2 to 3 days of discussion before they could reach a conclusion. That was why he had urged the Devers to hurry up. He did not expect the Tua alliance to make a decision in just half a day. This new organization was indeed different from the rest. "I heard that Nudum has sent 700 to 800 warriors to defend Laos. Can you and your brother take down Laos easily?" the Devers asked with concern. After the previous conversation, Arabuma was no longer surprised that the Devers knew so much about Laos. He said confidently, "It won't be a problem for us to take down Laos. Not only do we have more than 1,000 warriors, but the slaves at the port are also the descendants of Cyberus. They're willing to listen to our command. We've been living in Laos for generations. The new Lucanians don't even know how many allies there are in Laos. How can they be a match for us? However, after we take down Laos, we will definitely be attacked by Nidum and even Grimentum, so we need your support." In other words, the process of seizing the city isn't very risky, and after seizing Laos, the Lucanians might take revenge on us, right? the Devers asked patiently. Arabuma couldn't help but nod. "Then I have a better way to let you get Laos without having to bear the risk later." Devers's words were full of temptation. "What way?" asked Arbutus hurriedly. "Help us take down Nudum first and cut off the Lucaria's route to the south to rescue Laos. At that time, you don't even need to attack Laos. The Lucanians in the city will have no choice but to surrender after losing their backup." What Devers said made sense, and Arabuma was very tempted. However, he said worriedly, "Although Nudum isn't a stone city, it won't be easy to take it down. If we can't take it down quickly, our plan will be exposed if Grimentum comes to our rescue." "We won't attack Nudum by force," said the Devers with a smile. Arabuma was confused. "How many warriors are there in Nudum?" asked the Devers. "There were originally nearly 6,000 warriors, but after you defeated them, there were only 2,000 left. Now another 800 have come to Laos, and there are only about 1,000 warriors in the city," Arabuma answered truthfully. "Other than these warriors, can the others fight?" asked the Devers again. "The others are the elderly, women, and children. Nudum doesn't occupy a large area, and the land is barren. It can't support too many tribes. The reason why it has so many warriors is because we, Laos, supply it with a lot of food every year." Arabuma remembered how Nudum had been oppressed and exploited by Laos for so many years, and he was filled with hatred. The Devers smiled. "My request is very simple. I just need you to help us open the gates of Nudum, and leave the rest to us." Arabuma set off for Laos, accompanied by assists, the clerk of the Tua Alliance's consul, and Izum, the leader of the mountain scouts. They brought the contract to sign with Avenojus, and at the same time, confirmed that the person who signed the contract was Avenojus himself. Then, they further discussed the matter of seizing Nudum and Laos. At the same time, the senior officers of the Tua Alliance discussed how to attack Nudum's city map left behind by Arabuma, and began to secretly mobilize for war. Although, as Arabuma said, there were only about 1,000 warriors in Nudum, the Devers decided to use the strategy of lions hunting rabbits to be on the safe side. Other than the 1st Battalion, which stayed behind to guard the Tua Alliance, the 2nd, 3rd, and 7th Battalions totaled 3,000 people, carrying 5 days' worth of rations, and prepared to attack Nidam. In addition, the Devers also prepared a banquet for 2 people. Chief Vespa, please take a seat. Consul, you're too kind. I'm no longer the chief of the tribe, but a captive of the Tua Alliance, Vespa said calmly. That's only temporary. When you become a citizen of the Tua Alliance, you'll still be the chief of this tribe. The Devers sounded like they were comforting him, but it also sounded like they were making a promise. Vespa's heart skipped a beat. The Devers then said to Bagul, who was a little restrained, "Hee, the most famous football running back in the military camp. Repairing the road made you stronger, didn't it, Andrea?" Andrea, who was following behind Crystal, blushed and lowered her head without saying a word. Consul. Bagul scratched his head and forced out the words with a smile. Sit down. Sit down. The Devers invited the guests to sit down and said loudly, "There are no outsiders here today. Chief Vespa, Bagul, you're both my old friends. You all know my wife, Kristoya." Kristoya nodded and smiled at the two. "I don't think I need to introduce this one." The Devers pointed at Andrea and said with a smile, "I'm still waiting to attend your wedding." Andrea and Bagul both blushed. Vespa looked a little helpless. Although he did not like the idea of Bagul marrying a Greek woman would be a great help to the tribe under the current circumstances. That's why we don't care about etiquette today. We can sit however we want and eat however we want. I prepared some new food that I haven't introduced to the restaurant yet. You'll be the first to taste it. I hope you like it." The Devers' words aroused everyone's curiosity. Even Vespa, who didn't go out much, knew that Crystal's restaurant was very famous in the Alliance. The Devers took the lead and set an example by moving a wooden chair to the dining table instead of lying on the recliner. The Devers had long been dissatisfied with the Greek style of sitting at a banquet. It was completely bad for digestion and health. The Devers let Crystal and Andrea attend the banquet, which was against Greek tradition. However, in the garden of Vespa and Bagul, they felt that the Devers were generous and didn't treat them as outsiders. The slaves first brought some fruits and snacks to everyone's table, followed by a jar of wine and a jar of golden liquid. Bagul curiously took a sip, and suddenly a chill went straight to the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" "It's delicious. The beer that the Egyptians drink," Andrea explained to her lover. Andrea used what she had learned and explained to her lover, "According to Sir's request, after the slaves carefully brewed the wine, it will taste even better." "Well, it's better than soft wine. This is the wine that men drink." Bagul took another big gulp and loudly commented. Vespa, influenced by his son, took a sip, and then drank a few more gulps in silence. Seeing this, the Devers and Crystal looked at each other and smiled. "How can we drink beer without good food?" Kristoya immediately motioned to Asuna. Asuna ordered the slaves to bring a metal object that was as tall as the wooden table. On top of it was a jar filled with water and some spices. The slaves began to light the wood and put it into the metal cavity under the jar. Vespa and the others looked on curiously, and the slaves brought 2 plates of food to each person. "This is lamb?" Vespa looked at the red and white slices of meat on the plate and said uncertainly. "This is lamb. This is beef." The Devers pointed at them and said, "I call this beef and mutton shabu." As they spoke, the water in the jar began to boil. The Devers took a piece of beef and put it into the jar. The beef rolled in the boiling water and quickly turned white. The Devers scooped it up with a wooden spoon and put it into a wooden plate filled with dipping sauce. After dipping it a few times, they picked it up and put it into their mouths, looking intoxicated. Vespa and the others followed suit. After eating, they were all amazed. Bagul even said, "I've never eaten such delicious beef before." "How did you make it?" "Skin the slaughtered goats, remove the bones, and remove the blood. Then, place them in the cellar. Then, send people to the mountains to collect a large amount of ice and place them in the cellar. Seal it and turn it into an ice cellar. After a day, take out the frozen beef and mutton. Then, use a knife to cut them into thin and crispy slices. Put them into boiling water, and they will be cooked." Divers explained patiently. "Then what is this?" Bagul pointed at the small plate in front of him and asked. That's the dipping sauce. It's used to adjust the taste of the beef and mutton. This dipping sauce should be made with shrimp, shellfish, and seaweed. After fermenting, you add some spices from India. As for how to make it, you'll have to ask my chef. This food looks simple, but I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Bagul sighed. He had already given up on trying to make it at home. It will definitely be very popular. Andrea covered her mouth with her hand in embarrassment. After swallowing the delicious mutton, she praised sincerely. At the same time, she also gave her own opinion. But the cooking of this dish requires people to constantly add firewood, and it's more troublesome to heat the fire. Andrea, you're right. Therefore, to eat such a table of hot beef and mutton, there needs to be professional service at the side, and our fee will be higher. And not only can it be used to heat beef and mutton, but it can also be used to heat other things, Kristoya explained as she gestured to the slaves standing at the side. The slaves immediately served the cut tripe, the veins of the sheep, seaweed, and so on. After everyone tasted it, they all thought that it tasted good. At this time, the Devers said to Wespa and Bagul, "Look, after slaughtering a sheep, the fur can be made into clothes to keep out the cold, the bones can be used to make soup, the meat can be eaten, the intestines can be made into sausages and other purposes, and the other organs can be made into delicacies. Almost the whole body of the cattle and sheep can be sold for money, and with our full promotion, the Greeks will gradually like eating beef and mutton. The Greeks, like the people of Rome, eat grains as their staple food, and the Lucanians are the best at herding, so the Lucanian cattle and sheep are famous throughout Greece. In the future, the Lucanian cattle will be welcomed by the citizens of the Tua Union, and the Lucanians will live a better life." Wespa and Bagul did not expect that the Devers would get involved in the lives of the Lucanians through this meal. They were both surprised and emotional that the Archon of a Greek city-state would think about how to make the lives of the Lucanians better. For a moment, they did not know what to say. At this time, the Devers raised his glass. "Come, let's continue drinking." Eating novel dishes and drinking novel beer, with two beautiful women to lighten the atmosphere, for Wespa and the others, the banquet was naturally very enjoyable. After the meal, there were only 3 men left in the living room. Sba took advantage of the fact that he was tipsy and asked, "Sir Administrator, what did you mean when you said that I can still be the leader of the tribe? After you've completed your labor and become citizens of the Tua Alliance, I'll invite you to become a member of the Senate. You'll be able to make suggestions for the Lucarians living in the Tua Alliance and protect their interests." "Isn't that equivalent to being the leader of a tribe?" the Devers explained. Wespa was tempted. After being held captive in Amendola for almost half a year, he understood that the Devers really wanted to keep the Lucanians. Otherwise, he would not have tried so hard to reduce the Lucanians' labor period. Most of the youths in the tribe wanted to become citizens of the Tua Alliance and enjoy the luxurious life that they could only dream of in the mountains. However, as the chief of the tribe, he had some misgivings. Now, the Devers had given him a promise. Thus, Wespa continued to speak under the influence of the alcohol. "According to your rules, I'm afraid it'll take 4 to 5 years for my people to become your citizens." "That's a little too long," Wespa said with some dissatisfaction. After all, he was not young anymore. Every year was a year. According to the immigration law of the Tua Alliance, it will indeed take 4 to 5 years for you to complete your labor, apply to become a probationary citizen, and then become an official citizen. However, there's a special mission. If your tribe is willing to participate, I'll apply to the Senate to turn all the men in your tribe into official Turii citizens. Not only can you become an elder of the Senate, but I'd also like to recommend Bagul to become a member of the Senate." The Devers' words were shocking. Bagul became excited when he heard that. Wespa was excited too, but he was much more experienced than Bagul. The fact that the Devers could give them such favorable conditions meant that the mission was not simple. "What's the mission?" he asked cautiously. The Devers looked at the two of them and said word by word, "The Avanogis leader of Laos has formed an alliance with the Tua Alliance. They're ready to help us take back Nudum." Both of them were shocked when they heard that. Then, they fell into silence. The Tua Alliance was ready to declare war on the Lucanians. It was not a problem for Wespa and Bagul to help the Tua Alliance fight the Greeks. However, it was a little hard for them to kill their own people. Although the Lucanian tribes often fought with each other and massacres were not uncommon, the Devers knew what they were worried about. Seeing that the two of them did not object, the Devers could guess what they were worried about, so he continued, "From now on, the Lucanians under the rule of the Tua alliance will enjoy the same rights and obligations as citizens of the alliance, just like the Greeks. You can continue to maintain your cultural traditions and customs. The alliance will not only not interfere, but will also protect you." Wespa was touched when he heard that. He quickly asked, "We can continue to worship the God we worship?" "Not only can you continue to worship, but you can also build altars and temples for your God." "I've heard of it. You Lucanians have an important festival called, Bullfighting Festival?" "Bullfighting Festival, a celebration of two bulls fighting each other to celebrate and bless the prosperity of livestock," Bagul interrupted. "After joining the Tua alliance, you can continue to hold it. Make it grander, and let us Greeks participate too," the Devers said excitedly. "Archon, is what you're saying true?" Wespa was visibly moved. "I can swear on the name of Hades," the Devers said solemnly with his palms facing the sky. Wespa and Bagul were finally convinced by the Devers' generosity. Since the culture, customs, and religion of the Lucanians would not be changed, it was equivalent to the Tua alliance's senate and the Devers becoming the leaders of the Lucanian tribes. If Lucania could be unified, it would reduce the conflicts and killings, and give the Lucanians peace. Wespa found an honorable reason for his compromise. After a brief discussion with Bagul, he immediately expressed his willingness to join the Tua alliance's army and take part in the operation to take Nudum. The next day, the Tua alliance called for another emergency meeting of the Senate. Since the Turii Senate's hall had yet to be repaired, the meeting was held in the same location as the last one, in Armendalara for the sake of secrecy. Therefore, Sarikos and the coachman brought the honorable senators to Armendalara early in the morning. There were two topics of discussion in the meeting. One was that the assists had brought back the treaty signed by Avenogis, and the war against Lucania was about to begin. The other topic was to make Wespa's tribe citizens of the Tua alliance. Although many foreigners had become citizens or prospective citizens according to the Immigration Act, the most typical example being Marigi, who was sitting in the meeting room, many senators, especially the Turii senators, found it hard to accept such a large number of Lucanians, who had brought great harm to both Turii and Armendalara, as citizens of the Tua alliance. Many of them objected, with Polixus's words being the most unpleasant. He protested loudly, "The Archon's actions have severely hurt the feelings of the Amendalarans and Turii. He wants to turn the civilized city of the Greeks into a barbaric and filthy stronghold of the Lucanians, and turn the people who have just survived the Lucanian war back into their slaves." Even Scombras and Strompoli, who had gradually begun to accept and support the Devers, joined the ranks of the opposition. Antonios, Capus, Alexis, and the others all stood up and supported the Devers' decision. They believed that the Lucanians, like the Greeks, loved life and were civilized and polite. They even built the road and helped the Tua alliance defeat the Crotone. They truly wanted to serve the alliance. Polixus immediately retorted, "This is just an expedient measure by the cunning Lucanians to regain their freedom. In short, you outsiders will never understand our pain." Polixus's words angered the senators of the mercenary army. The debate in the meeting room became even more intense, to the extent that they were even cursing each other. The rotating chairman, Raphael, rang the bronze bell several times to stop the quarrel, but no one paid any attention to him. The Devers had no choice but to stand up and shout, "Please be quiet. Otherwise, please leave." The meeting room quickly returned to silence. Polixus still wanted to say something, but he saw the Devers' sharp eyes piercing him like knives, and he immediately lowered his head in fear. The Devers looked around at the crowd and said loudly, "Since everyone thinks that forming an alliance with Avenogis and seizing Nudum will be of great benefit to stabilizing the west of the alliance and preventing the Lucanian invasion, then let us temporarily put aside our emotions and other reasons, and seriously consider this problem. After seizing Nudum, how are we going to govern it?" The Devers paused for a moment, and without waiting for the others to answer, he continued, "According to what you just said, in order to stabilize Nudum, we can only kill all the Lucanians in the city, or turn them all into slaves and migrate to Turii, and then migrate our people over, right?" This was the traditional practice of the Greeks during the era of colonization, and the senators who opposed before had no objection. First of all, Nudum is a mountain city, and it is located in the mountains. There is not much arable land, so we can only rely on grazing. If we let the Greeks, who love the sea, migrate to a mountain city surrounded by mountains and not rich in land, I can't be sure how many people would be willing to go. I believe you can give me an accurate answer. Cunegurata, Cornelis, and the other wise elders stood by and watched. The others did not step forward to answer. The Devers continued, then look at the north of Nudum. It's all Lucanian territory, and there are several large towns, Grimentum, Pixus, Potentia, and Galaguso. It's said that they have a total population of more than 100,000, several times our population. Although they are still fighting each other, when the Greeks occupy their traditional territory and threaten their own safety, will they unite and oppose us? Even if we defeat them, as long as they burrow into the mountains, there's nothing we can do, and it will only make the Lucanians hate us even more. They are familiar with every mountain and every river there. They will change their tactics and quietly attack our citizens who farm and graze, as well as our supplies and caravans. Nudum's output can't support a large population. There are few of us there, and the Lucanians are many. We can't conquer them, and they will devour us. What should we do? The Devers saw that someone wanted to say something but stopped. He sneered and said, some people might say, isn't there Laos? They will help us. Yes, Laos is our ally. But when we, the leader of the alliance, ask them for military and material support again and again, it might be okay at the beginning, but after a long time, do you think Laos will look down on our strength and have other thoughts? Don't forget that Avenogis is not a pure Greek, and he has never cooperated with the Greeks before. We can't pin our hopes on him to always stick to the alliance. The Devers paused for a moment to give everyone time to think, then continued, therefore, we can only continue to send food and soldiers from Turii and Amendola to Nudum. Not to mention that the mountain roads are difficult to traverse and the huge consumption of war. Do you think it's meaningful to continuously invest and consume the precious manpower and material resources of the Tua Alliance on a city that can't get any benefits? Besides, we have a powerful Crotone by our side, ready to take revenge at any time. Then why are we attacking Nudum and provoking the Lucanians? Buckos began to back down after hearing the Devers' words. Everyone here should have a deep impression that the Lucanians have invaded Tulii many times, right? Although they suffered a defeat this time, they still have a large population. If we don't attack and weaken them, they will definitely invade us again when they recover their strength. Of course, we hope to keep them out of the Alliance's territory. We don't want the flames of war to spread to our own land and destroy our hardworking farmlands and houses. Alexis stood up and replied. Can we use the Lucarians to help us stabilize Nudum and solve the problem that the consul mentioned? Scombra stood up and asked at this moment. The Devers revealed a slight smile. First of all, Vespa and the others are Lucanians. After defeating Nudum, it will help us stabilize the mood of the people in the city. There are rich and poor among the Lucanians, and we will capture the stubborn rich and the warriors and make them slaves. We will distribute the cattle and sheep we have captured to the poor, and we will put a mixed band of Greeks and Lucanians in charge of the city. At the same time, there are strong and weak tribes in the Lucanian tribal alliance. Some tribes are like Vespa, unwilling to join the city, but because of the war, they wandered around and found it difficult to survive. We can open a market on the border of Nudum and use our pots, iron products and other goods to attract the poor tribes to come and trade them for cattle, sheep, furs, game and so on. We can also give them help when necessary. After a long time, they will be happy to be close to us. In this way, we not only promote our trade and solve the problem of food for the soldiers stationed there, but also weaken the Lucanians. You must ask me, why do the Lucanians believe in us Greeks and are willing to get close to us? The Devers said loudly, because Vespa, Bagul and the others are there, and they are involved in the management of every matter. In the eyes of the Lucanians, Bagul and the others still worship the Lucanian gods, maintain the traditional customs of the Lucanians, and are still true Lucanians. But they are citizens of the Tua Union, wearing gorgeous clothes, drinking good wine, living in comfortable houses. Their way of life will definitely arouse the envy of the Lucanians, and eventually, other Lucanians will be willing to join our union. But if we put Bagul and the other Lucanians, who have only been in the union for half a year, back to the land they are familiar with, what if they betray us? Strone asked. If we give them citizenship, give Vespa, Bagul, and the others the status of Senate senators, we will treat them like our own people, and let them live in a civilization far beyond the reach of the Lucanians. This is a brilliant and glorious culture created by our ancestors with generations of hard work and wisdom. I firmly believe that they will be assimilated by us, and not us being assimilated by them, who are ignorant and backward. Of course, there is a small possibility of betrayal, but I think this risk is worth taking. Because if we fail, we will only lose more than 1,000 slaves and delay the plan to attack Lucania, but if we succeed, we will gain the vast land of Lucania and a population of more than 100,000. With this, do we still have to worry about Crotone? No, Crotone is just a small stone on the path of our union. We can easily kick him away, and what awaits us will be a wider world. The Devers' passionate speech at the end made the senators excited, and they began to whisper excitedly to each other. The Devers took the opportunity to announce that the meeting was temporarily adjourned. Then, he looked for the two city governors, Cunagurata and Cornelis, hoping that they would take the lead in supporting his proposal. I listened carefully to your plan to stabilize Nudum with Vespa, Bagul, and the rest of the Lucanians. I think it is worth a try. Cornelis put aside his personal feelings and said in agreement. Master Devers, the situation you mentioned earlier is really that dangerous and difficult without the help of Vespa and the rest of the Lucanians? Cunagurata asked doubtfully. Always think the worst, so you can work for the best, the Devers replied. Cunagurata thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Once again, the Senate senators, under the guidance of Cunagurata and Cornelis, mostly agreed, and the Devers' proposal was passed. Let Bagul lead nearly 1,000 Lucanian warriors into the army, and after capturing Nudum, all of them would be granted citizenship of the Union, and Vespa and Bagul would enter the Senate. A few senators, led by Polixus, lamented, "This is an unprecedented shame for the Greek city-states. The sacred hall will be tainted by the dirty breath of the natives," but most of the senators ignored their nagging, still looking forward to the huge benefits that they were about to obtain from Lucania. As soon as Felicius stepped into the house, he heard that the courtyard was very lively. The courtyard that was originally assigned to Felicius, his wife, Delia, planned to plant some apple and fig trees in the atrium. Felicius had no objections, but his adopted son, Melishanda, objected. He wanted to transform the atrium into a training ground, so that he could train his body and combat skills at any time. In the end, his wife, who loved her son dearly, agreed. As soon as he heard this sound, Felicius knew that Melishanda was looking for someone to practice with again. He walked along the corridor, and when he got closer, he saw that Melishanda's opponent was his good friend, Arsenes. It was obvious that the young man from Amendola was here because of tomorrow's expedition. Felicius remembered the appointment given to him by the Devers today, and he could not help but feel nervous. He never thought that the Devers would let him be the commander of this expedition to Nudum. One had to know that since he became a mercenary, the number of times he commanded a battle alone could be counted on one hand, and under the dazzling halo of the Devers, he felt even more pressure. He leaned against the pillar, thinking about something while watching the fight between the two young men on the field. "You're back." The gentle voice of his wife, Delia, sounded behind him. "This is the milk I just brewed today. I added some dates, so it should be sweeter. You can quench your thirst first." Felicius was holding a cup of warm syrup in his hand, because it was almost the beginning of winter. Delia said with a smile, "I've made your favorite grilled codfish for dinner today. I've also stewed mutton, boiled oatmeal, and bread. Since Arsenes will be staying at home tonight, dinner is more sumptuous than usual." Felicius took a sip of the milk and said, "It's rare for our house to have a guest. It's good to have some liveliness." Delia was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen, and at the same time, she instructed the female slaves to set the table. Felicius looked at her busy back and could not help but sigh in his heart that his choice was correct. Although Delia was a little old, she was a diligent and virtuous Greek woman who arranged everything in the house in an orderly manner. The training on the field finally ended, and Melishanda still refused to admit defeat. "Arsenes, you only defeated me because you're 2 years older than me and stronger than me. When I'm an adult, I won't lose to you again." Arsenes saw Felicius outside the courtyard and greeted him respectfully, "Master Felicius. We're at home. You can call me uncle." Felicius said kindly. "Uncle Felicius." Arsenies greeted him obediently. "Father," Melisande whispered. Compared to before, he could already call him father, but he was still not used to it. Felicius did not care about this. He comforted Melisande. "Child, I saw your battle with Arsenies just now. Your strength and speed are not inferior to your good friends, but you still lack experience, especially on the battlefield. You'll understand after a few battles. But I can only go to the battlefield when I'm 18. "Father, why don't you talk to Master Devers?" Melisande said eagerly. "Haven't you tried several times already? Master Devers values military law very much. He won't take the lead and set a precedent for you," Felicius said solemnly. Melisande punched the pillar in frustration. Felicius ignored him and turned to Arsenies. "We're going to battle tomorrow. Are you ready?" "Uncle, I can't wait to defeat the Lucanians and occupy their town under the command of Master Devers," Arsenies said excitedly. Felicius looked at him with a faint smile and said, "Tomorrow, Master Devers will not lead the army to battle. He has to stay in Turii and deal with the Alliance's affairs. At the same time, he will be on guard against the Crotone. Then who will lead us to attack Nidum tomorrow?" Arsenies asked anxiously. Felicius smiled. "Uncle, it's you?" Arsenies exclaimed. "Is it true? Father, you're the commander of the army?" Melisande looked surprised. He shouted father so loudly. At that moment, Felicius was filled with pride. The nervousness in his heart was swept away. He would win the battle and make his children proud of him. On the third day, when most of the Alliance's people were still asleep, the 2nd, 3rd, and 7th Brigades, about 4,000 people in total, were ready to go outside the northern city of Turii. As the founder of this army, the Devers did not personally command the battle for the first time. It was also the first time the soldiers would fight without the Devers' command. Both sides were more or less uneasy. Therefore, the Devers rode to inspect all the soldiers. Every time he passed a division, he glanced at the soldiers with trust and told them, "Brothers, I await the news of your victory. When you return, the Arch of Triumph in Turii should have been built. I will hold a triumphal ceremony for you and make the people of the Alliance proud." Because there was a rule in advance, the soldiers could not cheer loudly, but their morale was high and their fighting spirit had been ignited. The officers of the 1st Brigade also came to see them off. Their way of seeing them off was different from the Devers. They made all kinds of jokes to the officers of Drax, Cesta, Hieronymus, Eptines, and the others. The gist of it was, if it wasn't for our brigade shouldering the heavy responsibility of defending the Alliance, you wouldn't have had the chance to capture Nidum. I heard that there will be a triumphal ceremony for you. Damn it, you're really lucky. If you don't fight this battle well, you'll be letting down the commander and the courtesy of the 1st Brigade. You might as well not come back. There was a strong sense of jealousy in their words, but it also aroused the competitive spirit of Drax, Hieronymus, Eptines, and the other officers. Finally, the Devers came to the front of the Lucaria Brigade. He did not say much. First, he solemnly saluted, then said loudly, "Congratulations, brothers of Lucania. You are about to become citizens of the Tua Alliance. From today onwards, we are a family." The Lucaria warriors had been playing football with the Alliance soldiers for the past few months. Later on the training day, divers even allowed them to stop repairing the road and participate in the military training, so they could perform the Alliance military salute in unison. Seeing this scene, the Devers was very happy. He took a new flag from the guard captain, Marcius, and then raised it high to show it to the Lucaria warriors. It was a beautiful flag. It was also a bronze statue of Grim Reaper and a bright red flag, but the words embroidered on it were different. The red star below represented that the team had participated in the battle against the Crotone and won. Most of the Lucaria soldiers had begun to learn to speak Greek, but they could not read Greek yet. However, this flag that belonged to them was no different from other flags, and it made them happy. And Bagul saw the words on the flag, 4th Brigade of the 1st Legion. They were really a family. Bagul took the flag excitedly and said, "Rest assured, Legion Commander. The 4th Brigade will complete the mission successfully and guide the Lucanians to join our alliance." "Good." The Devers turned his anticipation into a fist and hammered Bagul's chest. After leaving the team, the Devers went to the commander of this military operation, Felicius. Everything is in your hands. Felicia suppressed the nervousness in his heart and responded with a strong military salute. Rest assured, Legion Commander. Let's go. The Devers nodded. Under the guidance of the Hades Legion's flag, the team quietly moved west. The Devers stared at the team that was moving forward like a long dragon and stood there for a long time. Some of the citizens and slaves who had woken up early to farm in the western part of Turii were so surprised that they forgot to work when they saw the Alliance army advancing on the road beside the fields. Of course, the Tua Alliance's military operation did not escape the eyes of those who were observant. Since Crotone had suffered a great loss due to Amandalara's sneak attack, they sent a few landless citizens to infiltrate the port of Turii to gather intelligence in order to keep track of the Tua Alliance's movements. Tratus was one of them. 2 days ago, the elders of the Tua Alliance frequently went to Amandalara for meetings, which caught his attention. His intuition told him that something big was happening in the Tua Alliance, so he paid close attention to the city of Turii. Coincidentally, he discovered that the Turii army was moving out today. He crouched in the bushes and confirmed the approximate number of troops before pretending to be leisurely and slowly walking toward the port. What he did not know was that someone was watching him not far behind. Of course, he did not know that his decision to sow discord between the Turii, Amandalara, and former mercenaries in the Tua Alliance had alerted the Devers and exposed himself. Big brother, this man is gathering important information about our alliance. We should go and capture him immediately, lest he divulge the fact that we are sending troops to war. No, brother, the assists told us to not alarm them first. We should go and tell the assists first. When the two of them rushed back to the city and arrived at the assists' residence, they were told by the slave who opened the door that the assists was not there. He was once again the adjutant of the 4th Brigade and was already on the expedition. The two of them were stunned. The person in charge of them was not here. What should they do? At that moment, the slave of the assists asked, "Is there someone among you called Aristyrus?" "That's me," one of them replied. The slave looked at him curiously and said, "The goddess of fortune has favored you. Master wants you to see the Devers directly if you need anything." The two of them were very excited. Without hesitation, they went to the Devers' residence and were easily received by the Devers. After listening to the two's report, the Devers were not surprised. Instead, they looked at them with interest. The short one looked a little nervous and a little anxious, while the tall and skinny one was much calmer. The Devers were looking at him, and he was also looking at the Devers. "Do you know why I didn't capture this spy from the Crotone?" the Devers suddenly asked. The short one did not know what to say, but the tall and skinny one said calmly, "I believe that the Lord must have his own plan. This spy may be of some use, and the Lord is not afraid that the Crotone will know that we are sending troops." The Devers' eyes lit up. He looked at him and said, "Your name is Aristyrus?" "Yes, Lord." The tall and skinny one nodded. The Devers turned to the other person. "Your name is Antroporus?" "Yes. Yes. Antroporus is me." The short one replied excitedly. "Thank you very much for your efforts for the city. The assists once introduced you to me in detail. He said, you are brothers from Catanai of Sicily. You have now applied to become a probationary citizen of the Tua Alliance. The assists also specifically mentioned you, Aristyrus. He said that you used your wisdom to quickly find the spy from the Crotone. You did a good job." The Devers praised. Hearing the praises from the lifetime consul of the Tua Alliance, military genius, and God-favored Devers, even the calm Aristyrus showed a hint of pride. "You are well educated?" the Devers asked again. "Yes. Our family in Catanai was relatively wealthy. When we were young, our parents hired private tutors for us." Aristyrus' calm words were mixed with some pain. Not only did the evil Dionysius attack Catanai, but he also enslaved most of the people who did not escape. A small portion was forcibly moved to Syracuse City, allowing the bandits in Syracuse to occupy our land. Antroporus said angrily. "Of course. Otherwise, we wouldn't have found him so easily," Antroporus answered first. Aristyrus, on the other hand, was thinking about the meaning of Devers' words. Devers glanced at him and said seriously, "This Crotone man is just not good enough. A good spy can not only collect information accurately and in time, but also distinguish the authenticity of the information. In times of war, they can create chaos within the enemy, alienate the enemy, undermine unity, destroy the enemy's walls, shipyards, arsenals, and other valuable facilities, and provide the greatest help for the city-state to win a head-on battle. They will be the secret soldiers of our Tua alliance. Seeing the two of them in deep thought, Devers said in a deep voice, Aristides, are you willing to be in charge of such an organization for me, collect information, and cultivate such an outstanding secret team to help the alliance? The sudden invitation surprised the two of them. Androporus elbowed his brother excitedly, and Aristides was also a little excited, but he could still keep calm. He said hesitantly, but assists, Devers nodded secretly. Assists has other important tasks to complete, and is no longer in charge of this organization. I'm willing to work for you, sir. Aristides replied straightforwardly. Half a day later, Crotone's chief general, Myron, received information from a spy. Early in the morning, about 4,000 troops of the Tua alliance left the city of Turii and marched west. Myron fell into deep thought. From the location of Turii, there was only one force heading west, the Lucanians. Was the Turii going to war with the Lucanians again? Was it Laos or Nudum? Myron suddenly became a little excited. Because Lucania municipality was far away from Crotone, and there were several forces in between, he did not know much about them and had little contact with them. However, the Lucanians were a powerful indigenous force that even the rich and powerful Greek city-state alliance in the north, the Campanian alliance, did not dare to provoke. The Tua alliance had only defeated the Lucanian alliance once before. Did they really think they could create another miracle with just 4,000 men? Even if they succeeded, were they not afraid of triggering another war with the entire Lucanian people? Would the Tua alliance, which was still in the midst of rebuilding, be able to sustain such a continuous depletion? Perhaps the young consul had been blinded by his previous victory? A few thoughts flashed through Myron's mind, and he suddenly felt like watching a good show. Perhaps the Crotone would declare war again before the peace treaty expired, and the Lucarians would set foot on the land of Turin again. The Crotone should be prepared for this. At the same time that Myron received the intelligence, the troops of the Tua alliance had already arrived at the entrance to the Lucania Pass. The alliance had set up a simple sentry post here, with 3 sentries stationed in shifts every day. If anything happened, they would immediately light a beacon to inform the tourists to prepare for battle. Wisam had already led a small scouting team to scout ahead to see if there were any abnormalities along the narrow path. The main force began to enter the mountain path. At its widest point, the narrow mountain path could only accommodate 4 people walking side by side. On both sides were steep ridges and towering trees. Not only was the path narrow, but it was also rugged. It was all uphill, and the ground was covered in gravel. If one was not careful, they would slip and get scratched all over their body. There was once a soldier's cold joke that spread throughout the army: if the enemy pushed down a round boulder in front of them, it would continue to roll down the mountain path until the entire Tua alliance was wiped out. Autumn in Great Greece was still relatively hot in October. Snakes and insects were still active in the mountains, and wolves could be seen from time to time in the mountains. The soldiers trudged through the mountain path while carrying rations, weapons, and equipment that weighed nearly 25 kilograms. Everyone was sweating profusely and exhausted, but no one dared to fall behind. If they did, there was a high chance that they would fall and get injured or attacked by wild beasts without help. At night, they could not build a camp according to military rules, so they could only sleep on the mountain path. However, standing guard was a must. Listening to the howls of various beasts in the mountains and looking at the flashing green lights in the darkness, even with countless teammates lying next to the sentries, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. For the resting soldiers, the biggest difficulty of sleeping in the mountains at night was the weather. At the end of autumn, the temperature in the mountains suddenly became cold. Although the soldiers were prepared and had brought sheepskins to sleep in, and there were bonfires lit every 10 meters in the middle of the soldiers, it was still a little cold. When they woke up in the morning, some soldiers would scream because something had appeared beside them: bobcats, hedgehogs, badgers, and most terrifying of all, poisonous snakes. Several soldiers were bitten as a result. Most of the soldiers only had one thought in their minds: get out of the mountain path quickly and capture Nidham. After 2 nights, the team began to go downhill. With Bagul's reminder, Felicius knew that they were more than halfway through the mountain path, so. He ordered the troops to slow down. Zam's team had already crossed the mountains and reached the exit of the mountain path. He let most of his men continue to monitor the peripheral movements and protect the expedition troops, while he took advantage of the night to avoid the detection of the mountain path checkpoints and rushed to Laos overnight to inform Avenogis. The great leader of the city of Laos, Tula, was in a good mood these days because Avenogis had finally agreed to move his people to Nidam, and he had been preparing for the move for the past few days. Early the next morning, he received a report from his men that Avenogis was preparing to move his people to Nidam in batches, and now the first batch of pack caravans had left the city and were heading to Nidam. Tula laughed out loud. Avenogis, Avenogis. Aren't you usually a very smart person? How can you be so stupid at this time? If your entire tribe left together, Lamu and the others wouldn't dare to forcefully divide and devour your tribe. If you go in batches, wouldn't it be just right for them to swallow you up? But that's great, we don't have to worry about the problem of Laos's bastards anymore. Thinking of the days he endured because he was afraid that Avenogis would cause a riot a few days ago, Tula let out a long sigh of relief. The days of fear were finally over. Feeling much more relaxed, he immediately asked his servant to bring over a beautiful Greek slave girl that his men had offered a few days ago, and he had a good time. Arabuma led the pack to the exit of the narrow road. There was originally no sentry post here, but last year, the tourist army invaded Laos. Although the Lucanians won in the end, it made the Lucanians feel the need to set up a sentry post. This exit was located between Laos and Nidam. Since Laos was affiliated to Nidam, this sentry post was under Nidam's control. As a result, it became a place where Nidam's warriors blackmailed merchants from Laos who went to Nidam to do business. In the morning, when the sentries saw the huge pack coming from the south, their first thought was to get more money, even if the pack belonged to the famous leader of Laos, Avenogis. Leading the pack, Arabuma agreed to the sentries' unreasonable demand for money. After leading the pack into the sentry post, he suddenly launched an attack and easily took care of the 10 greedy Nidam warriors. Then, Zam, who was hiding in the pack, immediately ran into the narrow road. An hour later, the Tua Alliance army immediately rushed out to meet up with Arabuma. Among them, the fourth group, the Lucanian group, took off their armor and weapons, stuffed them into the pack wagons, then changed into the tattered leather robes that they had prepared beforehand, and scattered into the camel team, while the other 3 groups followed far behind. When Arabuma saw Bagul coming up, he was still a little stunned. I heard Zam say that the Tua Alliance has an army made up of Lucanians, but I didn't expect there to be so many of them. He spoke in Lucanian. Bagul grinned and said in Greek, Asanu bless us with a smooth cooperation. Oh, smooth. Arabuma was still in a daze when he was embraced by Bagul. The man sent by Tula to follow the pack to see if Arabuma had successfully entered Nidam was suspicious when he saw the pack stop at the sentry post for a long time. When he saw countless Greeks in armor appear, he was instantly shocked. Avenogis has betrayed us, he's colluding with the Greeks. He immediately returned to Laos like a frightened rabbit. However, Avenogis, who knew Tula very well, was already prepared. Before Tula's man could return to Laos, Avenogis' bodyguards, who were hiding on both sides of the road and monitoring the situation, swarmed and captured him. Monet heard a report from his man, there's dust flying in the south, I'm afraid a large army is coming. Then it must be Avenogis with his people. He immediately made a judgment. In the past few days, Avenogis had sent people to inform them that they were ready to move. He had also sent his younger brother, Arabuma, to Nidam several times to repeatedly confirm the place where his people would live, graze, and work, and made many requests. Not only did the whole city know about it, but it also gave Lamu and the other leaders a headache. However, since Avenogis was so serious, it was obvious that he could not resist the pressure of the 2 cities and was finally moving. In the end, after a discussion, the leaders of Nidam decided to agree to Avenogis' request first. Once they entered Nidam, it would no longer be up to him to decide. Now, everyone was in urgent need of warriors and strong labor, and they all had their eyes on Avenogis' tribe, which was a big fat piece of meat. Soon, when the group arrived at the city, a man walked out of the group and came to the city gate. He shouted, "Open the gate! Open the gate!" Monet recognized that it was Arabuma. He quickly poked his head out from behind the wooden wall. "Leader Arabuma, why don't I see Leader Arabuma?" My brother wants me to settle the elderly, women, and children down before he can come over. Damn that Lao's bastard, he's quite cautious. Monet cursed in his heart. He then smiled and said, let your people camp outside first. I'll go inform Leader Ram. What? You want us to camp in the wild? Arabuma roared angrily. We've been walking for half a day. The elderly and children can't take it anymore. Let us go in and rest. Leader Arabuma, there are too many of you. If all of you come in at once, the order of the city will be disrupted. Please wait for a while, Monet cursed in his heart, but he patiently persuaded. What? We have more people. Didn't you ask us to move here? Now you think we have too many people? Good. Good. This is how Nidam treats us. Arabuma cursed. He then turned around and shouted to the others, come, let's go back. Monet panicked when he heard that. It was not easy for the leaders to get Arabuma's tribe to move here. If they went back because of him, his good days would probably be over. Wait, Leader Arabuma. I'll open the gate and let you in immediately. But please maintain order. Don't make it too chaotic. Monet hurriedly shouted. Arabuma immediately turned around and smiled. Okay, thank you for taking care of our tribe. I'll give you 5 sheep as a thank you gift. The Lucanians were very direct with their bribes. Monet had no more worries. He shouted, open the gate. At the same time, he told his men, inform Leader Ram immediately. Tell him that Arabuma has brought his people here. Then, Monet brought his men to the city gate to receive Arabuma's gift. Arabuma asked his men to drive away the cattle and sheep to prevent them from blocking the city gate. Then, he really asked his men to catch 5 sheep and give them to Monet. Monet expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Captain, do you want to slaughter one and let us have a good meal? The subordinate said enviously. Don't worry, I won't leave you out. Help me take these sheep home first. Monet kicked his subordinate and scolded. Arabuma's carts were pushed and pulled by the slaves as they passed through the city gate in an orderly manner and entered Nidam. There were also slaves carrying heavy loads among the carts. Monet looked at the gate and felt that something was wrong. He subconsciously asked Arnobumas, why do you have so many Lucanian slaves? With a strange smile on his face, Arabuma pulled out his dagger and thrust it forward. It happened so suddenly that Monet had no time to dodge. He could only watch as the cold tip of the sword pierced into his chest. Do it! Arabuma shouted as he swung his short sword at the other guards beside Monet. The slaves immediately threw away the weights on their bodies and quickly drew their weapons from the carts. Murder! The people of Laos are rioting. The people of Nidam who were watching from the sidelines screamed and fled when they saw this scene. Bagul, who was at the forefront of the carts, ordered Lazaru to lead some soldiers to the wooden ladders on both sides to kill the few sentries on the city wall and take control of the city gate. He and the assists quickly gathered the other warriors of the 4th Brigade and attacked under Arabuma's lead. The other brigades who received the news of the attack immediately marched toward the city of Nidam. Lama received a report from his subordinates that the Avinajis had moved their people here first. He could not help but be overjoyed, but he did not dare to make decisions on his own. He had to call the other chiefs to discuss how to divide the Avinajis tribe. After all, he was the weakest among the chiefs. The reason why he was elected as the chief was more complicated. After the death of the former chief Utara, the chiefs of Nidam almost fought for the position of chief. Just as war was about to break out, the chief of Laos, Tula, sent an urgent message: the Avinajis were in danger of rebellion. The chiefs all knew the importance of the Laos team to Nidam. If the Avinajis rebelled and occupied Laos, then Nidam would face the danger of food shortage. Moreover, Laos was a stone city with thick walls. It was difficult for them to take down Laos with their forces. They had to ask for help from the neighboring Grimentum. However, the situation between the Grimentum and Picassus was also tense. A war was about to break out, and they could not help Nidam in a short time. In the face of crisis, and with the mediation of the priests, they finally reached an agreement. To balance the situation, they chose Lamu, who was the weakest and did not participate in the fight for the position of chief in the first place, so the new chief had to rely on them. Great leader Ram finally waited until all the tribe leaders had gathered and were ready to start the discussion. Suddenly, one of his subordinates rushed in. "Oh no, great leader! Oh no! The enemy has entered the city." The chiefs all stood up in shock. "What's going on? Where did the enemy come from?" one of the chiefs asked. "Arab. Arab has betrayed us. He's even attracted the Greeks." "What?" The panicked leaders knocked over the tables and chairs and ran out one by one. "How many enemies are there?" Lamu asked. "There are enemies everywhere, too many to count. They've already killed their way through the wolf community. The wolf tribe was the strongest tribe in the city, but it had been taken over." Lama slumped into a wooden chair and mumbled to himself, "It's over, it's over." Under the swift and fierce attacks of the Tua alliance, the scattered Nidam warriors were forced to retreat to the sacred forest. This was the place where Nidam offered sacrifices to their gods. The Tua alliance soldiers surrounded them. With Bagul's reminder, Felicius did not order an attack but called for surrender instead. "Abanu! Sima! Ureza! Are you there? I'm Bagul. Abanu! Sima! Ureza! Are you there? I'm Bagul." Bagul stood in front of the sacred forest and shouted. He repeated it several times before someone on the other side of the wall finally responded, "Bagul? You're Bagul? You're still alive? Mountain god Asanu, bless me. Not only am I alive, I'm living well. Take your people and surrender, Cthima, and the rest of the Lucarians. I promise you that no harm will come to you." Bagul's loud voice echoed in the silent sacred forest. After a while, there were sounds of fighting and screams from inside. Felicius looked at Bagul. Bagul nodded, indicating that he was fine. Soon, the sacred forest was quiet again. The door opened and a tall young man walked out carefully. He looked around. "Sima, I'm here." Bagul strode forward. "Bagul?" Sima cried out in surprise. In his eyes, Bagul was wearing a blood-stained Greek armor and holding an exquisite helmet with purple tassels in his right hand. He looked majestic. "You're a Greek?" Sima hugged Bagul hesitantly. "No, I'm a citizen of the Tua Union, but I'm still a Lucanian." Bagul let go of him and corrected him. He pointed to the side and said in Greek, "Come and greet my commander, Felicius." Clearly, Kelsima understood Greek. He hesitated for a moment, but under Bagul's urging, he reluctantly came over and saluted. "What's the situation inside?" Felicius asked straightforwardly. "We've captured Lamu and the others. We are willing to surrender," Sima said in a low voice under the pressure of the fully armed Felicius. "Then let them come out and surrender," Felicius ordered. Sima looked at Bagul for help. "Don't worry. Tribes like yours that were forced to join Nidam will be fine. Tribes that belong to this city will have to suffer a little," Bagul promised them. Kelsima relaxed and then blew a sharp whistle towards the sacred forest. The door opened again, and the Lucanians filed out. The Tua Union successfully took down Nidam with only minor casualties. After a noon rest, Felicius left the 2nd and 4th Brigades to stabilize the situation in Nidam at Arabs' repeated requests. He then led the 3rd and 7th Brigades south to assist Avenogis in taking down Laos. According to the new regulations of the Public Service Law, the position of the city governor could only be chosen from the Senate elders. When the Devers asked for candidates for the governor of Nidam, the original Turan and Amendaran elders still held grudges against the Lucanians and no one was willing to take up the position. Hence, they could only choose from the original mercenary elders. Felicius was the military officer of the Tua Union and had to return to Turan immediately after the battle. There was still a lot of military work to be done. The 1st Brigade stayed in Turan, the 2nd Brigade Captain Dracos, the 3rd Brigade Captain Hieronymus, and the 7th Brigade Captain Epithenes were not too interested in government affairs. The 4th Brigade Captain Bagul had just become a citizen of the Union and was a Lucanian, so it was not suitable for him to be the governor of Nidam for the time being. After some consideration, the 2nd Brigade Captain, 1st Company Captain Sesta, was the most suitable candidate. Sesta was interested in government affairs and was humble and eager to learn. During his time as the deputy chief of the Amendaran Fire Department, he quickly familiarized himself with and mastered firefighting work. The fire chief, Antichrist, even gave him the position. Sesta agreed and expressed his gratitude for Diver's recommendation. The other elders had no objections either. The only one who had any objections was Antichrist, who was an Amandalara. He had no choice but to continue serving the people as the fire chief. At the same time, the Devers also made Sesta's clerk to assist Sesta in handling the affairs of Nidam and implementing policies against the Lucanians. In addition, they made Bagul Nidam's special inspector to deal with all kinds of disputes and conflicts in the city, coordinate the relationship between the Lucanians and the Greeks, and so on. After taking over Nidam, the first thing Sesta did was to screen the captives. He imprisoned the real Nidam people and their subordinates and families, while persuading the small tribes that were forced to join Nidam to surrender. He gave this task to Bagul. The second thing he did was to release the slaves. There were slaves in Nidam, and there were many of them. There were two main sources. One was the Greeks, who were plundered by the Lucanians. Most of them were Turii. As Nidam was close to the Turii, they would come east to harass them every year. Especially after defeating the Turii army last year, they followed the Lucarian coalition army deep into the Sabari plain and captured many Turii people. The second was the Lucarians, mainly the tribes who were defeated by the coalition army led by Grimentum and were unwilling to submit to Nidam. These Lucanian slaves were handed over to Bagul and assists to deal with. These Greek slaves were summoned by Sesta outside the city gate. Looking at these once well-fed but now skinny Greeks, even the women were naked, and all of them looked dazed. Sesta was touched. He said emotionally, "Greeks, you have suffered. Today, Hades has sent us, the Tua Alliance, to rescue you and take revenge for you." After saying that, most of the slaves burst into tears. At Sesta's order, the soldiers pushed Ramu and the nearly 700 naked captives into the room. They were then given spears and sabers to the Greek slaves. Sesta said loudly, "You can take revenge for those who bullied you." Assist saw that something was wrong and quickly stopped Sesta. "Sir, you can't do that. You're violating the Senate's order." "So what?" Sesta pointed at the Greek slaves and said angrily, "Look at them. Any Greek who saw this would choose to do what I did." When the Archon slaughtered General Crotone in Turin, he told the Greeks that the Tua alliance was not to be trifled with. "Today, I will let the Lucanians know that the Greeks are not to be messed with." While he was speaking, a Greek slave who could not control his hatred howled and rushed forward with a spear in both hands, stabbing a captive to the ground. With this as an example, the other slaves also rushed forward to assassinate the captives. The captives screamed in fear, knowing that a disaster was coming, and began to try to resist. The soldiers who surrounded them knocked them down with their round shields to stifle their attempts. Then, they let the slaves slaughter them. The killing continued until the end, but it did not continue because the remaining captives were desperately protected by the Greek female slaves. Sesta was puzzled. Assists quickly went forward to ask about the situation. When he returned, he told Sesta with a sorrowful expression, "These women either gave birth after being raped by these captives, or they are still pregnant. Poor Greek women. It's all because the Greek men are useless and can't protect them that they fall into such a miserable situation. Sir, do you still want to continue killing? Damn Lucanians." Sesta cursed, then raised his hand and said coldly, "Stop." After the order was given, there were still slaves who were unwilling to give up and brandished their spears, threatening the female slaves who were standing in front of the Lucanians to leave. The soldiers immediately went forward to disarm them. Sesta took a few steps forward, stepped on a corpse, and shouted to the Greek slaves, "Listen up. The new law passed by the Tua alliance states that any slave who was previously a citizen of Turin or a slave of Amendalara, because in the Greek city-states, the women of the city-state could not become citizens, but she belonged to the people of the city-state, will automatically become a citizen of the Tua alliance and a member of the Tua alliance. If a slave who is not a Turin or an Amendalara is willing to stay in the Tua alliance, you can apply to become a Tua alliance citizen after 2 years. After 3 years, if you meet the requirements, you can become an official citizen. Do you want to stay in Nidam or go back to Turin to live?" Most of the male slaves said they wanted to go back to Turin, but most of the women were hesitant. Because the Greek city-states of this era had very strict requirements for women's chastity. Not only before marriage, but especially after marriage, housewives could only stay in the house and could not go out in public. They had to be as diligent and frugal as bees in managing the household. Even the design of the house took into account the possibility of the wife having an affair. Therefore, the bedroom of the traditional Greek couple was on the second floor, and the only opening of the staircase was at the door of the living room, so that the master and the slaves could see the housewife going in and out. To prevent husbands who got tired of their wives and stayed in the brothel for a long time, causing the resentment of the wives who stayed in the boudoir alone, some city-states even stipulated the number of times a citizen could have sex. For example, Solon of Athens had initiated the law of Athens, which stipulated that having sex 3 times a month is enough care for a chaste citizen's wife. Now, a large number of Greek women who had been slaves for a long time had given birth, and some were pregnant. How would they be treated by their families and the outside world when they returned to Turin? None of the female slaves dared to think about it or face it. At this moment, the assist stood up and said loudly, "The Tua Alliance's lifetime governor, Lord Devers, has proposed and passed a law in the Senate. Any Lucanian who marries a Tua Alliance woman will automatically become a Tua Alliance citizen. After 2 years, he will become an official citizen and enjoy the right to the Alliance's allotment of land and 2 years of tax exemption. Any Greek man who marries a Lucanian woman in the Tua Alliance and is willing to become a Tua Alliance citizen will automatically obtain the status of a Tua Alliance citizen. After 2 years, he will become an official citizen and enjoy the right to the Alliance's allotment of land and 2 years of tax exemption." Is this true? The female slaves could not believe their ears. One of them mustered up the courage to ask. "Of course it's true. Any couple who marries according to the law can immediately go to the city hall in Nidham." "No, the great leader's mansion to register," Sesta said loudly with certainty. The Greek female slaves were like rain after a long drought. They were so excited that they shed tears. They knew that as long as this law was in place, as long as Nidham remained in the hands of the Tua Alliance, they could live proudly on this land. Lord Consul Devers was really a good person who cared for them. The Greek male slaves who were not originally Turiai citizens hesitated for a moment before making a decision. Compared to the long time it would take to become an official citizen in Turiai, marrying a Lucanian woman and enjoying many benefits immediately seemed more attractive. Assists could guess that this law would soon be announced in Turiai and Amendola. By then, who knew how many free men would come to Nidham to marry a Lucanian woman? He looked at the corpses piled up into a hill and the blood flowing like a river at the execution ground. At least the large number of widows in Nidham would have someone to take care of them. The bloody scene Sesta created outside the city gate shocked all the Lucanians in the city. The families who lost their loved ones cried in fear. Even in the evening, when Bagul invited Sima, Uraza, and the other Lucanians they knew, they were still trembling with fear. "Sit down. Sit down. We're all old friends, so sit down." Bagul subconsciously imitated the Devers' expression and tone when they served him, but the guests did not seem to be relaxed. "Sima, why haven't I seen Abanu?" Bagul glanced at the crowd and asked. "Abanu. He had a quarrel with Udrul's son, Tamalu, and was killed by them." Sima said sadly. "Damn Udrul. Damn those big tribes who bully us. Where's this Tamalu now?" Bagul roared angrily. "He's dead. When we went to Turiai, he died in the hands of the Greeks, just like his father, Udrul." Uraza glanced at the assists beside Bagul and said gloatingly. "Sigh, it's a pity that I can't avenge him myself. But that's fine. Abanu can serve the mountain god with peace of mind." Bagul sighed and regained his composure. At that moment, one of the guests said, "Udrul and Ramu bullied us, but won't the Greeks bully us? Won't they slaughter us like they did to Ramu and the others?" Yeah. Today, the Greeks killed more than 500 Lucanians who surrendered outside the city. Soon, they'll slaughter us like cattle and sheep." The guests were in an uproar, venting their dissatisfaction with the Greeks. The assists finally realized the impact of the massacre outside the city. He stood up and said, "The Tua Alliance will never bully you." How can a Greek who can speak Lucanian join a Lucanian gathering?" A voice from the guests interrupted the assists. Amidst the uproar, a voice exclaimed, "Dila's husband? Uraza, you have no chance." For the first time, the guest chuckled at his words. I thought all of you died in the Grimentum. Xianxia said bitterly, so, I already have a wife. Back then, we weren't even sure if we could live to this day. Bagul's words resonated with the guests. He continued, so, let's not talk about anything else tonight, just drink. To celebrate that we're still alive today. That's right. Xianxia hugged the amphora filled with wine and took a sip. He praised loudly, good wine. This is the first time I've drunk such good wine. I must drink all of Bagul's good wine tonight. Everyone laughed. Bagul was secretly grateful to Xianxia for helping him out. He raised his glass and shouted, come, let us thank God Asanu for his blessings. Bagul took the lead. After a few glasses of wine, the atmosphere of the banquet became lively. Everyone toasted and toasted. Amidst the noise, Bagul stood up and said to assistants, come, brother-in-law, let me introduce you to my guests. Assistants held a bottle of wine in one hand and a glass in the other. This is Xianxia, my childhood friend. He's also a wrestling opponent, but he can't beat me. Don't listen to his nonsense. If you don't believe me, let's fight again another day. Not another day, let's fight after the banquet. Do you dare? Let's compete. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Bagul readily agreed. Hearing that there would be wrestling later, the other guests also cheered excitedly. Assistants bowed to Xianxia according to the Lucanian etiquette, clinked his glass, and downed the wine. Okay. Someone shouted. Clearly, Assist was using the Lucanian etiquette and straightforwardness as a Greek to attract the guests' attention. This is Xianxia, my good friend and once Tina's admirer. Nice to meet you. Assists clinked glasses and said, don't worry, Tina is living a good life. I will always treat her well. Xianxia glared at the assists and spat out, I want to wrestle with you later. Do you dare? Sure. Assists answered straightforwardly. He raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. All right. The guests cried out at the sight of something to see, and began to find the Greek very agreeable. This is Uncle Hegemon. He used to bring us fishing when we were young. His fishing skills are the best in all of Lucaria. After walking around and finishing a can of wine, Assists felt like he was floating. However, the guests were no longer looking at him with caution. Brother-in-law, you have to know. Bagul, who returned to his seat, said to the assists in a serious tone, in the past, we were small tribes living in the forest between the upper reaches of the Are River and the upper reaches of the Agri River. We often interacted with each other, and we often joined forces to fight against foreign enemies. However, after the Grimentum and Nidum formed an alliance, we were powerless to fight against their powerful strength. Some were forced to join the Grimentum, some like Xianxia and Xianxia were forced to join Nidum, and some escaped from the deep mountains like us. I didn't expect that we would be able to meet again. Bagul said emotionally, if my father knew, he would not be able to sleep at night. Bagul's words touched the memories of the guests, and most of them sighed. At this time, Bagul patted the assists on the shoulder and said loudly, my brother-in-law has another identity. He is the personal attendant of the Archon Devers of the Tua Alliance. This time, he was sent by Lord Devers to help govern Nidum. As soon as this was said, the guests gasped. Devers? You mean the Greek who used only a few thousand to annihilate more than 10,000 of Asopyrus men? Assists, I heard that this Devers later used a few thousand to defeat 10,000 of Crotone's men. Is it true? I heard that he is the son of a Greek god? No wonder the guests were so surprised. Although Nidum and Turii had been cut off because of the war, Laos had a port. As long as there was foreign trade, news from the outside could quickly spread to Nidum. While the Lucanians were surprised by the defeat of the powerful Lucanian coalition, the name of the Devers reached their ears for the first time. As long as they paid attention, they would hear more rumors about the Devers from the foreign merchant ships at Laos port. For the Lucanians, who were more superstitious and worshipped the strong, this powerful and mysterious Greek who had achieved so many things made them feel awe. Therefore, when Bagul learned about this from the captives, he immediately realized that he could use this to his advantage. Therefore, he did not mention Assist's position but said that he was the confidant of the Devers, immediately putting a halo on Assists. Assists took the opportunity to say, Master Devers once said, in Lucaria, the big tribes bully the small tribes, annex their tribes, plunder their cattle and sheep. In the end, the leader of the big tribes becomes as rich as the king, and the people from the small tribes are not slaves but better than slaves. Yes, that's right. That's right. Assists' words resonated with the guests. And our Tua alliance will never bully you. Assists said with unusual certainty, before I came, Master Devers repeatedly told me to treat the Lucanians like our own people. He said, under the rule of the Tua alliance, the Greeks, Lucanians, Egyptians, and other races will all be the same. No matter their status, they will all enjoy the same rights and responsibilities. That's indeed the case. Bagul immediately took over and proved, the chief commercial officer of the Tua alliance, Senate Elder Marigi, is an Egyptian, but he is also a citizen of the Tua alliance. And I'm a Lucanian, now the captain of the 4th Brigade of the 1st Legion of the Tua alliance, as well as a Senate elder. My father, Vespa, is also a Senate elder. The guests gasped in disbelief. The Lucaria region was surrounded by Greek city-states. After a long period of contact and interaction, they roughly knew the system of the Greek city-states. The Senate elder was equivalent to the leader of a large tribal alliance in Lucania. He could participate in discussions and decisions of the tribal alliance. If there was a powerful leader, he could even influence the big leader's decision. How do I become a citizen of the Tua alliance? Many people were envious and could not help but ask loudly. As long as you're willing to join the Tua alliance, you can now become a probationary citizen of the Tua alliance. As long as you abide by the laws of the alliance and perform well, you can become an official citizen after 5 years. The Tua alliance Senate considered the special circumstances of the Lucanians, so as long as they're willing to submit, they can become probationary citizens. But to be fair, just like the Greeks, they can only become official citizens after 5 years, Assists explained. What's the difference between probationary citizens and official citizens? Some of the more observant people noticed the difference between the two terms. Probationary citizens don't enjoy some of the rights of official citizens, such as the allocation of land by the alliance, being able to hold public office, and so on. However, probationary citizens enjoy the protection of the alliance and can receive assistance from the alliance. For example, after you become a probationary citizen, if you're willing to farm, the alliance will rent land in Nayudam for you to farm. The tax rate is only 5%. This is a new policy to encourage probationary citizens to move to Nayudam. If you're willing to graze, the alliance will rent cattle and sheep for you to graze. The tax rate is also 5%. You should know that it's not easy for many Greek freedmen in Turiai to become probationary citizens of the alliance. After they apply, they have to go through at least 2 years of examination before they can become probationary citizens. That's true. The Tua alliance Senate considered the Lucanians' wariness toward the Greeks. To show the sincerity of the alliance, they purposely relaxed the conditions for Lucanians to become probationary citizens of the alliance. This was criticized by many citizens. Bagul endorsed the alliance again. In reality, the two of them were overthinking things. Most of the guests did not care about this. Compared to the leaders of these small tribes who had to pay half of their income to Nayudam every year and could only go out to fight and barely survive by capturing livestock, the tax rate given by the Tua alliance could not be any better. The guests communicated with each other anxiously. Aren't you afraid that we'll take your cattle and sheep and run away? Someone joked. We're not afraid. The assist said confidently. We've identified someone who's not suitable to become a citizen of the alliance with just a few cattle and sheep. And where can the people who steal the cattle and sheep go? Run to another Lucanian tribe, have their cattle and sheep taken away, and continue to be bullied by a strange leader? Or go to another Greek city-state and become a slave? Or wander alone in the wild until they freeze to death, die of illness, or starve to death? Instead of that, it's better to stay in a friendly and peaceful alliance. Isn't it better to live a stable life? The alliance respects the culture and customs of the Lucanians, and allows you to have your own temple, worship freely, and have your own customs and festivals, as long as you don't violate the alliance's laws and disturb public order. After hearing this, every guest fell into deep thought. At this moment, someone shouted, "How can one become an elder of the Tua alliance Senate?" I led my people to build a new road and a residential area for the Tua alliance. I even led my people in the battle against the Crotone. Now, I've taken Nidham. I've made all these contributions, and that's why I've become an elder of the Senate. Bagul said proudly, my father didn't do anything else, but there had never been a Lucanian who joined a Greek city-state before. He courageously led more than 2,000 of his people to join a Greek alliance, including his family, so Bagul was purposely distorting the facts here, and created history. He also agreed and encouraged me to lead my people to do things for the alliance. Master Devers invited him to join the Senate. The crowd gasped in admiration. The assists then emphasized, the Senate is open to any citizen of the alliance. As long as you contribute enough to the alliance, the Senate will take you in. Hegemon nodded as if he understood something. But what if the Gramentum, Pixis, or even Potentia from the north attack Nidham? Someone asked worriedly. I believe you all know that the Gramentum and Picasis are fighting each other. They won't be able to take care of us for the time being. Besides, even if they attack, we won't be afraid. We have Master Devers with us, the assists said loudly. His words were worth thousands of words, instantly relieving everyone's worries. I'm willing to join the Tua alliance with my people. Kursima stood up. Me too. Eureza stood up as well. I can't let Vespa be the only one in the Senate. Hegemon stood up as well. Seeing that almost all the guests were willing to join the alliance and become probationary citizens, Bagul and the assists looked at each other and smiled. They raised their glasses and said, come, let's toast to the Tua alliance that belongs not only to the Greeks, but also to the Lucanians. The next morning, Avinoja's troops opened the city gate and cooperated with the Tua alliance army, easily defeating the Lucanian garrison. Finally, they rushed into the great leader's mansion and caught the great leader of the Laos, Tura. He was hiding in bed, shivering. Next to him lay the Greek slave girl whose body was already cold and had been strangled by him. The angry Tua alliance soldiers immediately pierced his chest with a spear. Avinojas warmly invited Felicius to lead his troops to camp in the city, but was politely rejected by Felicius. He said, Laos has just been recaptured, and the order in the city still needs to be reorganized. We have too many soldiers, and I'm afraid that staying in the city will cause you trouble and affect the friendship between Laos and the Tua alliance. We'll be resting outside the city for a while, and then we'll leave. Before we came here, Lord Devers had given us instructions. Felicius' insistence and the Tua alliance's initiative to think of Laos made Avinojas very emotional. He immediately gave half of the seized money and livestock to Felicius to express his gratitude. Felicius did not refuse. Coupled with the spoils of war that they had seized in Nidham, the Tua alliance had gained a lot this time. According to the Senate's order, all the cattle and sheep were left to Nidham for Sesta to use to aid the Lucarians who had defected to the Tua alliance. Most of the money was brought back to Turiai. Some of it was used as military funds, some was handed over to the national treasury, and a small portion was distributed to the soldiers as rewards. The seized weapons were donated to the Soldiers' Committee for free. Felicius left the 2nd and 4th Brigades to temporarily guard Nidham. He led the rest of the troops with 5 days' worth of rations and left Laos. When they arrived at the entrance of the narrow road, the entire army stopped and began to build camp according to Felicius's orders. Arabuma, who was accompanying them, was puzzled. Faced with Arabuma's question, Felicius answered truthfully, the Senate's order, actually, it was the Devers' order. After seizing Laos and Nidham, the army must build a fortress at the entrance of the narrow road and station soldiers there for a long time to prevent the invasion of the Lucanian army from the north. After surrounding Nidham, quickly block the mountain road to the south and stop the Tua alliance's support to Nidham and Laos. Arabuma was silent for a while, then asked, in the future, the trade and personnel exchanges between Laos and Nidham, they won't be affected in any way. They can pass through the fortress smoothly without charging any fees. Felicius said with certainty. In order not to destroy the good alliance relationship that Laos and the Tua alliance had just established, Arabuma had no choice but to agree. In fact, both sides understood that building a fortress here to protect the mountain road that connected to Turiai was not only to allow the Tua alliance to smoothly support Nidham against the Lucanian army in the future. In addition, if Laos betrayed the Tua alliance one day or something abnormal happened, the Tua alliance's army could still pass through the fortress and directly approach the city of Laos. This was an open and aboveboard plot. Early in the morning, many Lucanians who wanted to join the alliance, rent livestock, and rent land flooded into Cesta's temporary residence. Cesta was overjoyed and asked Bagul and the soldiers of the 4th Brigade to maintain order and act as translators. The household registration officers and agricultural officers who accompanied the army were also ready. Household registration, signature, fingerprint. He wrote the rental contract, signed it, stamped it with his thumbprint, who knew that more and more Lucanians would come. Not only because of the crowd effect, but also because of the mixed marriage law that the Tua alliance had specially formulated to quickly consolidate the newly occupied Nidam. Some of the astute Lucanians realized that they had to quickly obtain the benefits offered by the Tua alliance, or else the Greeks from Turiai would snatch it from them. Nidam's northwest side was backed by the Ra River, and on the other side of the river was a mountain forest that was not too steep. On the southeast side was a narrow river valley less than 2 miles wide that led straight to Laos. Further east was a continuous and impassable mountain range with only one narrow path leading to Turiai. Only the northeast side, between the upper reaches of the Ra River and the upper reaches of the Agri River, was high and fertile. It used to be the settlement of many small tribes, but later fell under the control of Nidam. The shape of this area was irregular, and the terrain was rugged. Parts of it were also divided by the mountains, making it difficult to measure and distribute. Therefore, Bagul suggested to Cesta, divide the land according to the number of people in each tribe, and the leaders and tribesmen would be responsible for collecting the taxes. The Lucanians without tribes would be distributed separately. In fact, this was relatively rare. This would save time and manpower, and also avoid direct friction and conflict between the alliance and the Lucanians in Nidam. Considering the uniqueness of the Lucanian mountains and the Lucanian tribes, Cesta agreed with Bagul after some thought. Just as Cesta was racking his brains for the management of Nidam, the Devers received an urgent battle report from the west. The victory of Nidam and Laos was expected, and the slight uneasiness he felt about not being in command personally disappeared. He had told himself many times not to learn from Napoleon. The Mediterranean Sea was very big, and the alliance would encounter many enemies in the future. He needed more excellent commanders who could command independently. Cesta's performance in Nidam was beyond his expectations, but he handed the sandpaper roll to Aristocrates and asked with a slight anger, "What do you think about Cesta letting the Greek slaves kill the Lucanian captives?" After making the decision to let assist Cesta in governing Nidam, the Devers did not plan to let assists return as a clerk. The eagle would eventually grow up and soar independently in the vast sky, but they would have to find another person to be a clerk. The Devers remembered Aristocrates, who was able to calmly defend himself and move the Senate elders present in the presence of the fugitive slaves in Amendalara, so they sent Aristocrates to look for him. In the end, Aristocrates was working in the new restaurant that Christoia opened in the city of Turiai. When Aristocrates told him that Lord Devers was looking for a clerk, as the clerk was a public office, Aristocrates was only a free citizen and could not fill the position, he gladly accepted. As a result, when the Devers returned home at night, Christoia complained that he had poached her family, and in the end, she carried out revenge by using her mouth and hands to almost squeeze him dry. "My lord, I don't know much about Nidam, so I can't comment." Compared to the straightforward assists, Aristocrates, who had been through hardship since childhood, was much more cautious. Devers glanced at him. "Is he trying to subtly remind me?" The Devers thought about it and slowly said, "You're right. We don't know the situation in Nidam better than Cesta. Since he has been appointed to manage Nidam, we should let him do it. I just didn't expect this Cesta, who is usually inconspicuous, to be so straightforward and fierce when he does things. He's better than me in this aspect." As the Senate Hall in Turiai had not been built yet, the afternoon Senate meeting was still held in the Senate in Amendalara. In the meeting, the Devers loudly announced that the Tua alliance had successfully captured Nidam and helped their ally, Avanogus, recapture Laos. Even though the elders had received the news before the meeting, they still cheered loudly. Sybaris. Although it had now become a joke for the Greeks and a negative example for the city-states, it was undeniable that more than 100 years ago, it was the largest city-state in Greece that spanned across the east and west coasts of the Apennines, ruled many cities, intimidated the Briti, Lucaria, and other local races, and possessed amazing wealth. At that time, Syracuse was only a small city-state, and Tarantum and Crotone could only look up to it. The elders reminisced about the glory of Sybaris in the past and were intoxicated by the vision of the future. They cheered excitedly again, and some even shouted excitedly, "Fight across the Cini River, capture Grimentum, and take back our Poseidonia." Since when did Poseidonia become ours? Devers laughed in his heart. He was happy to see such a situation happen. At this time, Vespa stood up and asked with concern, "Lord Devers, how is the situation in Grimentum and the other Lucarians? Because our attack was very successful, no one escaped. I guess the Lucarians in the north have not received the news yet. Sesta is seizing the time to stabilize the situation in Nidum. With the full help of Bagul, a large number of Lucarians and slaves in Nidum are willing to become citizens of the alliance. Sesta and assists are busy registering the surrendered Lucanians, distributing land, cattle, and other matters, while strengthening the city's defenses. In addition, assists is also building the Ra River fortress and will return in 2 days. Even if the Lucarians in the north receive the news, they will not be able to attack Nidum for the time being. From the information we have received, we all know that Picassus has just fought with Grimentum. Due to the rebellion of some of the leaders, Acapiru's son, Luzo, who occupied the city of Grimentum, was defeated and led his people to flee to Potentia, and Potentia accepted him. Obviously, even if Picassus's Sinsing occupies the city of Grimentum, he still has to be careful of Potentia's intervention, so Nidum is safe for now. The words of the Devers dispelled the worries of some of the elders, and the atmosphere became even more heated. Cornelis said loudly, "My lords, there is an important issue that the Senate urgently needs to discuss and resolve." Most of the elders were stunned. What kind of big problem could there be on this day of victory? Previously, we owned the cities of Amendolara and Turii, so we called it the Tua Alliance. It was simple and clear, and the people understood what it meant the moment they heard it. But now that there's Nidum, it wouldn't be right to call it the Tua Alliance. Cornelis said seriously. Cornelis's thoughtfulness made the elders realize that it was indeed inappropriate. This was tantamount to excluding Nidum. What would the people of Nidum think in the future? Moreover, judging from the development trend, Nidum would mainly be dominated by the Lucanians in the future. Now, a lot of effort and many bills had been made to include the Lucanians in the alliance. This was a long-term plan that the Senate elders had gradually reached. Because a name issue could lead to discord and division, the alliance's long-term efforts would be in vain. This was indeed an important issue that needed to be resolved immediately. Then we'll call it the Turii, Amendolara, Nidum Alliance. Aminta's answer was simple and clear, but some of the elders could not help but laugh. Oh, that's quite convenient. But what if we get the Grimentum next time? We'll continue to call it the Turii, Amendolara, Nidum, Grimentum Alliance? If there's a next time. If this continues, it'll take a lot of time every time the official name of our alliance is mentioned. Mercies ridiculed exaggeratedly. Everyone burst into laughter. Amintas could not hide his embarrassment anymore. He said angrily, "Mercies, come up with a better name for me to see." It's not difficult. Since we want to restore the glory of Sybaris and regain its amazing wealth. At this point, it felt like Mercies was almost drooling. Let's just call it the new Sybaris. As soon as this was said, Cunigarata shook his head in objection. This name is not good. It will easily aggravate the relationship with Crotone, and it will also make the neighboring city-states feel uneasy. Ansitanos agreed. That's right. When Sybaris was prosperous, there was competition with many city-states in Great Greece, and their relationship was not very good. Even the Campanian alliance to the north of the Lucaria region, the Neapolitan alliance, was hostile to Sybaris. We can't ruin our relationship with our neighbors because of a name. As a scholar of history, Ansitanos' words naturally won the elders' attention and approval. Many of the elders had already thought of names that might cause dissatisfaction with the neighboring city-states, but they swallowed them back into their stomachs. For example, Antonio's Great Greek Alliance. At this time, the elders realized that this name was not easy to come up with. Not only did it have to contain a certain meaning, but it also had to represent the cities in the alliance. At the same time, they had to consider the future development and the relationship with the neighboring city-states. Some of the elders pondered and muttered softly. Some even looked directly at the Devers. Isn't it easy to come up with a name? I'll say a name, and all of you will think it's good, someone said confidently. Everyone saw that it was Plazina's. Hurry up and say it. Under the urging of the elders, Plazina slowly said word by word, let's call it the City Alliance of Dionia. While the uncultured elders like Amintas were still pondering the meaning of the name, many of the elders once again looked at the Devers meaningfully. The Devers were a little surprised. He had indeed neglected the problem of the alliance's name before. When everyone was thinking of a name, he was also thinking about it, but he did not expect Plazina's to repeatedly surprise him. The meaning of the name Devers was Son of God. Some people in the alliance thought that the name of the consul was bestowed by the gods. Otherwise, how would his parents know that their child would become the one favored by Hades in the future, or even be his blood descendant? Dior referred to God, and the name Dionia meant the land of God. Therefore, the two names Dionia and Devers were deeply related. Before the Devers could say anything, Marigi had already shouted, good name. Good name. The Greeks had a tradition of naming the city-states after the gods. For example, the Poseidonia you mentioned earlier, and the well-known Athens. Our alliance has been blessed by Hades many times. That's why we were able to win against the many, defeat the strong, and develop so quickly in a short period of time. In order to thank Hades, the symbol of our alliance is Hades, and the flag of our army is Hades. We also want to build a temple for him, but that's not enough. The people of the entire alliance should be blessed by him, so the name Dionia is just right. I believe that with it, our alliance will develop even faster. It might seem strange to outsiders to let a Persia person talk about the Greek gods and the grace of God, but the senators present listened very seriously, and some of them had already nodded in agreement. As the troops were out on an expedition, there were not many former mercenary senators who firmly supported the Devers. Without these people making a ruckus, the scene was a little quiet. The Devers looked around at the crowd, and his eyes fell on Cornelis and Cunigurata. My two city governors, what do you think of this name? Cornelis lowered his head and said, I have no objections. Cunigurata glanced at Prasina's, then looked at the Devers and said, I completely agree. This is a good name. Then let's call it the Dionia City-State Alliance. The Devers calmly made the final decision. At the end of the meeting, the Devers and the senators walked out together. They did not deliberately talk to Prasina's the whole time. Outside the door, all the senators were stunned. In front of the Senate of Amendolan was a dense crowd of people, stretching all the way to the foot of the mountain. Among them were wives who had lost their husbands to the Lucarians, elderly people who had lost their children, children who had lost their fathers, thousands of tourists who had a phobia because of the Lucarians, and Amendolans who were worried about the situation at the front line. Almost all the families of the soldiers were in Amendolan. At this moment, they were all standing quietly. When they saw the Devers coming out, someone shouted first, followed by a tsunami of cheers. Victory, Tua Alliance. Victory, Senate. Victory, Lord Devers. Thank you. Thank you. Everyone was cheering to their heart's content, their eyes shining with tears of excitement. It was the release of years of humiliation. It was a kind of pleasure from settling a grudge. It was the joy of no longer having to be afraid. The Tua alliance led by the Devers had seized Nayutam, solving many years of trouble for the tourists in one fell swoop. The sincere gratitude of the people infected all the senators of the Senate. At this moment, they felt the pride of being senators of the Tua alliance's Senate. Just as the Devers said, we will lead the people to create a prosperous and powerful city-state alliance of Dionia. Let the Dionians proudly claim to be citizens of Dionia no matter which city-state they were in, and no foreigners would dare to invade them. Naturally, Tratus saw this spectacular and touching scene. No matter how emotional he was, the message sent back to the Crotone City Hall was still short. The Tua alliance had seized Nayutam, and Laos had become their ally. After some discussion, they decided to wait and see how the situation would develop. After all, in the history of the Greek colonization of the Western Mediterranean, there had never been a successful precedent for the Greeks to leave the coast and occupy the mountains of the indigenous people. Even if the Tua alliance seized Nayutam, how could they suppress the Lucanian rebellion in the mountainous region full of Lucarians with their small number of people? How could they deal with the subsequent attack of the Lucanian army? This was the next big problem. At the same time, the city hall decided to send merchant ships to establish trade relations with Pishin, so that they could keep abreast of the movements of Lucania municipality. Ephesus, located on the coast of the Aegean Sea in Asia Minor, was a famous city of the former kingdom of Lydia, across the bay from Samos Island. It was said to have been built by the colonists of Athens around 900 BC. After hundreds of years of development, it, together with Miletus and Samos, which were not too far from it in the south, became the three most dazzling pearls of the Greek states in Asia Minor. In the center of the triangular area formed by these three prosperous cities was Mount Mycale. On the mountain, there was a sanctuary called Panionion, which meant the temple of all the Ionians. It used to be the place where the Greeks of Asia Minor gathered to celebrate their union. Although it was no longer as glorious as it used to be, it was still a place of worship for the Greeks of Asia Minor. At the same time, the influence of another temple was growing day by day. This was the amazing masterpiece built by Ephesus, the Temple of Artemis. 100 years ago, when Ephesus was still attached to Lydia, it had become the trade center of Asia Minor. Citizens of various cities flocked to it, and in addition to doing business and working, they naturally had to worship in the temple for spiritual comfort. As a result, the people of Ephesus found that the original altar of Artemis could no longer meet the demand. Believers often had conflicts in order to occupy a good place to worship. Therefore, building a temple became a top priority. At that time, the rich king of Lydia, Croesus, generously donated money to Delphi to seek an oracle, but was misled into a war with Persia, and finally perished. A new temple was built on the original altar. The most famous architects and sculptors of that time were invited to participate in the design of the new temple. The completed temple was 100 meters long and 55 meters wide. There were 127 huge pillars 18 meters tall supporting the temple's huge roof. The entire temple was basically built with huge stone slabs that were 5 to 8 meters long, giving it a grand and dignified appearance. In the temple, the bronze statue of Artemis was 2 meters high, wearing a crown on its head and holding a precious bow in its hand. It had a kind face, and its form was vivid and exquisite. There was no roof on top of it, so the believers could also look up at the sky from inside the temple and be with their God. After the Temple of Artemis was built, it quickly became another sacred place for the Greeks of Asia Minor. Even after the fall of Lydia, the outbreak of the Greco-Persian War, and many other events, it did not diminish its status. Every day, Greeks came to worship it, and it had been like this for hundreds of years. On this day, a strong Greek hurried in from outside the temple. He looked around as he followed the crowd to the entrance of the temple. The temple was too big. The stairs alone had dozens of steps. After walking up the stairs, he was a little out of breath, even though he had been training for a long time. Timothy, a somewhat familiar voice yelled in front of him. He followed the voice and saw a man in purple Bolton standing at the entrance of the temple, waving at him. Agatha? Timothy walked up to the seemingly extraordinary man in disbelief. Please call me Master Agatha. I'm now an elder of the Senate of the Tua Union. Agasius shook his sleeves and revealed his left hand. He then held his sleeves lightly and put half of them around his waist. This was the so-called noble gesture that Grand Elder Talii often did in meetings, before saying jokingly, "Are you really like the rumors say, the masters of a city?" Timothy looked at him and asked with a trembling voice. Not just one city, but the master of 2 cities. Agatha raised 2 fingers and explained seriously, the Devers are the lifetime archons of the 2 city-states. Lifetime archons? It's hard to believe. Timothy mumbled to himself. It had only been half a year, and his memories of parting with Divers and the rest were still very clear. Yet, the difference in status between him and Divers was like heaven and earth. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, Artemis is in there. I'll go in and swear to her. Agatha was a little anxious. He pointed at the temple behind him and said seriously. Timothy shook his head and looked at Agatha thoughtfully. I believe you. What business do you have with me this time? Although we've successfully changed our identities, we haven't forgotten our comrades who fought with us through fire and water. Agatha extended his hand and said sincerely, the Dever sent me to invite you to Greece. Tiburon had been holding his breath recently. Ever since he was sent to Asia Minor by the Sparta Council of Elders to serve as Sparta's governor in Asia Minor, he led the army against Persia's governor, Tissaphnus. He captured many Persia's cities and forced Tissaphnus to stop attacking the Greek city-states in Asia Minor. He thought he had done a great service to Sparta. However, when he attacked Larissa, he encountered some difficulties and failed to take it down after a few months. Instead, he suffered some small losses. That dam inspector actually asked him to give up Larissa and attack Curia. Although he was angry, he did not dare to disobey. After Lysander gained great fame after defeating the navy of Athens at the end of the War of Peloponnesus, he proposed some proposals to the Council of Elders in order to strengthen his power. These proposals were passed, and one of them was to expand the power of the inspector. These inspectors, who were born as commoners, could follow the army into battle. If they found any problems, whether it was an ordinary general or a king, they could question them at any time. If the problem was serious, they could also propose to the Council of Elders to punish them. Tiburon had no choice but to lead his army back to Ephesus. He planned to rest here for a while before setting off to attack Curia. However, a few days later, he received a piece of bad news. Several Greek city-states in Asia Minor sent messengers to Sparta, accusing him of allowing his soldiers to plunder Sparta's allies in Asia Minor. At first, he was so angry that he smashed all the valuable statues in his living room. Then, he became worried because what the messengers of Asia Minor accused him of was true. At first, he brought 5,300 soldiers to Asia Minor, including 1,000 liberated Helots, 4,000 other Peloponnesus, and 300 Athens cavalry. Of course, this small number of soldiers could not fight against the powerful Persia. After arriving in Asia Minor, with the help of their allies, he recruited many more soldiers, most of whom were mercenaries who had participated in the expedition to Persia with Cyrus the Younger, increasing the total number of soldiers to 15,000. There was almost no real Sparta soldier in this huge army. The salaries of so many soldiers could not be sustained by the donations of the Greek city-states in Asia Minor. Therefore, it was necessary to plunder the cities and territories of Persia. However, when the army passed by their allies, the mercenaries who had become accustomed to plundering could not control themselves and often robbed their compatriots' belongings. Tiburon did not use military discipline to restrain himself. Instead, he thought that since they fought for their lives, it was only right for them to pay the price. Now, the revenge of the Greeks in Asia Minor had come. That night, Tiburon could not sleep. The next day, the inspector, Calithorpes, came over and told him coldly, "Tiburon, the Council of Elders has sent Decyritus to take over your position, and you must return to Sparta for investigation. You must stay in this house now, and you are not allowed to leave without permission until Decyritus arrives." Tiburon sat down and looked at the soldiers Chrysops had arranged to guard his door. He could not help but shout, "Don't worry, I won't run away like Crilcus. Even if I return to Sparta for investigation, I will be acquitted." Chrysops did not even look at him and replied, "I hope so." Chrysops walked out of Tiburon's house and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He welcomed the Senate's investigation of Tiburon, because he was the mastermind behind it. The reason why Chrysops did this was because he knew very well that Sparta had made a great decision and paid a great price to go to war with Persia. There was a strategic consideration. The radicals of Sparta, led by Lysander, believed that they should take advantage of the defeat of Athens and regain the hegemony of Greece to go out of the narrow Greek mainland and extend their power to the wider and richer Asia Minor. They should defeat the Persia and become the protector of the Greek city-states of Asia Minor, and then become the hegemon of the eastern Mediterranean, fulfilling the dream of generations of Sparta. It was because Chrysops followed the expeditionary army to the hinterland of Persia and saw the vastness and richness of the plains of Mesopotamia that he agreed with the radicals and deeply understood the painstaking efforts of Lysander and the others. However, Tiburon was a pure Sparta warrior. His mind was filled with nothing but fighting and killing. While fighting the Persia, he connived with his soldiers to plunder in the allied states. This caused the allied states of Asia Minor to complain about his troops, and at the same time, they began to feel dissatisfied with Sparta. Seeing that more than half a year's effort was going to waste, Chrysops advised Tiburon several times. At first, Tiburon pretended to listen, but he did not carry it out. Later, he simply refused to listen. Chrysops' good mood lasted until Tiburon's adjutant came to him. "What did you say? The soldiers ran away?" Cleithorpes was astonished, and his first instinct was to wonder if Tiburon was at work on him. No, they all ran away. It's just the soldiers who participated in the Cyrus the Younger expedition. After returning to Ephesus, the troops were stationed outside the city. Because of the investigation, Tiburon did not go to inspect the barracks for a few days. The adjutant said carefully. Until you asked me to temporarily take over Tiburon's duties, Caristhorpe's. I decided to gather the whole army for a lecture to prevent the soldiers from feeling uneasy because of Tiburon's transfer. Only then did I find that more than 3,000 soldiers were missing. More than 3,000 soldiers. Caristhorpe gasped. That's a lot of money. If Dagiridas arrived at Ephesus and found that the number of troops he was to lead had been greatly reduced, he was afraid that he would blame himself for not handling the matter of Tiburon well, causing the morale of the army to waver. Was it because Tiburon condoned their looting and was afraid of being punished, so they ran away? It was no wonder that Caristhorpe asked this. He knew the mercenaries who participated in the Cyrus the Younger expedition too well. No. The adjutant's answer made him slightly relieved, but also made him curious. After I discovered this situation, I immediately sealed the barracks and launched an investigation. I soon learned the truth from the mercenaries who participated in the Cyrus the Younger expedition. The adjutant showed a strange expression. The reason why they ran away was because of a rumor. Rumor? Yes. Recently, there's a rumor going around the city. It said that another group of mercenaries who participated in the Persia expedition with these mercenaries went to Greece under the leadership of a leader called the Devers, defeated the barbarians there, and established an alliance called Tua. He became the consul of the alliance, and the mercenaries who followed him became citizens of the city and were given land, while the officers became, nobles, taking up senior public positions in the city. These simple-minded mercenaries actually believed it to be true, and many of them wanted to go to Greece to share in the benefits of their former teammates. But I heard from them that this talent called the Devers had only left them for a little more than half a year. How could he have done so many things? It's obviously a lie. After the adjutant finished speaking, he saw that Calithorpe was frowning, deep in thought. Where did these rumors come from? He asked seriously. I think it came from the port market of Ephesus. They heard it when they went to buy goods. Are the leaders of the mercenaries from the Persia expedition still there? Calithorpe asked again. Other than Xenophon, the others like Timocin, Xanthoparis, Clino, they've all run away. Some of the soldiers could only stay because Xenophon persuaded them. Quickly send someone to inform the council of Ephesus and ask them to immediately send patrols to block the port. You also send troops to help. If you find any deserters, arrest them immediately and escort them back to the barracks. At the same time, inform the neighboring city-states with ports to take the same measures. Calithorpe quickly made a decision. What about the captured mercenaries? In front of the whole army, kill the leading officer and the general. Calithorpe's expression was cold as he made a beheading gesture. After sending off the adjutant, Calithorpe's heart was in turmoil and could not calm down for a long time. The mercenaries' escape had started a few days ago, and it was definitely a little too late to take measures now. It seemed that while sending Tiburon back to Sparta, he needed to write a letter to the Council of Elders and take the initiative to explain the situation here. Otherwise, when Dagiridas found out and asked about it, he would be in a passive position. Sigh. Xenophon should have known about this a long time ago. Why didn't he inform him? Calithorpe thought about it again. Xenophon had a good relationship with many generals during the expedition to Persia, especially the Devers. Him taking the initiative to persuade the soldiers to stay was already very considerate of Sparta. Devers. After half a year, hearing this familiar yet somewhat strange name again, a clear image of the extremely young mercenary leader appeared in Calithorpe's mind. As for the Devers, he had always felt sorry for not being able to keep them in Sparta. He still remembered that when he returned to Sparta to report on his previous experience, he met the former Admiral Anisis who had just returned from his post. When he asked him about the Devers, Anisis asked him blankly, "Who are the Devers?" He wanted to slap him on the face on the spot. How could he forget what he had repeatedly told him, and let Sparta miss out on what he thought was a Greek military genius? Later, as he helped Tiburon settle in Asia Minor, he was busy and temporarily forgot about this matter. He did not expect to hear this name again. This unforgettable young man had actually established a career in Greece? If the matter was true, then it was indeed too shocking. But it also proved that he, Calithorpes, did not make a wrong choice. He just did not know if he had anything to do with the desertion incident. He hoped that he was not the one who instigated it, because the Sparta Council of Elders would definitely send someone to investigate this. But the Devers had already taken root in Greece, and obviously would not consider joining Sparta again. What a pity, Xenophon actually knew more about the situation than Calithorpes guessed. He even knew that Timocin had gone to the temple of Artemis in Ephesus to meet Agathia, and only returned to the barracks to encourage the soldiers to go to the Tua alliance after receiving his promise. Xenophon had also received an invitation from Agathia. He was really surprised that the Devers had become life archons of 2 cities in Greece. He was also very curious about how the Devers had achieved such dazzling achievements in just over half a year. They were both young men, but one was a country bumpkin from the fringes of Greek civilization, while the other was an elite nurtured by Athens, the center of Greek culture. Now, the country bumpkin had already grasped the highest authority in 2 cities, while the elite was still struggling to survive in a foreign country. Xenophon definitely felt envious and jealous, but he didn't hesitate to reject the idea of leaving this place and starting a new career in the unfamiliar Great Greece. It was not because of pride, but because, as an Athens man, Xenophon had always thought that Athens was the center of the world. After experiencing the defeat in the War of Peloponnesus, the expedition of Cyrus the Younger, and following the Sparta's campaign in Asia Minor, he saw the vast territory and political corruption of Persia, the weakness of the Greek city-states in Asia Minor, and the military tyranny of Sparta. He had a vague idea: why couldn't the economically prosperous Athens and the militarily powerful Sparta join hands again to lead the divided and warring Greek city-states to defeat Persia, which had always been hostile to Greece, and create a new era for the Greeks? For this ideal, he was willing to continue fighting in this foreign land and work closely with the Sparta people, whom he had long been interested in. Therefore, even though he did not report Timocin and the others out of their friendship of more than 2 years, he still managed to prevent more soldiers from leaving in time. He was also relieved to hear that the commander of Sparta was about to be changed. He also did not think that Tiburon was a qualified governor of Asia Minor, even though he had been winning battles all this time. He recorded the events of the past few days. When it came to the departure of Timocin and the others from the military camp to the Tua alliance, he hesitated for a while and decided not to write it down. It was not because of secrecy, but because he had always adhered to a principle: the Eastern Mediterranean would be the focus of his future history. The Western Mediterranean was far from the center of civilization and did not deserve too much attention. Then, he packed up the manuscript and decided to have a good talk with Calithorpes. He had some ideas and suggestions on how to manage these mercenaries and prevent the army's morale from wavering. After the construction of the Ra River Fortress, or a fortress, it was more like a fortified camp. Felicius left a company to guard it and led the rest of the 3rd and 7th Brigades back to Turiae. Devers greeted them outside the city and gave a warm speech to the soldiers. After that, the troops were dismissed and the soldiers were allowed to go home. Felicius went to the Devers' residence and told him in detail about the process of capturing Nidum and Laus, as well as the general situation of Nidum. Devers listened carefully and asked, "Are the soldiers of the 2nd and 3rd Brigades and the 1st Company dissatisfied with having to stay in Nidum for about 10 days? Not at the moment," Felicius replied. "Since you announced the new distribution plan of the spoils of war, the soldiers who stayed behind will get a little more. I think they are quite happy." Devers nodded and sighed. "We are not like Persia, where the state pays for the soldiers to be responsible for fighting and can carry out combat missions all year round. 5 days is the limit for the alliance's soldiers to go to war. Beyond this time, we have to prepare food for the soldiers, and the longer it takes, the longer it will delay their farming and earning money. We cannot let the citizens who fought for the alliance become poorer. Therefore, the distribution of the spoils of war this time is not just to deal with this one time. I hope that when you go back, you will discuss with Mirzas and come up with a long-term distribution plan of the spoils of war. Prioritize 3 points. I understand. I'll discuss this with Merces tomorrow." Felicius nodded. Merces is a stingy fellow. Maybe he just wants to take more from the treasury. You have to stick to your principles, the Devers said half-jokingly. "I'll bring Amintas and Matonis with me tomorrow," Felicius said in a serious tone. Both of them burst out laughing after they finished talking. Taking advantage of the good atmosphere, Felicius carefully proposed his own idea. Sir, there are salaries for public servants. Shouldn't they be given some salary after serving in the war for a long time and not being able to go home? Well, as a military officer, you're starting to learn how to take advantage of your department. The Devers pointed at him and scolded jokingly. Felicius also replied with a smile, if I don't, the soldiers will blame me for not fulfilling my duties as a military officer during my tenure. Logically speaking, they should be paid. I remember someone saying, the sailors who go to Athens get 2 opal a day, and the heavy infantry get 4 opal a day. The Devers recalled. That's true, sir. The Devers sighed, but that's Athens, one of the wealthiest city-states in the Mediterranean Sea. They can afford this salary, but the Dionia Alliance can't afford it yet. There are less than 200 public servants, and the treasury can barely afford it. The number of soldiers going to war is either thousands or tens of thousands. Even if the soldiers get 1 opal a day, how much money will they have to pay each day? Do the math. Just rebuilding Turiai and paying the salaries of the public servants is already too much for Mercies. If you mention this again, he'll probably fight you to the death. The Devers smiled and said with certainty, when the Alliance has money in the future, don't worry, I won't let the soldiers suffer any losses. Although it was only a verbal promise from the Devers, Felicius was confident. It was not only because the Devers always kept their promises, but also because Felicius had worked with the Devers for a long time. He knew that the Devers were ambitious people, and an army that could not fight for a long time would not be able to fulfill their ambitions. How's the military discipline in Nidhum? Devers asked again. Not bad. We didn't get into any conflict with the Lucanians of Nidhum. Felicius smiled and said, of course, this is also related to the victory ceremony that you are holding for them. They are afraid that they will violate military discipline and will not be able to attend the ceremony. A soldier with a sense of honor will be a good citizen. Devers sighed. In his mind, he thought about the possible arrival of his comrades in the Persia expedition. He hoped that they, who were used to plunder and were unrestrained, would not cause too much trouble in the Dionia alliance. Suppressing the worry that had just surfaced in his heart, he looked at Felicius. Are you ready for the public inspection? Aye. This gentleman who had spent half of his life on the battlefield seemed a little nervous and shy. Hey, what's there to be nervous about? It's not like you're the only one participating. There's Drax, Epitines, and Hieronymus accompanying you. Show the image of our Dionia generals to the people of the Alliance. Let them know that only by fighting bravely for the Alliance can they enjoy such a high honor. Devers patted him on the shoulder and said solemnly. Felicius understood the significance of this victory ceremony for the army, so he could not let himself relax. Devers had no choice but to change the topic. By the way, Bagul's 4th Brigade is also participating in this victory ceremony, so we have to let the 1st Brigade go to Nidhum to replace them for a few days. Devers pondered and said, from now on, Bagul's 4th Brigade will be settled in Nidhum. In this way, they can defend Nidhum nearby, and we can also save on military expenses. However, the military quality of the 4th Brigade is far from meeting our requirements. We have to send instructors over in rotation for strict training. As Devers spoke, he saw that Felicius wanted to say something but hesitated. He asked doubtfully, why, are you worried about the 4th Brigade? No, I'm not worried about the 4th Brigade. Bagul is a good leader who can distinguish right from wrong, and he will be the son-in-law of the Greeks. Most of his soldiers trust him, and the sisters of these Lucanian soldiers are basically married to our citizens. Therefore, in our alliance, especially the Greek citizens of Amendola and their Lucanian citizens, have a very close relationship. Therefore, since the beginning of the expedition, the 4th Brigade has been very proactive and cooperated well with the other brigades. Felicius praised, I just want to ask, sir, how can we solve the problem of the long-term garrison of the Lehi River Fortress? The Alliance of Dionia did not have professional soldiers, so it was impossible to let the citizen soldiers leave their lives and be stationed there for a long time. This was a difficult problem for Felicius, but Devers already had a solution. Let the reserve citizens take turns to be stationed there. It is a test that they must go through to become official citizens of the Alliance. At the same time, let the veteran soldiers serve as instructors at the Lehi River Fortress to manage and train them. This way, the Lehi River Fortress will become a military training base for the Alliance. First, train the reserve citizens to become qualified soldiers. Second, train the veteran soldiers to become qualified reserve officers. Third, they can be stationed at the Lehi River Fortress for a long time. Devers spoke with assurance, obviously having thought it through. The Lehi River Fortress controls the main road from Turai to Laos and Lucania. I believe that this road will soon become busy due to the rapid increase of merchants. Think of it, instead of passing through the Straits of Messina, and being exploited by Messina and Lygium, the caravan can go directly by land to the port of Laos, on the western coast of the Apennines. Moreover, Laos is our ally, and has a favorable tariff, which makes it very attractive to the Greek merchants. In addition, as long as we can stabilize the situation in Lucania, some of the goods in Lucania, such as furs, cattle, and sheep, will also attract the attention of the merchants. Therefore, we can collect a very small percentage of customs taxes at the Lehi River Fortress. This will not dampen the enthusiasm of the merchants, and the Alliance can use this money to buy food supplies for the garrison troops. At the same time, the soldiers will not be able to work for 2 to 3 months, so it should be more than enough. At first, the content of the trade that Devers talked about made Felicius dizzy. It was only when they mentioned the garrison troops at the Lehi River Fortress that Felicius understood that the food and salary of the garrison troops could be easily settled by collecting customs taxes. He could not help but be impressed. It will take about 3 days to travel from Turai to Nudum through the mountain road, right? Devers suddenly asked. Yes, sir. When we set off, we traveled at a faster pace. Even so, it took us 3 days. Normally, it would take about 4 days, Felicius replied. I'm afraid it will take even more time if there is a pack to transport us. Devers tapped his fingers on the back of the chair and muttered to himself, therefore, the construction of the road between Turai, Nudum, and Laos must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. It will be best if the 3 cities are built at the same time. This way, we can connect Turai and Lucania, strengthen the connection, and promote integration. 3 days later, Devers proposed to go to Nudum. Some elders tried to dissuade him from going at this time, citing the unstable political situation in Nudum. He replied firmly, I'm going to stabilize Nudum. Finally, he convinced the Senate and the trip was approved. The traveling team included Vespa, Scombras, Tridodermos, and more than a dozen other elders who did not have any official positions. They were escorted by the soldiers of the 1st Brigade. At the same time, the 1st Brigade was also temporarily replacing the 4th Brigade stationed in Nudum so that they could return to participate in the triumphal parade. In addition, there were the families of the soldiers of the 4th Brigade and a few merchants from the Alliance. Young Heraclid had been busy recently thinking about how to build the wooden bridge over the Kreti River. Finally, there was some progress. Just as he was about to start work on the experiment, he was forcibly pulled by Devers and stuffed into the traveling team, saying that he was to investigate how to build the Turai, Nudum, and Laos Avenue. Young Heraclid did not have his father's stubbornness, and the Devers were too kind to him. He had to temporarily put aside the work at hand and reluctantly followed the team to Nudum. But once he entered the state of work, his concentration allowed him to ignore the terrible environment around him and the identity of others. There are a lot of sharp stones on the ground in this mountain, which must be polished. This will undoubtedly increase a lot of labor and slow down the construction of the road. Look, there is a lot of floating soil on the mountain wall. If it rains, it may be washed down and block the road, so it must be fixed with mortar. Also, those small trees growing on the cliff have to be cut down. This section of the mountain road is too narrow. Even a cart can't pass through it. It must be widened. Well, I think we can roast this large protruding mountain wall with a fire and pour cold water on it. Then, we can make it explode. But be careful, don't burn the forest. The Devers and elders surrounded young Heraclid like students, listening to his observation and analysis on how to build the road in the mountains. The whole team naturally did not move too fast. In the evening, the whole team could only sleep in the open on the mountain road. The guards and the 1st Brigade set up a cordon and sentry post. For the families of the 4th Brigade, the mountain was their home. After a year of separation, they returned to this familiar land, and their breathing became much smoother. They naturally lay down on the ground and soon fell asleep. Most of the soldiers of the 1st Brigade had gone on an expedition to Persia, so camping in the wild was the most common. The half-year imprisonment that the Scombras and the other senators of Amendalara had suffered was nothing compared to that. Only the Turii senators listened to the howls of the various beasts in the forest at night and thought of the insects crawling out of the soil. They could not help but feel a chill down their spines. However, the consul took the lead and slept on the ground wrapped in a woolen blanket. They could only reluctantly follow suit. As they tossed and turned, unable to sleep, they heard the voice of the Lucaria senator, Vespa, "Consul, I would like to ask. After taking Nudum, does the alliance plan to continue to attack north?" Although his voice was soft, it was unusually clear in the dark. The Turii senator, who could not sleep, could not help but say, "Taking Nudum and preventing the Lucaria from attacking Turii is enough. It's impossible to attack north again. Look, this mountain road is so difficult to travel, it will become very difficult to transport food. Besides, we are not familiar with the terrain in the north. The mountains are rugged and uneven, our heavy infantry cannot spread out, it is easy to be ambushed by the Lucaria. I do not want to see the tragedy of the Lucanians, annihilation of the Turii army." Listening to the senator's voice, the Devers recognized that it was the Turii senator, Enanilus. His family was famous for shipbuilding in Turii. They once owned 2 shipyards in the port of Turii and were proficient in building 3-decker or warships. Unfortunately, they were all destroyed when the Crotone burned the city, and now the shipyards were being rebuilt. One of his younger brothers had died in the battle with the Turii army against Laos. Enanilus is right, we are not going to attack north now. We need to establish a foothold in Nudum and let the Lucanians in Nudum slowly integrate into the alliance. We need more Lucaria tribes in the north to recognize our alliance. This will all take time." Vespa breathed a sigh of relief at the Devers' words. He was afraid that the Devers would be hot-headed and continue to attack north after taking Nudum. His people would be the vanguard and would suffer heavy losses. However, Enanilus understood the meaning of Devers' words. "Lord Consul, it sounds like you're planning to attack the Lucaria region north of Nudum in the future?" "Of course. When the news of our victory came back to Turii, weren't you all clamoring to defeat all the Lucanians? I remember someone talking about conquering Poseidonia." Devers said with a smile. "That's what I said." Another voice came and the Devers recognized it from the bonfire. It was the Turii senator, Masiscus. Masiscus sat up next to Enanilus and said embarrassedly, "It was a spur of the moment. After walking for a while today, I realized that the reason why the Turii army was annihilated was not only because of the commander's negligence, but also because of the harsh environment here." Masiscus's family was rich in mining. Before Crotone attacked Turii, his family kept more than 1,000 slaves and contracted a stone mine in the city. After the war, there were no more than 50 slaves left in the family. Now they mainly took on stone polishing and carving work for the temple, the Senate, and the Grand Square. Devers noticed that most of the senators were awakened and gathered around, so he said seriously, "What do you mean by spur of the moment? Why can't we attack north and take Poseidonia and Picassus? After all, Laos is only our ally. We need to have our own port city on the west coast so that our maritime trade will be more convenient and our treasury will be greatly increased. Picassus and Poseidonia have better ports. Because of their race, the Lucanians have not been able to make full use of them, but our alliance can do it easily. Am I right, Lord Enanilus?" "Yes, Lord Devers." "But..." Enanilus was still hesitating if he should say it was too risky. Devers turned to Vespa and said, "I heard that there are a few small iron mines in the Lucania region, is that right?" "Yes, there are. They are mainly distributed in the mountains between Potentia and Grimentum," Vespa said proudly. Vespa said proudly, "That's why the Lucanians can make armor and short swords, unlike the Bredians, who can only use simple spears. There are iron mines, and there might be other minerals like copper, tin, lead. We can find them in the future. In addition to wood, fur, livestock, and so on, the Lucanian mountains also contain great wealth. Don't you think so, Masiscus?" "Masiscus." The knight hid the meaningful smile on Diver's face. "Yes. Yes." Masasaku's voice became a little excited. The most important point is that we Greeks love the sea too much. As a result, cities are built along the coastline. Although it is good for obtaining wealth from the sea, it is also easy to attack and not good for defense. The alliance should vigorously advance inland, expand our living space, and integrate with Lucania. This way, even if a very powerful enemy invades, we can retreat to the mountains when we cannot defend the coastal cities. With the support of the Lucanian citizens, the mountains are our home. We can attack any enemy who dares to attack the mountains and defeat the powerful enemy in the end. After Devers finished his warning words, no one responded in the dark. Only rapid breathing could be heard. After a while, someone asked, "Lord Consul, do you think there will be a powerful enemy who will attack our alliance?" For now, isn't the Crotone a powerful enemy? 100 years ago, Sabaris was strong enough in Greece, but didn't he also attract the enemy's attack? Didn't Athens, the former powerful city of Greece, also suffer the attack of the Peloponnesus alliance? When a city-state became strong and prosperous, other city-states would try their best to hinder its development or even defeat it out of fear or because they had challenged its position. This is a chaotic world, so we must find ways to strengthen ourselves. Otherwise, it will be like the Turris, where a single defeat will cause it to decline. The people around, especially the Turris elders, fell into deep thought. Why don't we attack the Grumentum now? We all know that the Grumentum and Pichien have just had a battle, and both sides have suffered heavy losses. Now is the best time to attack it. After Scombros accepted Devers' point of view, he immediately became a little radical. If two brothers in a family are fighting, and an outsider comes in to steal something, do you think the two brothers will continue fighting, or work together to chase the outsider away first? Devers asked. You mean our attack will make the Lucanians unite to fight against us? Scombros immediately reacted. Yes, it's very possible. But we have already entered the Lucanian home. Protesilaus continued, borrowing the analogy. Devers replied calmly, yes, but we can tell them, we are retaliating against them for stealing from us last time. We will only take this little, and we will not steal any more. We can also sign an agreement with them not to steal for a certain period of time. It will be enough as long as we have Nidum. Even if they have doubts, they will choose to believe it. Compared to the Greeks, who are not very interested in the harsh environment of the mountains, their enemies are a greater threat. Once they are defeated, their entire tribe will be swallowed up, and their families will become slaves. In order to defeat their opponents as soon as possible, they will concentrate their forces to drive us away. What will they do then? Protesilaus' eyes lit up, and he said loudly, the battle between them will become more intense. In this way, there will be more tribes in the Lucanian land that will be impoverished because of the war. At this point, Devers thought of something and said apologetically, Sir Vespa, I hope you can understand what I said. Vespa shook his head with a bitter expression, and said in a low voice, it is common for tribes to fight here. Yes, in the past, these weak tribes had no choice, but now they do. On one side is the big tribe that fiercely exploits them for the sake of winning the war, and on the other side is the peaceful life of Nidum. It is obvious where they will choose. Devers sincerely asked Vespa, in order to unify Lucaria as soon as possible, so that this mountain area will no longer kill each other, I hope that after you arrive in Nidum, Sir Vespa, you can visit the tribes more often, and tell them that our alliance is friendly to the Lucanians, so that they will understand us and be more willing to join us. Vespa was silent for a moment, and squeezed out a sentence, I will try my best. At noon the next day, the group finally walked out of the narrow road and arrived at Fort Rahi. After carefully inspecting the situation of Fort Rahi, Devers praised the soldiers of the 2nd Brigade for their dedication to defend Fort Rahi and completed the final defense mission. He then announced that when he returned to the fort after his visit to Nidum, they would follow him back to Turiai, and they would be the first to appear in the triumphal parade. The soldiers jeered in unison. When the soldiers of the 1st Brigade heard this, they muttered a little indignantly, a bunch of new recruits, they are just lucky. If we were not guarding Turiai, although the soldiers of the 1st Brigade were grumbling, it did not affect their march north. The area that they could now pass through was much wider, about 1 to 2 miles wide. To the east was the mountain ridge, and to the west was the Rahi. The Rahi was not wide, but both sides of the river were mostly cliffs, and the water was deep and rapid. It was difficult for a large group to cross to the other side. Hearing his words, the Devers also fell into deep thought, but after all, he was knowledgeable in his previous life. He asked tentatively, "Can we build a chain bridge?" "Chain bridge?" Young Herakrid immediately looked at the Devers with an inquiring gaze. He had always valued the opinions of the Devers. So, the Devers told young Herakrid about the general structure of the chain bridge. He did not know much himself. Young Herakrid, who had rich experience in building bridges, suddenly had his eyes lit up. He pondered along the way, standing on the edge of the cliff and looking across the river from time to time. There were rolling hills and lush forests. It was not an area that could not be crossed, as long as there was a bridge. After walking for a while, young Herakrid said to the Devers, "I feel that building a chain bridge over the Ra River should be relatively easy. Of course, we still have to go through specific experiments before we can come to a conclusion. However, the most important material for this chain bridge should be the rope. From what I saw along the way, we need at least 50 meters of strong rope to reach the other side." "The rope is not a problem," Inanna said. As expected of a shipbuilder, he interrupted, "We just need to lengthen the rigging of the sailboat. I can guarantee that it will be strong and durable enough. But the number of people passing through the chain bridge at one time is limited." "We can build a few more," the Devers added. Young Herakrid nodded, then looked at the ground and continued to think. Along the way, Diver's eyes were carefully observing the surrounding terrain. From time to time, he would see the Lucanians grazing in the forest on the right. Perhaps they were nervous and wary of such a large army, especially the fully armed 1st Brigade. Some of them simply hid behind trees and rocks to peep at them. Even when the frightened sheep ran out of the forest and into the army, they did not dare to come and ask for it. "They should be Lucanians from Nyudum, right? The cattle and sheep they graze should be rented from the Alliance, right?" the Devers asked with interest. So, Vespa took the sheep from the soldiers, walked to the edge of the forest, and shouted to them in Lucanian. After a while, he returned the sheep and came to the side of the Devers. The elders all gathered around, wanting to know what he had said to the locals here. "Lord Devers, they are indeed Nudum, but not all of them are Lucanians. One of the former Greek slaves of Utrecht was now free and had married a Lucanian widow. He was now a prospective citizen of the Union. There were also 2 Lucanians who were once slaves and were now citizens of the Alliance. One of them even married a Greek woman who was also a slave. The other Shepherdians are from small tribes that were once bullied by the Utilers. They're now probationary citizens of the Alliance." Wespa explained. "What is their attitude towards the Alliance?" Scombros asked. Vespa glanced at him and replied, "They are very grateful to the Alliance for saving them. Now that they are citizens, they feel free, but they complain a little." "What are you complaining about?" Scombros asked anxiously. "They complain that the Alliance won't let them rent more livestock." Vespa kept a straight face, trying not to smile. "They're thinking too much, but there are only so many livestock. If they take more, others won't have any," Scombros muttered. "Do they have any objections to the 5% tax?" Masasakus asked. "This tax is a lot less than before. Now, they just want their livestock to have more babies, because they can keep those babies for themselves," Vespa replied. "It seems like Sesta and Bagul are doing well in Nidum. The people here are starting to accept us." The Devers smiled. Even the elders who had opposed accepting the Lucanians had to agree with the Devers. In the afternoon, the Devers team arrived in Nidum. Nidum was similar to Amendola. It was also built on a small hill, but it was larger than Amendola and had wooden walls. At this point, the cliff on the east bank of the Law River became sloping and gentle, allowing people to reach the river more easily. From here, the terrain gradually rose, and the area became more open. Further north was the area between the Law River and the upper reaches of the Sini River. The Lucanians called it the fertile land of the mountains. In fact, its terrain was not flat, but compared to the mountains, it was much better. The land was also more fertile and suitable for farming, so it became the settlement of small tribes. It was also the reason why the Lucanians of Nidum chose to build their city here. In the morning, Sima received a notice from the governor's residence. The lifetime Devers of the Alliance of Dionia would be visiting. Sima and the other Lucanian youths enthusiastically signed up and came forward to welcome them. After a period of publicity and hearing the rumors, Xianxia had long been eager to meet the famous general of the alliance and the rumored son of God. Although he waited for a long time, Xianxia, who was already a little tired, quickly cheered up when he saw the large team. He followed Sesta and walked forward. He saw the man surrounded by the crowd. He was very young, but everyone around him had sincere respect for him, making him exude an indescribable majesty. However, he always had a friendly smile on his face, and he greeted everyone sincerely. The majesty and gentleness formed a strange harmony on him. "Sir, I violated the Senate's order. I made a mistake." Sesta told the Devers honestly. "No, it's because we don't understand the situation here. You've done a good job here. Facts have proven that you're an outstanding city governor. This is the opinion of me and the elders." The Devers kindly affirmed his previous actions. "Thank you, sir." Sesta was relieved. Previously, he had heard from the slaves sent by Felicius that the Senate was dissatisfied with him killing the captives. "Greetings, Sir Devers. Bagul, you've completed the mission given to you by the Alliance. I've also fulfilled my promise. Look, not only did I bring your father and your clansmen, I also brought a special guest. Guess who it is?" Compared to Sesta's conversation, the Devers appeared more relaxed when facing Bagul. They even joked. "I can't guess," Bagul answered, scratching his head. "Look behind you." Andrea? It's a little too late to recognize her now. Andrea will punish you for forgetting her." After the Devers finished joking, Andrea glared at Bagul, her face flushed. "Ha! Ha! Ha!" Everyone laughed. "I originally wanted to hold your wedding here, but Andrea insisted on holding it during Hera's wedding ceremony in April next year. So, you guys can discuss it among yourselves. I can't help you." Divers' teasing made everyone laugh again. "That's right. Greetings, Sir Devers. I'm Hegemon." A middle-aged muscular man stepped forward and said respectfully. "Oh, I know you. Sesta wrote a letter to praise you, saying that you actively cooperated with him, stabilized the situation in the city, and helped him solve many problems. Thank you very much." The Devers immediately praised him loudly. "It's nothing. I'm also a citizen of the Alliance." Hegemon felt that it was worth it to have the number one person in the Alliance remember him. "Yes, it's great to know each other like this. This alliance is mine, and it is yours, and it is the Greeks, and it is the Lucanians." "You're right, Sir Devers." As Xianxia listened, he could not help but feel excited. He felt as if he had really integrated into this alliance. At that moment, the Devers came before him. "Sir Devers, I'm Xianxia." He strode forward and bowed respectfully. The Devers returned the Lucanian bow and said happily, "You're Bagul's good friend, right? I've heard about you from Bagul. I'm also his good friend. I wonder if I have the chance to be your good friend." "Of course. Of course." Xianxia answered excitedly. The Devers greeted everyone who came out to welcome them one by one. Then, he asked Sesta, "Why isn't assists here?" Due to the long wait, the second and fourth teams are playing football to kill time. Assists is the referee. "Didn't I ask Isam to tell you not to call so many people to welcome us?" The Devers criticized. "They came willingly. They all hope to be praised by you, sir," Sesta quickly explained. "But now, it seems that football is more attractive than me," the Devers said jokingly, dispelling his previous dissatisfaction. He looked in the direction Sesta was pointing. Not far from the north of the city gate was a large circle of people. Cheers and exclamations could be heard from time to time. "Tourists haven't started the competition because the arena hasn't been built yet, but you guys have started it first." The Devers laughed. "Yes, the soldiers of the second and fourth teams are playing football every day. It often attracts the people here to watch," Sesta said worriedly. "I'm just afraid that they will be too engrossed in the game and delay the proper business. So, I have to warn Bagul and Dracos to control their soldiers." The Devers nodded and said, "But it seems that the people here also like this game." "Sir Divers, we really like football. Just watching the game is enough to make us excited." Xianxia interrupted. "Do you know how to play?" The Devers asked with interest. Haha, that's because he hasn't had enough. The Devers said and became excited. Do you guys want to play? Of course. The Lucanian youths rushed to answer. All right. I'll be the quarterback. Who's willing to form a team with me and challenge the winner of their game? The Devers said loudly. I'm willing. Sesama quickly shouted. Eureka also stood up. Soon, a team of 55 people was formed. Apart from the Devers and the guard captain, Marcius, who were Greeks, the rest were youths from the Lucanian tribe. The Devers led the unusually excited youths toward the arena. More Lucanians followed closely behind. Due to the Devers' instructions, the guards did not stop them. They could only protect the 55 youths in the middle. Sesta quickly pulled Kappas back, hoping that he would command the soldiers of the first platoon to maintain order in the arena. The families of the fourth platoon were arranged to enter the city while the Turii elders slowly walked toward the arena. Despa, did you really become a Senate elder of the Diana Alliance like your son said? Himeng looked enviously at Wespa, who was standing among the elders. He was wearing the same clothes as the other elders, and his every movement seemed to have the aura of a big shot. This kind of envious gaze greatly satisfied Wespa's vanity. Himeng wasn't the only one who reacted this way. Many of his old acquaintances looked at him differently now. It was a mixture of surprise, fear, and respect. It made Wespa feel like he had returned home in glory. This feeling of satisfaction drowned out the guilt he felt for defecting to the enemy. Of course it's true. Despa answered with certainty. Mimicking the other elders, he shook the sleeve of Bolton's robe, revealing the purple sleeve that symbolized Senate elders. Didn't the consul just say that the alliance belongs to the Greeks and the Lucanians? Therefore, it's normal for a Lucanian to enter the alliance's senate and become an elder. Sir Devers is indeed very friendly to us Lucanians. The fact that he was able to gain the recognition of those young people so quickly shows that he truly has no prejudice against us. But, Hegemon pointed at the Turan senators in front of him and whispered, their attitude seems to be a little worse. There's nothing we can do about it. They are either Turii or Amendarans, and they have suffered at the hands of the Lucanians, and it is impossible for them to change their attitude in a short time. Lord Devers said, it takes time to change them. Fortunately, the consul is in charge of the alliance. Despa also said honestly in a low voice. What do you do as an elder of the Senate? Hegemon asked curiously. I propose proposals, pass bills, discuss major events in the alliance, and help the consul come up with solutions. Despa said with a hint of pride, sometimes, I am also in charge of specific matters. For example, I am now in charge of the affairs of the citizens of Lucania and Lucania municipality. The Senate will first ask for my opinion on any issues related to Lucania, and I can also put forward my own proposals and plans to protect the interests of the Lucanians. For example, I suggested imposing a 5% tax on the Lucanian citizens in Niudum. Originally, the Greek citizens in the alliance had to pay 10% for renting their land. It was obvious that Vespa was bragging. When the proposal was passed, he had not yet entered the Senate. Oh! You have done a great thing for us. Hegemon looked at him with admiration, which made Vespa even more proud. Fortunately, he did not forget his main purpose in coming to Niudum. But the Lucanians only have me and Bagul in the Senate. Bagul may stay in Niudum in the future, and my power alone is too weak to argue with so many Greek senators to fight for more benefits for the citizens of Lucania. Sigh. Then, can the other Lucanians also become Senate senators? This way, we can also help you gain more benefits for the Lucanians. Himeng asked anxiously. Despa laughed inwardly. What other Lucanians? Aren't you talking about yourself? What are you pretending for? It's not like I don't know what kind of person you, Hegemon, are. He cleared his throat and said, of course, as long as he can make a great contribution to the alliance, such as getting more Lucaria tribes to join the alliance, getting more support from the Lucanians, being able to complete some difficult tasks in Lucania municipality, and so on, making the Senate feel that he can play a greater role in Lucania's affairs, then it will be easy to become a senator. Hegemon listened carefully, his eyes flashing with a burning light. In the evening, the Devers and senators listened to Sesta's report at the governor's residence. To this day there are 2,503 prospective citizens registered at Nudum, of whom 2,201 are Lucarians and 302 Greeks. In those days there were 627 mixed marriages between Greeks and Lucanians. We had distributed 785 cows and 5,400 sheep, and the remaining 203 cows and 2,000 sheep are going to be distributed to the soldiers of the 4th Brigade. When the assists said this, Bagul immediately expressed his gratitude. Now the small tribes, captives, and slaves in Nayudum have all become prospective citizens of the Alliance. If the 4th Brigade settles here, then there will be a total of 3,455 citizens in Nayudum, including the prospective citizens. As soon as the assists finished speaking, the Devers directly said, I can tell you clearly that the 4th Brigade will settle in Nayudum and become the backbone of stability and defense of Nayudum. This is what the soldiers of the 4th Brigade hope for. As citizens of the Alliance, we will definitely keep Nayudum firmly under control. Bagul solemnly declared. The senators nodded one after another. They were satisfied with this answer. Lord Sesta, Bagul, and assists, you were able to stabilize the situation in Nayudum in such a short time and achieve so many results. On behalf of the Senate, I extend my sincere respect for your outstanding performance. With that, the Devers took the lead and applauded with the senators. In the applause, all three of them seemed a little excited. Sesta was excited because he had used his performance to prove to the Devers that his talent was not inferior to the leaders of the expedition to Persia, thus attracting the attention of the consul. Bagul was excited because he and his Lucanian tribe's performance had been recognized by the Greek senators, making it easier for them to integrate into the alliance. And Assists was excited because he had proved to the Devers that he had the ability to work independently. Perhaps the Devers would assign him a more important task next time. In addition, I heard from Bagul that the leaders of the small tribes such as Hegemon, Xianxia, and Xianxia are going to send people to the mountains to persuade the tribes that fled into the mountains to come down and join the alliance. In the past 2 days, people from Laos have also come to Nayudum to ask to join the alliance, the Assists added. Our cattle and sheep have been distributed. What should we do? Scombras asked hurriedly. These tribes all have livestock. We only need to distribute land to them, and we have enough land, Bagul replied. Even if the fertile land between the mountains has been distributed in the future, we can still distribute it to Turiai. Now that the land in Turiai has been rented out to the probationary citizens, there is still a lot of vacant land in the west, mainly the higher land west of the Kosini River and the Tyrol River, that has been prepared to be rented out to the free people who have registered to apply for probationary citizenship, the Devers reminded everyone. Some of the senators nodded, while others were a little hesitant. As for the matter of Laos, we have to put it aside for now. We will wait for Avanogis to come and discuss it, the Devers said hesitantly. Will Avanogis come? Masasakus asked uncertainly. He has to come. Protesilaus said loudly. The alliance helped him capture Laos, and he has yet to express his gratitude to us. Now that we have arrived in Nidam, and he still hasn't come. Are we supposed to go to Laos as the alliance master? Maybe he doesn't know we are here yet, Sesta put in a good word for Avanogis. Laos has always been in contact with Nidam. With so many of us and such a large force, it is impossible that he has not heard of it. We will know tomorrow if he is coming or not. If he is not coming, then we need to reconsider how much sincerity Laos has towards the alliance. The Devers understood that Sesta, as the governor of Nudam, would still need the help of Laos in the future, but as a consul, the Devers needed to consider the overall situation from a higher position. The Devers' words were met with approval by the senators. Sesta, Bagul, after you settle down the people of Nudam, you have to implement military training. I will ask Felicius to send instructors over to train. Split up the youths of the tribes and try to mix with the Greek citizens. If there are not enough Greeks, mix with the other tribes. We must not let the warriors of the various tribes gather together. Also, hold as many rugby matches as possible. I think the young people of Lucaria like this game very much. Yes, sir. Sima and the others have told me many times that rugby is much more interesting than bullfighting. We Lucanians like this kind of intense sport. Bagul interrupted. Then let them compete, but they must be mixed with Greeks and Lucanians. This will also help the Lucanians learn to speak Greek. Oh, speaking of this, Bagul, you have to think of a way to let the Lucanians of Nidham learn to speak Greek as much as possible. Then, Devers asked the question that all the senators were concerned about. Is there any movement in the Grumentum in the north? On the second day after we captured Nidham, there were Grumentum scouts who entered the fertile mountain ridge. After they were discovered by the soldiers of the 4th Brigade, they quickly escaped, Sesta answered. They knew that Nidham had fallen so quickly? Devers asked in confusion because the Senate had received the war report that no one escaped after Nidham was captured. Sesta saw that there was something wrong with Devers's expression and quickly explained, Bagul and I later analyzed that when we attacked Nidham, there should be people grazing in the mountains. When they saw that the city had fallen, they directly fled to the Grumentum. Since then, the scouts from the Grumentum have not appeared again. We sent Izam's team to investigate, and at the same time, we received information from the Lucanian people who ran over from the north. Only then did we know that after the great leader of the Picassus, Xianxia, occupied the Grumentum, the relationship between him and the tribes who had betrayed Luzhou was very strained. Those tribes did not listen to Xianxia's orders at all because he did not fulfill the promise he had made to them. Now, both sides each occupy half of the city and are very wary of each other. Perhaps because of this, the Grumentum did not take any action against us for occupying Nidham. The improvement of the situation in the north did not make Devers feel better. On the contrary, he looked solemn and questioned, why did no one report these things to the Senate in advance? The Senate will not interfere with your governance of Nidham, but we manage the entire alliance. Every accurate intelligence and news will determine the next strategy of the Senate. War or peace with the Grumentum? Do we need to mobilize the entire alliance for war? Wait, do you think that Nidham alone can withstand the attack of the Lucanian army? The Devers' unkind criticism made Sesta unable to lift his head, and Assists felt even more guilty. Originally, he was going to report to the Devers, but Sesta said, let's figure out the situation first. Asking the Senate for instructions at every turn makes us look incompetent. Being a young man, he agreed. After figuring out the whole story, he happened to hear that the Devers were coming, so he put it aside for the time being. He didn't expect the Devers to be so angry. Lord Sesta, you violated the Senate's order and killed the captives without permission. The Senate did not pursue the matter seriously only because the consul interceded for you. Now, you're acting on your own and hiding the news. You're not respecting the Senate. Do you think the Senate won't impeach you just because you have a 2-year term? Scombers criticized loudly. Then, one by one, the senators expressed their dissatisfaction with Sesta's actions. Sesta's face was red, but he was smart enough to remain silent and did not argue for himself. Of course, the Devers would not let the governor and assistant they recommended, Nidham, continue to be criticized, so they came out to smooth things over. The results you've done are still important. However, I hope that you'll learn from this lesson and keep in touch with the Senate so that we can keep abreast of the situation in the Lucaria region. The Devers said that, but in their hearts, they had already made up their minds. After returning, they would increase the investment in the private intelligence organization that they personally controlled and urge Aristides to expand the scope of his intelligence collection. Is there anything else that we forgot to report? Finally, the Devers reminded them. My lords. With a red face, the Assists plucked up his courage and said, the day before yesterday, a family from Lucaria came to complain, saying, her daughter married a Greek. After this Greek obtained the status of a probationary citizen and rented the allocated land, he began to mistreat his daughter. He beat and scolded her every day and even said that he wanted a divorce. After our investigation, what he said was basically true. We warned the Greek, saying, if he dares to divorce, we will revoke his citizenship and expel him from the alliance. However, I feel that this is not the only case. I hope this will attract the attention of the Senate. You've done the right thing. However, such a shameless person, I think he should be caned as a warning. Scombros said angrily. Although he did not like the Lucaria people, he disliked the people who exploit loopholes in the law and play petty tricks even more. It seems that we need to investigate the living conditions of the freedmen after they marry Turii women. Also, we need to amend the marriage bill that was previously promulgated and add additional requirements, such as no divorce within 5 or 8 years, otherwise, said the Devers thoughtfully. His words received the approval of the senators, and they discussed amending the marriage bill. That night, after everyone left, the assist sincerely admitted his mistake to the Devers alone. The Devers did not criticize him, but praised him for his performance in Nidham that exceeded his expectations, and hoped that he would continue to play a greater role in Nidham, and that he would stick to his own views and not be swayed by the opinions of others. The next morning, the expectations of the Dionia senators did not fall short. Laus Avenojus drove a large number of cattle and sheep, loaded with animal furs, jewelry, mainly amber, traded from Massilia, and 10 talents silver as a token of appreciation from Laus for Dionia's help. This time, the Dionia senators did not complain, and immediately held a simple but grand banquet for the arrival of Avenojus. The banquet was held in the governor's residence in Nidham. The Devers and the Senate senators present, including Sesta and Bagul, were all present, while on Laus's side, only Avenojus and his 17-year-old son, Henepolis. The banquet for the father and son was arranged at the seat on the left of the Devers. Avenojus was about 40 years old, stocky, and looked more like a Lucarian than a Greek. He looked simple and honest, and although he was wearing a Greek bolton, his behavior was not very natural, and it seemed that he had rarely worn it before. His son, on the other hand, was weak and delicate, and his clothes fluttered in the wind, very much like a Greek noble young master. Although the Devers were very young, Avenojus was very respectful to them. When he followed the Devers into the living room, he was always half a step behind, and always used honorifics when he spoke. As soon as Henepolis sat down, he asked directly, "I heard that the Greeks hold banquets while lying down, why is this different?" Avenojus immediately winked at him, and Scombros opposite him smiled and said, "Young man, you know the Greek way of life very well." "Of course, I'm a Greek." Henepolis responded bluntly. Perhaps because he was a little rude, Avenojus patted him lightly. "Our Alliance's hospital has researched that eating while lying down is not conducive to the absorption of food, and it's easy to get fat. In fact, it was Devers who instructed helps to do the research, and then spread it to the patients who came to see the doctor. Eating while sitting down can smoothly reach the stomach, which is good for health. For old people like me, this is very important. Of course, we have to choose the right way to eat," Scombros said with a smile. Due to Greek tradition, the elderly were always very tolerant of young handsome boys. Even in our remote Laos, there are often people who praise the excellent medical skills of the Dionia Alliance's doctors. Of course, what they say is very correct. As soon as Avenojus finished speaking, Henepolis interrupted curiously, "I heard that the Alliance's doctors are guided by Pluto. Is this true?" "I'm not too sure about this." Devers smiled and said perfunctorily, "If you have the chance, you can personally go to Turii and ask Helps, the director of the Turii hospital." Unexpectedly, Henepolis nodded vigorously and promised, "Well, I'll go to Turii right away. I'll ask the, Helps that you just mentioned." When everyone heard this, they looked at each other. At this time Avenojus said, "Sir Devers, I have a request." "Please say it." "I want my son to follow you to live in the Alliance." As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked again. "Sir Avenojus." Devers thought that the leader of Laos was worried that Dionia would burn the bridge after crossing it, so he said solemnly, "The alliance established between the Alliance and Laos is a sacred covenant made under the witness of the gods. Unless Laos breaks the contract, the Dionia Alliance will not break the oath under any circumstances. You can rest assured about this." Everyone in Greece knows about the story of Sir Devers keeping the promise. "Of course, I believe it. I'm not worried about the covenant, but..." Avenojus smiled bitterly, sigh. "My child has been weak and sickly since he was a child. At the beginning of this year, he almost went to see Aussie because of a high fever. Then, he went to hell. I heard that the Alliance's medical skills are excellent, and my son has been yearning for Greek culture since he was a child. Therefore, my decision is actually adding trouble to the Alliance, but as a father, I hope the Alliance can agree to my request." Avenojus said so sincerely that after the Devers and the elders exchanged glances, they also made a decision. "In this case, on behalf of the Alliance, I welcome Henepolis to Turii as a long-term guest. Also, give him the best care in medical and education so that he can live a healthy and happy life in the Alliance so that he can return to Laos in the future and inherit your family business. Sir Avenojus, Because he is your only son. Avenojus touched his son's head lovingly. There was some reluctance in his eyes. After a while, he expressed his gratitude to the Devers. After that, the relationship between the two parties became much closer, and the banquet became livelier. After toasting a few glasses of wine, Avenojus said loudly, "Sir Devers, we, Laos, are prepared to implement a lifelong governor system like the Alliance. Is that okay?" The elders were slightly surprised, but the Devers looked calm. He smiled and said, "Our covenant clearly states that the Alliance will not interfere with the internal affairs of any Alliance city-states. We only ask the Alliance to advance and retreat together in military affairs, to maintain unity in diplomacy, and to strengthen economic exchanges." Avenojus was overjoyed, but he heard the Devers say, "But." He began to feel nervous again. "I have a small suggestion for Laos. I hope you can always ensure the stability of the city. Otherwise, if there is a riot and you can't solve it, we will have to send troops to help you restore order in Laos City. Sending troops to war is a hard and costly thing, don't you think?" The Devers said half-jokingly, and the elders echoed. Avenojus was relieved. In fact, he did not want to be a lifelong governor at all. The people of Laos were not used to the Greek system of government. He just wanted to be the great leader of Laos City. However, to prevent the Daionia Alliance from thinking that Laos was a native town, he chose to be a lifelong governor because he felt that the position was very similar to that of a great leader. At this moment, he said happily, "I am very honored to be an ally of the Daionia Alliance. I promise Sir Devers and the elders that I, Avenojus, will do my best to ensure the stability of Laos City, and will always be the best ally of the Daionia Alliance." "Good." Everyone praised in unison. "I want to dance for the respected Sir Devers and the elders to express my most sincere gratitude." Avenojus was also interested in the applause. He drank the wine in his glass and strode to the center of the hall. With the help of the wine, he began to shake his shoulders and spin in circles, singing loudly. The high mountain, that was the residence of Asanu. At the foot of the mountain, we graze cattle and sheep. A beautiful girl flashed in the forest. The happy figure was like a jumping deer, drawing my gaze. Despa and Bagul began to sing along loudly. Although the Devers and the other elders did not understand what they were singing, they still hummed along to the beat. The decades of humiliation and cautiousness of Avenojus were swept away in the heroic singing and vigorous dancing. There was only joy left in his heart, an indescribable comfort in his heart. When he sat down, the applause lasted for a long time. Scombra stood up with a flushed face. He hiccuped and said, The guests from Laos have performed a dance. The Alliance should respond as well. I'll sing an ode to Zeus for everyone, all right. Good. A few days ago, Xianxia was in ecstasy. He had defeated Luoso, the son of Akapiru, and occupied the city of Grimentum. With 2 big cities, he could become the new overlord of Lucania. But a series of events that followed made him realize that it was not easy to replace Akapiru. Because he was reluctant to distribute most of the seized property of the Akapiru tribe to the tribe that betrayed Luoso, and even more reluctant to divide most of the land owned by the Akapiru tribe to the tribe of Grimentum. On the one hand, he was stingy, and on the other hand, the tribe of Picassus that followed him also needed to be rewarded. Of course, he could distinguish who was close and who was distant. His breaking of the contract naturally aroused the anger of the Grimentum tribe. They united to occupy the North City, refused Xianxia's men to enter the area under their control, and threatened to drive Xianxia out of Grimentum. Xianxia was furious. He was already confident that he was the master of both Picassus and Grimentum. How could he allow anyone to damage his dignity? Under his orders, the warriors of Picassus had already fought several small battles with the tribes of Grimentum in the city. At the same time, he once again used tricks to try to break up the tribes that united against him by bribing them, but he failed because none of the Grimentum leaders were willing to believe his promises. Xianxia was racking his brains to think of a way to deal with these Grimentum tribes that betrayed him when worse news came. Nudum had been seized. He immediately urgently asked the Lucanian herdsmen who had fled to Grimentum. When he heard that they all said they saw countless Greek soldiers enter the city of Nudum, Xianxia was so shocked that he could not recover for a long time. He could hardly believe the fact that Nudum had been captured by the Greeks, how was this possible? Since the Lucarians came south from the central part of the Apennine Peninsula more than 100 years ago, they had always occupied the land of other tribes. There had never been a record of a large city being captured by other tribes. With a skeptical attitude, Xianxia sent spies to investigate. Although the northern part of Nudum was heavily guarded, the Lucarians were, after all, a herding and hunting race. The spies sneaked into the mountains under Nudum's control and obtained accurate information from the Nudum people who grazed in the mountains. Nudum had been ruled by the Daionia City-State Alliance, and this alliance was ruled by the Greek Devers who defeated the Lucanian tribal coalition. When Xianxia heard this news, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. He was panic-stricken and at a loss. His first thought was to escape back to Picassus immediately and stay away from the Greek who defeated the mighty Asopyrus. Then, he wanted to reach a compromise with the tribes of Grimentum to deal with the possible Greek attack together. However, the tribes of Grimentum, who were in a weak position, thought that this was a great opportunity to force Xianxia to give in. They proposed conditions such as letting the forces of Picassus withdraw from Grimentum. This was unacceptable to Xianxia. With strong enemies on the outside and troubles on the inside, Xianxia was unwilling to withdraw from Grimentum, which he had spent countless efforts and sacrificed countless tribesmen to obtain. After a few days of suffering, he finally decided to take the risk of losing Picassus and once again transfer more warriors from Picassus to Grimentum to join him. They would first work together to defeat these hostile tribes and completely control the central city of the Lucanians. Just as he was about to send the messenger to Picassus and hand over the transfer order to Ninaf, who was guarding Picassus, the guard came in to report that a Lucanian who claimed to be the messenger of Nudum asked to see the great leader. Xianxia was taken aback. He hesitated for a moment and decided to meet him. When Hegemon was brought into the meeting hall of Grimentum, he kept looking around. 2 rows of fierce warriors stood straight at the entrance of the hall. Xianxia sat high up in the middle of the hall, and on both sides of the 3 steps sat the leaders of the tribes of Picassus. Hegemon looked at the solemn hall. There had long been rumors that Akapiru wanted to be the king of the Lucanians, at least from this unique meeting hall of tribal leaders. He might really have this intention, but unfortunately, while Hegemon was thinking, Xianxia spoke from above. I didn't expect the messenger of Nudum to be you. I heard that your city was occupied by the Greeks, is that true? Before it was annexed by Nudum, Hegemon's tribe was also very influential in the fertile lands of the mountains, so he, as a tribal leader, was also a little famous in the Lucaria area. He saluted respectfully and said, Dear great leader Xianxia, Nudum now belongs to the city-states alliance of Daionia, and Laos has also become an ally of the Daionia alliance under the leadership of Avinages. What? Laos has also surrendered to the Greeks? I have long said that the Greek bastards are unreliable. What should we do now? Without Laos holding us back, the Greeks can attack us without worry. Hegemon's words were like a clap of thunder, causing the sitting leaders to panic. Xianxia originally liked this high seat as it could reflect the noble status of the great leader. At this moment, he only hated that the seat was too conspicuous, making it impossible for him to hide his fear. He clenched the armrest of the seat tightly and saw Hegemon standing there with a smile, looking like he was watching a good show, turning his fear into anger. Damn Nudum! You have forgotten Asinu's teachings and surrendered to our enemy. How dare you appear here? Do you think my dagger is not sharp enough? You are wrong, great leader. I did not surrender to the Greeks, but became a citizen of the Daionia alliance. Not only can I continue to sacrifice for Asinu, but as long as I have enough silver, I can also build Asinu's temples in Turii, Amendola, and other territories of the Daionia alliance without interference. The goat fighting competition will continue to be held in Nudum every autumn, and the Lucaria's custom of marriage kidnapping has not changed. The Lucarians of Nudum and I have voluntarily become citizens of the Daionia alliance, but we are still Lucarians, but we have more freedom, more land, cattle, and sheep, and we only have to pay very little tax. Hegemon proudly and loudly proclaimed the benefits of becoming a citizen of the Daionia alliance. The leaders and warriors in the hall were in disbelief. Can the Greeks be so good to us Lucarians? Shut up. Drag this Lucanian traitor away, chop him up, and feed him to the dogs. Xianxia yelled angrily. He could not allow Hegemon to preach the benefits of the Greeks here. This might destroy the morale of his people. Kill me? Great. The consul endeavors of Daionia are the most protective. When you attacked his camp, he annihilated the Lucanian alliance army. Since the people of Croton invaded his territory, he would capture all of them and turn them into captives. If you kill a citizen of the Dioria Alliance, believe it or not, the army of the Dioria Alliance will come to the city of Grimentum tomorrow. Hegemon shouted fearlessly, allowing the soldiers to hold his hands. Xianxia's face twitched a few times. He changed his words and said, Get him out of here. Hegemon laughed in his heart. He had long heard that the great leader of Picassus was a coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Sure enough, if it was Akapiru, he would not have dared to volunteer himself to die. Don't you want to hear the good news I bring? Xianxia's hand stopped in the air. What good news? The leaders asked anxiously. Hegemon pushed the guards away and said loudly, As the envoy of the Dioria Alliance, I was appointed by the Senate to discuss the possibility of peace with Grimentum and Pixius. Xianxia was shocked when he heard this. The Greeks won't attack us? That's great. We don't have to give up Grimentum. We can't trust the Greeks. If they want peace, why occupy Nidum? There was a sense of relief in the heated debate between the leaders. Stupid Picassus people, have you forgotten the old saying of us Lucanians? You are not afraid of the wolves when you have a big stick in your hand. Hegemon laughed. If the Dioria Alliance didn't occupy Nidum, would you be willing to sit down and negotiate with them? The Greeks, who loved the sea, were not interested in the land of Lucaria at all. There were mountains everywhere, the land was barren, and the roads were terrible. It was difficult to do business and travel. If it weren't for the fact that the Lucanians always attacked the Turii through Nidum, the alliance occupied Nidum to protect their territory and blocked your way south. The leaders thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. They didn't say anything else. Xianxia asked again with uncertainty, Do the Greeks really intend to negotiate with me? Of course it's real. Otherwise, why would I be here? Hegemon said angrily. Xianxia immediately felt relaxed. He leaned back in his chair and said, Is it because Nidum is still in chaos and you're afraid that I'll take the opportunity to attack? Great leader, aren't you saying it the other way around? Hegemon said sarcastically. Xianxia coughed awkwardly and said, Well, let me hear the conditions of your Dioria Alliance. Both sides had the will to make peace, so naturally, the negotiations went smoothly. A day later, the agreement was reached. The city-state alliance of Dionia, Picassus, and Grimentum were separated by the narrow road between the two rivers. The two sides could not invade each other, and the two sides could open a market at the junction. The Dionia alliance could not support the enemies of Picassus. If there were small tribes or wandering mountain people not under the jurisdiction of Picassus seeking refuge in Nidum, Picassus could not stop them. The duration of the agreement was 1 year. Originally, Xianxia wanted the duration to be 5 years, but Hegemon refused. His reason was that many people in the alliance doubted whether Picassus could keep his word. If Picassus could win the trust of the elders of the Dionia alliance with a good performance for a year, then the next renewal period would be extended. Xianxia was angry, but there was nothing he could do. He needed this peace agreement more than the Greeks, so that he could deal with the hostile tribes in Grimentum without any worries, and then deal with Potentia who had accepted Luzo. As for the Dionia alliance, that would at least have to wait until he became the leader of the Lucarians. Before the Dionia alliance signed the contract with Xianxia, Laus Avenogus had already reached a new agreement with the alliance. First, Laus agreed to build the Turii, Nidum, Laus Avenue, and was willing to provide a large number of laborers. There were originally a large number of Greek slaves in Laos, mainly the descendants of Sybaris. They were now free people, but Avenogus could not let them obtain land, so they could only sell their labor to make a living. In addition, the Lucarians in Laos were either killed or enslaved. At the same time, Avenogus also intended to provide all the funds for the road construction. On this condition, the Devers politely declined his good intentions, and finally proposed that both sides share the cost. Second, without the permission of Laos, the Dionia alliance was not allowed to turn the people of Laos who entered or escaped into the alliance into citizens of the alliance, and was responsible for sending them back. At the southernmost tip of the Peloponnesus Peninsula, there was a land called Lacedaemon in ancient times, and now it was called Lagonia. This land was surrounded by some natural barriers, with the east and south facing the sea. In the north stood the dark and terrible mountains, and in the west lay the desolate and tall Tajitos Mountains. Its 5 peaks, which stood like sharp claws, were often covered with snow even in the hot summer. The small plains protected by these dangerous terrains were run through from north to south by the muddy and rapid Eurotas River. At the mouth of the river, in the red rocks on the promontory cliff was the tomb of Helen, who had once dazzled Greece and caused the 10 years of Trojan War. Along the river, to the middle of the river, there was a city without walls called Sparta. It was a rather rustic city. Although it seemed to cover a large area, except for the temple, the other buildings were low and simple. However, it had a kind of quiet and peace unique to the countryside, without the noise of the vendors in the market or the frolicking of the actors. In the morning, people in the city got up early. The helots went to the fields to work, the housewives stayed at home to take care of the house, and the men went out to participate in military training, and some participated in political affairs. The Council of Elders and the Overwatch Council were the 2 most powerful institutions in Sparta. On this day, both institutions were dealing with the affairs of Asia Minor at the same time. For the powerful Overwatch Council, Tiburon's arrogant words to Cleitharps in Ephesus were destined to be a joke. The evidence of his malfeasance was conclusive, and the emissary of the Asia Minor alliance was still in Sparta, waiting for the result of the trial. No one dared to intercede for him, and he almost had no chance to defend himself. He was fined and sentenced, banished. At this point, Tiburon would be driven out of Sparta. In the Council of Elders, except for King Arsus, who was seriously ill and could not be present, so he entrusted his brother Agesilaus to attend on his behalf, the other 29 elders arrived on time. First, they discussed the aftermath of the city-state of Elis. The city-state of Elis was located near the Olympia area of the Peloponnesus Peninsula. It had always been supported by Sparta, which was why it was able to win the right to host the Olympia from another city-state, Pisa. Unexpectedly, during the Peloponnesus War, it turned to Athens, and the year before last, it also stopped King Arsus of Sparta, who went to the Olympia to offer sacrifices to the temple of Zeus because of the Delphic oracle. These things finally angered the people of Sparta. 6 years after Athens surrendered, they declared war on Elis and sent King Arsus, who had been humiliated, to lead an army to invade Elis. If it wasn't for the earthquake, which made Arsus think that it was not a good omen and take the initiative to withdraw, then the war would have ended at the beginning of the year. Under the urging of the censor, a few months later, Arsus led his troops to successfully invade the territory of Elis again. They burned, looted, destroyed fields and buildings, and captured a large number of livestock and slaves. Finally, they arrived at Elis. This city, which was also not protected by walls, trembled under the threat of Sparta's powerful force. The people rioted because of fear. In the end, although the riots were suppressed, the power of the city-state of Elis was greatly damaged. Arsus did not take the opportunity to attack the city of Elis. After all, it was an ancient Greek city-state. As the host of the Olympia, it enjoyed a reputation among the Greek city-states. Arsus withdrew his troops and returned to his country. Not long after, he fell ill. After a discussion, the elders agreed that if Elis did not want to be attacked by Sparta again next year, it would definitely come to peace talks. Sparta had to force Elis to allow towns such as Phrygia, Epitalion, and Epitalion to become independent from Sparta. This would further weaken Elis so that it would no longer have the ability to resist Sparta. If Elis agreed, then Sparta would also allow it to have the right to host the Olympia and the jurisdiction over the temple of Zeus at the Olympia. The reason why the elders of Sparta were unwilling to return the right to host the Olympia and the jurisdiction over the temple of Zeus to Pisa, because the Olympia and the temple of Zeus were originally within Pisa's territory, was because they believed that Pisa had always held a grudge against Sparta ever since the Olympia area was separated from Pisa's territory by Sparta 100 years ago. Moreover, Pisa and Sparta's mortal enemy, Argos, had always been on good terms. After dealing with the matter of Elis, Elder Lysander stood up and said, "Elders, I believe everyone has read the report that Callissippus sent from Ephesus. The Overwatch Council hopes that we can come up with a solution as soon as possible." One of the elders muttered with dissatisfaction, "The Overwatch Council is too overbearing now. They're actually ordering us around." No one present seemed to have heard it. Only King Pausanias said coldly, "That's because of Lysander's support." The meeting hall suddenly fell into a cold silence. The elders all knew that the relationship between Pausanias and Lysander was strained. Elder Theopetius coughed twice and asked, "Why haven't I heard of this Tua alliance mentioned in the report?" It's a newly established alliance. Its full name is the Turii, Alliance of Armendalara. Lysander's explanation confused the elders who rarely paid attention to the Western Mediterranean. Lysander had obviously done some research and reminded them, "Do you still remember the Turii emissary who came to Sparta to ask for help a year ago?" "Yes. I remember. We rejected his request at that time." Elder Lysippus nodded and said, "But we gave the Turii the right to recruit mercenaries in the Greek city-states of the Eastern Mediterranean. For a city-state that once supported Athens and even sent troops to participate in the war, if it wasn't for the fact that it was invaded by the natives, we showed the generosity and mercy of Sparta out of the morality of being fellow Greeks, otherwise." "That's right," the other elders echoed. "It was this Turii emissary who received permission from our council of elders to go to Byzantium and recruit some of the mercenaries who just returned from the Persia expedition. It was these mercenaries who helped the Turii defeat the natives and recapture Armendalara that was occupied by the natives. In the end, these mercenaries became citizens of Armendalara. Their leader is called Devers, and he even became a lifetime archon of Armendalara." When Lysander said this, Agesilaus shouted in surprise, "Chrysippus once told me that he found a military genius called Devers among the mercenaries during the Persia expedition. He wanted to apply to the council of elders to let this Devers become an honored guest of Sparta and give him land to settle in Laconia for our use." "Is he talking about this person? Military genius?" Elder Theopedes sneered. "Isn't it ridiculous to talk about military geniuses in front of us, Sparta? We, the people of Sparta, know that there are no geniuses in battle. Only those who grow up from a young age, go through tough training, and gain a wealth of experience. Every citizen of Sparta can become an excellent commander when they're old enough." Elder Lysippus said proudly. "You're right," the 45-year-old Agesilaus said humbly. Lysander looked at him and continued, "Not long after, we all knew that the Crotone occupied Turin and burned the city. It was this Devers who led the Amendarans to attack the Crotone's army at night and captured them. After that, the Turin and Amendaran formed an alliance. The Devers were still the life consul, so Crotone was defeated by these mercenaries." "It seems like these Devers are quite capable," an elder exclaimed. "The life consul of two cities. I'm afraid this Devers is very ambitious. He wants to be the tyrant of Greece like Dionysius." Lysippus reminded the crowd. "It's obvious. These mercenaries who settled in Greece wanted the mercenaries who fought together with them to come to Greece to help them. That's why they sent someone to Ephesus to incite the mercenaries to escape," Theopedes said loudly. Challisthorps's report didn't mention that anyone was secretly stirring up trouble. "Perhaps it's just because these mercenaries heard the news from Greece," another elder said, hoping that everyone wouldn't take the matter too seriously. "Then why didn't we, Sparta, hear the news? It's obviously the doing of someone with ulterior motives," Theopedes retorted. Even though Lysander and Theopedes didn't like each other very much, Lysander said, "As long as these two incidents are related, if we, Sparta, say that it's the doing of the Tulip League, then it must be it." "That's right. That's how we, Sparta, do things." Lysander's strong opinion was approved by the elders, led by Lysippus. Pausanias thought to himself, "Lysander, who's known for being anti-tradition, has the cheek to say that he wants to carry out Sparta's tradition." But he remained silent and didn't object. After the debate ended, the culprit was found. Everyone's opinion on how to punish the Tulip League was almost unanimous: send someone to condemn the Tulip League, ask them to compensate for Sparta's losses, and ask them to send back the mercenaries who escaped to the Tulip League. Lysander added, "Since the Devers of the Tulip League are good at commanding battles, let them lead troops to join Decyritus's army and fight against Persia." "Agreed. Take it as their punishment for disrupting our Sparta's battle in Asia Minor." Theopedes and the elders agreed. The elders spoke one after another, deciding the fate of the Tua alliance. At this moment, Agesilaus asked, "What if the Tulip League rejects our request?" "How dare they? That means war with Sparta." As soon as Theopedes finished his sentence, he felt that something was wrong. Pausanias immediately continued, "We have to deal with Persia and defend the Peloponnesus Peninsula at the same time. We have to be ready to attack city-states like Elis who are dissatisfied with Sparta. I'm afraid we won't have the energy to send troops to Greece. That's right. Greece and Sparta have always had a good relationship. We've never sent troops to Greece. If the city-states there are dissatisfied with us, we'll lose more than we gain. Another elder said. Are we going to tolerate the Tulip League trampling on Sparta's dignity? Theopides shouted angrily. Don't worry, everyone. We still don't know how the Tulip League will react to this. Even if they reject us and we can't send troops, don't we still have Syracuse? Lysander said with a smile. His words reminded the elders that Sparta supported Syracuse, even ignoring the fact that Dionysius was a tyrant. They hoped that there would be a strong nation that could be friendly with Sparta and act according to Sparta's wishes in the western Mediterranean Sea, a place that Sparta had yet to reach. Therefore, the elders stopped dwelling on this issue and started discussing the candidate for the Tulip League. Let me go, Agesilaus recommended himself. He was a little interested in the Devers that Calithorpes had mentioned. You don't have to go, lest the Tulip League looks down on Sparta. The other elders felt that Theopides had gone too far when he said that. It was obvious that Theopides was mocking Agesilaus for being crippled. Agesilaus could still remain calm in the face of such humiliation. It seemed like his spirit had been tempered to be extremely strong after facing the disdainful gazes of others for decades. His expression did not change, and he wanted to say something more. At this moment, Lysander said, the Tulip League is a small, remote city-state alliance. It's not worthy for the noble royal family of the Greek overlord, Sparta, to send an envoy. Lysander's words restored Agesilaus' dignity, and also blocked his path to the Tulip League. I suggest that Phoebidas be the envoy, Lysander continued. After that, an elder exclaimed, Phoebidas? That's a hot-tempered, self-assertive fellow. We need a powerful envoy to force the Tulip League to give in. Lysander said firmly. After the discussion, it was decided that Phoebidas would be the envoy to the Tulip League. After the meeting, Lysander called out to Agesilaus who was about to leave. You're not still complaining that I didn't let you go to the Tulip League, are you? Agesilaus shook his head. He had already thought about the key points. Smiling, he said, I think you're doing this for my own good. Is it because of Arches? Lysander hugged his shoulder in satisfaction and said softly, Arches won't last long. If you leave now, won't that bastard Leotychides take advantage of you? Don't worry, I'll always be on your side. Agesilaus immediately expressed his gratitude to Lysander solemnly. Lysander smiled. He liked Agesilaus' steady and humble personality. Agesilaus was friendly, respectful, and easy to control. Lysander didn't notice that Xianxia was watching him and Agesilaus chatting and laughing warily behind him. Pausanias called Diopetus in a low voice. Look, he said, our reformer has lately been very close to Agesilaus. Diopetus looked at the scene before him coldly, then turned to Pausanias and said solemnly, although there's no doubt that Leotychides will inherit the throne, rumors have been spreading recently. To ensure that he can successfully take over Arches, I need your help. You want me to ask for an oracle from Delphi in the name of the king? Pausanias immediately understood what Diopetus' request was. As the two kings of Sparta had claimed to be the closest descendants of Hercules since ancient times, they had a privilege that other Sparta people did not have. They could only ask for an oracle from the Delphi sanctuary, so they had the right to interpret the sacred oracle. Yes. Diopetus looked at him expectantly. I'll send someone to Delphi. Pausanias nodded decisively. I won't let that guy extend his ambition to our royal family. It was already November. If it was a few hundred years ago in the ancient era, this would not be a good time for sailing. But with the advancement of navigation technology, even in the Mediterranean Sea, where there were many storms in winter, the main trade routes were still very busy. The merchant ship that Timocin, Xanthoparis, Clino, and the others were on finally arrived at Taranto Bay in Greece. Turiae is in front, our city. Agathia said excitedly as he pointed at the faintly discernible green coastline in front. After a while, they could see the port by the shore and the densely packed ships in it, one after another, like a wooden wall. There are so many ships. They don't look any worse than Ephesus. Xanthoparis exclaimed. Agathia did not speak. He realized that after leaving Turiai for more than a month, the port had changed significantly. Not only did it expand, but it also had more docks and a breakwater. Just then, a patrol ship approached and signaled for them to stop. "I'm Agathia, Senate Elder of the Tua Alliance. I want to disembark at the docks in Turiai." Agathia stood at the bow of the ship, looking majestic. The mercenaries were envious of him. Anyone who could become the captain of the patrol had to be a citizen of the Alliance. Even if they had not met the elders of the Senate before, they would still have an impression of them. The captain signaled for the patrol ship to come closer. After careful inspection and confirmation, he saluted respectfully and said loudly, "Honorable Elder Agathia, Middleades, captain of the Alliance's patrol, pays his respects to you. You must have left the Alliance for a while, right?" "Yes, I left for Ephesus 9 months ago. I've only just returned." "No wonder you didn't know that the Alliance has changed its name to the City-States Alliance of Dionia, not the Tua Alliance." "What? Changed its name? Why?" Agathia asked in shock. "Because the Alliance has taken Nudum, and we have another city. The name Turiai, Alliance of Amendola, is no longer suitable. Not only that, but Laos has also become our ally. Master Devers, he's fulfilled his promise. We don't have to worry about the Lucanians' invasion anymore." Middleades said excitedly. Taking Nudum, Laos had become an ally, and the Alliance had changed its name. Agathia did not expect so many things to happen in just a month's time away from the Alliance. It was as if he had suddenly become a stranger. He could not wait to return to the city, but the patrol ship was still blocking his way. "Master, the Alliance is holding a triumphant ceremony in Turiai to celebrate the victory of the generals and soldiers who have returned from Lucania. To prevent any accidents, the Alliance has stipulated that no ships are allowed to enter the Kratai River. I'm afraid you'll have to disembark at the port." Middleades tilted his head to look at the mercenaries behind Agathia and reminded him, in addition, the Alliance has also stipulated that only Alliance citizens, preparatory citizens, and invited VIPs can enter the city to watch the ceremony. Foreigners and free citizens can only watch from outside the city. This is for safety. Although Agathia was disappointed, he knew that the Alliance had their reasons. He forced a smile and said, "Thank you. I'll get off the ship at the port right away." "Has the triumphal parade already begun?" "I don't think so. You should be able to make it in time." As soon as the patrol boat left, the mercenaries swarmed over and surrounded Agathia. "Agathia, you didn't lie to us. You really became a noble of the city. Dear Lord Agathia, when can we be like you? Congratulations to the Dionia Alliance for capturing another city. Agathia, how powerful is the Dionia Alliance in Greece now?" Agathia's vanity was greatly satisfied when he saw the envious and surprised gazes. He answered Timoson's question proudly, "I've told you before that the Alliance has Turiai, Amendolara, and now Nudum. We also have 2 affiliated city-states, Laos and Castellan. These are real big cities with subordinate towns and villages, especially Turiai. Its land area is no smaller than Attica and Athens, but it's much more fertile. Besides, the Alliance has a lot of surplus land, but we lack people to farm it. As long as we have enough citizens, we'll definitely be unparalleled in Greece." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go see the Devers," the mercenaries shouted anxiously. The merchant ship entered the port according to the navigator's instructions and docked at the pier. As soon as they left the pier, they were stopped by the patrol team. It turned out that Timoson and the mercenaries had exchanged their loot for money. They carried their armors, shields, and spears on their backs. The patrol team thought that the dozens of mercenaries were armed, especially when the triumphal parade was about to begin. Even with Agathia's identity as a Senate senator, they were still required to deposit their weapons. Otherwise, they could not enter the Alliance's territory. The mercenaries had no choice but to put their weapons back on the merchant ship. Faced with the mercenaries' complaints, Agathia had to explain, "There are very few citizens in the Alliance now, and there are too many freedmen and foreigners coming into the Alliance. There are often fights and disturbances. This is for the safety of the Alliance." Some of the mercenaries were still complaining, but leaders like Timozon, Creano, Xanthoparis, and the others were silent. They were used to being free and undisciplined, so Agathia reminded them many times along the way, when you arrive at the Union, you must abide by the rules and don't cause trouble, because the laws of the Union are very strict. Most of the mercenaries who followed Agathia were mercenary leaders and officers. They were relatively well behaved. Before, they did not take Agathia's words seriously. Now, their excitement was doused with cold water. They realized that even Agathia, a senator of the Alliance, did not make a difference. One could imagine how serious the people here were when they carried out their tasks. But in fact, they had forgotten that they were mercenaries. For a long time, even if they were recruited in other cities, they would not be allowed to enter the city. The port had indeed changed a lot. Not only had it expanded, but there were also more docks, more houses, and a city wall with soldiers patrolling it. Agathia and his group had to pass through the checkpoint under the city wall before they could enter the Alliance's territory. The guard at the checkpoint questioned them carefully and registered them before they were allowed to pass. Timison frowned and said, "Agathia, you have strict requirements here. It's better for us to follow you, but I'm afraid it'll be troublesome for our brothers who will come later." "It's okay, I'll come here every day to pick them up," Agathia said straightforwardly. 3,000 people was not a small number. They all expressed their willingness to come with Agathia to welcome their other companions. Turiai's market was on the other side of the city wall. It had also expanded a lot. There were also a few more buildings beside the market, a weapon shop, a cloth shop, a vehicle repair shop, a boat and rigging workshop, a gold and silver workshop, a pack beast rental shop, a bakery, a hotel, a restaurant. But the market that was supposed to be bustling with noise and excitement now seemed a little deserted. Agathia and his group went around the market and came to the side of the road. Dozens of drivers surrounded them. "Are you going to see the triumphal parade? It's about to start. Take the carriage, you can still make it in time." The coachman tried to persuade him one after another. 1 opal was cheap. Although the market was only a few miles away from Turiai, the mercenaries were willing to experience the feeling of riding in a carriage. Galloping on the flat road, the carriage was fast and steady. While they were still intoxicated by the pleasure of the speed, a loud noise came from the front. There was a sea of people in front of Turiai, cheering thunderously. Only one voice resounded, "They're here! They're here!" To the west of Turiai, facing the warm morning sun, a long golden dragon was marching toward them. The driver stopped driving. There were too many people to squeeze to the front, but they could still see the crowd from the carriage. The flag-bearer who walked at the front of the troop was the bravest and most outstanding soldier in this expedition. Lazaro did not expect to receive this honor, and his usually stiff face was smiling from ear to ear. When they were about to reach the crowd, he straightened his chest again and raised the army flag high up. Cheers, exclamations, and praises gathered together and rushed toward him. It was like a miracle drug that filled his body with energy. Timison squinted and saw the majestic bronze statue of Hades holding a double strand at the top of the flag. It reminded him of the rumor that Devers were the favored ones of Hades. Looking at the 4 golden words First Army and the 4 golden stars embroidered on the flag, Timison and his men could not help but feel a little lost as they listened to Agathia's explanation. After the flag-bearer, there was another flag. Under the statue of the Grim Reaper with its wings spread, there were 8 golden words embroidered on the flag: 2nd Brigade, 1st Company. Originally, the 4th Brigade should have been the one with the most military service, but considering the perception of the people, Devers gave the honor of being the first to enter the city to the 2nd Brigade, 1st Company. After all, they had also worked hard and performed a lot of meritorious service. Just based on the meritorious service of guarding Rahi Fortress, no one would object. As compensation, the Devers gave the honor of being the army's flag-bearer to the Lucarians. The soldiers marched with their heads held high and entered the crowd, enjoying the cheers of the people. The mercenaries watched them attentively. "Your soldiers are not bad," Xanthoparis said to Agathia. "Their fighting spirit and vigor are not bad. But they are still not as good as us," Criano said unhappily. Agathia did not know what to say, so he just smiled. At this time, Tormid exclaimed, "Look at these soldiers, they don't look like Greeks." Agathia looked. The 2nd Army that entered the crowd was holding a flag with the words First Army, 4th Army embroidered on it. "Foreigners can also become citizens of the Alliance?" Xanthoparis exclaimed. Agathia did not understand the specific situation, so he answered vaguely. Of course, there are special reasons, but our alliance is indeed more open and tolerant than other Greek city-states. It is also more common for foreigners to become citizens of the alliance. For example, you all know that the Persia merchant who used to follow the Devers has not only become a citizen of the alliance, but also a senator of the Senate and a high-ranking commercial official. Wow! While the crowd was amazed, someone said half-jokingly, since the Persia can become a senator of the Senate, shouldn't we, who have gone through thick and thin with you, become senators of the Senate? Yes. Yes. Some people said in agreement. In order to attract Timon and the others to Greece, Agathia had said some unrealistic things, but now he could not say anything more. Instead, the coachman Sarikos could not stand it anymore and interrupted, "You foreigners, don't talk nonsense. It's not that easy to become a senator of the Senate of the Alliance. According to the civil service law of the Alliance of Dionia, a citizen must first work as a low-level official for at least 6 years and perform well before he can be promoted to a mid-level official. After another 4 to 5 years, he can enter the Senate. But first, he must pay taxes on time every year, actively join the army, and have no record of breaking the law. Tell me, is it easy to become a senator of the Senate?" As for the current Senate senators, they all contributed to the establishment of the alliance. For example, the Persia Marigi, the port and market of Turiai can be as prosperous as it is today because of him. Also, the Lucanian Vespa and Bagul, who just joined the Senate, I heard that it was because of them that Nudum was pacified so quickly. Foreigners, you always say that you want to be a senator of the Senate, but what have you done for the alliance? The mercenaries were speechless. So, if you want to stay in the alliance, you should be more practical and become a citizen of the alliance first. Sarikos was both proud and serious. "Smelly old man, aren't you tired of talking so much nonsense?" The mercenary Torax and some of the young officers shouted angrily, but they were quickly stopped by Timon and the others. However, they had already angered the coachman, and they immediately shouted for the mercenaries to get off the carriage. Some of the mercenaries could not stand it anymore, and the two sides began to argue. Agathia mediated in the middle, and Sorius also tried to persuade his companions. With the help of Timon, Xanthoparis, and the others, the two sides finally reached an agreement. This almost attracted the interference of the patrols who maintained order outside the city. Sarikos and the coachman collected their fare and drove the carriage away from the mercenaries. Looking at the strong backs of these mercenaries, Sarikos said to the others worriedly, "If these people stay in Turiai for too long, I'm afraid the patrols will have a headache." At this moment, Timon asked Agathia in a low voice, "Is it that difficult to become a senator of the Dionia Alliance Senate?" Agathia nodded silently. "If we knew that you would have such a status today, we would have followed you to the Byzantine Empire." Xanthoparis sighed and said, "This is all the goddess of fortune's arrangement. We can't do anything about it. Let's be more optimistic. We don't have to become a senator of the Senate. Becoming a citizen and getting a piece of land is already good enough. Then we would rather be free in Asia Minor. We don't have to come to this remote place and be restricted by so many things. Don't you think so, Agathia?" Criano said angrily. Agathia felt awkward and didn't know how to respond. The group of mercenaries looked at the parade with different thoughts in their minds. The soldiers of the 4th Brigade didn't march in an orderly manner, but they were tall and strong, and they were quite attractive. It was the first time these Lucaria people from the mountains received cheers and praises in front of the public. They threw away their usual inferiority complex and restraint as foreigners to the back of their minds. They were all unusually excited, and some even waved at the onlookers. After the 1,000-strong 4th Battalion passed by, a dozen or so carts followed closely behind. The carts were filled with gold and silver utensils, statues, jewels, coins, and so on seized by the troops from Nidam and Laos. The carts were filled with dazzling light. The crowd was even more shocked. If the carts weren't guarded by powerful soldiers, some of them would have walked up and grabbed a handful of them. Wars didn't just bring death, they also brought wealth. The Devers showed the Senate and the people of the Dionia Alliance in the most direct way. "Do you have to give all your spoils to the alliance?" Timon asked curiously. Agathia answered, "Only a small portion will be given to the soldiers, and most of it will be given to the national treasury." No one is allowed to keep it for themselves. Without the spoils, there's no excitement in the battle. Who would want to fight to the death? Criano said unhappily. Agathia thought for a moment and said seriously, they are the citizens of the Dionia Alliance. It's their responsibility to join the army and protect their territory. Besides, after the spoils are given to the Dionia Alliance, they will eventually be used on them. They will be compensated for the dead soldiers, taken care of the disabled soldiers, and the maintenance and replacement of weapons and equipment. Did we get the same benefits when we were mercenaries? Think about our brothers who died on the battlefield, and their corpses can't even return home. Agathia sounded a little angry. He was obviously dissatisfied with the people who were once his comrades constantly picking on him. Criano snorted and stopped talking. Timothen, Xantaparis, and the others were greatly touched. At this time, Tormod exclaimed again, "Look, who's that?" After the wagon, 5 carriages appeared. The first one was pulled by 2 pure white horses. The original plan was to have 4 horses pull the carriage, but because there were so many things waiting to be done in Talii, it was changed to 2 horses. A man stood tall on the exquisitely carved carriage. He was wearing bright armor, but he did not wear a helmet. This was so that the people could see his face clearly. However, his expression was a little serious, and it was obvious that he was not used to such a lively occasion. "Felicius! That's Felicius!" the mercenaries exclaimed. The people were shouting his name, too, and cheered, "Felicius! The hero of the Dionia Alliance! You defeated the Lucanians!" Felicius, who was surrounded by 3 layers of people, couldn't see his former comrade. Facing the sincere gratitude of the people, he finally squeezed out a smile and waved his arms. The mercenaries didn't know the man on the second carriage. After Agathia introduced him, they learned that he was Dracos, the commander of the 2nd Brigade of the Alliance's 1st Legion. He used to be a mercenary, and he participated in all the battles after the Devers arrived in Greece. That was how he got his current position. The person on the 3rd carriage made the mercenaries exclaim again, "Hieronymus!" Many people had laughed at Hieronymus, who had been replaced as the leader by Xenophon. Some people even looked down on him for following the Devers in the Byzantine Empire. They thought that he gave up his dignity to follow a young man who was less experienced and qualified than him. Now, this man who they looked down on was standing on the carriage. Although his expression was as serious as a wooden statue, the cheers of the people didn't decrease at all. It was obvious that he was an important figure in the alliance. The mercenaries had mixed feelings. They did not recognize the person in the carriage following closely behind, but judging from his appearance, he should be a Lucanian. He was Bagul, the commander of the 4th Brigade. As the only Lucanian who rode in a carriage, he was both proud and afraid. He was afraid that the people of the alliance would give him the cold shoulder because he was a foreigner. However, the cheering scene made him feel relieved. If it was like this outside the city, he didn't have to worry about the people inside. His father, Vespa, Hemont, Sima, Eurasa, and many other Lucanian citizens of Nudum came to Turiai to watch the ceremony. He thought that at this moment, his image on the carriage would definitely motivate the Lucanians of the alliance to work harder for the alliance. The person on the last carriage made the mercenaries exclaim again, "That's Epitines!" Since Epitines was an understanding person, he had a good relationship with the leaders of the other camps during the expedition to Persia, and everyone was familiar with him. At this moment, his face was full of smiles as he waved his hands in all directions. His movements were natural and unrestrained, causing some of the free women to shout his name in an attempt to attract his attention. However, what they didn't know was that this 7th Brigade's leader was more interested in men than women. Looking at these former comrades who were in high spirits, Timothen and the rest could imagine the disappointment in their hearts. When they were in Persia, Felicius was just an adjutant, Epitines was just a captain, and Hieronymus was a frustrated general, unlike Timothen, Xantaparis, and Criano, who commanded thousands of soldiers and discussed the fate of the entire mercenary army. Now, the former soldiers were prominent in the alliance, while the former rulers of the alliance fought in Asia Minor for a year, but in the end, they were mercenaries despised by all city-states. This sharp contrast made Timothen, Criano, and the rest feel very uncomfortable. When the army's flag entered the north gate, colorful flower petals were scattered from the sky. The flower petals landed on the soldiers, adding a touch of romance to their heroic appearance. The streets and rooftops were filled with people. They were shouting the names of their loved ones, interacting excitedly with the advancing soldiers, and proudly introducing their husbands or fathers to their neighbors. Every soldier felt like they had returned home in glory. Felicius, who was advancing, subconsciously looked over when he passed by his own house. The young man who was shouting and jumping on the roof of his house was none other than Melisande. In the noisy crowd, he could vaguely hear Melisande shouting, "That's my father. That's my father. Father. Father." Beside him, Delia was looking at him with a smile on her face. Felicia smiled, a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. The marching army turned to the west, and there stood a huge arch made of white marble. This was what the Devers called the Arc of Triumph. The arch was a statue of the goddess of victory, and on the lintel stone wall, according to the Devers' suggestion, were to be engraved the annihilation of the allied Lucanian tribes, the capture of Amyndalara, the surprise attack on the Crotone army, and the cunning capture of Nudum, which established the foundation of the Daionia city-state alliance, so that future generations would remember it. However, due to the lack of time, they had not found a good engraver, so the arch was temporarily blank. After passing through the Arc of Triumph and marching west, the road gradually widened, and at the end of the road was the newly built square. Due to the lack of time, they did not even have time to name it before it was put into use. Lism, who was holding the military flag, quickened his pace because he could vaguely see dozens of white figures on the platform of the square. According to his prior instructions, he knew that they were his respected Consul Devers and the senators of the Senate. They were waiting for their arrival. "They're here! They're here!" Henopolis shouted excitedly. "Be quiet, son." Avenojus held down the restless Henopolis and said to the Devers, "Sir, thank you for taking care of Henopolis during this period." After Henopolis arrived in Turii, the Devers did not arrange for him to stay in a hotel, but let him stay in their house. Henopolis is very sensible. He also loves to learn. His teacher, Ansitanos, liked him very much. And after he came, my house became a lot livelier. Devers said with a smile. In the past 2 days, Avenojus had learned from Henopolis that the Devers had taken good care of his son. He was not a person who would talk about gratitude. He secretly decided to repay the Devers' kindness when he had the chance in the future, so he changed the topic. "Sir, your warriors are here. They are not only warriors of the Alliance, but also warriors of our Alliance. They protect the safety of the entire Alliance," Devers said with a smile. The Chief General of Castellan, Amicus, nodded in agreement. As members of the Daionia Alliance, the higher-ups of Castellan and Laos were certainly invited to watch the ceremony, and they all gladly participated. At this moment, seeing the long line of troops marching towards them in the distance, they did not feel that the Daionia Alliance was showing off its strength. Because the Daionia Alliance, as the leader of the Alliance, would not be like Athens of the Delian Alliance, desperately exploiting the other allies and demanding tribute, nor would it be like Sparta of the Peloponnesus Alliance, arbitrarily meddling in the internal affairs of the other allies. As for sending troops to participate in the war, it was the duty of the city-states of the Alliance, but it was a sign of equality. Therefore, the stronger the Daionia Alliance was, the safer they felt as an alliance. Devers looked at the troops walking towards the square, and his thoughts ran wild. The reason why he did not let the generals walk at the front like in Rome in his previous life, but let the soldiers take the lead was because he wanted to cultivate the soldiers' sense of honor and show the alliance's concept of equality, which would greatly improve the morale of the troops. Secondly, he wanted to reduce the influence of the victorious generals on the people, so as to prevent accidents from happening in the long run. For this reason, he also placed Felicius in the most inconspicuous position of the troops, and at the same time, let the captains enjoy the honor of riding in the carriages. This was also for this purpose. Even so, for the soldiers, this novel celebration of victory, which had never been held in a Greek city-state, was a great honor. The bronze trumpets sounded, and the war drums sounded. The soldiers began to enter the square. "Oh, I can't believe it. The one walking at the front is Lazaru." "Which Lazaru?" "The famous hunter in Bagul's tribe. Look. He's actually walking at the front, walking in front of the Greeks. The Alliance really has no prejudice against us Lucarians. Look. Look." Bagul. Bagul is sitting in the carriage. I'm so envious. When can I be like him? In the crowd on one side of the square, Sima, Eurasa, Hemont, and the other Lucanians who rushed over from Nidham were shouting and dancing excitedly. Of course, it was impossible for Bagul to see them in the dense crowd. The driver drove the carriage, circled the square, and then took him to the center of the square. His majestic figure was like a boulder that stirred up huge waves in the hearts of the Lucarian youth. A warrior should enjoy such glory like him. When the drums and trumpets stopped, the square was silent. The soldiers looked up at the Alliance governor standing on the platform in front of them. The Devers took a step forward and said loudly, "Warriors of the Alliance, in the past 20 long days, you have left your loved ones and rushed to the unfamiliar mountains. You have fought tenaciously against the ferocious enemies and seized Nidham. At the same time, you have helped the Alliance to recover Laos and solved the problem of Turiai being attacked by enemies from the mountains for many years. The people thank you. The Senate thank you. The Alliance thanks you. I and the Senate express our most sacred gratitude for your efforts and sacrifices." As he said that, he took the lead and solemnly bowed to the soldiers in front of him with the senators behind him. The square was instantly boiling. Victory! 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 The soldiers cheered excitedly. It is because of your efforts that the Alliance of Dionia is officially established. After discussion by the Senate, today's triumphant celebration will become a festival for the whole Alliance to celebrate the birth of the Alliance. And your military flag will also become the flag of the Alliance, flying above the square. Victory to the Alliance! Victory to the Alliance! Victory to the Alliance! Listening to the cheers of the soldiers and the people, the Devers believed that the National Day and the national flag would unite the people from the various cities and races of the Mediterranean Sea under the Alliance and gradually form a new race, adding a lot of weight to the weight. In the afternoon, the Devers held a banquet at the mansion of Turiai to entertain Timicin, Xantaparis, Criano, and Tormid. Accompanying them to the banquet were Agathia, Felicius, and Hieronymus. Eating novel and delicious food, drinking mellow wine, and recalling the scenes of fighting together in the past, the atmosphere of the banquet was quite warm. At this time, Criano asked while burping, "Devers, look at such a beautiful courtyard, and you are a consul and a legion commander. It's really enviable. When can we be like you?" Here comes the main topic. Agathia immediately perked up. The Devers smiled and said seriously, "As long as you work hard and make your contribution to the Alliance, becoming a citizen of the Alliance, getting a share of land, and living like me is not a problem at all. In fact, there are many people richer than me in the Alliance." Contribution? What kind of contribution? I heard that it takes 5 years to become an official citizen of the Alliance, let alone to become a member of the Senate. That's even more difficult. Criano complained. That's right, that's the law of the Alliance. All foreigners and free people follow this law, no exceptions. The Devers said calmly but firmly. But Criano pretended to be drunk and pointed at Agathia. He said loudly, Agathia didn't say that to us in Ephesus. He said, as long as we come to Greece, we will soon become citizens and get land. And even become a member of the Senate. It's because of what he said that we came to this faraway place. Now you're telling me that it will take another 5 years to achieve all this? Isn't this a lie? I heard that the Lucarian soldiers on the Triumph Parade were slaves half a year ago, but they became citizens half a year later. Their leader even became a member of the Senate. Are you telling me that we are inferior to the natives? The atmosphere in the living room suddenly froze. Agathia clenched his fists angrily. In order to attract Timicin and the others, he did say something to tempt them, but it was not as exaggerated as what Criano had said. He wanted to refute, but under such circumstances, it would undoubtedly make the atmosphere even more tense. Agathia was hesitating. Felicius wanted to say something but stopped himself. Hieronymus frowned and looked at the Devers. On the other side, Timicin, Xantaparis, and Tormid continued eating as if they did not hear anything. They pricked up their ears secretly. The Devers' expression did not change. He cast a comforting gaze at Agathia and said slowly, Criano, don't be anxious. Sit down and listen to me. Criano vented his anger, but it was as if he had hit a wet cotton cloth. It did not seem to have any effect. He sat down resentfully. Tell me the truth. Why do some people want 5 years, while others only want half a year? It's all about benefits. Divers looked at the mercenary leaders and said in a serious tone, because the Lucarians can help the Alliance pacify Nidum, and they can even help the Alliance conquer more of Lucania's territory. Not to mention, they have already contributed a lot to the Alliance. The road that you came from was built by them, and the army of Crotone was defeated by them. They are also actively learning Greek, understanding and abiding by the laws of the Alliance. For such a group of foreigners who are willing to integrate into the Alliance and can bring great benefits to the Alliance, the Senate naturally has to grant them citizenship in advance. The people have no objections, because they know that the Alliance will gain more than they pay. Agathia heaved a sigh of relief. He was grateful to the Devers for fulfilling their promise. Timison and the others listened attentively. Still not satisfied, Criano said, Devers, you're a life consul, and I heard you control the Senate. Isn't that just like that, Pisitratu from Athens? You just have to say the word. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? Why don't you just make us citizens? Criano, that's too much. Felicius yelled. The Devers waved his hand, signaling that it was fine. He continued patiently, You're trying to say I'm a tyrant, aren't you? Criano realized that his words were too harsh. After all, the Devers were no longer the Devers he used to discuss matters with. He lowered his head and did not dare to respond. I won't say anything else. I'll just tell you the truth. The mercenaries I brought with me are only 1,000 from the Alliance. Now, the Alliance has 5,000 soldiers and 20,000 citizens. Most of them are from Greece. We're foreigners, and we have half of the senators in the Senate. Do you think the locals won't object? I'm sure they will. Why didn't anyone oppose us? The Devers paused to give everyone some time to think. He then said, Because we've tried our best to be fair and just. We've treated the Amendolans, the Turii, the Lucanians, the foreigners, and the freedmen strictly according to the Alliance's laws. If I introduce a bill granting you citizenship today, tomorrow more than 20,000 probationers will come to the Chamber of Deputies, and the Senate will impeach me. Do you think the 1,000 foreigners and you can defeat tens of thousands of Alliance citizens? Even if we win, will the Alliance still exist? So, as your friend, I'll try my best to help you. But as the consul of the Alliance, I can't be selfish. I hope you can understand. Devers's earnest and heartfelt words silenced the living room. At this moment, Hieronymus said apologetically, Lord Devers, I've never thought about this issue after being in Turin for so long. I'm really sorry for making you worry about protecting us. I've never thought about that, either. I always felt that enjoying such a life was a given. Felicius said with a sigh. That's how it should be. Don't think too much, live your life naturally. Farm the land and fight the war. You've never caused me any trouble. Instead, you've always supported me and helped me maintain the current situation. I want to propose a toast to you. After that, Devers raised his glass and toasted with Felicius, Agathia, and Hieronymus. Timison and Xanthoparis looked at each other and nodded. Timison said, Devers, I'd like to know what arrangements and suggestions you have for our 3,000 brothers after they arrive. Devers thought for a moment and said, I suggest that when they arrive, they first go to Turin and apply, I'm willing to become a citizen of the Alliance. After that, they can look for a place to stay. They can go to the hotel area in Amendola, where the rent is cheaper. They can also rent land for the citizens. That way, they won't even have to pay rent, and they can stay in someone else's house. Of course, they can also find people they're familiar with and stay in their houses. Capus, Antonios. Most of the soldiers in the 1st Brigade are mercenaries from the expedition to Persia. I'm sure you're familiar with them. They'll be back from Nidum soon. When that time comes, Felicius will make arrangements. Wouldn't it solve the problem of accommodation for 1 or 2 people per family? Then, go and find a job. The docks and markets are booming, and a large number of workers are urgently needed. Also, the road from Turin to Nidum is about to be built, and a large number of workers will be needed. There's no need to worry about finding a job. After you find a job, work hard, not only to earn money, but also to show the people in charge of the census that you're hardworking and not idlers. Only then will it be easier to become an official citizen in the future. In addition, when the training day comes, Felicius will arrange for you to participate in military training. The Alliance's fighting style is more complicated, and you need to familiarize yourselves with it to avoid accidents due to poor teamwork in future battles. It's estimated that by next year, the Alliance will launch a war against Lucania Municipality. As long as you perform well in battle, I think it won't be a problem to shorten the period of becoming an Alliance citizen. Devers had obviously thought about it carefully, and his suggestion made sense to Timison and the others. At this moment, Xanthoparis expressed his concern. I heard that if you break the law during the inspection, it'll be very difficult to become a citizen. Devers, you know that we mercenaries fight wars without anyone to control us. We're used to being free, and it's inevitable that we'll break the Alliance's laws. When that time comes, I understand. Devers nodded cautiously and comforted him. As long as it's the first time, it won't be a problem. However, I hope that you can remind every comrade who comes to the Alliance in time and keep them in check. Also, I have a suggestion. I know that all of you have brought armor, shields, and spears with you when you came to Greece. I hope that all of you can temporarily hand over your shields, spears, and sabers to Felicius and let him keep them in the armory for safekeeping. After some time, when all of you have adapted to life here, Felicius will return your weapons to you. As soon as Devers finished speaking, Timison was about to speak, but Devers immediately said, "Don't worry, the Alliance will not embezzle your weapons. Just the weapons and equipment of the soldiers of Crotone and Nudum in the armory are innumerable. I'm worried that if your people come here, it's inevitable for them to clash with others. But if you use your weapons, injure or even kill someone, then it'll be troublesome. Of course, this is just my suggestion. You can go back and think about it." After sending off the guests, Devers went up to the second floor. Kristoya was standing by the window and gazing. When she heard footsteps, she asked softly, "How did the banquet go tonight?" Devers sat on the bed and let out a long sigh. "I haven't seen them for more than half a year. They're still them, but we're not who we used to be. What do you think will happen?" Kristoya frowned slightly and slowly walked to Devers and sat down. "They made some outrageous requests?" Devers nodded. "They want to become Alliance citizens immediately, and even want to become a senator of the Senate." "Who made the request?" Kristoya pressed her slender fingers against Devers's mouth and said mischievously, "Let me guess." It's Clino, isn't it?" Devers smiled. "Among these people, Xanthoparis is modest, Tormid is slick, Timison is proud, and only Clino is mean. He used to hate me and Xenophon. Who else could it be but him? But I think every one of them has the same intention. Who told you to be so outstanding, to become like this in only half a year?" Kristoya caressed Devers's face with her white hands and gazed at him lovingly. She murmured, "Anyone who sees you will go crazy with jealousy. Does that include you?" Devers squeezed her hand and said with a smile, I love you so much that I'm going crazy," Kristoya said affectionately. She tilted her head and gave her husband a kiss. The kiss ignited the desire that Davos had been suppressing because of his wife's pregnancy. He decided to put this annoying thing behind him for the time being. He carefully held Kristoya's waist with one hand and stroked her slightly round belly with the other. He said softly, "Let me see my son. Is he happy today?" "Who said it's a son? I haven't gone to the Temple of Hera yet." Kristoya glared at him coquettishly. "It's a daughter. It's good to be as beautiful as you," Devers said as his hand began to move down slowly. His hot palm entered Kristoya's sensitive area, causing her whole body to tremble slightly. I'm pregnant. No. I can't. How about you? You go find Asuna," Kristoya said while panting. "Who said you can't do it when you're pregnant? As long as the fetus is stable, it's fine. I'm Herp's teacher, I have the final say," Devers said softly from behind her. His hot breath touched Kristoya's slender white neck. His strong breath filled Kristoya's nose. Listening to his flirtatious words, Kristoya felt her whole body heat up. She glanced at him with her seductive eyes. Finally, she couldn't help but place her arms on the bed table lightly. Devers immediately took off her clothes for her. Perhaps it was because of her pregnancy, Kristoya's body was obviously more plump than before. Devers's breathing also became rapid, but he gently licked Kristoya's smooth skin. Did you all hear that? Devers asked us to farm. To repair the road. I've done nothing but killing people for the past 10 years. Repair the road, my ass. He also wants us to hand over our weapons. Aren't we being bullied by them? On the way back to the hotel, Crisano loudly vented his dissatisfaction. What Devers said makes sense. It's not easy to govern such a large alliance. Besides, they are also outsiders. Of course, they have to be cautious when doing things. It's impossible for them to specifically exercise their privileges for us. Xanthoparis comforted. Everyone felt a little depressed when they heard this. This is the goddess of fortune's arrangement. It's our fault for not following the Devers back then. Tormid sighed. The Devers are indeed God's chosen. It's only been half a year and they've created such a huge business. It's not too late for us to follow them. Hearing Tormid's words, Xanthoparis, who was already old, looked up at the silent starry sky. A wave of sadness welled up in his heart. I don't know how you all feel. I'm old, and I'm tired of wandering around and killing nonstop. I'm afraid there won't be a tomorrow after today. It's not bad to settle down here. After saying this, everyone fell silent. All right, everyone, don't think about the future. Think about how to smoothly pick up your other companions and stop them from causing trouble. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble. Timothy reminded everyone worriedly. Timothy's worries were confirmed the next morning. Before Timothy and the others arrived at the port, they learned that more than a dozen outsiders were robbing the market. They even had a conflict with the managers who rushed over and injured some people. They were only arrested when the market patrol team, a total of 50 people, arrived. Timothy rushed over to take a look. It was indeed their mercenaries. In the end, they invited Agathia, who compensated them and made a promise. The mercenaries who committed the crime were sentenced to a month of labor. Only then did the matter come to an end. To prevent such a thing from happening again, Timothy and the others rented a house at the port and waited there. Even so, conflicts began to increase every day. Most of them were related to these mercenaries. Some elders even proposed to expel these mercenaries from the alliance and restore peace to the alliance. In the end, Agathia, Antonio, Capus, and the others objected, but it still put some pressure on the Devers. Time passed quickly. At the end of November, the shipyard in Inanalis was completed. The Devers and the other elders came to congratulate the shipyard and placed an order, 3 three-decker or warships. The establishment of the Dionysian fleet as soon as possible had been put on the agenda by the Senate to protect the increasingly prosperous ports and maritime trade of the Dionia alliance. At the same time, it was necessary to change the awkward fact that the Dionia alliance did not have a fleet and was even weaker than its two allies. At the beginning of December, the Assembly Hall of the Senate of Thurii was completed. Finally, the sad history of the senators having to travel to Amendola whenever they had an important meeting came to an end. It was a waste of energy and secrecy, and the coachman took advantage of them. At the same time, the Thurii, Castellan Avenue, was completed on land, except for the bridge over the Kratai River, which was still under construction. The Thurii Arena Plaza was about to be completed. Just as the good news came from all the construction sites, a small cargo ship with a big symbol embroidered on its sail entered Greece's Taranto Bay. When the passing ships saw the symbol, they took the initiative to make way for it. Phoebidas, the Sparta general who had just turned 30, took it for granted. He ordered the helmsman to steer straight to the port of Thurii without any hesitation. In the western Mediterranean, Sparta had the most dealings with Syracuse, so it knew something about Sicily. Most of the Spartans didn't know much about Greece. Apart from seeing athletes from the Greek city-states during the sports meet, they didn't have much contact with them. True Spartan citizens couldn't do business, and they didn't have any trade relations with the Greek city-states. Thus, after entering the sea area, Phoebidas sized up everything around him with great interest. After looking at the port of Thurii for a while, he said to his attendant, Dorobysus, "There are quite a lot of merchant ships here. I think it's about the same as Corinth." Dorobysus was a Pyrrhiasi. Piriasi were also Lacidians, but they were not citizens of Sparta. Most of them lived on the border of Laconia. They had personal freedom and the right to deal with local affairs, but they had no political rights in Sparta. In the past, they mainly engaged in trade that Sparta citizens could not do. But now, due to the long years of war, the number of Sparta citizens dwindled, and the Piriasi began to join the army. Because of his different occupation, Dorobysus had a liveliness that was rarely seen in Sparta. He looked at the Kratai estuary and deliberately asked, "The port of Corinth is not as lively as it is here." "Phoebidas, you should ask me, how does it compare to Athens?" At the mention of Athens, Phoebidas's face darkened. Originally, after the defeat of Athens, Lysander established the Council of 30 in Athens in an attempt to control the political situation in Athens. Although some people in Athens rebelled, if Sparta fully supported this puppet council, the people in Athens who rebelled would not be able to do anything. However, King Pausanias and the elders led by Diopetius were not on good terms with Lysander. Not only did they deprive Lysander of his military command, they also pushed the elders' council to negotiate peace with the Democrats in Athens. In the end, the Democrats in Athens overthrew the Council of 30 and established a new democratic regime. Also, the Athens government, which had learned a painful lesson, became more flexible in its policies. On one hand, it tried to please Sparta, on the other hand, it tried to restore trade and agriculture after the war. Only a few years had passed, and the trade in Athens had begun to flourish again. Phoebidas snorted and said no more. At this time, the Dionia patrol ship came to greet them. Phoebidas said loudly, "I'm the messenger of Sparta, and I want to see the consul of the alliance." The patrol ship did not dare to delay and immediately sailed back to the city of Turin. Diplomatic affairs such as Sparta's visit were, of course, handled by the Senate. There were more than 50 senators in the Senate, but it was impossible for them to stay in the council hall every day. This was because it was not every day that a meeting of the Senate's senators would happen. Moreover, many of the senators had official duties, so the Devers adopted a rotation system. Every 5 senators would be on duty in the council hall for one day, and the other 5 would be replaced the next day. When the patrol ship hurriedly sent the news to the council hall, the Devers had already received an urgent report from Aristyras in their courtyard. The messenger of Sparta was here. The Devers frowned and immediately thought that Sparta might be here for Timocin. Soon, the patrol ship returned to the estuary and signaled for Sparta's warships to follow it. Before coming here, Phoebidas did not know much about Turin. He did not know that the city of Turin and the port were not together. This was somewhat similar to Athens, but there were no city walls connecting the port and the city, so if a war broke out, the port could easily be occupied. Phoebidas looked at everything in front of him from a military perspective. There is no river like this in Athens, and look at the flat terrain. The soil should be very fertile. The agriculture in Turin must be good. Dorobysus observed from an economic perspective. After sailing for a few miles, Phoebidas saw the towers on both sides of the Turin and the iron chains hanging in the air across the cloudy river. Phoebidas knew that once the enemy's fleet broke through the estuary and went up the North River, the iron chains would be lowered to block the warships from entering the city. The patrol ship finally entered the pier on the north bank. Phoebidas noticed that the pier, the bridges, and the houses on the shore were all clean and tidy. Only the pier at the edge was scorched black, so Dorobysus asked the captain of the patrol ship curiously. "That's what our consul, Sir Divers, wants us to preserve it. It's everywhere in the city, including the temple. He wants every citizen to see these ruins no matter where they go. It's a constant reminder to ourselves that this city was once burned down by invaders. We must remember this great shame and not let Tulii be bullied again. Only victory can restore its former glory. Just a few days ago, we repaired one of the ruins because we obtained Nidum." Looking at the captain's solemn and proud expression, Phoebidas did not seem to care, but his heart was touched. At this moment, a group of guards walked over. Phoebidas observed their mental state and every movement. He could tell that this was a group of well-trained, disciplined soldiers, and definitely had plenty of actual combat experience. To be honest, other than the citizens of Sparta, he had never seen patrols in their own cities that could maintain a good formation and be ready for battle at any time. He was a little surprised. The captain handed over his duties to the patrol captain, Olivers, and sailed away. Your soldiers must stay on this ship. Please come with me to the Senate. Oliver said to Phoebidas sternly, the Alliance has a rule that foreign soldiers are not allowed to enter the city. They are Sparta warriors. They can freely enter and leave any Greek city-state. Phoebidas said in a loud and righteous voice. Although it was an exaggeration, many of the Greek cities in the eastern Mediterranean did have this privilege, so many of the cities were dissatisfied with it. Olivers looked at him and said disapprovingly, I know who you are. I don't care what you do in other cities, but as long as you step on the land of the city Alliance of Dionia, you must obey our laws. Phoebidas was extremely angry, but the patrol captain, Olivers, did not give in. He had a firm expression that said, either you obey the Alliance's rules, or you leave the Alliance's territory. In the end, Dorabitius compromised and allowed the Sparta warriors to change into civilian clothes before they were allowed to pass. Generally speaking, the most impressive buildings in a Greek city-state were temples, arenas, theaters, and other large buildings. At this moment, Phoebidas and his entourage had yet to see many large buildings, but they were already impressed by the meticulous design and clean city. Phoebidas had been to Athens, a city famous for the Mediterranean Sea. Although prosperous, it was noisy and dirty. Sparta was quiet, but the entire city was as simple as a village. Only in Thurii, simplicity, generosity, elegance, tranquility, and cleanliness were mixed together and had a full charm. Dorabitius could not help but ask, who was the designer of this city? Heraclides, the disciple of Hippodamos. Oliver saw the surprised look on their faces and answered loudly. Oh, Hippodamos! Dorabitius exclaimed. The name was not unfamiliar to the Sparta people, because he was the one who designed and built the Piraeus harbor. It had created a lot of wealth for Athens, and Sparta had gone through a lot of trouble to seize it back then. As they moved forward, they saw a huge white arch across the street. Sparta had never seen such an arch in any other city-state. Dorabitius asked curiously, what is this arch used for? Captain Oliver's expression turned solemn. He said in a low voice, this is the Arch of Triumph. The victorious generals and soldiers will march through this arch to receive the greetings and cheers of the archons, senate elders, and the citizens of the Alliance. There was a triumphal parade not long ago. Because we seized Nudum, the scene was really. Sigh, it's a pity that our 1st Brigade will have to wait for the next time. Phoebidas did not look at Oliver's regretful expression. He and the few Sparta warriors behind him looked up at the giant arch, shock and envy in their eyes. As a warrior, wasn't the greatest wish to win the cheers of their own city-state after defeating the enemy? That would make them feel that their blood and sacrifice were sacred and meaningful. But in the Greek polis, where democracy prevailed, this was hardly the case. The Democrats believed that this would give the generals too much prestige and lead to dictatorship. Even though Sparta was founded on military might, the old elders would never allow the young and bloodthirsty Sparta warriors to get out of control. Lysander was the best example. And now, a colonial city-state in the remote western Mediterranean outside the Greek mainland actually did this, and will continue to do so. Phoebidas had mixed feelings. He did not want to talk to the patrol captain before, but now he asked, how often do you have military training? Why are you asking this? Captain Oliver's expression was serious. He thought for a moment and said, but there's no harm in telling you. Our Alliance citizens train once every 7 days during the busy farming season. Now that it's the slack season, we train once every 2 to 3 days, and we train for an entire day each time. Such frequent military training had already surpassed most of the Greek city-states. No wonder these soldiers looked well-trained. This was also a city-state that valued military strength. Phoebidas had a hunch that it would be difficult to achieve his purpose of coming here. Passing through the wide and flat Victory Square, after the triumphal procession, the newly built square finally had its own name. Since the main function of the square was to gather troops before the battle and hold the triumphal procession after the battle, the name Victory was well-deserved. Phoebidas entered the Grand Thurii Senate chamber. The chamber was so large that it could probably accommodate thousands of people. Therefore, the dozens of members of the Senate sitting in the front row looked very inconspicuous. Seeing Phoebidas coming in, all the senators stood up and applauded him. They also bowed respectfully to show their respect for Sparta. This finally made Phoebidas feel a sense of satisfaction. The young man in the lead said, "Welcome, envoy of Sparta from afar. What prompted you to come to the Dionia Alliance?" This must be the military genius that the young archon of the Dionysian Alliance mentioned by Chrysippus. Perhaps the Arch of Triumph was also his handiwork. Phoebidas looked at him with sharp and aggressive eyes. The Devers did not avoid his gaze. They also looked back at him with deep eyes, as if they wanted to see through his intentions. In the eyes of the Devers, this Sparta man was wearing a bright scarlet cloak. He had long hair that was unusual for ordinary Greeks. His rough face not only had scars, but he also had arrogance that despised everything. The Devers, who had a deeper understanding of this era, now felt that the envoy in front of them was the normal appearance of the Sparta people when facing outsiders. Callisops was an exception. The two men faced each other and stared at each other coldly. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Hegemon coughed twice, trying to break the tense atmosphere. Phoebidas spoke. He went straight to the point and said, "I'm here on behalf of Sparta to denounce the Dionia Alliance." As soon as he said this, the elders were in an uproar. In order to protect the Greek city-states in Asia Minor, as well as the interests of all of Greece, we, Sparta, sent our army across the Aegean Sea to Asia Minor to fight against the Persia. However, at the critical moment, some of our soldiers were lured away from the battlefield in Asia Minor by you, which caused the war against the Persia to be thwarted. Even the governor, Tiburon, was banished by the Council of Elders. Therefore, the Council of Elders has sent me to denounce you for this traitorous act. So serious? The elders looked at each other, slightly nervous. I don't understand. Hegemon asked doubtfully, "You said we lured your soldiers away. The Dionia Alliance is thousands of miles away from Asia Minor. We have little contact with Sparta. How could we lure your soldiers away?" You're right. As a newly established alliance, not only do we have no contact with Sparta, we don't even know where Asia Minor is. Plazinas said exaggeratedly. Phoebidas acted as if he didn't hear anything. He just looked at divers and sneered, "Those soldiers are mercenaries who participated in the Persian expedition. They fought together with your archons and some of you for more than a year in Persia. We have a deep relationship with them. Our officers in Asia Minor have seen foreigners frequently entering the camps of these mercenaries." Agathias saw Antonios, Capys, and the others secretly looking at him with questioning eyes. He shook his head gently. "Are you sure these foreigners are citizens of our alliance?" Antonios asked. "I'm sure that the passenger ships these deserters took all sailed to Greece." Phoebidas said firmly, "Therefore, the Sparta Elder Council has made a decision. The Dionia Alliance must hand over all the mercenaries who escaped here, and..." He raised his voice, "As punishment for the Dionia Alliance destroying Sparta's war against Persia, your archons are required to lead 5,000 soldiers to Asia Minor and join Sparta's army against Persia." What? The elders were shocked. What kind of logic is this? The Dionia Alliance has no diplomatic relations with Sparta. What gives you Sparta the right to give us orders? Because you, as Greeks, destroyed Sparta's holy war against Persia on behalf of Greece. Because we, Sparta, are the leader of all Greece. Phoebidas said proudly. Devers laughed out loud. Hearing the disdain in his laughter, the agitated elders immediately calmed down. Merces even asked, "Master Devers, what are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at how shameless Sparta is." Devers glanced at Phoebidas with disdain. Didn't Sparta collude with Persia, who has always been the enemy of Greece, and kill their own people to defeat Athens? Now, why did Sparta start a war with Persia? Why? Merces quickly asked. I heard that in order to get Persia to help it defeat Athens, Sparta signed an agreement with Persia, agreeing to give up the protection of the city-states in Asia Minor and give them to Persia. After the war was won, Sparta went back on its words, so the war between Sparta and Persia happened. Devers looked at Phoebidas, who was acting a little unnaturally, and said, "A traitor who betrayed the interests of a Greek city-state and repeatedly broke its promise, said it represented all of Greece and fought a holy war against Persia. How can I not laugh? Yes, it's ridiculous. How can such a shameless city-state exist? It's a disgrace to Greece." The elders, led by Antonio and Amyntas, deliberately mocked. Phoebidas's face turned red, and he roared, "How dare you insult Sparta? Aren't you afraid of the wrath of Sparta? The laughter did not stop. Aminta said excitedly, "Raf? Are you talking about the war? That's great, I'm looking forward to the next victory. Master Devers, let the first platoon take the next battle. The soldiers are bored out of their wits." Even Capus, who usually did not speak much during the meeting, joined in the fun. He was obviously angry at the unreasonable and overbearing people of Sparta. "That's right, the first platoon has been following you, Master Devers, for a long time, but they have never participated in a victory before. The soldiers are unhappy about it," Antonio added. Phoebidas was dumbfounded. His anger had been cleverly turned into a request for battle by the people of Dionia. The Dionia alliance has no intention of starting a war with any Greek city-state, but if any city-state wants to start a war, humiliate us, or invade our land. Everyone, what is our answer? The Devers looked around and asked loudly. "Fight to the death. Destroy the enemy. Fight to the death." The former mercenary elders shouted in unison. Phoebidas walked out of the meeting hall with a pale face. Dorobisus went up to him and asked anxiously, "How's the situation?" "Go. Get on the ship. Go back," Phoebidas said angrily. Under the escort of the patrol team, Phoebidas and the others hurriedly returned to the passenger ship and sailed towards the sea under the surveillance of the two patrol ships. "Say, if my ship crashes into them." Phoebidas pointed at the patrol ships that sandwiched his ship in the middle and asked angrily, "Will they sink?" "Ah?" Dorobisus was shocked. Before he arrived at the meeting hall, he had a premonition that this mission would fail, but it actually made Phoebidas so angry. What exactly happened in the meeting hall? He did not dare to ask. Phoebidas looked at the city of Turin that was about to disappear from his sight and buried the humiliation he suffered in his heart. He said coldly, "Let's go to Castellan." "Lord Consul, I'm afraid that chasing away the Sparta emissaries will be detrimental to the alliance," Cornelis said worriedly. "I've said it before, chase away those mercenaries. You guys insisted on staying, and now trouble has come," Polixus said with dissatisfaction. In the face of criticism, Capus, Agathia, and the others, who were once comrades of these mercenaries, could not refute. At this moment, Plazenus stood up and said, "Didn't those mercenaries receive the punishment of the alliance's laws? Didn't the other freedmen make mistakes? Why did they have to chase away those mercenaries? Everyone, our union is currently lacking in manpower. It is precisely because of the union's open, free, and equal attitude that we have attracted so many foreigners and freedmen. There is no reason to chase away those who seek refuge with the union. It will only destroy the image of the union and make all the Greeks who wish to seek refuge with us suspicious." "But what if Sparta declares war on us?" Olaphus asked worriedly. "So what? Are you going to agree to Sparta's unreasonable request and let Lord Devers lead our citizens to Asia Minor?" Pleasantslash shouted angrily. I. Orpheus glanced at Devers guiltily and didn't dare to speak. "Sparta might not dare to declare war on us." The Devers smiled confidently. "We are not a small city-state, but a powerful force in Greece. If Sparta wants to win, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. But now most of its energy is focused on Asia Minor. The war with Persia is not an easy task, and it won't end so easily. I also heard that not long ago, Sparta had a war with the city-state of Elis, which is responsible for hosting the Olympia Games. It can be seen that even on the Peloponnese Peninsula, there are many city-states that are dissatisfied with Sparta. At this time, if it dares to start another war in Greece, I doubt it." Although Devers said so, in his heart, he already regretted that he didn't think carefully and rashly agreed to Agathia's request. There was never an absolute thing in the world. If Sparta went crazy and insisted on war with the Dionia alliance, although the Devers were not afraid of fighting with Sparta, the expansion plan of the alliance that they had originally planned would be ruined again. The movement of Sparta's warships toward Castellan was beyond the alliance's expectation. The patrol ship immediately reported this discovery to the Senate. After an urgent discussion with the senators, the Devers decided to send a messenger to Castellan immediately to bring the Senate's order. Castellan must refuse to receive the messenger of Sparta. When the messenger rode a fast horse and arrived at the city of Castellan with the convenience of the newly built Turii, Castellan Avenue, the chief general of Castellan, Amicles, had already led other generals and some members of the Council of 100 to the port, ready to welcome the messenger of Sparta. After all, the messenger of Sparta, the ruler of the Greek city-states, had arrived. As a small and remote city-state, they naturally did not dare to neglect the arrival of the messenger. When they saw Phoebidas disembarking from the warship, they were about to introduce each other and greet each other. Suddenly, one of Amycles's subordinates rushed over and handed Amycles a papyrus. Amycles's expression changed after reading the papyrus. He immediately said to Phoebidas, "Dear messenger of Sparta, there is an urgent matter that we need to discuss. Please wait for a moment." Then, without waiting for Phoebidas's reply, he led the generals and the counselors away. "Something seems to have happened?" Dorabitius said curiously when he saw them standing in a circle and arguing about something. Phoebidas did not speak. He stared into the distance and felt that something was wrong. Amycles returned to him with a determined look on his face. "Dear messenger of Sparta, I'm sorry to inform you that Castellan, as a member of the Dionia alliance, has just received a strict request from Dionia. They cannot allow you to enter Castellan city." "So?" Amycles waved his hand apologetically, and a group of soldiers walked over. "You are humiliating Sparta. Have you thought about the consequences of this?" Phylidas threatened angrily. He had originally planned to sow discord between Castellan and Dionia after entering Castellan city. It would be best if he could make Castellan break away from the Dionia alliance. According to his understanding, Castellan had only joined the Dionia alliance recently. Other than that, he had also planned to stay here for a few days and send soldiers to infiltrate the port of Turiae to capture a few mercenaries who had escaped here. He would then be able to report to the Council of Elders and take revenge on the Dionia alliance at the same time. However, it seemed that it was impossible now. Seeing Phoebidas leave angrily, Amycles temporarily heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he became worried again. The Dionia alliance was too bold to provoke the people of Sparta. If they really led their troops to attack, what would Castellan do? Phoebidas was still unwilling to give up. He turned the ship around and sailed towards Tarentum. Tarentum was a powerful state in Greece. Phoebidas did not think that the Dionia alliance could affect it. Moreover, Tarentum was a state of Sparta, and the two sides were on good terms. The establishment of Tarentum was somewhat dramatic. A few hundred years ago, Sparta coveted the fertile land of Messenia to the west of Turagonia, so they started a war. The war lasted for nearly 100 years, and Sparta finally completely annexed Messenia, turning the Messenians into Hercules. However, because the men of Sparta had been away from the war for a long time, the women of Sparta could not bear the loneliness at home. As a result, they had sex with the Pyrrhiaci in Sparta and gave birth to a group of babies. When they grew up, they were not recognized by Sparta. So, after much effort, their leader, Francosus, obtained permission from Sparta to ask for an oracle from Delphi. In the end, the oracle from the Temple of Apollo was confusing: to find a place where rain could fall from a clear sky and build a city. So, Sparta agreed to let Francosus lead the bastards and the exiles away from Sparta to build a colony. Francosus led the group westward in search of a place to settle. Their fleet crossed the Adriatic Sea and went to the Gulf of Taranto. Along the way, they saw many places that did not meet the requirements of the oracle. The long sea voyage made the people who accompanied them complain, and Francosus was also very depressed. He told his wife about his troubles, and she put his head on her lap to comfort him. As a result, his sentimental wife became depressed. When Francosus felt her tears splashing on his forehead, he suddenly realized the true meaning of the oracle, because his wife's name meant clear sky. So, he immediately ordered the people to disembark at the Gulf of Pulia, which later became Tarentum. Here they built a city and named it after Teres, the son of Poseidon. Although the founders of Tarentum had left because they could not obtain citizenship in Sparta, and later, Tarentum had developed into a democratic city-state, but with a double archon, senate, and assembly, similar to Amendola, which was born out of Sparta's double king, council of elders, and assembly, except that it did not have an overseer and was less oligarchic, and was a prosperous commercial city, very different from its mother state, Sparta, which had always clung to its agrarian traditions, but with which it had always maintained good relations. In the War of Peloponnesus, Tarentum stood firmly on the side of Sparta, and when the Athens fleet passed through Magna Graecia on its expedition to Sicily, it refused to allow it to dock or provide food or water. As a result, Athens retaliated by vigorously supporting the Messapians against Tarentum. Tarentum welcomed Phoebidas, of course, but after greeting the leaders of Tarentum, Phoebidas immediately mentioned the insolence of the Daionia alliance and its lack of respect for traditional Greek city-states. He also reminded the senators of Tarentum that the Daionia alliance advocated force and aggression, and was a danger to the Greek city-states. He also suggested that Tarentum should no longer ally with the Daionia alliance, and instead limit its expansion. Seeing Phoebidas reluctantly board the ship and leave the port of Tarentum, Diomedes immediately changed his expression and said to Eutychus in a serious tone, "The people of Sparta are right about one thing. If Tarentum doesn't pull itself together, even a new city-state like Daionia, without any historical tradition, will look down on us. Are we really going to war with Messapi?" Eutychus was a little hesitant. "Haven't the Messapi been waging war against us?" Diomedes asked. He said in a pained tone, "It's precisely because we have been tolerating the Messapi that they have been thinking that Tarentum is weak. That's why they have been harassing us more and more. This has also made the other Greek city-states increasingly ignore the existence of Tarentum. We must fight back and completely solve the problem of Messapi." "Completely solve it? That's not what you said to me last time," Eutychus said with a frown. Diomedes let slip and quickly said, "What I meant was that first, we should focus all our efforts to capture Manduria, which is the biggest threat to us. Then, we should look for an opportunity to capture Brindisi. This way, our strength will be greatly enhanced. The other Messapi city-states can be captured slowly." Eutychus was a little tempted, but he was still a little hesitant. "Do we have the strength to defeat the main force of Messapi?" "Of course we do," Diomedes said firmly. In order to convince his colleagues, he added, "And we have a strong backup force." "What backup force?" Eutychus was stunned. Diomedes pointed to the west of the sea. "Daionia is our ally. We have helped them for so long. It's time for them to do something." Eutychus finally said, "I will support your proposal in the Senate." "Damn it, Daionia, Castellon, Tarentum, these Greek city-states are all on the same side," Phoebidas said angrily from the ship. "Why don't we go to Crotone?" Dorobysus suggested carefully. Phoebidas glared at him and said, "To Syracuse." Phoebidas knew that Crotone and Daionia were on bad terms because of the previous war. However, he could not go because Daionia was not the only enemy of Crotone. Rockley's relationship with Crotone was even worse, and Rockley was an ally of Syracuse, Sparta's ally in Greece. If he went to Crotone, Syracuse would probably complain to Sparta. Though he wanted revenge on Daionia, he did not want to be exiled like Tibronii. Besides, Syracuse was a better partner than Crotone. However, when dealing with the tyrant of Sicily who was said to be a little overbearing, Phoebidas felt that he should learn from the lesson of being too flamboyant in Greece. He should change to a more obscure method to achieve his goal. The newly built Christoia restaurant in Thurii was located in the southwest of the city near the docks. Compared to the other Christoia restaurant next to the Thurii market, its customers were mainly citizens of the alliance, foreign ambassadors, and wealthy merchants. Therefore, it served high-end dishes such as beef and mutton hot pot. For this reason, a part of the restaurant was partitioned into a small open-air courtyard so that smoke could be vented during the barbecue. When Timizon, Xanthoparis, and Creano walked into the courtyard, they were not unfamiliar with the scene in front of them. After all, they had enjoyed it in the mansion of the Devers. Creano was interested in the price of the beef and mutton hot pot. As he ate, he asked the servant beside him, "How much does it cost to eat this?" The servant thought for a moment and said, "My honorable guest, it depends on how much you eat. Usually, a person needs about 2 to 5 drachmas. That's expensive." Creano shouted in surprise, "I can't even earn a drachma a day now." "It's a little more expensive than ordinary dishes, but it's worth the price." The servant explained patiently, "First of all, the beef and mutton in our restaurant are purchased from Nidum. The cattle and mutton of Lucaria are famous throughout Greece. Of course, the price is not cheap. Secondly, the restaurant needs to send people to the top of the mountain in the west to collect ice and snow that does not melt to freeze the meat. This is a very risky thing. Then, there are some meat-cutting slaves with good knife skills to continuously cut the meat of uniform thickness for you. The restaurant also hired chefs from Egypt to make all kinds of sauces for you. Finally, there is me to serve you at all times. You see, there are so many complicated processes and so many people to make the beef and mutton hot pot you like. Do you still think it's expensive? You have a clever mouth. Criano could not help but exclaim after listening to the servant. Then, he sighed again and said bluntly, unfortunately, I'm a slave. Although I'm a slave now, my benevolent master still pays me every day. According to the Slave Act issued by the Alliance, a slave can become a free citizen as long as he works hard for his master for more than 4 years and is able to raise enough money to redeem himself, as well as obtain his master's consent. Our master, Christoya, is as kind as Lord Devers. She has already made a sacred promise to God Hades in front of us. Therefore, I think that in 10 years, I will definitely become a citizen of Dionia. The slave's eyes shone with gratitude and hope. Devers, you really know how to buy people's hearts. Aren't you afraid that the slave masters will object? Criano looked at the slightly excited slave and did not say this out loud. Instead, he asked casually, what's your name? Tanaris. I hope your wish will come true, Criano said against his will. Tanaris replied happily, thank you for your blessing, kind guest. Look, someone finally praised Criano for his kindness. Timothy joked. Timothy, are you jealous? Criano pretended to be angry as he picked up the beer can. Come, let's drink. Hey, you want to make me drunk with your alcohol tolerance? Timothy did not hold the glass anymore. Instead, he picked up the can. Come, let's finish it. Let's drink. The two raised their heads and gulped down the beer. Xantaparis shouted, drink slowly, you too. Agathia spent a lot of money to treat us to dinner. Then, he joked to Agathia, this restaurant belongs to the Devers, right? You should ask him to charge less when you pay the bill. Don't worry about Agathia. He's an elder of the Senate. How can he not have a few dozen drachmas? Criano said loudly, hiccuping. There was a hint of jealousy in his voice. Criano is right. Don't worry about money. Let's eat and drink as much as we want tonight. Agathia said loudly as if he did not hear the sarcasm in Criano's words. Give me another can of beer. Timothy said to Tanaris. This wine is good. I like it. I'll have another one too. Clino shouted after him. Please wait. Tanaris hurried to the door and called out to the waiter in the hallway. The banquet lasted for about half an hour. Everyone was a little tipsy. A year ago, we were fighting the Persians every day, and we saw the stiff corpses of our comrades around us. We didn't even have much hope of making it back to Greece alive, and we never thought we would be drinking and eating so happily today. Xantaparis said emotionally. It's not easy. We really have to thank the gods for their blessing. Let's drink to the fact that we're still alive. Timothy raised his glass. Thank Zeus, Hades, for his blessing, the others replied one after another. Xantaparis put down his glass and said, Agathia, you didn't just invite us here to eat and drink, did you? He was observant enough to notice that Agathia was a little depressed. Agathia's ladle paused in the air. After a while, he put down the ladle and wiped the wine off his mouth. He looked at the 3 people who were looking at him and said in a low voice, Today, the messengers of Sparta came. They asked the alliance to capture you and hand you over to Sparta. The news of Sparta's warships arriving at Thurii had already spread in the port. Timothy and the others knew about it, but they didn't expect the messengers of Sparta to come for them. What did you say to the Sparta messengers? Criano asked anxiously. The other 2 also looked nervous. Don't worry. Even though Sparta threatened us with war, the Devers still firmly rejected the messengers of Sparta. Agathia's answer made the 3 people let out a long sigh of relief. The Devers are indeed leaders who always win battles. They aren't afraid of Sparta at all. Criano praised the Devers again. Actually, the people of Sparta aren't that scary. We followed them to Asia Minor for more than half a year, and we know Sparta quite well. Their generals are indeed very experienced, but the number of Spartan citizens they can send to the battlefield is too little. They mainly rely on the troops of the alliance and mercenaries like us when they go out to fight. Their combat power is actually not that strong. Just dealing with the Persians alone is already difficult for them. I don't think they have the strength to provoke the alliance. Timicin also tried to comfort them. The three of them looked at each other. Xanthoparis quickly comforted him. Agathia, you didn't do anything wrong. We're all grateful that you saved us from the battlefield of death in Asia Minor. As long as we stay in the alliance patiently, I believe we'll eventually get citizenship and land. We're just not used to it yet. As for Sparta, you have to trust me and Timicin. They won't do anything hostile to the alliance for at least 3 or 4 years. Greeks like to dilute their wine to prevent them from doing stupid things. However, Agathia didn't drink any beer tonight. He only drank wine without dilution and ended up drunk. Timicin and the rest struggled to help him back home. When they came out, the three of them sighed. Christian pouted. He's regretting asking us to come to Greece. Is he not going to help us anymore? Agathia isn't that kind of person. Xanthoparis shook his head. I think he's under too much pressure recently. He wants to relax by drinking. But we should really restrain those who don't listen to us. The two of them argued for a while. When they turned around, they saw Timicin walking slowly with his head down. He seemed to be thinking about something. Timicin, what are you thinking about? We should go back to the docks. Christian shouted. Timicin looked at the two of them and said slowly with a serious tone, I still remember what Devers used to say. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. When Phoebidas arrived in Syracuse, he was welcomed by Dionysius. He invited Phoebidas and his entourage to his palace and set up a banquet. Watching the alluring dance of the beautiful female slaves at the center of the banquet hall, Phoebidas, who had trained himself to a rather strong self-control in the military since he was young, felt his mouth go dry. He drank several mouthfuls of wine in succession. He heard that Lysander's life in the city-states of Asia Minor was comparable to that of the nobles in the East. It should be like this. Phoebidas thought. Phoebidas, I heard that you went to Dionia. Did you get it done? Dionysius asked casually. Sparta's warship had circled around the Taranto Bay. Someone had already sent the news to Syracuse. Yes, but it didn't work. Phoebidas admitted with a hint of admiration in his tone, the consul of Dionia and the senators of the Senate are very tough. Even in the face of Sparta, they are not willing to give in at all. Oh. Dionysius said with slight surprise, it sounds like you have a good impression of them. Although I haven't been in contact with them for a long time, I can feel that they respect war and victory very much. They respect capable generals and warriors, and they train very frequently, just like us in Sparta. Phoebidas was not stingy with his praise, and this new alliance is developing very quickly. I heard that it was only a small city-state half a year ago, but now it has 3 cities and 2 affiliated alliances. I believe it won't be long before it becomes a powerful force that dominates Greece. Dionysius heard this and squeezed out a smile, that's good. At least the natives of Greece have met their match. Although he said that, he put down the wine glass that he had picked up, and the wine splashed on the table. He immediately changed the topic to his upcoming attack on Carthage's army. Phoebidas saw this and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. On the way back to Sparta, Dorabitius, who had been holding back for a long time, asked, Phoebidas, why did you praise Dionia during the banquet? Dionysius won't be able to sleep with my praise. Phoebidas smiled proudly. Ever since the previous usurper of Syracuse, Graun, he has treated Syracuse as the leader of the alliance between Sicily and Greece. I remember the old man saying that Graun even sent his army north to Campania in central Apennine to defeat the Etruscans who besieged Cumae. And Dionysius's ambition is even greater. He used force to turn the Greek city-states in southeastern Sicily into Syracuse's vassals. Will he allow a powerful force to emerge in Greece and threaten Syracuse's position? Unfortunately, he's about to attack Carthage and won't be able to take action against Dionia in the short term. Oh, I see. Dorabitius suddenly understood, but he immediately asked, since Dionysius is interested in Greece, I'm afraid that Dionia is not as important as Lygum and Crotone in his heart. Yes. Phoebidas admitted. Dionia's current strength is not as strong as these traditional Greek powers, but its speed of development will still raise the vigilance of the greedy Sicilian. Dorabitius recalled the magnificent sight he saw when he was invited by Dionysius to inspect his army. He could not help but exclaim, "Come to think of it, Dionysius is really impressive. He can actually send an army of 50 to 60,000 men and 2 to 3,000 cavalry to attack Carthage. Although there are many of them, I don't think there are many who are good at fighting." Half of what Phoebidas said was the truth, and the other half was sour grapes. Even Sparta, who had become the overlord of Greece, could not send such a large army at once. One could only imagine the strength of Syracuse and its vassals. Let Syracuse, Carthage, and Ionia kill each other. Phoebidas cursed in his heart. In the new year, 398 BC, the road from Thurii to Castellon was completely built. The thousands of Crotone captives of Dioria had also returned to Crotone due to the half-year deadline. The Devers were getting more and more nervous and excited as Chrystoia's stomach was moving more and more. It was less than a month before her due date. At this time, news came from Nudum that Potentia officially announced that they would support the son of Acapyrus, Luzo, to recapture the Grimentum, and asked Sinsing to return to Picassus. Otherwise, Potentia would send troops to fight. Sinsing suddenly became nervous. He took the initiative to send messengers to the tribes of Grimentum that occupied the south of the city, saying that he was willing to immediately implement their previous request, as long as they could reunite to deal with the coming army of Potentia. Sinsing's concession made these tribal leaders very happy. They were also afraid that if Luzo really recaptured the Grimentum, he would come after them because they knew that Luzo, like his father, was also a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Everyone thought that it was external pressure that forced the two forces in Grimentum to compromise and come together again. However, when the tribal leaders came to the center of the city to negotiate with Sinsing, they did not expect Sinsing to ambush a large number of soldiers in advance. They suddenly launched an attack, killing all the participating tribal leaders in one fell swoop, and then launched a surprise attack. The tribes in the south of the city suffered heavy casualties under the premeditated attack of Picassus's warriors because their leaders were killed and they were not prepared. Some of the warriors surrendered, and some escaped from the city of Grimentum. Sinsing unified the Grimentum in one fell swoop in the face of the threat of Potentia's military. Hearing this news, even the Devers had to admire Sinsing's decisiveness and ruthlessness. Little did they know that Sinsing could do this mostly because of the painful memory of being ambushed by the Zags from behind. Soon, Cesta sent another report to the Senate, saying that due to Sinsing's massacre in the Grimentum, some of the Lucarians had fled to Nudum. Coupled with the impending war between Picassus and Potentia, the small tribes sandwiched between the two major forces were afraid of being involved in the war and had fled south, causing the number of registered citizens in Nudum to skyrocket to 8,000. Nudum did not have enough land to distribute, nor could it support such a large population, so they requested that some of the Lucarians be moved to Thurii. The Devers and the Senate discussed repeatedly, especially during this period of time when Nudum was stable and the Lucanians had performed well. They finally reached a consensus. They agreed to move. Phoebidas returned to Sparta. The report of his diplomatic mission to Dionia did not attract the attention of the elder council. One of the reasons was that he had always acted on his own, causing the Sparta elders who knew him well to resent his repeated emphasis that the Dionia alliance was disrespectful and unreasonable to Sparta and must be punished. Instead, they concluded that he was the one who stirred up trouble and caused such a result. The more important reason was that the elders did not have the energy to deal with this small matter because one of the two kings of Sparta, Arsus, had passed away. Since the time of Homer, Sparta had been ruled by two kings. The kings, who claimed to be the direct descendants of Hercules, came from two hereditary royal families. One was the Agidi family, which was located in the center of Sparta, and the other was the Eulopontes family, which came from the southern part of Laconia. Arsus was born in the Eulopontides family. Although in this era, due to the rise of democracy, Sparta's royal power had been greatly limited, it still enjoyed many privileges, especially when it died. The entire Sparta territory was preparing for Arsus's funeral. Cavalry ran all over Laconia, announcing the news of Arsus's death. Women banged iron pots and spread the news around the city of Sparta. After receiving the news, every household had to send 2 free men, 1 man and 1 woman, to mourn in mourning. The people of Pythias also had to send a fixed number of people to attend the funeral held by the elder council. According to Sparta law, the throne was inherited by the eldest son, However, if the eldest son was born before the king succeeded to the throne, he would give way to the oldest son born after the king succeeded to the throne. If the king died without an heir, the throne would be inherited by his closest male relative. If the heir was still young, the regent would act on his behalf. The founder of Sparta's current regime, Lycurgus, was the regent. Archias had only one son, Leotychides, who was 23 years old. It was only natural for him to succeed to the throne, but whether Leotychides was Archias' biological son had always been a topic of gossip among the people of Sparta. During the Peloponnesus War, the Athens general Alcibiade defected to Sparta, and King Archias valued him very much. However, he did not expect the handsome and romantic man from Athens to seduce his queen, and even let the whole city of Sparta know about it. The humiliated Archias threatened to tear Alcibiade into pieces, but Alcibiade ran back to Athens when he heard the news in advance. Not long after, Archias' wife became pregnant, so the people of Sparta naturally had doubts about Leotychides becoming king. Archias' younger brother, the 45-year-old Agesilaus, had always performed well. In the eyes of the people, he was a traditional and pure Sparta. Although he was lame, he also had the support of many people. It was conceivable that the issue of succession would be enough for the elders to worry about. Who would have the mood to deal with a trivial matter like Dionia? It was the second time that Corinth's merchant Dios came to Thurii. After a few months, the port had changed a lot. First, the people of Dionia dug inward on the north bank of the estuary of the Crati River, thus expanding the port. 2 long-poured stone breakwaters surrounded the merchant ships that entered the port like the arms of a giant. The dock was no longer as simple as it was the last time he came. Wooden trestles went deep into the coast, and on the shore were neat and orderly stone houses and buildings, as well as flat and wide transport roads. Although there were many merchant ships coming and going from the estuary, the port management personnel still commanded them to dock and unload goods in an orderly manner. The organization was quite orderly and efficient. The porters at the docks were also very efficient in their work. Very few of them were slacking off, playing tricks, or even bullying strangers. From time to time, Dios would see people in white Bolton uniforms strolling back and forth between the docks with pen and paper in their hands. Wherever he passed, these laborers behaved even more diligently. Later, after asking other merchants, he found out that those people were civil servants sent by the registry of Dionia. They were in charge of inspecting the daily labor performance of the freedmen who wanted to become citizens of the Union. If there were any misdeeds, it would be difficult for them to wait for a few years to obtain the status of preparatory citizen. Of course, there were 2 or 3 squads of fully armed soldiers patrolling the port, maintaining order in the port. When Dios walked into the port, he found that the Dionia Union had surrounded the port with a thick and towering city wall, and the market was located outside the city wall. When he came to the market, it was also a noisy area. The original wall of the market had been demolished. Because there were too many shops, the expansion of the market could not keep up with the speed of the addition of shops. Rows of shops and workshops occupied all the open space, leaving only a wide passage for customers to buy and sell, transport goods, and firefighters to fight fires. In addition, there were 2 special buildings that were independent of the market. One was a hospital. Most of the Greeks in northern Greece knew that the doctors of the Dionia Union were skilled in medicine. Some even said that they were much better than the doctors of Crotone. Moreover, the Dionia Union had built a comprehensive hospital that was unprecedented in Greece. It was obviously different from the previous clinics. Whether it was in terms of facilities, system, or management, it was very standardized and strict. For the patients, this was an unprecedented treatment method. The sacred feeling made the patients feel better even before the doctors started the treatment. For the doctors, this place was like a magnet that attracted their attention. It was said that if it were not for the bad relationship between the Dionia Union and Crotone, many doctors of Crotone would want to come here to learn and visit. Naturally, the front of the hospital was overcrowded every day. There were also many people in the other building. When Dios asked, he found out that it was a court specially set up by the Dionia Union for the Thurii market and port to quickly deal with all kinds of trade disputes and conflicts that occurred there every day, and to provide convenience for merchants, customers, and a large number of sailors and laborers. Dios was very interested in this pioneering work that no other Greek city-state had, so he also squeezed into the crowd. The Dionia Union established the position of judge at the beginning of November, mainly because after the influx of a large number of foreigners, the regular administrative affairs were enough for the city governors to work on, and they had to deal with more detailed and cumbersome legal disputes. The governors of the three cities were complaining, so the Devers proposed, and after discussion by the Senate, it was decided to establish the position of senior judge. There was no special judge in the Greek city-states. Cases were often judged by generals or consul, but in Athens, there was not even a judge, and the verdict was made by the jury. In Dionia, as the only archon, Devers naturally had the highest judicial authority. However, he was busy with work, and unless it was a major case, ordinary disputes would not require his time to deal with. Hence, this authority was initially delegated to the various city magistrates. He was responsible for supervising the low-level judges that were sent to the various cities and handling appeals. Polixus was one of the names to be elected by the Senate, but when it was submitted to the Devers for review, he did not say anything, but in the end, Proxylus won, because of the strong recommendation of the Devers. Originally, Proxylus was supposed to be in charge of the court in Turiae, although it was not yet fully built, and the court next to the market was handled by his subordinates. But the newly established union was like the sun in the morning, and the people were busy with their own affairs. There were almost no complicated or influential cases for him to deal with, so the energetic and idle new judge came to the market, seized the power of his subordinates, and tried the cases himself. "What's the next case?" Proxylus, who had just finished a dispute, asked impatiently. The junior judge, Pharkelion, looked at him with a bitter look. Pharkelion used to be a subordinate of Cunegorata, and he was originally assisting the governor in dealing with legal affairs in the city hall. After the independence of the law, there were not many talents in the union who were proficient in the law. Pharkelion was recommended by Cunegorata, and was quickly promoted to a junior judge, which could be counted as entering the ranks of the middle-level officials in the union. Who knew that after a few days of happiness, his position was taken by Proxylus, and he did not dare to say anything. After all, Proxylus was not only an elder of the Senate, but also a senior judge. His position was equally prominent, and as soon as it was established, he was promoted by the Devers to a position second only to the city governor, to show the importance the union attached to the law. Moreover, as Pharkelion's immediate superior, Proxylus had the right to report his work performance to the Senate Public Service Management Committee, and the right to recommend him when he wanted to transfer. The wife of a citizen of the union filed a lawsuit against a Lygium merchant for discrimination, said Pharkelion. Discrimination? Proxylus was a little confused. That woman is Lucanian, Pharkelion said in a low voice. Oh. Proxylus nodded. Then bring in the plaintiff and the defendant. The courtroom in the market was not big, and it could only accommodate a judge, a clerk, a programmer, a guard, and other public officials. The plaintiff and the defendant could only stand outside the open-air courtroom, and behind them was an open space surrounded by iron railings. The public could watch from outside the railings at will, so that the people and foreigners could understand the laws of the union, and achieve the effect of propaganda and education. At the same time, the judge was under the supervision of the people. A man and a woman entered the courtroom, and under the guidance of the programmer, they first chanted the names of the three judges under Hades, Minos, Rhadamanthos, and Iku, and swore by their names that what they said was the truth. Then, the plaintiff made her statement. The young Lucanian woman spoke in a strange but fluent Greek. Your Honor, I am the wife of Isam, a citizen of the Union. Today, I came to the market to buy a pottery bottle for olive oil, and when I went to his shop, the woman pointed to the merchant next to her and said, I found that he sold a lot of pottery, and they were all very beautiful, so I decided to buy from him. But because I spent a little more time choosing the pottery, he suddenly got angry at me. He said, Damn barbarian, are you going to buy it or not? If you can't afford it, don't touch my bottle with your dirty hands, or if you break it, it will not be enough even if I make you my slave. He also said, Your Honor, she is lying. I have never said such a thing. The merchant shouted loudly. Shut up first, wait for her to finish before you speak. Proxylus scolded, and then said to the woman, Continue. He also said, the woman blushed, stared at the merchant, and gritted her teeth. He also said, A barbarian woman like you does not deserve to use such noble pottery. You might as well be my slave, and make me happy, and when I am happy, I may reward you with a pottery. Note, the third interposition of Alcibiades is described in another of my novels, From City to Empire. No. I didn't say that. The merchant hurriedly refuted when he saw the judge's expression change. Suddenly, there was a burst of cursing behind him. How dare you discriminate against us Lucarians? Are you tired of living? Xianxia is a warrior of our alliance. How dare you insult his wife? Your Honor, please punish this lecher. The merchant groaned inwardly. He had originally thought that the woman was a Lucanian slave who looked rather pretty, and he had wasted too much time just asking for the price. That was why he had said those words in a moment of dizziness. He did not expect that he had provoked the wife of a citizen of the Dionysian alliance. In fact, it was because he had only been here for a few days and did not understand the customs here. Most of the wives of the citizens of the other cities stayed at home. If they could go to the market to buy and sell things, and they were foreign women, then they must be female slaves. Taking advantage of the language, even if he touched them a few times, no one would care. However, Dionia was different. Many of its citizens married Lucanian women, and many of the Greek women of Dionia married Lucanian citizens. These foreigners did not have as many complicated etiquette as the Greeks. They were bold and open, and naturally, they gradually influenced and changed the conservative atmosphere of the original Greek citizens of Dionia. In addition, the governor Devers, who was revered by the people, also allowed his wife to appear in public. They even opened banks and restaurants in the market, which naturally further promoted the change of customs in Dionia. Now, it was common to see the wife of a citizen of Dionia in the market. Defendant, is what the plaintiff said the truth? Proxylus asked. Seeing that the merchant was about to speak, he reminded him loudly, if it's only discrimination against foreigners, the most you will have to pay is a fine and corporal punishment. But after swearing in front of God, you still lie. This is a crime of blasphemy, and you will have to suffer the cruel punishment of having your tongue pulled out. So you have to think carefully before you speak. The merchant was shocked. After a long silence, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Finally, he said in a low voice, what she said is mostly true, but I didn't know that discrimination against foreigners is also against the law. Really? Proxylus looked serious. When you rented the stall, did you not familiarize yourself with the regulations of Dionia business must follow written by the Market Management Office? No. The merchant wanted to deny it, but he suddenly remembered the regulations of the Dionia Market Administration. If one was not familiar with the regulations, one could not rent a shop. So, he could only nod. Yes. Since that's the case, you're knowingly breaking the law. First of all, if you violate the law of Dionia cannot discriminate against foreigners, you will have to pay a fine of 10 drachmas and 2 strokes of the rod in order to deepen your memory and prevent you from doing it again. As for you using words to profane the plaintiff, but not putting it into action, this. Does our alliance have a bill in this regard? Proxylus asked Farquelian. Farquelian thought it over and shook his head. Looks like I have something to do at the next Senate meeting. Proxylus muttered to himself. He thought for a moment and then said, as for the punishment for your verbal blasphemy, I leave it to the plaintiff to decide. The merchant trembled and looked at the plaintiff with a pleading gaze. The young Lucanian woman did not refuse and simply said, then punish him to be a guide in the Market Management Office and do 5 days of voluntary labor. Good, that's it. Proxylus applauded the plaintiff's suggestion. Defendant, you can choose not to accept the 5 days of voluntary labor given by the plaintiff, but you will be expelled from the alliance and will never be allowed to do business here again. Proxylus said in a serious tone, think about it carefully. Are you willing to accept this punishment? As a merchant, dignity was not important. What was important was whether or not he could make money. His pottery business in the Turii market had been very prosperous these days. Of course, he did not want to be expelled from the alliance because of such a small matter. Of course, he accepted the punishment in the end. The next dispute was quite the opposite. It was a conflict between a registered freeman peddler and a foreign merchant. This free man insulted and beat the merchant. The facts were clear and the evidence was conclusive. There was no dispute. He could be punished according to the market management law of not discriminating against foreign merchants and fighting and causing trouble. However, this free man did not admit to beating the merchant during the trial. He kept hinting to Proxilus that he was the confidant of Polixus and had been working for him. He hoped that the judge would let the matter go. The young and vigorous Proxilus could not stand Polixus, who always showed off his noble birth in the Senate and occasionally looked down on the non-Turian senators. Now that he had the opportunity, he would not let it go. He shouted angrily, "Bold defendant, how dare you destroy the reputation of Lord Polixus? Not only did you bully the plaintiff, but you also hurt him. You still refuse to admit the truth and violate the oath you made before. I sentence you to be guilty of blasphemy immediately." The free man was shocked and hurriedly begged for mercy, while the onlookers cheered for Proxilus. In the end, the free man refused to accept the torture of pulling out his tongue and chose to be beaten 40 times with a stick. He was beaten until he was barely breathing and was carried out of the court. At the same time, the scribe recorded what he had done. Even if he eventually recovered, the registry office would use this to expel him from Dionia. What happened in the market and the port were only small disputes and conflicts. The process of sentencing was very fast. There was no need for cumbersome legal procedures, lawyers, and juries. Dios watched for a while outside the court and saw something strange. It was clear that this small court was using practical actions to show the citizens, slaves, foreigners, and foreigners that the Union of Dionia was fair and just, and to protect the legitimate rights of all law-abiding people in the territory of Dionia. It was especially touching for merchants like them who traveled far and wide. Merchants like Dios were considered citizens with status in their own city-states. When they did business in other city-states, the local citizens often acted out of jealousy, holding the mentality of this foreigner wants to earn the money of the city-state, and often some hostile actions were taken. The higher-ups of the city-states often favored the citizens of the city, because elections needed the support of citizens. Among the Greek city-states, Athens had the best attitude towards foreigners who settled and did business in the city. Because its super-developed trade and handicraft industry required it to be open to the technology, capital, investment, and employment brought by foreigners. It gave foreigners considerable rights in the law. In addition to being unable to own land and hold public office, foreigners could even contract the mines of Athens, monopolize the sea, and so on. Of course, the generosity of Athens was also rewarded by the kindness of the foreigners. Usually, they would make some charitable donations, such as repairing temples, holding theatrical celebrations, and letting the citizens of Athens watch them for free. When Athens was in danger, they also stepped forward like the citizens of Athens, serving as heavy infantry, buying weapons and equipment, and even donating 3-tiered warships to the government of Athens. Now, Dionia had a tendency to follow the example of Athens, and in some ways, they were even bolder than Athens. This time, Dios came because the Senate of the Dionia Union had passed a new bill, which allowed the lease of land between the Saraceno River and the Cisno River to foreign merchants as handicraft land for a period of 20 years. The news immediately caused a sensation among the foreign merchants in the Turiai market and quickly spread throughout Greece. Most of the merchants who had been to Turiai were optimistic about the business and trade prospects of the Dionia Union, not to mention that Dionia had allowed Laos to join its union, so that any merchants who traded in the union could enter Laos at a preferential price and open up trade with Naples, Massilia, Gaul, the Iberian Peninsula, Mauritania, and other regions. Especially in Turiai, the construction of the Laos Avenue had begun. With the quality of the roads built by Dionia, the completed avenue would certainly make the transportation of goods between the two cities more convenient. By then, it was estimated that it would take 2 days to travel from Turiai to Laos, which was almost the same time as using cargo ships to travel by sea. What's more, traveling by sea was more risky, because as long as they encountered pirates or storms, their efforts might be ruined, and they might even lose their lives. At the same time, when crossing the Strait of Messina, the city-states of Messina and Liguim, one to the south and the other to the north, collected high tariffs, which would greatly reduce the profits earned. The land that Dios passed through when he stayed in Amendolara last time was flat, but due to the hard geology, mostly gravel, it could not be used as agricultural land, so it was not distributed to the citizens of the Union. Except for a small part of the land that was built into the Amendolara military camp and used for public militia training, most of the land had been idle. For Dios, such a barren land was also full of value. He wanted to auction off the next piece of land and open a weapons workshop. After making money from the last trade, Dios became interested in this new union. He found that Dionia was a union that advocated military force, otherwise they would not have held a triumphal ceremony to give the victorious generals and soldiers so much glory. Therefore, there would be no shortage of wars in the future, and the rapidly increasing number of citizens of the Dionia Union had a high demand for weapons. As far as he knew, there was a large weapons shop in the port market of Turii. It was said that the Union opened it to comfort the families of the soldiers who died in the war and to take care of the disabled soldiers. Most of the weapons and equipment sold were seized, and most of them were for maintenance. There was basically no one who could produce a complete set of heavy infantry equipment from scratch, and they did not have the ability to do so. This gave Dios a chance to make money. Out of the market, Dios saw rows of stables set up along the road. They were no longer as shabby and dirty as when he first saw them. Dios had a good impression of the old coachman, so he wanted to ride in his carriage. He started shouting, "Cerricos! Cerricos! The old man is rich now, so he doesn't drive himself anymore. Ride in my carriage," someone shouted. "Don't talk nonsense, or I'll beat you up." Cerricos scolded jokingly. Dios got into his carriage and told him where he wanted to go. "Oh, you're also going to see the land for rent, right? Quite a lot of people have been there recently," Cerricos said immediately. Dios nodded and smiled. "I heard you've made a fortune? Don't listen to them. I've just paid off the loan and interest on the carriage. I bought another carriage and rented it to a freedman. I believe I'll be able to pay off the loan again soon. Then I'll buy another carriage," Cerricos said confidently. "Congratulations," Dios praised. "I think you'll be a carriage merchant in another year." Cerricos laughed when he heard this. "I remember you're a citizen of Dionia. The Alliance should have given you a share of land. You're out driving carriages to earn money, but what about the land? I heard that the Alliance has an agricultural officer who supervises the citizens' use of land," Dios asked curiously. "I've rented it to a freedman to farm." "There won't be any problems," Cerricos replied. He drove the carriage onto the road from Turii to Amendola. The carriage sped along the Sabari plain. The road was crisscrossed on both sides, and many houses had been built among the farmlands. Very soon, the villages would be built. Dios thought to himself, New Turii is developing very quickly. It's already beginning to regain its former prosperity, and it's very different from before. It might even surpass the powerful Greece of the past. After the carriage crossed a wooden bridge over the Sabari River, it passed by grape plantations and wineries. This was the famous wine-producing area of Greece. After crossing the Saraceno, they entered the territory of Amendola. The land for rent was on the side of the road, already divided into lots by sticks. It was near the main road, which made it easy to transport, near the river, which made it easy to supply the workshops with water, near the forest, where trees could be felled. Of course, the League of Dionia had strict rules about felling trees. In addition, after building the workshop on the rented land, he could also build a house for himself and his employees to live in. This would give him a place to rest while he was doing business in Dionia. There was a sea in front, a forest at the back, a river at the side, and a main road to facilitate travel. It was also an ideal place to live. It was believed that every foreign businessman who wanted to rent land here had the idea of building a workshop and a residence at the same time. 20 years was enough for them to earn back the money they invested. Of course, the premise was that the Dionia Alliance still existed. After Dios had his eyes on a few ideal plots of land, because the so-called auction would be held tomorrow, he wanted to find a hotel to stay in first. At this time, Sorius suggested, "Today you came at the right time. The arena in Turii was just built yesterday." In order to celebrate, the Consul Devers announced, "Today and tomorrow, there will be a rugby match between the 4 cities in the arena. If you have time in the afternoon, you can go and watch it. I heard it's very exciting, even more exciting than the Olympia." "Rugby match?" Dios was curious and confused. "That's a game invented by the Consul Devers. I heard that it was a divine revelation from Pluto," Sorius said mysteriously. It's, too. Teams fight for a ball made of cowhide shaped like an olive. Then they score points. Oh, I don't know. Anyway, people who have seen the game say it's very interesting and very exciting. You'll know when you see it. Okay, I'll go and have a look. Soria's strong recommendation piqued Dio's interest. Go earlier in the afternoon because there are a lot of people. I heard that if you go late, you won't be able to enter. Sorius kindly reminded. The arena was located in the east of the northern city of Turin. It was very close to the city's pier and far from the main city area. It was built here with the consideration of not affecting the daily life of the Turin people. The city guards, who were usually strict with their checks, were relatively lax today. As long as they were not carrying weapons, they could basically enter after a count. However, those who exceeded the limit were forbidden from entering the city. Because Dios came early, he was lucky enough to enter the city. While waiting in line to enter the city, he also met a Cretan businessman who was in the olive oil business, Dick Boris. He was also here to watch the football game, and he had already watched a game in the morning. He was fascinated by this novel game. In his words, this was the best gift that Pluto had given to the Greeks. No other game could compare to it. This piqued Dios' interest even more. When he arrived at the entrance of the arena, there was already a long queue. Although there were many people, they were still orderly under the supervision of teams of soldiers. At this time, Dick Boris asked Dios to reserve a spot. He went to a shop with a beer sign and brought out 2 cans of beer and 2 bags of dried fruit. He gave half to Dios. Dios thanked him profusely and asked, "How much?" Dick Boris said, "It's the goddess of fate's arrangement that I can meet you here and watch a rugby match together. If you pay, it means that you don't like to make friends with us Cretans." Dios had no choice but to accept it. He had a good impression of Dick Boris's forthrightness and liveliness. At the same time, he also noticed that many people ran to buy beer, syrup, and snacks. Dick Boris told him, "Because the game is long, we watch the game under the sun, and it's easy to get thirsty and hungry. In addition, there are many spectators in the arena. If you want to pee, you can't find a place, and this," he raised the beer can in his hand and smiled mockingly. "If you drink it dry, it can be used as a urinal." The guards at the entrance of the arena released a group of people into the arena, and after a while, another group was released. When it was Dick Boris's turn, it was clear that the arena was not full yet. The guard signaled for them to enter and walk along the passage on his right. There was another passage on the left that they could not enter. It led to the VIP seats. Almost all arenas were designed this way. The Turii arena was not too big, and the stone benches on the side of the ring could only seat about 4,000 people at most. But in fact, there were more than 4,500 people in the arena, and half of them were free people and foreigners. Like other arenas, its sports field was surrounded by a running track, but inside the running track was a flat rectangular sandy land, divided into many areas by dozens of white lines. Dick Boris patiently explained the rules of the game to Dios and told him why it was called the Four Cities Rugby Match. The 4 cities are Amendolara, Turii, Niutum, and Laos. According to my friends from Dionia, this game was first used by the consul Devers as a military training program, starting from the mercenaries who became citizens of Amendolara. Later, when the Turii and Amendolara formed an alliance, they wanted to conduct military training for the Turii citizens and probationary citizens, so they naturally learned this game. Later, they captured Niutum, and the first batch of Lucanian soldiers passed this game to the Lucanians in Niutum. As for Laos, they sent a large number of laborers to build roads, and the Dionia served as supervisors. They taught Laos how to play this game during their breaks to prevent them from slacking off. Perhaps Laos had just started playing and were not familiar with it, so they didn't seem to cooperate well. That's why they played against Turii in the morning, and the Turii won easily. This afternoon, it's Amendolara versus Niutum. I heard that the difference in strength between the two sides is not big, so it's even more interesting. You know so much. Dio said with emotion. I'm interested in it, so I naturally want to understand it, Diapolit said proudly. I've been here for a long time, and I've made friends with several citizens of the Dionia Alliance. One of them is even the captain of their so-called legion. He was the one who told me, "Why isn't there Castellan?" A voice came from the side. Dick Boris turned his head and saw that some people had gathered around them. Maybe it's because they don't have much contact with the citizens of the Alliance, so they don't have the chance to learn. Dick Boris shrugged. But this morning, I saw some people from Castellan watching the game. I believe that after this 4-city competition, the next one will probably be a 5-city competition. You're right, Cretan. Castellan will definitely participate next year, someone in the crowd shouted. Yes, we'll make a suggestion to the council when we get back, another person echoed. Dick Boris winked at Dios and whispered, see, I'm right. At this time, the brass horn sounded, and the athletes began to enter the stadium. The players were no longer as shabby as they were when they first played football in the military camp. They all wore soft leather hats that covered their entire heads and necks, and thick jackets made of wool and linen. The jackets were dyed red and blue for easy identification. There were also strange symbols embroidered on the backs of the jackets. They were actually Arabic numerals, as Greek numerals were complicated to write, making it difficult to use, for the referees to identify the players. When the players from both sides entered the field, a strong, rhythmic drumming sounded. Then, the drumming stopped and was replaced by a long and vigorous horn call. The members of the blue team also began to dance enthusiastically in a loose formation. Their movements were strange and unrestrained, and when they were excited, they even screamed ah. Ah. Their screams were filled with a primitive wildness that made people's blood boil. When the horn stopped, the members of the two teams lined up and saluted the audience around them seriously. The cheers in the arena lasted for a long time. Dios was so attracted by this novel and unprecedented opening that he did not hear Dick Boris' voice clearly. Dios, which team do you want to win? Blue team. Dios answered without hesitation. The wild war dance of the blue team attracted his attention. You actually want the Lucanians to win? Dick Boris was a little surprised. The blue team is Nudum's team? Dios suddenly realized. No wonder the dance was different. Didn't you see the competition information posted at the entrance of the arena? Dick Boris emphasized, I support Amendolara. Many of its citizens are from Crete, including my friends, referring to the soldiers of the 7th Brigade of the 1st Legion. At this time, the members of both teams turned around and faced the VIP seats. Amidst the clamor, Dios saw a person stand up from the VIP seats. That's the only life consul of the Dionia Alliance, Devers. Dick Boris' voice was filled with awe and a little jealousy. It was the same for Dios. He had a strong urge to see this legendary blessed with his own eyes. He saw the Devers wave his right hand down. The rapid and sharp bronze horn sounded continuously, and the competition began. Sir Devers, there are more people watching the competition this afternoon than in the morning. According to the guard at the entrance, many of them are foreign merchants. Marigi said excitedly, Sir, it seems that your plan to use an exciting competition to attract the rich people from the surrounding cities to spend money in Turii is completely possible. Mercis was also very excited. I just went outside the arena to take a look. Beer, milk, and dried fruits are almost all sold out. Even sunshade hats and linen cushions have been sold out. It's mainly because the rugby competition is too attractive. As the governor of Turii, Kunigarata was also one of the people in charge of the competition. He followed the instructions of the Devers and participated in the organization, publicity, security, and preparations for the competition. He personally developed the planned rugby competition into the current situation. He was also filled with surprise. Sir Devers, I think the rugby competition can be held regularly in the future, and we can charge fees, just like watching a play. Will the money from selling the tickets go to the national treasury? Mercis asked anxiously. Of course it will go to the national treasury, but we need to pay the players and compensate the injured players to encourage more people to actively participate in the sport. The rest of the money will be used to build more arenas in Amendola, Nudum. Kunigarata, Cornelis, Marigi, Alexis, and Mercis, the 5 of you will form a rugby competition committee to discuss how to further promote rugby and attract more foreigners to watch. Make a more detailed and perfect plan, and speed up the implementation. In the future, when this sport becomes popular in Greece, we can also hold a rugby competition in Greece and invite the city-states of Greece to send teams to participate. Devers' words encouraged Kunigarata and the others. In this era, there were 4 sports competitions that had great influence in the Greek city-states. The Olympia Games held by the city-state of Elis in the Peloponnesus Peninsula was the oldest and most sacred, mainly dedicated to Zeus. The Temple of Zeus in Olympia was the holy land of the Greeks, one of the 7 ancient wonders. The Isthmian Games held by Corinth was mainly dedicated to Poseidon. The Pyotia Games held by the famous Delphi Temple in the Pyotia region was mainly dedicated to the sun god Apollo, and the Nemean Games held by the Argosians, who boasted that they were the descendants of the noblest kings since ancient times, were also dedicated to Zeus. In addition, there was the Pan-Athens Games held by Athens to commemorate the goddess of war and wisdom, Athens. The Pan-Athens Games held by the city of Athens were also very influential, and not only were there sports competitions, but there were also competitions in music, poetry, and drama. Whenever these celebrations were held locally, famous people from all over Greece would gather there, and the eyes of all Greeks would also be focused there, winning great fame for the host city. If the rugby game developed well and a large-scale pan-Hellenic rugby game was held to commemorate Pluto Hades, not only could it expand the influence of the Dionia League, but it could also make Cunegurata and the others famous in history and receive the favor of the gods. Devers saw that they were in a trance and breathing rapidly, and vaguely guessed what they were thinking about. His imagination also ran wild in his heart. In the history of his previous life, the gladiatorial games of the Romans were famous in the Mediterranean, and his Dionia League did not need such bloody, cruel, and inhumane barbaric events. It could still entertain the public and inspire the citizens to be martial artists, and it could do better. In addition to rugby, basketball could also be held in the future. Basketball did not seem to work. The requirements for the ball were too high. Could the current craftsmanship do it? Football might work. Let the Leatherman Torques try to do it when I go back. Score. Touchdown scored. Good job, Tegthenos. Amintas and Matones, who were focused on the game, shouted excitedly. They clinked glasses with each other in celebration. Go buy me another can of beer, Amintas said to the slave attendant. Master, the beer outside has been sold out. There's no more. There's no more? Amintas immediately turned around and shouted in dissatisfaction, Sir Devers, your beer is delicious, but the production is too low. Devers smiled bitterly. It seemed that it was time to expand the beer workshop again. Thinking of this, he thought of another matter. Everyone, he said loudly. You should all know that my wife recently bought the hot spring swamp north of Turii. Burkos was the first to nod. As the agricultural officer, he had personally handled the sale of the land. At that time, he had even advised Kristoia that the place was infested with mosquitoes. Apart from a few hot springs, it was not suitable for farming or building houses, so she should not waste money to buy it. I plan to build a large hot spring there to attract Greek merchants and Ionia citizens to come and enjoy themselves. Because it involves the draining and filling of the swamp, the storage of the hot springs, the diversion of the Tino River, and the construction of the hot spring, it requires a lot of investment. Is there anyone willing to cooperate with me to invest in this hot spring? Devers sincerely invited the elders. Bath? The Greeks of this era did not have the habit of taking a bath like the people of ancient Rome in his previous life. They lived a simple life and did not like to take a bath. If their bodies were too dirty, they would rub olive oil all over their bodies, scrape them with a special tool, and then rinse them with water. Therefore, many elders were hesitant about this new thing. Marigi, who had enjoyed the luxurious life of Persia, shouted first, Me. I want to invest. Marigi often discussed the development of the alliance's trade with the Devers. Of course, he knew the young consul's talent in business. Not to mention anything else, the Devers had played a huge role in the prosperous business of Kristoia's banks, restaurants, and breweries. Me. Me too. Mursa's was also someone who understood the Devers' talent in business. I'll invest some money too. Cunegurata and Cornelis said one after another. As the two governors who often discussed the management of the city with the Devers, they naturally knew the capabilities of the Devers. We're in too. Helos, Matones, Amintas, Antonios, Alexis, and the other former leaders of the mercenaries had blind faith in the hot spring. Other than Burks, Ansitanos, and a few other tourist elders who were willing to invest a small amount of money to show their support, the other Turris elders, such as Polixus and Anatolos, clearly expressed that they were not optimistic about the hot spring. Scombras, Strompoli, and the other Amendaran elders, who did not believe that the hot springs could make money, supported Divers, whom they viewed as an Amendaran, because of the Turi people's disapproval. Despa did not understand this at all, but he knew that he was at an absolute disadvantage in the Senate, so he could only follow the Devers closely. Originally, the Devers only wanted to raise funds from the elders for business purposes, and at the same time, tie their interests together, and promote harmony in the Senate. In the end, it became a demonstration of the elders' attitude towards him. Dio stared at the field without blinking. The game was indeed very exciting, beyond his imagination. He originally thought that this ball game might be similar to the stone ball throwing game in Sparta, but now it seemed that it was completely incomparable. Dicopoulos supported the Amendaran team, but he did not know why he hoped that Nudum would win from the bottom of his heart. However, the score was now 3:00, and Nudum was behind. Dios was a little anxious, secretly cheering for Nudum. On the field, it was Nudum's blue team's turn to attack. The Amendaran red team clearly cooperated well and knew how to use tactics. They cut off the blue team player's passing route and forced him to the sidelines. 2 members of the red team pounced on him. The blue team player with the ball had no space to dodge, so he could only try to pass the ball from his crotch to the back before he was pounced on. The blue team's quarterback was quick, and he quickly rushed forward to receive the ball. 2 members of the red team immediately formed a pincer around him. It was a long pass that was nearly 40 meters long. The football flew high and fast. The supporters stared at its trajectory and lamented, "This pass will definitely go out of bounds. It's time for the offense and defense to switch positions again." At that moment, a flash of blue on the right sideline flashed past the red team's interception, rushed over, and jumped high. "Oh my God, he jumped really high." Amidst the exclamations of the audience, he stretched out his long arms and blocked the hurtling rugby ball in midair. When it fell to the ground, he hugged it tightly with both hands, and the touchdown zone was just a few meters in front of him. "Stop him!" the red team members shouted anxiously. Even the audience on the sidelines could hear them. The red team member closest to the blue team member suddenly pounced on him. The blue team member did not dodge. Using the strong inertia from his previous sprint, he leaped with all his might and threw himself out. Together with the red team player who was hugging his legs, he landed heavily in the touchdown zone with the ball still firmly in his hands. A touchdown. Dios, like other Nudum supporters, was stimulated by the blue team's wonderful performance. He could not suppress the excitement in his heart. He suddenly stood up, danced, and cheered loudly. He even took a big gulp of beer. The cold foam washed away his previous irritation, and his whole body felt refreshed. After sitting down, he realized that his palms were sweaty because of his nervousness. This was indeed a game that was more nerve-wracking and exciting than traditional sports. Dick Boris looked at him and said with sudden realization, "So you support Nudum?" Dios explained embarrassedly, "Someone has to support these aliens. That way, the game will be more intense and exciting." Dick Boris nodded and agreed with his opinion. At that moment, a few referees ran to the touchdown zone because the blue team player who had just scored had not stood up. What had happened? Dios's heart began to tighten again. The referees waved to the doctor on the sidelines, and soon a stretcher was brought over. The blue team member shook his head and refused to lie on the stretcher. He held his left arm and struggled to stand up. "Looks like his arm is dislocated," Dick Boris said. The injured player walked off the field and waved to the audience with his right hand to apologize. His wonderful and heroic performance had moved the audience, and they gave him a hero's salute with warm applause and cheers. "Football is really a sport for warriors," Dios exclaimed. At this time, the spectator beside him who had asked the question before also said eagerly, "Tonight, when I go back, I will call upon the citizens of Castellan to learn rugby. The next time there is a competition, our Castellan will also have an exciting performance." While the attention of the citizens of the Dionia Alliance and most of the foreigners was attracted by the football match, in a house in the cheap residential area below the city of Amendalara, Timazon, Criano, and Torikos were gathered and having a secret conversation. "Leaders, I've already contacted all of our brothers. There are around 1,700 people who are willing to follow us, said Torax, who was originally the leader of the mercenaries and was Timisan's confidant. 1,700 people. Criano was a little dissatisfied. It's still not enough. It's enough to attack Cremissa. Timizan said calmly and firmly. I've investigated Cremissa in detail. After the last war, this small city only has around 1,000 citizens who can participate in the war. Defeating them is not a problem at all. The problem is, how are we going to take down Cremissa quickly? That's why we have to prepare the siege equipment carefully. At the same time, we have to keep it a secret. If the Devers find out, not only will they stop us, but they will also alert Cremissa. Criano reminded them. I didn't tell anyone the truth. I just followed what you taught me last time. I told them, you're going to bring them to Syracuse and be hired by Dionysius to attack Carthage. After the war is won, Syracuse will make us citizens, Torax said. As for Xanthoparis and Tormid, we shouldn't tell them that we're leaving. I've tried asking them a few times, and I feel like they're satisfied with their lives here. Criano said with disdain. Xanthoparis and the others would rather work as dockworkers than fight on the battlefield. They've turned from warriors into cowards. When we get Cremissa, they'll regret it. Timizan comforted Criano with a glint in his eyes. What if we take down Cremissa, and Crotone leads his army to attack us? Torax asked worriedly. Isn't that simple? Criano sneered. Once we take down Cremissa, we'll immediately send someone to tell the Devers, Cremissa is willing to join the Daionia alliance. The Devers will definitely help us. Even if he really forgets our friendship, Felicius, Agathia, Hieronymus, the other officers of the expedition army, the current elders of Daionia, the soldiers who once fought together, and the current citizens of Daionia will also speak up for us. The Devers will definitely consider the opinions of so many people. Didn't he say that he was elected by the people? Would he go against the wishes of so many people? Am I right, Timizan? That's right. How did the Devers obtain Amendalara and become the rulers of the Greek city-states? We can also learn from their experience and use their help to obtain Cremissa. We aren't any worse than them. Why are they so high and mighty while we are in such dire straits? Timizan, who had been a man of few words since he arrived at the Daionia alliance, finally spoke his mind. His face was filled with fighting spirit. A few days later, when the Devers received a report from Aristides and learned that the mercenaries led by Timizan and Criano were up to something, Timizan had already taken the initiative to meet the Devers. You're leaving the alliance? The Devers were slightly shocked when they heard Timizan's request. We're going to Syracuse to help Dionysius attack Carthage. I heard that he promised, after the war is won, we can immediately become citizens of Syracuse and own fertile land, Timizan said seriously. The Devers remained silent. Due to Aristides, Syracuse had a grudge against him, he knew a lot about Syracuse. Dionysius did indeed make such a promise to the mercenaries. Timizan saw that the Devers were silent, so he continued in a serious tone, Devers, we're grateful for the help and care that you and Agathia have given us. However, we're used to being free, and we can't adapt to the strict laws here. We can't immediately become citizens of the alliance either, so our brothers have some objections. I think it's better for us and you to leave. The Devers stared at Timizan. Seeing the determination on his face, they nodded slowly. All right, you're going to Sicily. Is there anything I can help you with? Please return the weapons we stored in your armory. Also, can you help us hire a ship to transport us to Syracuse? If you can give us some tents, it'll be convenient for us to camp in the wild before we get hired by Syracuse. Of course, if you can give us some food. The news that Timizan and Criano were leaving the alliance of Daionia with more than 1,700 mercenaries caused quite a stir among the Senate elders. For Cunigarata, Cornelis, Protesilaus, and the other senators who held important positions and had often been tortured by these troublemaking mercenaries in the past few months, it was a great thing. As for Felicius, Agathia, Hieronymus, and the other former elders of the mercenary army, they felt deeply regretful. Although the Devers appeared regretful on the surface, they were much more relaxed on the inside. After all, many people in the alliance knew that Timizan and the others were comrades of the Devers when they were in Persia. Therefore, if they had any serious misdeeds in the alliance, not only would someone in the Senate, as long as it was the Turii elders led by Polixus, complain to him, the people would also complain. In the long run, it would definitely damage the reputation of the Devers. On the day that Timizan left with the mercenaries, the former elders of the mercenary army and many former soldiers of the expeditionary army went to the port to send them off. Faced with Agathia's apology, Timizan gave him a strong hug. "Among these comrades, I am most grateful to you because you sincerely wanted to help us. Zeus above, we will repay your kindness." Creano said to Xanthoparis, Tormid, and the others proudly, "One day, you will realize that you were wrong not to leave. When that time comes, you will come and beg us." Looking at the cargo ships full of mercenaries leaving the port, Agathia felt a sense of loss. He said to the Devers in frustration, "Did I make a mistake? I shouldn't have let them join the alliance in the first place?" The Devers patted him on the shoulder and pointed to the side. "You didn't do anything wrong. Not every mercenary likes a life of constant fighting. Didn't they choose the alliance with your help?" Following the direction he was pointing, Xanthoparis, Tormid, and the other mercenaries were going their separate ways after sending off their comrades, continuing with their day's work. After listening to the Devers, Agathia looked at the fleet that was leaving. He recalled the complaints that Creano and the others had been complaining about him. He nodded and said, "You're right." Half an hour later, the military fleet was already far away from Turin, heading south towards Syracuse. Timicin, who was sitting on the bow ship, gave an order. The soldiers on the ship immediately moved to restrain the captain and the sailors. They said loudly, "We won't hurt you. We just want you to change your course." While comforting the frightened captain and sailors, they raised a red flag on the mainmast. The officers who were scattered on the various ships and had received Timicin's secret notice a day ago saw the signal flag flying on the bow ship. They immediately took action and quickly took control of the 40 ships. "Go to the beach between Cremissa and Castellan," Timicin ordered the captain. "What do you want?" Although the captain was panicking, he still shouted bravely. The soldier who was holding him immediately kicked him. "Hurry up and do as the leader says." The sailors saw that the captain was humiliated and started to get restless. After 2 of them were stabbed by the mercenaries, they finally retreated. "We're all registered freedmen of the Dionia Alliance. Aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of the Alliance?" The captain looked at the injured sailors struggling on the deck and shouted angrily. That was indeed a problem. Timicin had been in the Alliance for more than 2 months. He had some understanding of the laws of Dionia. Even the sailors who were merely registered and had yet to become probationary citizens were treated unfairly in foreign countries. According to the law, the Alliance of Dionia had the obligation to negotiate with the city-state concerned, not to mention the protection of official citizens. If he really killed them, the senators who were once his comrades in the Senate of Dionia would be fine. However, he was afraid that it would infuriate that fellow who only cared about the law and not personal feelings. His wish to use the power of Dionia to protect Cremissa would probably fail. He ordered his men to bandage the wounds of the 2 injured sailors, and said to the captain as politely as possible, "I swear in the name of Zeus, I, Timicin, have no intention of invading the alliance. As long as you send us ashore, you can sail away." The captain doubtfully asked the helmsman to turn the rudder. Timicin lowered his voice and hurriedly ordered, "Find a way to inform our companions on the other ships. Try not to harm anyone." Why did he say he would try his best? This was because this was a team put together at the last minute, and they were mercenaries. They were only willing to listen to Timicin and Creano's commands because they did not want to be restricted by the alliance. However, Timicin knew that he did not have the ability to control them. Another half an hour later, under the guidance of 2 guides who had been bribed with a large sum of money, the fleet chose to dock at a sparsely populated beach closer to Castellan in order to avoid being discovered by Cremissa's people. While the captain was still worried about whether the bottom of the ship would be damaged, the soldiers pushed and shoved them off the ship. "You said you would let us go," the captain shouted at Timicin in panic. "I did say that. But not now. To prevent you from rushing back to inform us, you should stay here for a while longer," Timicin said coldly. He ordered the soldiers to drag the ship to the beach and tie up the captain and the sailors. They were thrown into the bushes on the shore. Of course, there would be resistance from the sailors during the process, and there would be casualties. However, Timothy did not have the time to worry about that. He, Criano, and the other officers quickly gathered the mercenaries and took out some wood hidden under the tents given by the Devers and their former comrades. Everyone worked together to build a ladder. Timothy knew that the Devers were cautious. He had asked for tents and food not only to hide some siege weapons, but also to make the Devers lower their guard. After every soldier had brought 2 days' worth of food, he said to the captain who was lying in the bushes, "The supplies on your ship belong to your consul Devers. Don't forget to return them to him when you get back." He ignored the pleas of the sailors and led the mercenaries to the south. It was difficult for a group of 1,700 to hide their tracks on the plains during the day, especially when the sun was shining brightly. Timothy's initial plan was to land at night, but that meant the fleet of more than 40 ships could only roam the sea during the day. If they were too close to the coast, they would easily arouse the suspicions of the patrolling ships of Crotone and Crimean. If they were too far from the coast, it would be difficult for them to determine their direction in the dark, and accidents would easily occur. As such, Timothy and his men prepared to launch a surprise attack and catch Cremissa off guard. The key was to move fast. Even if Cremissa received the news, he would not be able to react quickly. There was a relatively large swamp between Castellan and Cremissa. It was caused by the flooding of the Raculi River and its tributaries. At the beginning of December last year, Timothy had sneaked over and checked the terrain. It was easy to travel along the coast, and to facilitate the trade between Cremissa and Castellan, there was a ferry and pontoon bridge. However, Timothy did not expect that at the end of December, spring would arrive, and the snow would melt. In addition to that, there would be a series of torrential rains in January, and the river level would be much higher than usual. The swamp area would be much larger than usual, and this would cause the mercenaries to have a hard time marching. Just as Timothy and the others were trudging through the swamp, farmers and slaves could occasionally be seen driving their livestock, chickens and ducks to the edge of the swamp to forage for food. When they noticed the mercenaries in the distance, they all ran away in panic. In the end, scattered cavalrymen began to appear in Timothy's field of vision, letting them know that the surprise attack had failed. Timothy immediately summoned Criano, Toricos, and the other officers to the swamp for an emergency meeting. Should they cancel the plan to attack Cremissa, Criano, Toricos, and the others insisted on moving forward. They believed that they had spent a long time and meticulous preparation to get such a good opportunity. If they gave up and returned to Dionia, they would be ridiculed. More importantly, their intentions would be exposed. The Devers would definitely be wary of them, and the tourists would not treat them well. If that happened, they would be forced to leave Greece, and they would never have such a good opportunity again. When Timothy saw that everyone was of the same mind, he immediately revealed his revised plan. They had to speed up and attack before Cremissa's men could finish setting up their defenses. They had to capture Cremissa in the shortest time possible, then defend against any reinforcements from Cremissa. They had to obtain the approval of the Dionia Alliance to join the Dionia Alliance after they obtained Cremissa. With the protection of a powerful force like Dionia, their safety would be guaranteed. The officers had no objections to his new plan, so everyone started to move. "Brothers, hurry up! Hurry up! As long as we get out of here, Cremissa will be like a delicious olive waiting for us to pluck." Timothy loudly encouraged the dispirited mercenaries. Criano, Toricos, and the other officers urged them as well. The battle-hardened soldiers knew that the situation was urgent, and there was no room for hesitation. They cursed the terrible environment as they pushed forward. Finally, the main force left the swamp. At this moment, a cavalryman who had been observing the situation came forward and shouted, "I'm Timothy, the patrol captain of Cremissa. Strangers, you are trespassing on Crimean territory." At once, his voice stopped abruptly as a javelin pierced his chest and he fell off his horse, frightening several cavalrymen who were not far away into a gallop. "Damn it, who threw the javelin?" Timothy, who was rushing forward, cursed when he saw the scene. He had wanted to deceive Cremissa's men to buy some time for them to attack, but he did not expect these mercenaries, who loved to kill and do things their own way, to ruin his plan. "Since it has already happened, don't blame them anymore. Don't affect our morale," Criano reminded softly. Ever since they reached the shore, Timothy had been frustrated by the series of setbacks, but he had to endure it. Criano was right, they had to hurry. He spat and turned to ask the guide, "How far are we from Cremissa?" The guide saw the twisted expression on Timothy's face and gulped in fear. He said with a trembling voice, About 10 miles away." Timothy looked at the sky and said to the herald, "Tell our men to hurry up and continue to move forward. We will rest when we reach Cremissa." There was no one along the way. The farmers and slaves who were working in the fields had obviously heard the news and fled into the city. Half an hour later, Timothy could vaguely see the city of Cremissa in the distance. He immediately asked the troops to stop and advance slowly. Although the Tua alliance did not punish Cremissa severely in the end, and Cremissa once again returned to its neutral position, the generals and council members of Cremissa did not have it easy. Although Crotone was defeated, their strength did not diminish, and the merchants who had been to Turiae were amazed at the rapid development of the Daionia alliance. One had suffered the humiliation of defeat for the first time in many years, and the other had suffered from the burning of the city. These two forces were bound to go to war again. This was the consensus of the upper echelons of Cremissa, and for Cremissa, which was sandwiched between Crotone and Daionia, it would be a disaster. After Castellan joined the Daionia alliance, Daionia built a road to connect Castellan, and gave it preferential trade. In just half a year, Castellan's trade grew rapidly. Although the people of Cremissa were envious, most of them would not make eyes at Daionia. After all, Cremissa was closer to Crotone, and under the influence of Crotone's influence for a long time, whether it was in terms of feelings or interests, the people of Cremissa were more inclined to Crotone. When the Cremissa alliance received an urgent report from the cavalry, countless soldiers were spotted crossing the swamp area in the north. Everyone was shocked, although some of them thought that they should first understand the situation. But the chief general, Antares, stood his ground and insisted on continuing to send scouts to investigate the situation, while sending people to Crotone for help. He shouted, "Everyone, these people are fully armed and coming from the north. Whether they are Daonia's army or not, they have trespassed into our territory without permission. There is no doubt that they have malicious intentions. The Cremissa Empire has yet to recover from its previous defeat, and we have less than 1,000 citizens who can fight. By the time we figure out what's going on, the enemy will have already reached the city walls. By then, it will be too late to ask for help. I would rather ask for help first, even if I have to apologize to the people of Crotone if I make a mistake in the future, than lose the home passed down by our ancestors because of hesitation." Antares's words convinced most of them. Half an hour after they sent the messengers to Crotone, the scouts brought back worrisome news. About 2,000 heavily armed soldiers, mostly heavy infantry, carrying ladders, were rushing towards Cremissa, and they had killed a Cremissa cavalryman who had gone to ask for information. This was an enemy. The members of the Cremissa council no longer had any doubts. They did not have the time to thank Antares for his foresight. They had already informed the citizens to equip their armor and prepare their shields and spears, and now they issued an emergency mobilization order for war. All those who could fight were ordered to go up the wall. As a small town, Cremissa did not have any special products, and the port trade was not developed. Even so, Antares and the other generals learned the lesson of the former tourists. They rushed to the port and immediately granted citizenship to nearly 500 young and strong freedmen, asking them to participate in the battle. Just as the people of Cremissa were nervously preparing for war, the mercenaries had advanced to about 200 meters north of Cremissa. Timothy and the others could already see the shadows of the guards on top of the wall. "It seems like the people of Cremissa are prepared," Criano said, a little disappointed. The trace of hope in his heart had also disappeared. Timothy's expression did not change. He said in a low voice, "Since the surprise attack plan cannot be used, we will attack by force." He then immediately ordered, "Brothers, rest here for the time being." He, Criano, Torlicos, and the other officers quickly gathered together and urgently discussed how to attack the city of Cremissa. The city walls of Cremissa were only 4 meters tall, and there was only a 3-meter wide moat around the perimeter. There were no antlers, and it seemed like there were no traps either. Such a simple city defense was nothing compared to the cities that they had conquered with Tiburon in Asia Minor. Even if the city walls were filled with civilian soldiers, Timison and the officers did not think that they could withstand the attack of the mercenaries. According to Timison's understanding, the people of Cremissa had been in peace for decades. There was no war. Half a year ago, when the army of Crotone was ambushed by the alliance, the people of Cremissa were completely massacred. Timison, Criano, and the officers believed that the people of Cremissa had no battle experience and low morale. No matter how many of them there were, it would be useless. After quickly arranging the troops, Timison went to the front of the formation and said loudly to the mercenaries, "Brothers, I believe that you will never forget the 2 months that you have spent in the alliance of Dionia. You were able to leave there and follow us here because you are not satisfied. We are all mercenaries, but the Devers have everything, and we have nothing." Timison turned and pointed at the city of Cremissa, and shouted angrily, "The opportunity is right in front of us. Take this city and let us become nobles. We will also become masters." The mercenaries used their spears to hit the round shields and shouted angrily, venting the frustration and grievances that they had accumulated over the past 2 months. At the same time, they wanted to win and look forward to a better life in the future. Their roars could be clearly heard from the top of the city walls, causing the expression of the people of Cremissa to change. The general in charge of military affairs, Euripus, was anxious when he saw this. To boost the morale, he shouted, "Citizens, the enemy has the same number of people as us. We have the protection of the city walls and the moat, they can't hurt us. Besides, the reinforcements of Crotone are already on the way." When the people of Cremissa heard that there were reinforcements, they calmed down a little. Attack! Timison saw that the morale was high, and gave the order without hesitation. Thus, the bugle sounded, and Criano led the troops to attack the west side of Cremissa, while Timison led the troops to attack the north side. The heavy infantry were in front, carrying long ladders in groups of 5 or 6. They advanced slowly in an extremely loose formation, while the light infantry followed far behind. When they were about to enter the shooting range of the arrows of the people of Cremissa, they took off their round shields, raised them diagonally to protect their heads and chests, and lowered their bodies to move forward. Arrows rained down from the city walls, but the mercenaries showed no fear. They calmly came to the side of the moat, and a few of them helped to set up 6-meter-long wooden ladders on the moat. When crossing the moat on the long ladders, the damage caused to the heavy infantry by the arrows was not as great as the damage caused to the mercenaries if they accidentally stepped on the broken wooden ladders and fell into the moat. Euripus looked at the skillful tactical movements and calm performance of the enemies below the city walls, and suddenly became nervous. This was a group of enemies with rich combat experience, and it would not be easy to deal with them. "Quick! Go and prepare more stones, wood, and linseed oil, and send them to the city immediately," he shouted anxiously. When the heavy infantry had basically crossed the moat, they carried the long ladders again, quickly rushed to the foot of the city wall, and put the long ladders on the city wall. There were also some long ladders on the moat, but they were not retracted. They were for the light infantry to cross the moat later. The people of Cremissa hurriedly threw down wood and stones, and poured down cans of linseed oil. As torches were thrown down, flames rose, and the casualties of the mercenaries suddenly increased. Just as Cremissa and the mercenaries were fighting fiercely, the Devers had already received the shocking news that Timison had not gone to Syracuse, but to Cremissa. After all, there were many ships coming and going on the east coast of Greece. More than 40 empty ships were stranded on the beach, and there would always be curious merchant ships that stopped to investigate, only to find the captain and sailors tied up and thrown in the weeds. After being rescued, they immediately sailed back to the port of Turiae and complained to the patrol about what had happened to them. When the Devers heard the news, he was furious. As Timison's guarantor, the hijacking of the cargo ship and the death of 15 sailors had already angered him. What angered him even more was that Timison had led more than 1,000 mercenaries to land on the coast between Castellan and Cremissa. What was he planning to do? He thought for a moment, and he could guess: Cremissa. These audacious mercenaries actually dared to set their sights on the Cremissa. And I even felt sorry for their departure. Damn Timison, he lied to us all. While the Devers complained about his carelessness, he also thought about the consequences of the mercenaries' actions. Whether they could take down Cremissa or not, it would break the delicate balance between Dionia and Crotone. Perhaps the alliance would have to make early preparations, but when he thought about the Senate meeting, the Devers had a slight headache. Someone would definitely take the opportunity to make things difficult for him at the meeting. Although it would not affect him in any real way, it was a mistake he had made. As expected, those in power could not be easily swayed by personal feelings. If he had not agreed to Agathia's request, there would not have been so many things that followed. This was a deep lesson that he had to remember. Aristolochus immediately sent someone to invite Felicius, Agathia, Hieronymus, Capys, Antonios. They are all here. The Devers ordered Aristolochus. He needed to communicate with the former mercenaries first. Leader, our men are about to attack. His subordinate shouted excitedly. Timicin perked up and peeked his head out from under the round shield. He saw that a soldier had stepped onto the battlements not far away. At this moment, 7 or 8 spears pierced towards him. The soldier hurriedly used the round shield to block them, but he lost his balance and was pushed down the wall. However, the wall was only 4 meters high, and there were corpses on the ground, so falling down would not cause too much damage. The soldier stood up shakily. He was not fully awake and forgot to defend himself. A stone hit him on the head. As Corinth's helmet was cumbersome and had a narrow field of vision, it was not suitable for attacking a city. He fell down again, but he could not get up again. Timicin saw this and shouted, "Let Xianxias and the rest approach the wall and give the heavy infantry more support. We are besieging the city, do you know that?" "Besieging the city?" Timicin shouted angrily. "The heavy infantry can't go up and take down the city. What's the use of them saving their lives? Go. Go." Timicin watched as the orderly crossed the moat and ran towards the light infantry. He then turned his gaze to the ground below the city. There were corpses lying everywhere, as well as struggling and wailing soldiers. There were mercenaries and Chrymis's men. Timicin had seen such a scene too many times. Before he came to Greece, he had just been under Tiburon's command and had been besieging Larissa in Asia Minor for a few months. He knew how difficult it was to besiege a city. However, he had no other choice but to attack. Time was the key to success for him. "Be careful, leader." His men's shouts made him subconsciously hide his head under the round shield. There was a clang, and the back of his hand shook. An arrow hit the surface of the shield and bounced up. He had just exhaled when he heard "ah. Ah." A cry of alarm was heard, followed by a loud boom. He did not need to look to know that the siege ladder had been pushed down by the enemy. He began to feel irritated. "General, the enemy's light infantry is approaching." The citizen soldiers' panicked shouts made Euripides's heart skip a beat. The light infantry that was originally in front of the moat had quickly moved to the bottom of the city wall. Compared to the poor archery of the Chrymis militia, the enemy's arrows were accurate and ruthless. Soon, most of the casualties of the militia were caused by them. Ignore the enemy on the long ladder. Focus on the light infantry. He ordered his archers as he ran along the walkway. The enemy is coming again. The panicked shouts of the soldiers made him stop. Not far away, a mercenary had already stood on the battlement. Facing a spear, he used his shield to protect his upper body and struggled to jump forward. Not only did the spear not hit him, but it was pinned under his body. He did not get up immediately. Instead, he quickly swung the saber in his right hand and slashed randomly. Several citizen soldiers nearby were slashed in their unprotected thighs. They screamed and fell to the ground. He stood up, but did not take advantage of the chaos to attack. Instead, he retreated to the entrance of the long ladder, squatted down with his back against the battlements, and used the round shield to protect himself. The spears of the soldiers did not do much damage to him. Instead, they were afraid that his saber would come out from under his shield and cut their feet. During this delay, another mercenary came up the battlements. "Press forward. Block them." Euripides arrived with the reserve team, and a dense barrage of spears forced the enemy into a corner. "Break their shields." As soon as Euripides' voice fell, the soldier next to him let out a shrill scream as a javelin pierced his ribs. The light infantry at the foot of the city did their best to support their comrades who were attacking the city. Arrows and javelins were concentrated on this section of the city wall. The heavy infantry also increased the speed at which they climbed the city. Euripides urgently mobilized all the remaining troops to block this place. After a fierce fight between the two sides, the mercenaries were driven away, but this section of the walkway was full of the wounded and dead Cremissa militia. In the face of such a group of obviously experienced and bloodthirsty enemies, every time they broke in, they would cause a lot of damage to the defending soldiers. Euripides felt a little powerless, and his manpower began to run out. Quickly go and inform General Antares that the enemy has invested all their strength in the north of the city. This place can't hold on any longer, let him send reinforcements. Antares had no troops to send. However, since the enemy had been attacking the north and west, the troops responsible for the defense of the east had been idle at this critical moment. Antares immediately made a decision: send someone to inform General Predes to immediately lead the troops stationed in the east of the city to reinforce Euripides. Leader Timocin. Leader Timocin. The messenger dodged the arrows as he hurriedly ran towards Timocin. The enemy on the east wall has left. I have already seen it. Timocin's tone revealed a bit of excitement. Go and tell Torikos to act immediately. Yes. Seeing the messenger leave, Timocin immediately raised his arms and shouted, brothers, work harder. Attack with me. The enemy can't hold on any longer. After saying that, he held his round shield and strode to the long ladder. He grabbed the wooden ladder with his right hand, and the soldier guarding the ladder held his buttocks and pushed him up. He took advantage of the momentum and jumped up a few steps. The soldiers in front of him had already entered the city wall. Using both his hands and feet, he quickly reached the top of the long ladder. He quickly pulled out his saber, stepped on the battlements, and used the shield to protect his chest. He ignored the spears and swords that were stabbing at him. He struggled to jump forward, using the momentum to knock away the enemy, and at the same time, he slashed forward with the saber in his hand. Back to back. Back to back, he shouted as he slashed. The mercenaries who had been hiding in the corner immediately came closer. Encouraged by Timocin's example, the mercenaries once again launched a fierce attack. They broke through many parts of the northern wall, and if it weren't for Predes leading his troops to support them, the defending troops of Euripides would not have been able to hold on. The two sides fought fiercely on the walkway. Seeing that the large influx of reinforcements had boosted the morale of the Cremissa people, they were ready to drive the mercenaries out of the city again. At this time, there was a huge commotion in the east. The enemy is coming up. The enemy is coming up. The public militia shouted in panic. Euripides hurriedly turned his head to the east and saw many enemy light shield soldiers with leather shields and reverse blade swords pouncing on him along the walkway on the east wall. Euripides had no time to think about how these people had climbed up the wall. He hurriedly asked Predes to lead the reinforcements back to intercept them, but the two sides were engaged in a fierce battle on the walkway, and it was difficult to divert troops. However, the attack of the Thracian light shield soldiers of the mercenaries was quite fierce. They broke into the crowd, and in the narrow space, the long-handled reverse blade swords exerted a terrifying killing power. If the sharp blade hooked the hands and feet, the muscles and bones would be severed. If the blade hooked the neck, the blood vessels would be severed. The Crimean citizen soldiers fell in an instant, and they were so frightened that they retreated in panic. The light shield soldiers were like maggots attached to bones, and the nearby mercenaries also took advantage of the chaos to climb up the wall. The easternmost end of the defense line of the entire northern wall of Cremissa had been breached, and the experienced mercenaries were driving the defeated Crimean citizen soldiers to the west. In the crowded walkway, the panicked Cremissa people pushed each other in order to escape, and some people fell directly from the inside of the wall. Seeing this tragic scene, Euripides and Predes panicked. They were afraid that they would suffer the same misfortune, so they hurriedly retreated from the city tower. This allowed the mercenaries to easily reach the top of the city wall and occupy the walkway near the city gate, blocking countless Cremissa people on the walkway. The mercenaries mercilessly launched a massacre, forcing more Cremissa people to jump down from the wall. Antares, who was originally organizing and coordinating the defense under the city, saw this tragic scene and listened to the continuous screams of the citizens, and his heart ached. But at this critical moment, he still had to endure the grief and arrange for the withdrawn public militia and people to retreat to the south of the city for the final defense. The mercenaries occupied the northern city, opened the city gate, and the soldiers outside the city poured in. Leader, we won. We have occupied this city. One of his men supported Timison and shouted joyfully. Timison's thigh was stabbed, and there was a knife wound on his right arm. If the enemy did not self-destruct, he would probably have died under the spears. At this moment, he was also very excited. It should be said that we also have a city, he said proudly. The mercenaries were able to take down the city thanks to the success of his plan. In the Dionia alliance, under his intentional questioning, his former comrades told him the details of the capture of Amendalara, so he knew about the special siege equipment, the rope hook, and got its sketch. He sent people to the blacksmith shop in Heraclea to make dozens of them. During the siege, he deliberately attacked the west and north sides. Once the Cremissa people who were defending the east side were forced to come to support, the south side was the Umbria River, he let Torikos lead dozens of trained light shield soldiers to sneak under the east wall with the rope hook. Even if they were discovered, they would not attract the enemy's attention as they did not carry the siege ladders. Just like that, the light shield soldiers used the rope hook to climb up the city wall and dealt a fatal blow to the Cremissa people. After Timison left the city, he met up with Creano, who had taken down the west gate, and ordered the mercenaries to continue chasing after the defeated soldiers. Everything went smoothly at first, but gradually, the mercenaries broke free of control. They began to break into houses, loot, and even capture women. Timison was furious. It was not that he objected to looting, but the battle was not over yet. It was said that the remaining forces of the Cremissa people were hiding in the citadel. They had to take down the citadel in one go and completely occupy it before they could celebrate their victory. However, the excited mercenaries acted according to their instincts and refused to obey his orders. Timison felt the same way as the Devers. He knew that it was useless, but he still cursed and vented his anger. "Leader, they're all in the citadel anyway and can't run away. Let's lock down the citadel and wait for the soldiers to calm down. Then, we can gather them again and take down the citadel," Torikos comforted. "I'm not worried about the Cremissa people, I'm worried about Crotone," Timison said anxiously. "So, we don't have to worry about Crotone. What we should be worried about is whether Dionia will accept us occupying Cremissa and become their ally?" That was Creano's main concern. "I don't know." Timison thought about it, but he was not sure. "If it's another city-state, I'm afraid they won't accept this. After all, they're all Greeks, and they're wary of foreign mercenaries like us. However, Dionia is different. The Devers obtained their current position through this method. If we want to succeed, we have to take the risk. If we want to be safe, it's better to stay in Dionia's alliance." At that moment, Timison was cheering himself up. Creano, on the other hand, was worried about success. "I hope Agathia can convince the Devers. If Crotone really sends reinforcements, we can pretend to be Dionia's army tomorrow to buy some time." Timison clenched his teeth. He had already deceived Dionia once, so he did not care if it was a second time. He pointed at the chaotic street and said anxiously, "No matter what decision Dionia makes, whether Crotone sends reinforcements or not, we have to do what we have to do first. We have to take over the city as soon as possible, lock up the citizens of Cremissa, send scouts to the south, and have our brothers prepare for defense. We have to end this as soon as possible, or else we'll be worried. Forcibly giving orders to stop looting and killing, or we'll be punished according to military law." Creano smiled bitterly. "That's what the Devers do. They did it in Persia. We can't learn it. Also, more than 200 of our brothers died during the siege, and many were injured as well. We have to let them vent their anger. Timison, don't provoke them. We have to take it slow. To be honest, in Persia, we laughed at the Devers' actions, calling them fools. But today, I know we're the fools. I can't help but admire the Devers. They always think about things in the long term. Once we settle down, we must properly enforce military discipline." Timison sighed and made up his mind. He immediately sent out messengers to look for the officers of the various teams and had them do their best to gather the troops. Meanwhile, he and Creano rushed to the Cremissa citadel with their personal guards and sent people to the citadel to announce their surrender. The Crimeans' answer was, "Never." Thus, the two sides confronted each other until the afternoon. Seeing that more and more enemies were surrounding the city and that they were preparing their siege weapons, the eyes of Cremissa's people became more and more desperate. They realized that the enemy's attack was imminent, and many of them began to cry. Their expressions were solemn and stirring. They were prepared to live and die with the citadel. At this moment, there was a commotion in the relatively quiet enemy camp. Crotone's army is approaching the north gate? How is that possible? Cristiano felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was so shocked that he didn't want to believe the news was true. Toricos was both anxious and confused. Our scouts are in the south. We didn't find any traces of Crotone's people in the south. Leader, it's true. Crotone's people are forming up outside the citadel. They're going to attack the citadel soon. Timothen, who was in charge of defending the north gate, shouted anxiously. Timothen managed to maintain his composure. How could he not believe the words of his trusted aide? He thought for a moment and his expression changed. Oh no. We've been careless. They might have come by boat just like us. How many are there? Cristiano asked anxiously. He hoped that the guard leader would give him a casual number. I'm afraid there are 4,000 to 5,000 of them. The guard leader's words shattered everyone's hope. Everyone focused their attention on Timothen. At this critical moment, Timothen asked in return, Brothers, should we retreat? I. Cristiano looked at the citadel in front of him. He struggled for a moment before shouting unwillingly, We're not Cremissa's people. We can stop them with the citadel. As long as we hold on until tomorrow. Timothen, you said that if we want to become Cremissa's master, we have to take the risk. Take the risk with our lives. Even if I die, I don't want to return to the Dionia alliance and be a laughingstock. Me too, it's just death, there's nothing to be afraid of. We can stop the Crotone with the citadel. Toricos had a ferocious expression. He voiced out the thoughts of most of the officers and soldiers. That's right, we'll fight to the death against Crotone, the others agreed. Timothen no longer hesitated. He stared at the soldiers and gave the order firmly, Cristiano. Toricos. Gather the soldiers scattered in the citadel and bring them to the citadel. Yes. Paxax. Take 200 men and guard the citadel. If Cremissa's people dare to come out, kill them all. Leader, leave it to me, don't worry. The rest of you, follow me to the north gate. Let the Crotone have a taste of our strength. We won't let them take our citadel. Timothen clenched his fists and roared. Roar, the mercenaries roared, trying to regain their morale. Timothen was an excellent commander. Even though the surprise attack had failed prematurely, he was still able to command his troops calmly. He skillfully mobilized the enemy and broke through the Crimisa city in the shortest time possible. However, as a low-ranking soldier, his eyes were blinded by jealousy and competitiveness. He only saw a weak neutral city like Crimisa in Great Greece. He lacked the qualities of a politician to consider the relationship between the various cities in Great Greece. Especially the attitude of Crotone toward their neighbor, Crimisa. Before the rise of Dionia, Crotone did not pay much attention to Crimisa. One reason was because of the agreement with Athens, and the other was that Thurii was not a threat to Crotone. However, after they lost to the Dionia alliance, the situation changed drastically. Dionia took Nudum, Laos joined the Dionia alliance, Dionia opened up the land trade route between the east and west coasts, and so on. Dionia quickly became powerful and prosperous, causing Crotone to feel uneasy. They began to feel the threat of this new power in the north. As a buffer, Crimisa's strategic position became extremely important. Therefore, in the past 6 months, Crotone had been trying to win over Crimisa. This was the reason why Crimisa first thought of asking Crotone for help when he heard that the enemy was attacking. At the same time, when Crotone heard that Crimisa was attacked by the enemy from the north, their first reaction was, the Dionia has finally begun their attack. Therefore, Crotone's council passed the proposal to send reinforcements almost immediately. At the same time, considering the possibility that the enemy was Dionia, since the messenger who requested for help said that there were only 2,000 enemies, they cautiously sent out 10,000 militia. Just when Timothen thought that the Crotone's reinforcements were all in the north, he sent almost all of his forces to defend the north as well as the east and west coasts. Unexpectedly, another fleet entered the mouth of the Umbria River, broke into the almost empty port, and forcefully landed. 5,000 Crotone soldiers quickly occupied the south gate and easily defeated the 200 soldiers of Paysax. After joining up with the Crimeans in the Acropolis, they continued to attack the north. Not only were the mercenaries outnumbered, but they were also in danger of being attacked from both the north and the south. Defeat was inevitable. After receiving the news that a large number of Crotone soldiers broke into the Acropolis from the south, the mercenaries lost their will to fight. Timicin and Criano were also helpless. When the Crotone attacked from the south, the mercenaries only put up a little resistance before they scattered and fled. Timicin saw the fleeing mercenaries being slaughtered like cattle by the Crotone, just like what they did to Cremissa. The wrath of the goddess of vengeance fell on the mercenaries so quickly, and he was filled with despair. Timicin, let's go. Let's fight our way to the north. Criano shouted anxiously. Timicin shook his head. He looked to the north and smiled. Devers, I've lost this battle. Without hesitation, he pulled out his saber and slit his neck. Criano did not have time to grieve. He led a few people out of the Acropolis with ropes, trying to escape during the chaos. However, Cremissa hated them for killing and looting in the Acropolis, so they chased after them relentlessly. The Crotone wanted to do a good deed to the end, so they also chased after them. The mercenaries were surrounded, so other than a few who managed to escape, most of them were either killed or captured. Criano, Toricos, and the others finally surrendered, but they were beheaded by the furious Cremissa. After interrogating the surrendered soldiers, Crotone and Cremissa found out that these ferocious enemies were mercenaries from Asia Minor and Ionia. They had once fought alongside the consul and Devers of Dionia in Persia, and had lived in Dionia for more than 2 months. The attack on Cremissa was a premeditated and independent operation by these mercenaries. Although it seemed like it had nothing to do with Dionia, the generals and council members of Crotone thought that they had found the best excuse. Unless Crotone was willing to maintain a long-term peace with Dionia, Dionia's rapid development would undoubtedly pose a great threat to Crotone. They could only launch a war while Dionia was still growing and destroy this new alliance. Crotone mobilized their troops to reinforce Cremissa, and the spies that Aristiras placed at Crotone's docks had already heard about it. The next morning, when the messenger of the mercenary army arrived at the Devers mansion, the Devers had already received the news from Aristiras that Crotone's reinforcements were coming. He immediately knew that Timicin's mercenary army was doomed. Therefore, when the messenger of the mercenary army, Piccoles, asked the Devers, "Mr. Devers, the mercenary army led by leader Timicin has already taken over Cremissa. We hope to join the Dionia alliance and get reinforcements from Dionia immediately." The Devers told Piccoles, who was once a translator in the Menon army camp and later became his subordinate, but he chose to leave the Byzantine Empire. "Piccoles, you are late. I just received the news. Yesterday afternoon, almost 10,000 troops of Crotone set off from the docks. They should be able to reach Cremissa in the afternoon. I don't think Timicin can defend Cremissa." 10,000 troops? Piccoles was stunned when he heard this news. "I have already sent people to investigate. I believe that we will know the exact situation of Cremissa by noon," the Devers continued. Maybe Timicin and the others are still holding on." Pickles came back to his senses and begged, "Boss. Leader Dives, for the sake of the fact that we fought side by side, I beg you. I beg you to send an army to Cremissa and save them. Otherwise, it will be too late if you go after receiving the news." The word leader from Piccoles made the Devers a little emotional, but he still shook his head and said, "Sigh. I can't send troops immediately even if I want to. This requires the approval of most members of the Senate, and they won't agree without accurate information. If the people of Cremissa retake the city, and the Dionia alliance enters the territory of Cremissa, it will be a violation of the agreement, and it will mean war. The war with Crotone." The Devers' patient explanation was obviously not heard by the impatient Pickles. He yelled almost crazily, "We're going to save our brothers anyway, so we'll definitely have to fight Crotone. What are you afraid of? You're the only life consul of Dionia, you have the final say here. Send the troops, I beg you, Chief Devers. The lives of Timicin, Criano, and the rest of the mercenaries are awaiting your rescue." Devers shook his head, feeling that it was impossible to explain things to him. "Go and rest first. When there is news, I will inform you. With that, he signaled the servant to take him away. Pickles pushed him away and shouted, Devers, if it wasn't for the help of Timothy and his brothers, you would have died in Persia. But look at how you treat your former comrade. When we came here, not only did we not provide any help, but we were also wronged. Now that Timothy and his brothers' lives are in danger, and they asked you for help, you didn't even help them. You even found an excuse, saying that we need the approval of the Senate. Pickles scolded the Devers for being ungrateful. Devers was furious when he heard that. He thought, you said you're going to Syracuse, but you're actually going to attack Cremissa. When did you talk to me about it? You just wanted to use me and Agathia to make Dionia take the blame for you, but you never thought about how you would put Dionia and yourself in a passive position. Now that you've failed, you're begging me, but you don't even have the slightest apology. Who's the ungrateful one? Do you really think I'm that easy to talk to? With his current identity, there was no need for him to argue with a simple-minded mercenary. He simply ordered the guards to chase Pickles out of the mansion. There was a lot of noise in the living room. With the help of Asuna, Kristoya came down from the second floor with her big belly. She asked with concern, I heard arguing downstairs. What's wrong? Nothing. Devers squeezed out a smile and scolded her softly, you're about to give birth. Instead of resting, you're still walking around. Kristoya tactfully stopped asking. She covered her bulging belly and said, the baby kept kicking me just now. It woke me up. Baby, be good and let your mother rest. Devers placed his face on Kristoya's belly and said softly. Oh, he kicked me again. Kristoya said in surprise. Madam, he's so naughty. It must be a boy. Asuna said with a smile. Naughty little guy. Devers patted his belly and said softly, Kristoya, I'll accompany you for a walk in the courtyard. At that moment, he and Kristoya both had a blissful smile on their faces. After Pickles was chased out of the Devers residence, he immediately regretted it. The Devers door was tightly shut. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open it. He had no choice but to look for Felicius and the others. However, Felicius, Capus, and Antonios either avoided him or apologized to Pickles when they saw him, saying that they couldn't help him. In the end, it was Agathia who told him, because the mercenaries have been causing trouble in the alliance recently, Lord Devers and them have been under a lot of pressure in the Senate. Especially this time, Timothy and the others attacked Cremissa without Dionia's knowledge. This caused Polixus and a few other Turii senators to directly criticize Devers during the meeting, saying that he was using the alliance of Dionia to seek personal benefits for the mercenaries. This is the first time Lord Devers has faced such severe criticism and humiliation since he became an Archon. Under such circumstances, it's impossible for the Devers to use their troops on their own. Pickles listened without fully understanding, but he also realized that they were oversimplifying things. At noon, Cremissa's news came back, the mercenaries were completely wiped out. Devers sat alone in silence. After a long time, he let out a soft sigh. This matter seemed to have come to an end, but Devers realized that it was far from over. Sure enough, in the afternoon, a passenger ship from Crotone sailed into the port of Turii. 2 people alighted from the ship, the general of Crotone, Lucius, and the chief general of Cremissa, Antares. What did this mean? The faces of the senators in charge of welcoming them changed slightly. 2 corpses were also carried off the ship, Timocin and Creano. This made Felicius, Agathia, and the other mercenary senators sad. Therefore, today's Senate meeting began with an unusually tense and solemn atmosphere. The chief general of Cremissa, Antares, was the first to speak. He tearfully accused the mercenaries of all the evil deeds they had committed in Cremissa yesterday and the suffering the people of Cremissa had suffered. Then he burst into tears. Why have the people of Cremissa been living peacefully for decades, but recently they have been plundered by wars? Could it be that we accidentally offended Ares, causing him to vent his anger on the people of the Crimean continent? Lucius looked around the hall and noticed that some of the Dionysian elders looked unnatural. Meanwhile, Archon Divers, who was sitting in the front row, was listening attentively, occasionally nodding his head as though he was in the same situation. He sneered in his heart, stood up, walked to the center of the hall, hugged Antares, and then faced the senators of Dionia and said, Honorable Consul and the lords of the Senate of the Dionia Alliance, as an emissary of Crotone, I would like to say that yesterday, Crotone sent reinforcements in time to save Cremissa from being destroyed by a group of bandits. During the interrogation of the prisoners after the war, we learned that these bandits were mercenaries from Asia Minor. They had fought together with Lord Devers and some of the senators in Persia for more than a year. They were invited to come to Greece and registered in the alliance, preparing to become citizens of Dionia. Is this true? That's right, the Devers nodded and admitted without hesitation. Lucius did not expect him to answer so straightforwardly. He was slightly taken aback, then he raised his voice and said loudly, according to the statements of the prisoners, they were instructed by the Dionia alliance to raid Cremissa, preparing to turn Cremissa into an ally of Dionia. Nonsense. Bullsh***. This is a false accusation. Amintas, Dracos, Agathia, and the others stood up and cursed. Whether you admit it or not, the truth is the truth. The bodies of the 2 bandit leaders are still on the dock, and some of you even shed tears just now. Lucius pointed to the front, his expression solemn as he shouted, People of Dionia, you have broken the truce agreement with Crotone, and you still want to deny it? Antares glared and pointed at the Devers and cursed, Ever since you foreigners came to Greece, there has not been a day of peace in Greece. No, it was not Cremissa who angered Ares, it was you who expanded and invaded everywhere, bringing war to the various city-states of Greece. The grievances of thousands of people who died in Cremissa must be redressed, and Dionia must be punished. There was an uproar in the hall. The Devers stood up and walked in front of Antares. He sneered and said, I originally wanted to express Dionia's apology to Cremissa, and even offer some compensation, even though Dionia had nothing to do with this matter. Antares opened his mouth to refute, but the Devers looked at him and roared, You shut up. He was startled. Tell us, Crotone. Let's hear how big the Crotone's appetite is to take advantage of Dionia. Amintas, Scombras, and the other elders began to shout. The guilt they felt earlier had now turned into a sense of solidarity. Lucius glanced at Devers. This young man should not be underestimated. He cleared his throat and said loudly with a normal expression, The Crotone Alliance and Cremissa request that Dionia compensate Cremissa with 500 talent to compensate Cremissa for the huge losses suffered in this battle. What? 500 talent? You've gone crazy thinking about money. Mercies shouted. Lucius ignored him. He looked around at the crowd and continued, Secondly, in order to prevent the aggressive Dionia from invading the neighboring states again, we request that Dionia disband the alliance and allow Amendolara and Nidum to be independent. Abolish the alliance. What? Did I hear it wrong? What right does Crotone have to tell us what to do? We will never agree to it. This is a humiliation to Dionia. Get out. How dare you come to the Senate of Dionia and say such things? Are you crazy? Only an idiot would agree to such a request. Only an idiot would make such a request. The hall was in an uproar. The elders were cursing and swearing. The hot-tempered ones like Amintas and Scombras even wanted to beat Lucius up. However, they were stopped by Cunigurata, Cornelis, and the others. It was a mess. Lucius and Antares looked on coldly as if they were outsiders. It was as if the chaos was not caused by them. That was until Devers stepped forward and said, Did you hear that? This is our answer. He said loudly, enunciating each word, No, answer, yes. That means war, because you were the ones who violated the agreement first, Lucius said with a straight face. Then let's go to war. Isn't that why you came here? The Devers had already seen through their plan and were too lazy to argue with them. If you want to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext. Lucius did not see the expected reaction from his nonchalant attitude. It was as if he had punched empty air. He subconsciously said again, War. I'm talking about the war between Crotone and Dionia. Devers smiled and turned around. Are we afraid of starting a war with Crotone? Great. I can finally fight again. I can't wait to beat up Crotone. We defeated Crotone once, so we can defeat it again. This time, we will burn down Ciudad Crotone. Unexpectedly, Lucius felt a little uneasy when he faced the elders who were filled with fighting spirit. Cunigurata, please take note of Clotho's request. It will be useful in the next negotiation, Dave suddenly said. The next negotiation? Lucius was confused. Yes, after the war. Lucius' heart skipped a beat. He saw the burning fighting spirit in the Dever's eyes. After sending off the emissary, the atmosphere in the hall was still lively. Compared to the former mercenary elders who were filled with fighting spirit, the elders of Amendola and Turii expressed more concern about the impending war. Cunigurata's words were very representative. Sir Consul, are we confident in fighting Crotone? Crotone has been a strong nation in Greece for decades. It even has a powerful alliance. It can organize an army of 30 to 40,000 men. And it has 25 three-oared warships. We don't even have a single warship. Once the war starts, Crotone can easily blockade our ports. This time, I'm afraid it won't make the same mistake as last time. Devers listened carefully and looked around at the people in front of him. He could feel their fear of Crotone, especially the Turii. It was the prestige that Crotone had accumulated in their hearts after destroying their cities 3 times. He thought for a moment and was about to reply when a voice suddenly interrupted. I've already said that we should chase away those damned mercenaries, but you didn't listen. Now, we're facing Crotone's revenge. We should first hold some people responsible for allowing them to do as they please. The one who spoke was Polixus. Agathia and the others glared at him. Did I say something wrong? Polixus stared back, unwilling to be outdone. Now that the war has broken out, there's no point in arguing about this. We should all unite and overcome this crisis together. We can't create differences and weaken our strength. Buckos persuaded his friend. It's precisely because of this that the war started. That's why we need to investigate this issue to prevent similar things from happening in the future. Polixus stubbornly retorted. At this moment, Antonio stood up and said, as a censor, many people have recently reported to me that when the city of Turii was being rebuilt, Buckos, Plazinas, and the other elders often went to the homes of the people to express their apologies. However, some people, as the main assistants of Xianxia, were responsible for the burning of Turii, yet they swaggered in and out of the Senate every day without showing the slightest hint of remorse towards the people of Turii. They asked us to conduct a thorough investigation to prevent similar things from happening again. Polixus' expression changed drastically. Devers asked, Polixus, do you think we should investigate this issue? I. Polixus trembled slightly under the sharp gaze of Devers. Antonio's, just like what Bucco said, we should unite to deal with this war of life and death. Let's put everything else aside for now. Devers' calm voice entered Polixus' ears. As if he had been granted amnesty, he suddenly relaxed and slumped on the stone bench. Antonios glanced at Polixus with disdain, then turned around and said, Very well, Your Excellency. Devers said with a relaxed expression, My apologies for the interruption just now. What I wanted to say is that all of you have been busy with your own affairs recently, so I'm afraid you don't know much about the military strength of the Alliance now. Scombras, do you think the number of soldiers in the Alliance is still around 5,000? Scombras, the stubborn old man, stroked his beard and chuckled, It's definitely more than that. Right now, just the citizens of Amendola alone, I'm talking about more than 6,000, including the probationary citizens. I'm not too sure about the rest, but it's definitely a lot. As for the specific number of citizen soldiers, I'll let military officer Felicius tell us. After Devers finished speaking, Felicius stood up and said, All of you, I'm going to announce the number of people who have participated in the military training in Turin, Amendola, and Nidum. This number is lower than the total number of people in the census of Lord Raphael. This is because the citizens over the age of 45, as well as some special professions that are under the protection of the city-state, such as doctors, engineers, and scholars, are not included in the military training system of the citizen soldiers. The senators nodded and turned their attention to Felicius. There are around 5,500 citizens of Amendola who have participated in military training for more than 3 months, around 4,300 from Nidum, and 14,800 from Turin. Seeing the surprised expressions on the faces of the senators, Felicius continued to explain in detail, among them, there are 7,000 official citizens, and the rest are all probationary citizens. At the end of December last year, Lord Consul ordered me to carry out a preliminary reorganization of them, forming a total of 3 legions. The First Legion is mainly composed of veterans and probationary citizens of Amendola, and it's the strongest force. The Legion commander is Capus. The Second Legion is mainly composed of Turan citizens and probationary citizens, and its Legion commander is Drax. The Legio III is mainly composed of citizens and probationary citizens of Nudum, and its Legion commander is Hieronymus, and the first captain is Bagul. The number of regular soldiers in each legion is currently 7,000, and the three legions have a total of 21,000 soldiers. In addition, there are 3,600 reserve soldiers, and a total of about 24,600 soldiers. In addition, there are 300 cavalry, led by leads. Felicius didn't mention registered free citizens. In fact, we can also organize 10 to 20,000 trained free citizens to fight as light infantry. In addition, Laos can provide us with 2 to 3,000 reinforcements, and Castellan can't provide many troops, but at least 50 cavalry. The Devers looked at the crowd and said in an impassioned voice, "If we go all out, we can at least get close to 50,000 troops." Considering that the ports of Nudum and Turin need to be guarded, the actual number of troops dispatched will definitely be far less than this number, but it's already about the same as Crotone's troops. My lords, please rest assured, since the establishment of the alliance, there will not be a situation where we are outnumbered. We have the ability to compete with Crotone on land. The Devers' words excited the senators, and Amenta's and the rest even more confidently shouted, "In the past, we were not afraid of Crotone, and now Crotone is even less of a match for us." Cunigurata's solemn expression relaxed a lot. He thought for a moment and said, "I'm afraid our war with the Crotone can't be resolved in 2 or 3 days. In that case, we should focus on how to solve the problem of supplying food to tens of thousands of soldiers." Marigi immediately said, "I'll rush to the market now and suspend all wheat transactions. I'll immediately purchase all flour and other food from the market to prevent the merchants from maliciously speculating on the news of the war and causing the price of food to rise. I also suggest that we go to Heraclea immediately to purchase food as a reserve." The Devers nodded in agreement. Although Merces had a long face, he still cooperated and brought Marigi to the treasury to collect the money. At this time, Bucco stood up and said, "It's now the season for wheat planting. Most of the citizens are participating in the war, which will seriously affect the harvest of this year's agriculture. I suggest that we stop mining and organize the thousands of city-state slaves to farm the citizens' land. At the same time, we give some benefits to the free citizens of the alliance so that they can take the initiative to help us. That way, we won't lack labor in the fields." "Buccos, you're very thoughtful." The Devers said solemnly, "Cornelis, Cunigurata, and Nudum is quite far away, and under normal circumstances, Sesta is in the city and can't attend every Senate meeting." His gaze shifted to the back of the meeting room. "Vespa, Hemont. Hemont has been to the Grimentum many times and successfully signed a peace agreement with Sinsing. He has also persuaded the small Lucaria tribe to submit to the alliance. His influence among the Lucanians is stronger than Vespa's." Finally, Bagul suggested to the Devers, and the Devers suggested to the Senate. The senators voted and approved, making him the third Lucaria senator. The Devers suggested to discuss with Buccos and come up with a feasible plan as soon as possible to ensure that there won't be any problems with our food farming and grazing due to the war. "Okay," the few of them replied. "Felicius, immediately issue a war mobilization order to all the cities in the alliance. Also, send someone to inform Laos and Castellan to send reinforcements. Oh, and tell Castellan to strengthen the city's defenses and burn the pontoon bridge over the Trianta River." Felicius was stunned for a moment. He wanted to say that there was no bridge over the Trianta River and that they could walk on foot, but out of trust and obedience to the Devers, he immediately bowed and said, "I'll send someone to do it right away." "Pleasantness." The Devers said apologetically, "We had no choice but to suspend the construction of the temple and invest all the income of the treasury into this war." "I understand, I agree." Plesinus replied. The Devers nodded in relief. Looking around at the elders, he clenched his fist and raised his right arm. "My lords," he said loudly, "Crotone had destroyed cities on the Zubari plain thrice. After we defeated it, it must be very jealous of Dionia." "Why?" "It's because it's afraid that Dionia will seek revenge after it grows stronger." It will do everything it can to strangle Dionia while it's still growing. So, this war is not something we can avoid even if we want to. The war is upon us, we must unite and defeat Crotone once again. We must avenge the humiliation of Burning City and open up a wider world for the future of the Dionia Alliance. War. War. If we can defeat Crotone once, we can defeat it a second time. Capus, Antonios, Amintas, and the other mercenary elders raised their arms and shouted. Fight Crotone to the death. Scombras, Proxilus, and the other Amendalara elders responded enthusiastically. Turiae must not be destroyed again. We must fight Crotone with all our might. Berks, Ansitanos, and some other Turiae elders also expressed their support angrily. We Lucanians are also citizens of the alliance. We will defend the Dionia alliance with all our might. Vespa and Hemont, the two Lucanian elders, naturally supported the Devers' decision. Amidst the excitement of the declaration of war, the two officials, Cunigurata and Cornelis, who were initially hesitant, also decisively declared that they would lead the officials and citizens of the cities under their jurisdiction to prepare for the war. Dong. While Mariki was leading his men to the market to buy food, the bell that was originally cast for the Temple of Hades was temporarily placed in front of the Grand Assembly Hall because the temple was not completed yet. It rang for the first time today. The cavalry then galloped toward Amendalara, Nudum, Laus, and Castellan. When the citizens heard the bell ringing throughout the city, most of them were still a little confused. At this time, the patrols ran through the streets and alleys of the city, shouting continuously, "Citizens, attention please! Citizens, attention please! War has broken out! War has broken out! Citizens who have participated in military training, please gather at the square immediately! Gather at the square immediately!" On the vast Sabari plain, the cavalry also shouted the same words in every newly built village. War had suddenly come, and it was natural for the citizens to be confused and panicked. However, the strict military training over the past 6 months had taught the citizens and prospective citizens discipline and obedience. They put down their chores and stopped working. After praying to the statues of the gods in their homes, they hugged their families and said goodbye. They brought all their weapons and rations and gathered at the victory square of Turiae from all directions. Such an obvious move in the city of Turiae certainly fell into Tratus' eyes. He wrote in a secret letter, "Turiae has issued a war mobilization order. They are rushing to buy food in the market. There is a riot at the port, but it is under control. The situation in other cities is temporarily unknown." Tratus sent the secret letter, and on his way back from the port, he saw the freemen rushing to their shabby shacks with worried faces. A trace of apology rose in his heart. After staying here for more than half a year, he gradually fell in love with this lively city. He had ridden in a galloping carriage, eaten delicious boiled beef and mutton, watched exciting and intense football games. He admitted that life in Turiae was more interesting and humane than in Crotone. If he was not a citizen of Crotone, he would also be willing to live here for a few years and strive to become a citizen of Dionia. Unfortunately, the passenger ship that Lucius took left the Karati River. He did not directly return to Crotone along the coastline. He first went to Castellan. At this time, Castellan did not know that a war had broken out between Dionia and Crotone. Out of courtesy, they received Lucius. When Lucius told them the news of the war between Crotone and Dionia, the general of Castellan and the senior members of the council were stunned. Lucius threatened them, "The 40,000 troops gathered by Crotone are about to arrive. This is the largest army that Greece has ever seen. Castellan can only be safe if it leaves the Dionia alliance and joins Crotone. Otherwise, it will only be destroyed." The council of Castellan had a heated debate. Although they were indeed afraid of Crotone's attack, ever since they joined the Dionia alliance, it had brought them too many benefits. Transportation was convenient, trade was convenient, the income of the people and the treasury was much more abundant, and the status of the city had also been improved. So far, Dionia had never discriminated against Castellan. According to the covenant, they had never asked for a single cent of tribute, nor did they ask them to do anything against their will. On the contrary, they were invited to any important celebrations. The people of Castellan's opinion of Dionia grew day by day. They seemed to have found the happiness and stability they had under the protection of Sybaris 100 years ago. In the end, Castellan reluctantly rejected Lucius's request. The chief general, Amicals, said tactfully, according to the covenant of the Daionia alliance, we have no right to sign any treaties or agreements with other cities, so I'm sorry. Lucius had no choice but to leave the port. At this time, the cavalry of Daionia had arrived and told the Council of Castellan that the alliance was gathering troops. Soon, as many as 20,000 troops would arrive to help defend Castellan. Amicals and the others were completely relieved. They began to strengthen the walls, gather food, burn the pontoon bridge, and seal the port according to Daionia's instructions. Lucius saw the billowing smoke on the Trionte River, which made him understand Castellan's determination. At the same time, he was also surprised by the strength of Daionia's influence. He was even more determined to agree with Crotone's decision to attack Daionia. The passenger ship he was on quickly went south and passed by Cremissa. The Crotone fleet, which had been waiting there for a long time, heard the news of the outbreak of war from Lucius. They immediately raised their sails and sailed towards the Daionia alliance. At this time, under the reminder of Cunegurata, the Devers sent Plazinas to Tarentum to ask the alliance, which had 43 oared warships, to provide assistance to Daionia at sea and stop the Crotone fleet from blockading the port of Thurii. However, the Senate of Tarentum, under the strong opposition of Cunegurata, after a heated discussion, they apologetically told Plazinas that Daionia's request came too late. After the new year, the Messapi invaded the territory of Tarentum again, and Daionia led the army to repel them. The Senate believed that it was necessary to teach Messapi a painful lesson and beat down their arrogance. So, Daionia was once again ordered to lead the army south to attack Messapi's fortress, Manduria. The warships of Tarentum had also rushed to the Adriatic Sea to harass the hinterland of Messapi and interfere with their reinforcements to Manduria, so they could not provide help to Daionia. However, Tarentum could provide food aid to Daionia at a fair price. They only needed to go to Heraclea to buy it. Note, due to the reader's doubts, here is an explanation of the population of Greater Greece. According to several sources, the number of Thurii soldiers who attacked Lucania in history was 10,000 to 15,000. The fact that the Thurii dared to let such a large number of soldiers stay away from the city showed that there were many citizen soldiers in the city. Therefore, the author of one source guessed that the population of Thurii at that time was at least more than 200,000 people, all the people, not just citizens. Other sources showed that when Tarentum was at its most prosperous period, its population was about 300,000. It was a large city in Greater Greece that was no weaker than Athens. Tarentum entered its final glory during the period when Archita was the consul, which was about 10 years after the novel was written. Therefore, the population of Tarentum at this time was probably no less than 250,000 people. Then, Crotone, which was comparable to it, had a large area, and its population was probably no less than this number. Locri and Lygum were smaller in area, and their population was certainly less than the above city-states. However, they were influential city-states in Greater Greece, and their population was probably no less than 100,000. The population of these major Greater Greek city-states added up to more than 1 million. If other Greater Greek city-states such as Trine, which was located on the Euphemia plain, and Metapontum, which was famous for its agriculture, were included, the population of Greater Greece was probably more than 1.5 million people. Indeed, when Plazinas entered the port of Tarentum, he did not see the few Tarentum warships that usually patrolled the coastal waters. Nevertheless, he continued to brazenly request to the Senate of Tarentum, even if only a few warships were to be sent to Thurii, it would be fine. He had a small calculation in his mind: Crotone would never dare to provoke Tarentum while they were at war with Daionia, so even if only a few Tarentum warships were to patrol the east coast of Daionia as a facade, it could serve as a deterrent, thus ensuring the basic safety of Daonia's coastline. However, no matter how much Plazinas persuaded, the Senate of Tarentum firmly refused, leaving the thick-skinned Plazinas in vain. As soon as Plazinas returned to the port of Thurii, Crotone's fleet arrived. The sea trade routes of Thurii were immediately cut off, and the port was in a state of panic. Olivers arrived with a large number of patrols to help Marigi maintain order. After learning of Tarentum's decision, Devers pondered for a while, then said to Aristocrates, the clerk next to him, "I seem to remember that the Sparta emissary had been to Tarentum before?" Yes, aristocrates reported at the time that Sparta hoped that Tarentum would abolish its alliance with us and take the lead against us, but the Senate of Tarentum refused. But it still worked, Devers sighed, then sneered, Tarentum wants to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Well, we have to rely on ourselves in this war. Go and tell aristocrates that it's time to close the net on the Crotone spy. Yes. The port of Dionia was closed. As expected by Tratus, he had already discussed with the Crotone clippers in advance, every night at a specific beach at the mouth of the Crete River to obtain his information. Just as he began to write the secret letter again, the door was suddenly knocked open, and 4 or 5 people rushed in. In a panic, he subconsciously grabbed the scroll in his hand and shouted, "Who are you?" But he was pressed to the ground by the people who rushed in. His clenched hand was also pried open, and the unshredded scroll was taken away. His expression suddenly changed. This afternoon, about 10,000 fully armed Turii soldiers have entered the barracks, and 1,000 heavy infantry are also stationed at the port. It is said that Amendola's militia is already on the way to Turii. Nudum, a clear voice sounded above his head, Tratus, I have to admit that your observation and calculation skills are really good. The information you wrote to Crotone matches the facts. No wonder the Crotone sent you to Turii and stayed here for half a year. What do you think your impression here? Hearing this, Tratus' heart sank. He already knew that his whereabouts were already in the grasp of the Dionia. When he was lifted up, he saw an elegant, thin, and tall middle-aged man standing in front of him, looking at him with interest. What do you want to do to me? Tratus asked in a low voice, his throat dry. The thin, tall man did not speak. He took an object from someone else and brought it to Tratus. It was a small, crudely carved wooden knife. Tratus' eyes suddenly widened, and his expression was shocked. He struggled and shouted, "What did you do to my child?" "You caught my child, didn't you? He's only 7 years old. Hera above, I beg you to spare him." "Spare him? I'll do anything." He begged bitterly, and in the end, he was sobbing uncontrollably. The thin, tall man said coldly, "Your wife and child are still in Ciudad Crotone, but they are under the surveillance of our people. Let me introduce myself. I'm Aristides, the intelligence officer of the consul Devers. Although the Devers promised him this position, he is still a free man and not an official. I'll give you a choice, work for Dionia. If you refuse, not only will you die, but your sick wife will also die of illness due to lack of money, and your son will become a slave. If you agree, you will become a probationary citizen of Dionia. We will try our best to rescue your wife and child, and let the doctors of the Alliance treat your wife. You know that the medical skills of the Alliance are better than those of Crotone." Aristides paused. Seeing Tratus' head lowered, his expression uncertain, he said in a low voice, "Live or die, it's your choice." At dusk, the chief general of Crotone, Myron, received a secret report from Turii. This afternoon, Turii began to gather citizen soldiers. It was reported that about 4,000 citizens in the city had gathered in Victory Square. The villages outside the city were still in the process of mobilizing, and a large number of citizens had not yet entered the city of Turii. Turii had sent about 1,000 soldiers to the port and sent many cavalry to patrol the coast. Armandalara and Nudum had not yet seen the arrival of the army. In the past 6 months, Crotone had learned from Tratus and the released soldiers. Chief General Myron had some understanding of Dioria and was very vigilant against Dionia. Therefore, he had made preparations in advance. After helping Cremissa eliminate the mercenaries, he immediately mobilized for war. This time, in order to completely defeat Dionia, Crotone and its subsidiary, Asplustum, had gathered all the forces they could, 20,000 from Crotone and 3,000 from Asplustum. Silatina, the ally of Crotone, was a large city, but it had suffered the heaviest losses in the previous raid by the Dionia alliance. However, for revenge, it still managed to squeeze out 2,000 soldiers. Trine, which was close to the Brudi alliance, also sent 1,000 soldiers. This time, Crotone did not refuse. Only Carennia was rejected by Crotone, because to the south of Carennia was the Rocari alliance, Crotone's enemy. Although it had not made many movements in recent years, Crotone knew that Rocari had been eyeing the north covetously. If Rocari suddenly attacked and captured Carennia while they were fighting with Dionia, then they could easily take down Silatina, which lacked soldiers and generals, and directly attack the defenseless Crotone. Therefore, they could not relax their vigilance and defense against Rocarii. At the same time, the battle with Dionia had to start as soon as possible. They could not wait for the Dionia army to arrive before attacking. Therefore, contrary to the usual procrastination of the Greek city-states, Crotone was particularly efficient this time. Not only did they complete the assembly within a day, but the reinforcements of their allies also sped up under his urging. In fact, when Rocarii learned that a war had broken out between Crotone and Dionia, it was extremely happy. After a discussion, its council sent messengers to Dionia. However, not only did Crotone block the road to the north, but Crotone's warships were always cruising along the east coast of Greece from Cape Aulice to the north. This forced Rocarii's messengers to change their course. They planned to let the passenger ships turn to Sicily in the southwest, then turn to Tarentum in the northeast to disembark, and take a big detour by land. Devers was analyzing the military intelligence of Crotone with the generals of the legion and discussing countermeasures to deal with the enemy. Aristocrati came in and whispered a few words in his ear. Devers nodded and said, "Let them in." He turned to the generals and said, "Brothers, Xanthoparis and Tormid are here." The hall that was still in a heated discussion suddenly fell silent. Xanthoparis and Tormid hurried in with worried expressions. They did not expect to see so many people in the hall and were stunned. At this time, Devers said with a smile, "I was about to call you too, but I didn't expect you two to come first. We are about to start discussing how to deal with the Crotone. Come in quickly and tell us your opinions." Xanthoparis and Tormid looked at each other, then knelt on one knee and said apologetically, "Lord Devers, and, comrades, we are really sorry. We brought war to Dionia and trouble to you all. Timicin and Creano have been in frequent contact with the mercenaries and have repeatedly asked for our opinions. We always thought that they only wanted to leave this place, but Timicin and the others have nothing to do with you." Devers interrupted them and said with a serious expression, "Everyone has their own ideas and the life they like to live. You and the other mercenaries chose to stay instead of leaving, which means that you agree with the system of Dionia and like to live here. You are willing to become citizens of Dionia. Then come, fight with us. Before the army of Crotone, it is time to test you. Use your heroic performance to fight back against the doubts of others and prove to the people of Dionia that we did not misjudge you. At the same time, prove your determination to defend Dionia to the death. Let the people of Dionia welcome you with open arms. Devers is right. Xanthoparis, Tormid, let us fight together and defeat the Crotone. Avenge Timicin and the others. That's great. We can finally fight together again." Amintas, Antonios, and the others warmly welcomed Xanthoparis and Tormid, making them feel relieved. Note: when the Crotone gathered their army to attack the alliance of Dionia, the fourth volume of this book was coming to an end. He wanted to know if Dionia could survive the fierce attack of the Crotone army. Could they turn the tables and win? Please read the next volume. Southern Hegemon. The next morning, the reinforcements from the Silatorians and Trine arrived, and Crotone also received intelligence from Thurii. About 4,000 reinforcements from Amendalara had arrived in Thurii, and the citizens of Dionia from the Zubari plain had gradually gathered in the square. It was reported that there were about 8,000 people, and they then stationed themselves in the barracks in the north of Thurii. There were no further movements, and it seemed that Dionia was still waiting for reinforcements from Nidum and Laos. This news prompted Myron to take immediate action. Under his active push, the council passed a resolution to attack Thurii. The chief general, Myron, would be the commander of the army, and another talented general, Philadelphus, would be the adjutant. They would lead about 27,000 soldiers, including 20,000 heavy infantry and 6,500 light infantry. Of these 6,500 light infantry, 4,000 were light armored soldiers wearing leather armor and wielding leather shields and spears. They did not have the ability to throw projectiles, and there were 800 cavalrymen. In addition to the regular army, there were also a large number of slaves and freedmen transporting supplies, making the actual number of troops as high as 40,000. For this reason, Crotone organized a large fleet at the port, and it took nearly 3 hours just to load the supplies and get the soldiers on board. It was not until noon that the troop transport fleet sailed north under the protection of Crotone's fleet. When they passed Kermissa, another 500 soldiers joined them, making the number of troops as high as 27,500. Because the whole process of boarding at the port of Crotone was cumbersome and rather chaotic, Myron was worried that the situation would be worse when they landed on the beach. He and Philadelphus were quite concerned about the information from Tratus that the coastline of Dionia is monitored by cavalrymen. To be on the safe side, they did not dare to land on the coast north of Castellan. Instead, after passing the swamp, they immediately docked at the beach where the Timazon mercenaries had landed a few days ago. Myron first let the cavalrymen disembark and expanded the area of security to a radius of 2 miles. After confirming that there was no enemy, they began to land on a large scale. Countless soldiers carried weapons and equipment, some even led war horses, jumped off the cargo ship and walked to the shore. Because there were no docks, the slaves and freedmen had to carry food, tents, and other supplies to the shore. As far as the eye could see, the whole beach was full of people, and it was a mess. People were shouting and horses neighing, and the officers were very anxious. The supplies were randomly placed here and there, which affected the soldiers' formation. Philadelphus beat and scolded the slaves. It took him a long time to organize the whole army and put everything in order. After such a torment, the men and horses were exhausted, and it was already dusk. After confirming the nearby campsite, Myron gave a strict order. Each team had to build a sturdy camp and set up sentries. There was no room for negligence. The defeat of Melantius was a lesson to be learned. This time, Crotone had the absolute advantage and had the initiative. As long as they pushed forward steadily, victory was just around the corner. Tomorrow, we'll capture Castellan and turn it into a forward operating base for Crotone's army and fleet. Myron thought about the next military operation in his mind and gradually fell asleep. In the big tent of the tourist camp, Devers, Military Affairs Officer Felicius, 1st Legion Commander Capus, 2nd Legion Commander Drax, and Cavalry Captain Leds were analyzing the enemy's situation. On the wooden table in the center, there was a 2-meter square smooth wooden board. On it was a detailed map of Greece. Felicius held a wooden stick and pointed at the map on the board. He said, "Everyone, I just received information from the front. Crotone has sent about 30,000 soldiers. They've landed here, on the coast south of Castellan. It's estimated that they'll be able to attack Castellan tomorrow, 30,000 people?" Cavalry Captain Led sucked in a breath of cold air. "Crotone has probably sent all the citizens of the city to deal with us." "What's 30,000 people?" Drax shouted, unconvinced. "If the 3rd Legion can arrive in time, together with those freedmen, we'll have more than 30,000 people. And even without 30,000 people, Crotone is no match for us." "But Crotone's soldiers are all citizen soldiers." Capus looked at Devers worriedly. "Sir, are we really not going to wait for the Legio III to arrive and go straight to Castellan?" Devers said calmly, "There's no time. This time, Crotone is determined to destroy Dionia. That's why they're already prepared and advancing so quickly. If we wait, it means that we're giving up on Castellan. Not only will it damage the reputation that Dionia has built up, but it'll also let the enemy enter the Sbari Plains. It'll also go against the promise we made before. We don't have the confidence to fight against Crotone's militia on the plains. And if we rely on the city walls to defend, it'll take too long. It's not good for our new alliance." Devers took the wooden stick from Felicius and pointed at the curve of the Trionte River on the map. He said in a deep voice, "That's why we have to make full use of this river." Everyone present was clear about Devers's plan. Felicius opened his mouth and finally asked, "Sir Devers, will Crotone lead their army to cross the Trionte River? I heard that their general, Myron, is an experienced general." Devers smiled and said seriously, "No plan can be guaranteed to be fully implemented. However, Myron was fooled by the fake news I released. Seeing how he's so eager to gather his army and wants to attack the city before we finish gathering, it's very likely that he'll fall into our trap. Of course, if he doesn't fall for it, we can also retreat to Turii and fight a long defensive battle with Crotone." "He'll fall for it," Drax said, the hope of the generals present. They also did not want Crotone to set foot on Dionia's soil. "How many cavalry do they have?" Leds asked an important question. "About 800, Felicius replied. Leds clenched his fist. Be it in terms of numbers or experience, his cavalry did not have the upper hand. It all depended on whether Sir Devers's amazing strategy would work. Brothers. Devers looked at the generals who had gone through life and death with him and were eager to fight. He knew that there was no need to mobilize them. Their fighting spirit would definitely be high. Therefore, he said calmly, "It's getting late. Return to your teams immediately and act according to the previous plan. Hades will protect us. Everything will go smoothly tomorrow." Yes. That night, Crotone's camp was peaceful. Early the next morning, the sky was clear and there was no rain. Myron woke up and felt refreshed. The intelligence from Turiai had also arrived in time. Lao's and Nidam's reinforcements had not arrived yet. In the afternoon, 3,000 Turiai soldiers were rushing to Castellan. This secret letter should have been sent last night. At the same time, the Crotone warships cruising the coast of Turiai in the morning did not see any signs of a large-scale troop movement on the Turiai-Castellan Avenue. Myron pondered. Dionia should have already known the arrival of Crotone's army, but they only sent 3,000 reinforcements when they were still in the midst of war mobilization. But they want to defend Castellan with just 3,000 people? As far as he knew, even with the addition of Castellan's soldiers, there would not be more than 4,000. Furthermore, the small city of Castellan was less than 4 meters tall. It could not stop Crotone's army from crossing the Triante River and capturing Castellan. Myron even hoped that Castellan would send all their troops to stop him from crossing the river, so that he could deal the most damage to them in the wilderness and easily capture the city of Castellan. The weather and the enemy situation were all in Crotone's favor. This was the blessing of Apollo. Crotone had to seize the moment when the Dionia alliance had not completed their war mobilization and the army had not yet assembled and arrived. They had to cross the Triante River quickly, capture Castellan as soon as possible, and then fight the Dionia army. After Myron immediately discussed with Philadelphus, they came up with a plan to cross the river. Under Myron's repeated urging, the army quickly assembled. Among them, 22,000 soldiers were led by Myron and marched northwest, while the other 4,500 soldiers and 500 horsemen were led by Philadelphus and marched north. There were two ideal places to cross the Triante River. One was located in the middle, where the water was shallow and the riverbank was flat, and the walkable section was more than 2 miles long. This was where the Devers crossed the river to ambush Melanchus. The other was located downstream, west of Castellan, where the river was shorter and deeper. The Crotone's plan to cross the river was that Philadelphus would lead 5,000 men to distract the enemy, but they would not cross the river immediately. Myron's army would cross the river at full speed through the wide section in the middle. The Crotone army led by Myron was arranged in 8 columns, forming a long line of 4 to 5 miles long. Riding in the middle of the army, Myron's ears were filled with the noise of footsteps and the clashing of armors. But he found it pleasing. The huge army gave him enough confidence. He even had the leisure to think. Castellan and Cremissa were both built on the north bank of the river because they were originally the children of Sybaris. They were close to Sybaris and were wary of Crotone. After this war, they must be forced to move their cities to the south bank. As for Turiai, if everything went well, he did not mind destroying it for the 4th time. General, the scouts crossing the river were surrounded by enemy cavalry. 4 were killed and 2 escaped. Did you find anything? They saw thousands of enemies marching along the north bank. Not yet. Inform the front line to slow down the march, and let Philadelphus make a bigger noise to attract the enemy's attention. Also, let Alisosis, the captain of the Crotone cavalry, withdraw the scouts. Now that the situation is clear, don't waste our cavalry. Yes, sir. After giving the order, Myron's eyes turned to the woods in front of him. He was quite familiar with this place, because through it, further west was the place where Melanchus' army was ambushed. After the peace treaty with Dionia was signed, Myron personally led the team to carry out thousands of corpses from there, some from the Alliance, some from Crotone. The tragic scene was unforgettable for him for a long time. Myron pulled the reins tightly. This time, Crotone would wash away the shame and avenge them. The troops walked out of the woods, and in front of them was a flat and elevated wilderness. The Triante River narrowed here, so the water was too deep for them to cross. This was also the reason why Melanchus had camped here. Enemy! Look at the enemy! The soldiers near the riverbank were agitated. In front of the troops, on the other side of the Xianxia River, a heavily armed Daionia army was marching quickly along the riverbank to the west. It seemed that the Daionia had found out their movements and were ready to stop them from crossing the river. Myron was not too worried. Although he could not see the full picture of the enemy on the other side, he felt that the number of people in the army was not too large. As stated in the secret letter, the vanguard sent by Daionia to Castellan was less than 4,000 people, and they also had to defend against Philadelphus. How many enemies would be left to stop his army from crossing the river? The upper reaches of the Xianxia River flowed in a narrow valley between the mountains until it rushed out of the canyon and encountered flat lowlands. Like a child out of control, it happily expanded its territory to both sides, causing the river to be 30 to 40 meters wide. The water flow also slowed down, and after flowing slowly for more than 2 miles, the river became narrower and deeper again due to the elevation of the terrain. At this moment, on the south bank of the Xianxia River, Myron arranged his 22,000 soldiers, including 2,000 light infantry, into a long formation that was 10 rows thick and more than 2 miles long, covering the entire walkable section of the river. There were only about 5,000 enemies on the other side of the river, and they also formed a formation that was as long as Crotones, but not only was it obviously thin, but the formation was also very loose. Myron firmly believed that even with the help of the Xianxia River, the Dionysian army would not be able to stop the advance of the Crotone army. Their thin line would inevitably be broken by the heavy Crotone army. Attack! Myron, who was at the rear of the middle road, ordered the bugler in a heroic manner. The loud and sonorous sound of the bugler resounded across the quiet Xianxia River. Other than the 2,000 soldiers that Myron personally led at the rear of the middle road, he did not move because he felt that the number of soldiers on his side far exceeded the enemy's. There was no need for all of them to participate in the battle. The entire square formation began to move slowly towards the river bank. Columns was one of the 20,000 soldiers. After he was captured by the Daionia, he had been detained for half a year to build a road. He had suffered a lot, and his family had to pay a huge debt in order to ransom him. This time, he was recruited by the city-state to fight against Daionia again. Other than a strong desire for revenge, he also hoped to defeat the Daionia and obtain a lot of spoils of war to pay off his debt. The river bank here was not made of soft fine sand. Instead, it was covered with pebbles of different shapes and sizes. The ground was hard, but it was easy to trip. Hence, Columns and the rest walked slowly and steadily. The Xianxia River was right in front of them. Columns, who was at the front, looked through the narrow eye-hole of Corinth's helmet and saw many people rushing out from the enemy's formation on the other side of the river. Without waiting for the captain's reminder, he had already quickly raised his round shield and placed it in front of his chest. Ding! The arrows of the Daionia soldiers hit his bronze shield and produced ear-piercing sounds. However, they could not damage it at all. His right foot had already stepped into the river. "Watch out for the top of your head!" The captain's shout echoed in the dense helmet. His voice was weak and seemed distant. He raised his head subconsciously and saw countless black dots falling from the sky. "Damn it, it's projectiles!" He hurriedly raised his shield to protect his head. At this moment, he heard the captain's anxious shout again, "Watch out for the front!" However, the hearing and vision of the heavily armored soldiers were severely impaired, causing their reactions to be slower than ordinary people. Many of them could not react quickly enough to see what was ahead of them, including Columns. He felt as if someone had punched him lightly in the chest, and then there was a slight pain. An arrow had pierced into his left chest, and it should have already penetrated through the layers of tightly woven linen armor, but its kinetic energy had already been exhausted. The tip of the arrow had just touched his skin, and the experienced Columbus knew that the damage was actually not that great. However, his teammate beside him was shot in the thigh that was not protected by his armor. He screamed in pain and fell into the river. Fresh blood immediately dyed the river red. Looking at his teammate who was struggling in the water, Columns wanted to help him, but he did not have the strength to do so. The cunning Daionia soldiers used projectiles and direct shots at him at the same time. Looking at his teammate who finally stopped struggling and floated on the river, Columns felt a sense of sorrow in his heart. "Stride forward! Stride forward!" The captain shouted and urged the soldiers to speed up to cross the river. The river was indeed not deep, just above their knees. It was just that there were many cobblestones at the bottom of the river, making it a little slippery. Therefore, Columns and the rest squatted down and used round shields to protect their heads and chests. With the protection of the river water to protect their legs, the chances of being hit by the arrows were greatly reduced. However, they could not speed up their advance. After the initial panic, the soldiers gradually calmed down. They moved forward slowly while protecting themselves from the arrows. At the same time, in the process of moving forward, they readjusted their formation that was a little chaotic just now. They were almost at the middle of the river, but the depth of the water did not increase by much. Even Columns, who was on the right wing of the phalanx, did not feel the impact of the water because the long formation on the left was blocking the river. At this moment, he noticed that some people had rushed out from the enemy's formation on the other side of the river. They had almost reached the river and were less than 20 meters away from them. The tip of the spear in their hand shone with a cold light under the sunlight. Columns' heart beat wildly. He instinctively sat down, almost immersing his entire body in the water. "Be careful of the javelins." The captain's voice was obviously much louder. That was because the damage of the javelins to the heavy infantry was obviously greater than that of the arrows. Then, Columns heard the whistling sound of the wind, followed by a bang sound. The teammate behind him let out a shrill cry. The javelin pierced straight into the round shield. The tip of the javelin pierced through the copper skin, smashed the wooden plank, and directly nailed his left arm. The strong impact pushed him backward, and at the same time, brought down the soldiers behind him. If it were not for the timely help of the teammates beside them, these heavily armored soldiers would have had their mouths and noses seeped into by the seemingly gentle and harmless river water, causing them to choke and eventually suffocate. It could be seen that the strength of the enemy's javelin throwing was great, causing the front line of the Crotone army to panic again. At this time, the light infantry at the back of the formation also followed closely behind. They could finally start to fight back. The arrows they threw fell like raindrops on the opposite bank of the river, forcing the enemy's javelin throwers not to recklessly attack the front line at close range. The casualties of the Crotone army were only a drop in the ocean compared to the huge army. Although Myron felt a little heartache, he did not take it to heart. He was only surprised that nearly half of the 5,000 enemy soldiers on the opposite bank were light infantry. These light infantry were skilled in coordination, ingenious in tactics, and ruthless in their attacks. He had never seen this in previous battles, and this raised his vigilance. However, the outcome of this battle was unquestionable, because, "General, our army has reached the shore. We have reached the shore." His subordinates beside him cheered. Previously, Myron thought that crossing the Trihanto River would be very easy. However, looking at the corpses floating on the surface of the river and the relieved expression on his subordinates' faces, it was obvious that the enemy's light infantry was much stronger than he had expected. "Beat the war drums. Don't let them escape." Riding on his horse, Myron could vaguely see that when the front line of his troops stepped onto the river, the enemy's light infantry had already quickly passed through the gaps in their formation and retreated to the rear. "Yes, General." As soon as the messenger finished speaking, they heard the loud sound of a bugle from the opposite bank. The deafening sound could only be produced by at least 10 buglers blowing at the same time. Myron could not hide the shock in his heart. Could it be that the troops that Dionysius sent to Castellan were more than the 5,000 to 6,000 soldiers at the front? This shocking thought flashed through Myron and his subordinates' minds at the same time. Their eyes were fixed on the back of the opposite bank. Dong! 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 The war drums were quickly beaten, and the sound reached the ears of Columns, who had already reached the shore. It made him excited. Attack! Attack! Without the attacks of arrows and javelins, the officers' orders were filled with excitement. The Crotone soldiers shouted the name of the god Apollo loudly as they took large strides and charged towards the enemy in front of them. However, an even louder battle cry came from the opposite side. A dark red military flag suddenly rose from the back of the river. What followed next was an endless line of soldiers that were arranged closely together. Under the same impassioned war drums, they quickly rushed towards their comrades who were acting as bait in front of them. The military flags that were raised one after another and fluttered in the wind evoked the painful memories of the Crotone soldiers who were once captives like columns. End of chapter 208. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.